Chapter 1 Boy, Girl. In the year 1517 of the Hyuan calendar, in the East Sea, on an uninhabited island, a young woman clad in a pale white gown, with hair cascading to her waist, was practicing her martial arts. Behind her, a variety of fierce beasts lay prostrate, not daring to lift their heads to gaze upon her. How utterly tedious! It has been 5 years since my transmigration. My strength should be considerable by now. System, who is the person you have kept me waiting for? And what rewards await me upon completion? Your interface presents but a solitary task, concealing the rewards as if shrouded in secrecy. Is such reticence truly necessary? The young woman exclaimed, plopping down on the ground, disregarding her grace. Her visage was fair, with a hint of youthful plumpness. Her eyes sparkled with charm, brimming with a captivating allure. The smoothness of her skin would evoke envy in any other woman who beheld her. Yet, this young woman seemed to take little pride in her beauty, even pinching her arm with some force. But her grip faltered, her hand slipping from her arm as if lacking any friction. 5 years of transmigration, nearly starving at the onset, until I consumed a slippery fruit, barely managing to survive. After a brief slumber, I was bestowed with some divine female attire system. The system claims that only in feminine garb can one grow stronger. Who on earth concocted this perverse system? I am Yuling. I shall not rest until I confront you. Yuling proclaimed. What should have been a powerful declaration was softened by her delicate voice, imbued with shyness and cuteness. Due to the female attire system, whenever Yuling donned feminine clothing, the system would automatically modulate her voice to match her appearance. As long as she herself did not reveal her true identity, it would be quite challenging for anyone to discern her reality from the outside. However, when she switched to masculine attire, everything reverted to the norm. Yet, the system's cruel whimsy was to prohibit her from wearing male clothing. Yuling had to don feminine attire to develop her devil fruit abilities and learn the 6 forms and haki, as progress could only be initiated in such garb. Although she could continue practicing based on experience in male attire, she would be unable to track her progress and receive no learning enhancements. In contrast, while in feminine attire, her learning pace would be 100 times that of a normal state. When Yuling practiced in feminine garb, 1 session equated to 100 for an ordinary person. To grow stronger, she endured. This desolate island, devoid of human presence, was teeming with beasts, each one at least 3 to 4 times larger than those on Earth. For the sake of survival, she had no choice but to heed the system's commands. However, 6 months prior, the system had suddenly assigned her a task, to leave with a man. Just a week ago, a masked figure had arrived. His name was Masked Dais. The system, however, provided no guidance. Thus Yuling bid farewell and departed. Presently, Yuling remains in anticipation. In fact, he could have left 1 or 2 years prior. Yet, he was rather timid. After all, this is the world of One Piece, where monstrous creatures lurk beyond the islands. He wished to avoid death, which is why he has lingered until now. Even if he were to remain here for another 10 or 8 years, his appearance would remain unchanged. He shall eternally be 18 years old. The combination of the system and the slippery fruit ensures that he remains perpetually youthful and strikingly beautiful. Over the past 5 years, apart from his physique becoming more refined and his visage more enchanting, he has not experienced any significant transformation. Each passing year, his beauty intensifies, which has become a source of distress for Yuling. After all, he is a boy. Hey, Yulot, would you care to join me in play? Yuling suddenly turned to address the beasts behind him. These creatures had caused him considerable hardship during his first year in this world. However, they have since transformed into his pets. Occasionally, Yuling feels the need to discipline them, reminding them who the true master is. Thus, upon hearing his words, they immediately shook their heads in fervent refusal. TCH, how dull, Yuling remarked with a pout. Possessing a visage of unparalleled beauty, even a simple gesture of pouting exudes an enchanting allure. Alas, there are no others present to witness it. These beasts lack appreciation for his charm, and although Yuling can admire himself in the mirror, he remains indifferent to his own reflection. It is rather disheartening to possess such a face yet receive no admiration. Subsequently, Yuling accessed his system panel to review his skill proficiency. Moonwalk, 61. Shave, 70. Storm leg, 77. Paper drawing, 100 note. Achieving 100 allows the learning of observation haki. Iron block, 100 note. Achieving 100 allows the learning of armament haki. Finger gun, 66. Life return, 11. Slippery fruit, 44 note. Exceeding 80 allows awakening. Armament haki, 15 note. Achieving 100 allows the learning of external techniques and flowing cherry haki. Observation haki, 23 note. Achieving 100 allows awakening of additional abilities. Conquerors. Haki, 0 note. Exceeding 70 allows the learning of Conqueror's binding. Gazing at the capabilities displayed on the system panel, Yu sighed. These are the fruits of his labor over the past 5 years. He is uncertain of how his strength compares within this world. However, at the very least, survival should not pose a problem. More importantly, the side effects of the slippery fruit have been eradicated by the system. Aside from the inability to consume a second devil fruit, he need not worry about drowning or encountering sea stone, which would cause his powers to vanish, as for the reason behind the prohibition of consuming a second devil fruit. The system elucidated that it would result in a tumult of powers within the body. This is not merely a side effect, but rather a consequence of possessing excessive strength, which could potentially lead to one's own demise. Thus, Yu abandoned any thoughts of devouring a second devil fruit. If only I had encountered this Mera no Mi from the outset, he mused, pondering whether this devil fruit would ultimately fall into Ace's possession or be claimed by some other. Fortunate soul. With a sigh, Yu retrieved the Mera no Mi from his storage space. Placing it upon his lap to toy with his slender, fair legs were elegantly positioned side by side, while a flowing gown cascaded to the ground, accentuating his graceful figure. Observing his own posture, Yu sighed once more. The system not only required him to don female attire, but also compelled a transformation in his habits. This transformation would, in turn, accelerate his cultivation speed. Moreover, 5 years had elapsed since his arrival in this realm. 5 years sufficient time for a person to undergo significant change. Unable to escape this fate, Yu found himself compelled to accept it. Who goes there? Suddenly, while maintaining a state of heightened awareness for the purpose of training his Kenbunchika haki, Yu detected unusual movement a kilometer away. Sitting cross-legged, he directed his gaze toward the depths of the forest. His Kenbunchika haki extended approximately 5 kilometers, allowing him to distinctly sense 2 presences rapidly approaching. In an instant, a young man clad in an orange hat, bare-chested and freckled, burst forth from the thicket. He leaped into the air, soaring directly over Yu. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Yu was momentarily taken aback. The youth, upon beholding Yu's stunning beauty, appeared equally entranced. In the next heartbeat, a structure collapsed, and the young man plunged headfirst into the debris. Chapter 2. The deception begins. Yu furrowed his delicate brows. However, instead of voicing accusations, he fixated his intense gaze upon the dense forest ahead. How audacious! A mere Tyrannosaurus Rex daring to intrude upon my territory. I was just contemplating what to feast upon today. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the forest. A colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex, exceeding 5 meters in size, charged forth with a ferocious cry. The surrounding beasts scattered in terror. Yet, Yu remained steadfast. Roar! Another furious bellow erupted as the Tyrannosaurus Rex barreled toward him. The young man, taken aback, blurted out, "Beautiful lady, quickly, get out of the way." In that split second, blood was spilled in a gruesome spectacle. A slender wrist extended forth, crushing the skull of the Tyrannosaurus Rex with a brutal force. The palm, now stained with blood, wiped against the body, and then the figure turned to gaze back. Her expression remained serene, as if she were an iceberg. "What'd you just say?" Never mind, disregard my words." The man sprung to his feet with a nimble motion, scratching his head and revealing a simple grin. "Thank you, fair lady, for your rescue. I must take my leave now. I have to set sail promptly." Upon finishing his words, he attempted to depart. Even though the apparition before him could indeed be deemed a beauty, the man merely exhibited a slight surprise, offering no further remarks. He was, after all, a quintessential straight man. However, just as he was about to leave, she firmly pressed him back. "Do you think you can simply walk away after demolishing my house? Is that appropriate?" With a smile gracing her lips, her eyes glimmered enticingly. Yet her tone was as chilling as a biting wind, causing the man to shiver involuntarily. I am poor Gasti Ace. Please remember my name, fair maiden. Once I venture out to earn some wealth, I shall certainly return to repay your kindness." Having said that, Ace feigned an intention to flee. This was a tactic he often employed when dining and dashing. The moment she laid eyes on him, she recognized his identity. Yet, she chose not to expose him. What puzzled her was the reason behind Ace's appearance at this particular moment. Seeing him resort to his usual ruse left her unable to suppress a chuckle. When a beauty smiles, even the moon and flowers would pale in comparison. Though not devoid of charm, she was indeed a strikingly beautiful young man, especially after consuming the slippery fruit and undergoing system training. Every movement radiated an innate elegance. Yet, this was merely the surface. Her laughter was bold and unrestrained, distinctly unique. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The deliberately exaggerated laughter sent shivers down Ace's spine. While he acknowledged the beauty before him, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about her. However, she too bore her own burdens. Such laughter was one of the few methods she had to maintain her clarity. After all, after 5 years of cross-dressing, without some means of self-regulation, she would have long succumbed. "Can I leave now?" Ace, feeling a tinge of fear, asked, uncertain why he felt a chill creeping down his back. "My name is Yuling, you may call me Ling." She ceased her laughter. At that moment, the system provided her with a prompt, requesting her to accompany Ace on his voyage. As for the purpose of their journey, the system provided no further details. Nevertheless, the rewards after setting sail were rather promising. Currently, the only untapped power within Yuling is the Conqueror's Haki. Upon the completion of this task, the system will reward a single progress point towards the mastery of this ability. Though it may seem a mere 1%, it nonetheless signifies the awakening of this latent power, which is precisely what Yuling desires. "Hello, Miss Ling," Ace greeted somewhat awkwardly. His hand remained clasped in Yuling's grasp. Leaving him unable to escape otherwise, he would have fled long ago. "Porcasti." "Ace, yes, that's me," he replied, nodding slightly, a hint of guilt flickering across his features. Yuling remained silent, merely gesturing towards the collapsed structure behind him. Instantly, Ace's expression shifted once more. "I have no money." "And no money? Then you shall repay with flesh." "Repay with flesh? Are you intending to kill me?" Ace exclaimed, taken aback. He unleashed his full power, a surge of force crashing over Yuling like a tidal wave, yet her delicate hand remained utterly unyielding. "Miss Ling, please do not take offense, but it is not that I cannot defeat that dinosaur. Rather, I have not eaten in 3 days. If only you could provide me with sustenance, I would not find myself in such a dire predicament. So, I implore you. You misunderstand me. I do not wish to kill you." Yuling sighed. She had intentionally miscommunicated her intent, only to find that Ace had veered even further from the mark. What began as a playful tease had backfired on her, leaving Yuling somewhat exasperated. "What I meant was, repaying with flesh does not equate to killing you." As she spoke, she pointed to the headless corpse nearby. "Look, there is readily available meat. You prepare it, and I shall partake. No objections, I trust?" "Oh, I see." Ace breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, his stomach growled audibly, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his nose. "Leave it to me. While my skills in roasting meat are rather mediocre, I have at least received some training." With that, he set about his task, while Yuling stood by, vigilant to prevent any attempt at escape. "By the way, Miss Ling, I apologize for what transpired earlier. However, as for money, I truly have none. How about this? Once we finish this meal, I shall assist you in rebuilding this house." "That won't be necessary," she replied curtly. Ace responded awkwardly, a nervous smile crossing his face as he resumed his work. After a brief moment, Ace ventured to speak again. "Miss Ling, what is this place? Are you the only one here?" "This is the East Blue, and I am the sole inhabitant of this island," Yuling replied nonchalantly. However, she quickly added, "Well, counting you, now there are 2 of us. I know this is the East Blue. What I wish to inquire about is the name of this island. Why do you not leave this place and explore the outside world?" "I'm unaware of the island's name. I have resided here ever since I awoke. The only thing I recall is that the world beyond is fraught with peril. I must possess sufficient skills for self-preservation in order to survive, otherwise I may not be so fortunate next time." "Have you lost your memory?" Though Ace is somewhat oblivious, and his thought process is unconventional, his intellect remains intact. Upon hearing Yuling's ambiguous words, he quickly deduced that the enchanting woman before him had likely encountered misfortune and subsequently lost her memories. In response, Yuling offered no clarification, merely gazing upward at the sky, maintaining an air of icy elegance. She had no intention of revealing her true identity, particularly regarding her gender. Such a disclosure would be far too embarrassing. Until her skills reached their zenith, her true self must remain concealed. Ace continued to engage in a fragmented conversation, resembling those young boys who seek to strike up a dialogue, yet find themselves at a loss for words. Observing his demeanor, Yuling was reminded of her former self before her journey, and a smile involuntarily crept across her face. Upon witnessing Yuling's laughter, Ace too broke into a grin. With a sudden pop, Ace exerted too much force, crushing the heart of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, splattering both of them with blood. Chapter 3. Setting Sail. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the two reclined together on a relatively intact bed, their clothes tattered. It was unavoidable. as Yuling's garments left in the room had been utterly destroyed by Ace's careless sitting. Those delicate skirts were simply not resilient enough. Fortunately, the system provided an array of automatically generated dresses and form-fitting attire, allowing for a casual selection. As for Ace, his predicament stemmed from the frantic escape that rendered his trousers completely torn, leaving him to rely solely on a piece of white cloth for modesty. Yuling had initially intended to offer him a skirt to wear, but Ace firmly declined. "By the way, Miss Ling," he began, "you can just call me Ling." "There's no need for the formalities, as it feels rather uncomfortable," she interjected, feeling somewhat dulled by the title. At last, unable to restrain herself, she corrected Ace's address. Though slightly puzzled, Ace complied with her request. "Ling, you have lived here for 5 years. Has no one else come aside from me?" "Others?" Yuling pondered for a moment before nodding. "Indeed, someone did arrive, but I assisted him in leaving this place. There are numerous stranded vessels here. With a bit of repair and restoration, they could set sail once more. In any case, you need not worry about being unable to depart," Yuling began to elucidate. In the span of 5 years, Ace was one of only 2 living souls he had encountered, aside from the previous individual. The others he had come across were merely specters of ships that had drifted ashore for various reasons. Within those ships, apart from the corpses, there were only a few supplies that remained usable. Yuling utilized those provisions to restore his home and yard, only for Ace to recklessly destroy everything in an instant. It would be impossible not to feel heartache over such loss. However, he was on the verge of departure, and there was no reason to cling to this way of life. "Ace, why do you set sail?" Yuling suddenly inquired. Ace paused momentarily, then sat up, raising his hand towards the sky. "Because I aspire to be the strongest." "What does it mean to be the strongest?" "Naturally, it means becoming the Pirate King." "What's the matter, Ling? Haven't you heard of the Pirate King?" Yuling was certainly familiar with the concept, perhaps even intimately so. Yet, in order to maintain his persona, he feigned ignorance, shaking his head. His expression of bewilderment epitomized innocence and charm, causing even Ace, a somewhat naive youth, to blush for a moment. "Ahem, since you're unaware, allow me to share the tale of my father." Ace began to recount his father's story. Yuling played the part of an unknowing listener, soaking in the narrative. Before long, night fell. The two hastily assembled their makeshift dwelling and finished the remaining dinosaur meat, thus beginning their cohabitation. Yuling collapsed into slumber, though his observation haki remained active, ever vigilant against any potential beastly assaults from the surrounding wilderness. This is a habit he has cultivated over the past 5 years. As for Ace, he sleeps more soundly than a slumbering spirit. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Yuling, dressed in a flowing white gown, stands beside Ace, clad in a short skirt, and reveals a smile. However, before long, Ace tears the skirt off and envelopes himself once more in a layer of animal hide. Over the years, due to a lack of appropriate attire and Ace's inability to craft garments, he found himself donning Yuling's clothing. Originally, refraining from wearing skirts was a steadfast principle for Ace, yet his resolve proved to be fragile. Nonetheless, Yuling's true identity remained shrouded in secrecy, unbeknownst to Ace. Largely due to his oblivious nature, had a more astute individual been in his place, they would have discerned the peculiarities surrounding Yuling long ago. Indeed, the past 6 months have been arduous for me. In our endeavor to construct this vessel, both Yuling and I exerted tremendous effort to bring it to fruition. With a determined leap, Ace landed upon this seemingly simple yet intricately designed ship. This vessel was constructed based on a blueprint discovered by Yuling within the system. Ace had no questions regarding the provenance of the blueprint. When Yuling presented it, he immediately leapt up in excitement, and thus began the preparations. And so, half a year swiftly passed. The vessel, which had consumed half a year of labor from both individuals, finally set sail into the sea. "Ace, do not forget the supplies." "Understood." Upon hearing Yuling's words, Ace excitedly leaped down to assist in transporting the cargo onto the ship. Before long, the sky grew dim. However, the two of them had no intention of lingering on this island any longer. After having their dinner, they set off immediately. Yuling took the helm, while Ace was responsible for providing fuel, simultaneously honing his Marinomi abilities to ensure a steady supply of fuel for the ship. Yuling had designed it to be flame-driven, perfectly suited for Ace's powers to ignite it. The Marinomi was also a gift from Yuling. Keeping such a fruit for himself would serve no purpose, so it was better to let Ace consume it. "Ling, are you not excited to set sail once again?" "What is there to be excited about? If it weren't for your incessant chatter, I wouldn't even consider going out to sea with you." Yuling rolled his eyes, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Although compelled by the system's task to accompany Ace, he still felt the need to maintain a semblance of decorum. Little did he expect that Ace would persistently invite him out to sea daily. Yuling was thoroughly exasperated, leaving him with no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. Ace, seated in the rear chair, gazed at the flames serving his fuel, displaying his signature, endearing grin. So, where do we head next? I only possess a permanent pointer to Logtown. I am unfamiliar with other locations. Ace turned to inquire. For the past 6 months, Yuling had been the one calling the shots, making Ace instinctively seek his guidance even for matters such as this. Then let us proceed to Logtown. I am quite intrigued by the execution side of the Pirate King that you mentioned. All right, then to Logtown it is. Once we arrive, we can see if we can procure a new record pointer. Onward! Ace shouted exuberantly, displaying none of the maturity expected of an adult. Yuling had grown accustomed to his exuberance. Previously, while watching anime, he found such characters to be overly boisterous and utterly uninteresting. Yet, through personal interaction, he came to appreciate the optimism and resilience inherent in such individuals. Something's amiss. Just as Yuling became lost in reminiscence, his Kinbunchika Haki detected an anomaly in their surroundings. Grabbing the binoculars, he peered outwards. 10,000 meters away, 3 Navy warships were advancing steadily. One of the ships bore the insignia of a canine head. Their course was heading directly toward Logtown. Ace, do you see that? Should we change course? Quick! Turn the helm. That is my grandfather's warship. Chapter 4. Entering the city, turning the ship around. Ace let out a sigh of relief. He never anticipated that his grandfather's vessel would appear on the route to Logtown. Fortunately, the two parties were separated by a distance of 10,000 meters. If one did not deliberately look, they would hardly notice. Had it not been for the observation haki of the wandering spirit, which just so happened to cover a diameter of 10,000 meters, he might not have detected the presence of the other party in advance. At that time, an inevitable encounter would have ensued, and Ace would have found himself in a precarious situation. How unfortunate it was that the old man had returned. However, at least they had departed swiftly. Otherwise, a meeting would have been unavoidable. Ace sighed once more. The wandering spirit said nothing. He merely maintained control of the direction and advanced towards the unknown island. The environment within the East Sea remained relatively normal. Even a casual journey would lead to the discovery of some habitable islands. Thus, after 3 days of slow sailing, they arrived at the port of a small town. Let us rest here for a few days, and then proceed to Logtown. By then, your grandfather may have already departed. Alas, this is the only course of action available to us. Ace sighed, following the wandering spirit off the ship. The wandering spirit entrusted the ship to a caretaker and then made his way to a restaurant. This place seemed vaguely familiar to him, yet he could not quite recall its identity at that moment. Boss, I'll have 10 bowls of fried rice. Coming right up. Upon hearing the order for 10 bowls, the boss's eyes sparkled with delight. Is this for you and your wife? No, this is for him alone, and I am not his wife. I am his superior. Please be mindful of your wording. Thank you. Yuling calmly settled beside Ace, then playfully tapped his leg resting on the table. However, Ace had anticipated this and deftly evaded her touch by transforming his body. His mastery over the Mera Mera no Mi was remarkably refined, verging on perfection. This simplistic elemental manipulation poses no threat to the surroundings. Ling, I am the captain. Addressing you as boss feels rather awkward, does it not? It would be far better if you assumed the role of my first mate. I have no interest in that. My sole reason for embarking on this voyage with you is your incessant annoyance. Should you dare to bother me once more? Do you believe I want to simply walk away? Regardless, I've already received the system rewards, and there are no subsequent tasks. Even if I were to leave directly, it would not matter. I merely feel a twinge of reluctance to abandon the vessel I painstakingly constructed. Were it not for the sake of the ship, I would have departed long ago, without a second thought to steering for you. With a dismissive glance, Ling turned to the visibly awkward proprietor. I apologize. My subordinate lacks decorum. Please do not take offense. What signature dishes do you have here? Bring me one of each to sample. Certainly, I will prepare them at once. The proprietor, delighted by the unexpected presence of such affluent patrons, beamed with joy. Before long, the proprietor and his staff emerged, bearing an impressive array of fried rice and the establishment's renowned delicacies. The clattering of dishes filled the air, as they set up a banquet that overflowed even onto an adjacent empty table. Subsequently, Ace and Ling exchanged glances and commenced voraciously devouring their meal. The other patrons, as well as the proprietor, stared in astonishment. Hey boss, you've got new guests. A somewhat rugged voice called out. Ling and Ace paid no mind, remaining engrossed in their culinary endeavor. Yet, the expressions of the surrounding patrons and the proprietor shifted dramatically. They were overtaken by fear, trembling, and wishing to flee the scene. Please, sir, have a seat. I will prepare. No need to prepare anything. That table over there is still empty. This one is mine, the gruff voice declared, disregarding the proprietor's protests and taking a seat at the table laden with food. As he settled in, Ace and Ling simultaneously turned to glare at one another. What did you say? They both inquired simultaneously, their speech slightly muffled by the food in their mouths. Yet, upon glancing over, they were taken aback to discover that this individual was, in fact, a fishman. Haha, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost. As the final words echoed, all the patrons in the establishment fled, leaving only the proprietor trembling in a corner. Yu Ling surveyed the surroundings, a frown creasing his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, humans should not exhibit such fear upon encountering a fishman. However, Ace was unfazed by these thoughts. He swallowed his food and approached boldly. Brother Fishman, this is our meal. We have paid for it. If you wish to partake, that is acceptable, as we are not overly concerned about such matters. Yet, your silent attempt to seize our food is rather unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Ace was not one to disregard reason, but their funds were scant. The little money they possessed had been scavenged from a shipwrecked vessel on the island, amounting to merely a few million berries, a sum that would soon be exhausted. You lowly human, did you not hear what I said? Before he could finish his sentence, a slender fist struck his face. With a resounding impact, the ground trembled beneath them. The entire restaurant shook thrice from the force of that blow, and the fishman was utterly embedded into the floor, unconscious. Why waste words on a fishman who comes to the East Sea to flaunt his power? Do you think you are Jinbei or Fisher Tiger? Well said, Ace exclaimed, clapping in support. However, their actions incited the proprietor's panic. You two patrons, you must flee. The merman serves as a minion to the wicked dragon. His prowess is rather unimpressive, yet the dragoness' strength is formidable. You two must flee swiftly. Delay may prove disastrous. The proprietor is exceedingly kind. Even as the floor trembles under the weight of the merman's presence, he refrains from demanding compensation from the trembling spirits. Instead, he expresses concern for their safety. Fear not, dear proprietor. This mere merman poses no threat to us. However, the circumstances here seem rather peculiar. Ace, with hands placed defiantly on his hips, projects an air of invincibility. Yu Ling cast a disapproving glance at him before retrieving several stacks of banknotes from his pocket. This likely amounts to 1 million berries, ample enough to repair the tavern. No, such a sum is unnecessary. A mere few thousand berries will suffice. The proprietor trembles, utterly hesitant to accept such a bounty. Yet Yu Ling shook his head, fixing his gaze upon the man. You will accept it, for a merman is fortuitously passing by outside. He has likely returned to alert his comrades. Now, we shall await his arrival. I am keen to see just how far a wicked dragon can unleash its malevolence. I understand. The proprietor quivers, unwilling to resist. I cannot fathom what troubles plague the merman here. Fisher Tiger is undoubtedly a great hero. Although Jinbei is a warlord of the sea, he is also a champion of justice. Yet these mermen here have devolved into mere local tyrants. The disparity is nothing short of remarkable. As Ace munched on his food, he voiced his discontent. Yu Ling, however, chose silence and retreated to the restroom, where she exchanged her skirt for a pair of fitted trousers, a crop top, and draped a black leather jacket over her shoulders. Why are you changing clothes? Ace inquired, somewhat perplexed. Yu Ling settled onto the fallen fishman, from whom she had previously dislodged the meal, and began to elucidate. The skirt is impractical. Afterward, she commenced tidying up the remnants of their meal. Meanwhile, the proprietor lamented to Yu Ling, recounting the various misdeeds of the vile dragon. Outside the restaurant, a crowd had gathered, yet none dared to venture inside to investigate the situation. The fishman had been assaulted. What a grave matter. Chapter 5, Cleaning Up the Mess. What? My subordinate has been beaten by mere humans? And without the slightest ability to retaliate? A fearsome fishman, with a nose resembling serrated teeth, crushed the pottery in his grip. His face contorted with fury. The informant, a merman, possessed an elongated mouth with strikingly red lips, exuding an air of absurdity. Great dragon, I speak no falsehood. This is what I witnessed with mine own eyes. That human, a girl, appeared frail and delicate, yet with a single punch, she. The merman did not articulate further, but gestured emphatically, striking the ground with force. A crater the size of a fist emerged upon impact. However, the aftermath wrought by Yu Ling was magnitudes greater. Humph. I shall see which fool dares to provoke me. Dispatch a message to Nami, instructing him to witness the fate of those who challenged the great dragon pirates. And you, Xiaoba, inform Colonel Mouse that other pirates are causing unrest. Summon him to collect the fallen. As you command, boss. The duo, upon receiving their orders, hastened to their tasks. Meanwhile, the great dragon, accompanied by his subordinates, made his way to the tavern. Their pace was neither hurried nor leisurely, yet not a single mouse dared to show itself in their presence. The townsfolk were too intimidated to even crack open a window. Observing their fearful demeanor, the great dragon let out a cold chuckle, striding into the establishment with an air of arrogance. Who has dared to injure my subordinate? I was clearly victorious. No, it was I who triumphed. For I consumed my meal more swiftly. Ace, do not resort to trickery. Your plate remains unfinished, with a mountain of food still here. How can you claim victory? Regardless, I have won. I shall take the remainder with me. Ace and Yuling were at an impasse, neither yielding to the other. They had just engaged in a contest to see who could eat more rapidly, and Ace had resorted to cunning tactics, saving a portion of each dish until he had managed to hoard half a plate. His brazen justification irked Yuling, yet he found himself powerless to counter it. While Ace might falter in other endeavors, his knack for deceit was unparalleled. Upon entering and witnessing this scene, the great dragon was taken aback. However, his attention quickly shifted to his subordinate, who was being unceremoniously sat upon by a woman. Are you the one who harmed my subordinate? The great dragon stepped forward, his expression a mask of fury. His merman followers drew their weapons, poised for action. Upon hearing the commotion, Yuling, seemingly just noticing his opponents, displayed a contemptuous expression. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's merely a guardian seeking vengeance. Perfect. I was in need of an outlet for my frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuling launched into action. His speed was extraordinary. Even though the great dragon's physical prowess far surpassed that of an average human, and his reflexes were considerably swifter, he could not perceive how Yuling closed the distance, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Each encounter with Yuling's abilities left one feeling utterly confounded. To develop the sliding fruit to such an extraordinary extent, you truly are unparalleled. Ace, witnessing the spirit of the wanderer charging forth, could only chuckle in resignation. The other fishmen yearned to assist, yet were thwarted as a wall of flames surged upwards. These fishmen found themselves ensnared within the confines of a dwelling. I have heard from others that Orange Town has been seized by you. The fishmen, is that not correct? You even demanded that they offer tributes monthly? Ace let out a cold laugh, flames surging in his grasp. The fishmen, having traversed from the Grand Line, were undoubtedly well versed in various matters. Upon witnessing Ace's elemental transformation, realization dawned upon them. The Mera no Mi, the legendary Logia-type flame fruit. How could such a power exist in the Near East Blue? The fishmen were left in disbelief. However, Ace paid them no heed and launched his attack. In an instant, flames erupted. A towering pillar of fire incinerated all the fishmen, reducing them to dried fish. Yet, the fishmen were resilient. Although this strike claimed half of their vitality, it did not extinguish their lives. Meanwhile, in an empty expanse, the evil dragon bore the marks of a fierce battle, his face bruised and body covered in the imprints of fists. Yuling's blows landed upon him with unrelenting force, rendering him utterly defenseless. In contrast, no matter how the evil dragon fought back, he could not even graze Yuling's skin. He was unable to perceive the movements of Yuling at all. This is the development of the slippery fruit by Yuling. The slippery fruit not only renders the skin immaculate, refined, and radiant, but it also possesses the extraordinary ability to alter one's appearance. More importantly, it can modify its own coefficient of friction. As long as Yuling desires, she can effortlessly adjust the friction at any location on her body, rendering it to zero. In this manner, Yuling can render friction non-existent while sprinting, thereby accelerating his speed. When faced with enemy attacks, he can even manipulate friction to cause their strikes to glide past him. This is merely the most fundamental application of his abilities. Yuling's current mastery of the fruit allows him to diminish air resistance to zero, although this does not strictly fall within the realm of friction. There are no stipulations that the sliding fruit possesses only this singular capability. By nullifying air resistance, Yuling's velocity ascends to an entirely new echelon, with his attack speed becoming extraordinarily swift, rendering his techniques nearly indecipherable. Even those endowed with observation haki may struggle to keep pace. This was also an experiment conducted by Yuling using Ace. After all, over the past 6 months, they had engaged in numerous battles. In fact, Ace had even been forced to unleash both his armament haki and observation haki. all thanks to the relentless training instigated by Yuling. One could say that misfortune had led to unexpected fortune. However, the evil dragon was not as fortunate. He was acutely aware that Yuling had held back. Yet he could not fathom the reason behind such restraint. In truth, Yuling merely intended to give the evil dragon a good lesson, hence the leniency of his strikes. Otherwise, he could have easily knocked him out with just 2 punches, and the matter would have ended there. Stop, I concede. Please, do not strike me again. The evil dragon, having endured 100 punches and still standing, was merely spared by Yuling's mercy. Seizing the opportunity to plead for his life, he immediately begged for mercy. However, what awaited him was a resounding punch to the face. With a decisive strike, the malevolent dragon was forcefully pressed into the ground. Do you now comprehend your transgressions? The dragon, rendered speechless, could only convulse in a frenzy. Yuling retracted his fist and crouched beside the creature. Dragon, I am well aware of your past. Once, you stood alongside Fisher Tiger, a hero who liberated slaves. Yet, your hatred for humanity has led you to this wretched state. Is this truly how you honor Tiger and Jinbei? The dragon remained silent, his inability to respond shrouded in either guilt or pain. Yuling, uninterested in hearing any justifications, proceeded to drag him towards the dragon's castle. Upon witnessing the grand edifice, a sense of foreboding washed over the dragon. Yuling raised his right hand, clenching it into a fist with resolute determination. It was time to dispose of the filth. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a rapid punch. In an instant, ripples danced through the air, waves of distortion becoming vividly apparent. The dragon, astounded by this phenomenon, had never witnessed anyone create such an effect merely by striking the air. Shock fist. Yuling's crimson lips parted. In the next heartbeat, the majestic dragon castle was utterly obliterated. Chapter 6. Nami, wow, you finished that rather quickly, didn't you? The thunderous noise over there must be your doing, right? You didn't go too far and actually kill it, did you? Ace, seated atop a pile of half-cooked fish jerky, greeted Yuling as he returned, dragging the dragon behind him. The magnitude of Yuling's earlier actions was so immense that not just Ace, but the entire town and island were well aware of the chaos erupting from the dragon's castle. However, upon noticing the fish jerky beneath Ace, Yuling's eyelids twitched in alarm. You didn't slaughter them all, did you? Of course not. While these creatures have committed numerous atrocities, I wouldn't stoop to exterminating them all. We can simply hand them over to the Navy. We are but pirates, unqualified to deal with such matters. Ace remained clear-headed, understanding that if he were to take matters into his own hands regarding these fishmen, he would be no different from the ruthless pirates who engage in plunder and murder. It is not to say that such actions are impermissible. Rather, he has established a personal boundary for himself. Unless absolutely necessary, he shall not take a life. Otherwise, Ace cannot be certain of what he might become once he crosses that threshold. Speaking of this malevolent dragon, the bounty seems rather substantial. According to the villagers, the reward stands at no less than 20 million berries. If handed over to the Navy, it could yield a significant profit. Conveniently, we are headed to Rogue Town. We shall deliver it then, suggested Yuling. Ace nodded in agreement. At that moment, everyone in Orange Town had gathered in one place, witnessing the scene before them with incredulity. And soon they were overwhelmed with tears. The residents here have endured the tyranny of the malevolent dragon for many years, but they have finally risen against their oppressor. It is ironic that their liberators are pirates, yet it matters little. Even if they are to be ruled once more, it is a far better fate than living under the dragon's dominion. As for you, fair maiden, do not involve me in the affairs of Orange Town. You must resolve your own matters. The dragon's fortress has been reduced to rubble by my hand. You may retrieve your treasures at your convenience. I have taken not a single coin. With a dismissive wave, Yuling hoisted the dragon and departed. Ace, without hesitation, joined her side. Together, they walked as one, a man and a woman, side by side, beneath the descending sun. Their silhouettes gradually faded, leaving the onlookers with a lingering impression of their striking harmony. Alas, I completely forgot to inquire about their names. The mayor suddenly slapped his forehead, a look of vexation crossing his features. Not far away, the innkeeper approached the mayor with a broad smile. Mayor, I know their names. Meanwhile, a girl with orange hair, clad in a white t-shirt and a short skirt that accentuated her figure, returned to the port. Where is everyone? At this hour, there should still be people around. Why is it so deserted? The girl expressed her bewilderment. However, she quickly dismissed her thoughts and glanced at the letter in her hand, which had been battered countless times. Feeling a wave of distaste. Dragon, you summoned me back to witness the fate of those who defy you, did you not? Humph. Once I accumulate enough funds to free myself from your grasp, I shall show you my true capabilities, she declared fiercely. Yet, she soon rubbed her cheeks to regain her composure. Just then, she noticed an exquisite figure entering the port. The newcomer possessed fair, youthful skin, a slightly chubby face that exuded charm, and a pair of sparkling, large eyes that outshone many beauties. Her cascading black hair lent her an air of icy mystery. When did Orange Town welcome such a stunning beauty? The girl pondered in surprise, her gaze fixated on the newcomer. Yuling also sensed the gaze that lingered upon her. Turning around, she spotted a girl with orange hair, staring intently at her. Is that Nami? Yuling mused, astonished. She had not anticipated encountering Nami here. Given that Nami was absent from Orange Town, Yuling had surmised that she must be out earning money. Subsequently, she noticed the letter in Nami's hand and speculated that it was Dragon who had summoned her back. Do you know her? Ace inquired, observing the scene. Yuling shook her head and then nodded. Ace, you truly haven't kept up with the latest rumors. If I am not mistaken, she is the infamous cat burglar Nami, thriving in the nearby waters. Cat burglar? Ace scratched his head, then shook it in confusion. I haven't heard of her. Is she formidable? Not particularly. She is merely a thief, Yuling replied. Oh. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Ace nodded and approached Nami, extending his right hand. Cat burglar Nami? Do you know me? Nami was startled when someone approached her. Her gaze had been fixated on Yuling, completely oblivious to Ace standing beside her. After all, in the presence of the stunning Yuling, anyone else appeared as mere dim stars, hardly worth mentioning. Hello, I am Port Asti, Ace. Would you be interested in joining my pirate crew? Ace said, gesturing towards Yuling, and continued. Her name is Yuling. Isn't she beautiful? I must tell you. She is not only striking but exceptionally capable as well. In fact, she is my first mate. So, Nami, I felt from the moment I laid eyes on you that you would make a splendid addition to my crew. Ace had an exceptional intuition. Although Nami was merely 15 or 16 years old, her talent as a navigator had already been honed by the dragon. Ace did not comprehend this, but he sensed that the woman before him was remarkably gifted. Why would I join you? Nami retorted coldly, suddenly brandishing a stick and striking towards Ace. Unfazed by the impending attack, Ace stood his ground. In the next moment, smoke billowed as Nami's stick struck the ground, engulfed in flames. Yet, Ace remained unscathed. What kind of monster are you? Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Her limited knowledge prevented her from understanding the existence of devil fruits in this world. Ace was about to explain. But suddenly, a figure flew in and crashed heavily before Nami. Is that the dragon? Upon seeing the familiar yet strange figure, a surge of resentment and anger welled up within Nami. In the next instant, a flaming staff struck him, engulfing him in roaring flames. Chapter 7. The Invitation. What have I just done? After venting her frustration with that blow, Nami suddenly realized that she had just struck the dragon's corpse. Watching as the flames consumed him, gradually turning him into dried fish, Nami fell to the ground. The stick in her hand slipped away, ultimately swallowed by the fire. Ace, don't let the dragon die, or we won't receive our bounty. Huh. Oh, understood. Ace was momentarily taken aback. And only then did he recall that the malevolent dragon served as a crucial source of their economic sustenance. Upon this realization, he swiftly summoned his powers to extinguish the flames. The dragon, racked with excruciating pain, opened its eyes just in time to witness Ace harnessing his abilities. In response, the dragon feigned unconsciousness, choosing to disregard everything. Encountering a formidable beauty was one thing, but now there was also a natural elemental user wielding the powers of the flame fruit. This is utterly inconceivable. Who on earth are you all? Nami found herself in a state of utter bewilderment. She could hardly fathom that this invincible dragon had been vanquished by someone. This caused her worldview to shatter somewhat. Ace wanted to say something, but Yuling directly grasped his shoulders and tossed him aside. Ling, what are you doing? Ace questioned in confusion, while Yuling shot him a glare. Did you not wish for her to board the ship? If it's you, she would never be able to do so. Yuling was acutely aware of Ace's oblivious nature. To prevent Nami from escaping, Yuling resolved to take matters into her own hands. Hello, Nami, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yuling, but you may simply call me Ling. This is Ace, whose strength is quite commendable. As for his words, they are to be taken lightly, although he is the captain. I am certainly not the vice captain. Hello. Nami timidly extended her hand and briefly shook hands with Yuling. However, when their hands met, Nami discovered that the smoothness and delicacy of Yuling's skin surpassed her expectations. The skin she possessed seemed almost beyond the realm of human capability. Nami gazed upon it with admiration, tinged with a hint of jealousy. However, this emotion swiftly dissipated. Subsequently, Yuling offered a brief explanation to Nami regarding her purpose for being there and the unfortunate encounter with the minions of the evil dragon that led to their conflict. While it was somewhat serendipitous, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Initially, neither Yuling nor Ace were aware that they had arrived in Orange Town. Nor did they know it was under the dominion of the wicked dragon. It could be said that Orange Town was fortuitous to have encountered Yuling and Ace. Otherwise, they would have had to wait for Luffy's voyage to the sea to attain liberation. Upon learning about the circumstances, Yuling inquired once more whether Nami would consider joining them on their ship. She hesitated, startled by the sight of the dragon feigning death nearby. Was he not dead? Of course, he was not. He was merely pretending. Yuling delivered a couple of kicks to the dragon, who remained unresponsive. He was well aware that the creature was merely feigning unconsciousness, but he was indifferent to it. As long as it caused no trouble, it was free to sleep in any manner it wished. I'm sorry, Sister Ling, but I cannot agree just yet, as I have family waiting for me, Nami replied softly. Yuling offered a sweet smile in response. That's all right. We will be here for a couple more days. If you change your mind within 3 days, come find me at the port. With that, Yuling kicked the dragon onto his ship and gracefully glided over, as if floating on air. Ace chuckled and activated his powers. Flame Jet, activate. Nami stood there, captivated by the scene, her fists clenched, her face a mask of inner turmoil. She yearned to grow stronger. For only through strength could she protect her beloved town and realize her dreams. Yet, she felt an attachment to this place, to the family and townsfolk who cared for her. At her tender age, she found herself at a crossroads, unsure of how to choose. However, witnessing the power of Yuling and Ace ignited a fierce longing within her. Ultimately, Nami closed her eyes, tears welling up, and with a determined grit, she fled from the scene. It seems she is unwilling to join us at sea, Ace sighed, a look of disappointment on his face. Yuling shook his head and then settled down upon the dragon's back. There is no need for such finality. We shall remain here for a few more days. Let us see how things unfold then. Are we truly staying a few more days? Could we not just leave without any issue? Ace felt somewhat perplexed. According to the original plan, they were supposed to depart for Rog Town after tonight. However, Yuling shook her head and began to explain. There was a matter that needed to be addressed. In this realm, the Navy conspires with the malevolent dragon, necessitating our stay here, poised to seize an opportunity. Would you not agree, esteemed dragon? Indeed, I concur with your sentiment. That Colonel Mouse is unworthy of his naval title and ought to be dealt with as well. The dragon trembled with trepidation. Though he remained oblivious to how Yuling had gleaned such knowledge, he dared not resist at this moment. After all, having been bested numerous times and having witnessed Yuling's inhuman strength, the dragon had entirely relinquished his will to fight. In his eyes, Yuling and Ace had become indistinguishable from monsters. Meanwhile, upon returning to Orange Town, Nami encountered the villagers who were binding the unconscious fishmen. Their spirits soared at her arrival, and Noki Gao rushed forward, embracing her sister. Tears streamed down their faces as the sisters reunited after a prolonged separation, rendered speechless by emotion. They had endured the tyrannical rule of the dragon for far too long, which had forced Noki Gao and Nami apart. As an undercover operative, Nami had infiltrated the dragon pirates. The townsfolk were well aware of her actions, yet they played along with her charade. Noki Gao was the first to uncover the truth, understanding that unless absolutely necessary, she could not meet Nami. However, circumstances had shifted. The dragon had been taken away, and the dragon pirates had been utterly vanquished. The sisters were now safe, free from pretense, and finally able to reunite. Noki Gao then elucidated the events that had transpired, leading to a gathering of the villagers for a celebratory feast. The mayor expressed a desire to invite Yuling and Ace to join in the festivities. However, Yuling chose to abstain, while Ace roamed about, enjoying the celebration. That evening, as the festivities neared their conclusion, Nami finally confided her innermost desires to her sister. Sister, I long to set sail. Chapter 8. New crew members. On a serene morning, Yuling and Ace awakened in the same bed. They gazed at one another in silence until Ace, his cheeks flushed, rose from the bed, conceding his defeat. How much did you drink last night to dare invade my bed? Were it not for your inebriation, I certainly would have held you accountable. Under normal circumstances, I would ensure you could not rise. Yuling let out a cold laugh, observing Ace's bitter smile and palpable trepidation. After 6 months of interaction, he had grown accustomed to the various trials imposed by Yuling. More importantly, in the initial stages, he had endured relentless torment from her for over 4 months. Only in the subsequent 2 months did he manage to attain a semblance of strength to contend with her. Thus, he genuinely feared Yu Ling, even as the captain. He harbored a habitual dread of her. Nonetheless, this did not impede the bond they shared, forged through half a year of survival together, which inevitably cultivated some degree of affection. Ace, it is your turn to take action. Colonel Mouse has arrived. Remember, do not kill him, capture him, and gather some evidence. Then, we can simply toss him and the dragon into Log Town, Yu Ling instructed. Understood, I shall proceed at once. Upon hearing her words, Ace quickly donned his attire and exited the room. In the next moment, he transformed into a soaring pillar of fire, hurtling towards the naval ship. After a brief interval, Yu Ling and the dragon, ensnared in the mast, beheld the brilliant flames illuminating the sky. Who are you? Could it be that you hail from the Grand Line? The dragon inquired. Yu Ling shook her head and replied, both Ace and I are from the East Blue. We have yet to venture into the Grand Line, yet to have gone, and already this formidable? The dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. Yu Ling chose not to engage further with him, instead focusing on the fiery spectacle on the horizon. At that moment, Ace returned, accompanied by Colonel Mouse, a stack of documents in hand. Yu Ling took a glance at the papers, which were filled with the various crimes of Colonel Mouse, including records of embezzlement and fraudulent dealings in the guise of protection. Impressive. Where did you manage to find these? Yu Ling expressed her surprise, not expecting Ace, often seen as rather straightforward, to unearth such incriminating evidence. However, Ace scratched his head and casually tossed the half-burned Colonel Mouse beside the dragon. This guy, whether out of fear or arrogance, handed these over to me the moment I made a slight move. Yu Ling lightly tapped his forehead, feeling somewhat astonished. He had expected Colonel Mouse to offer him some form of justification, yet to his surprise, the fellow turned out to be rather foolish. However, this was to be anticipated. One cannot expect wisdom from those who consort with malevolent dragons. After capturing Colonel Mouse, the other naval officers allowed them to depart without interference. Whatever intentions they harbored were of no concern to Yu Ling. Even if they planned to report to their superiors, it was merely part of their duty, and there was nothing more to discuss. Thus, Yu Ling and Ace lingered in Orange Town for a day and a night. On the morning of the third day, they prepared to set sail after subduing the dragon and Colonel Mouse. However, before their departure, the townsfolk gathered to bid them farewell. Nearly the entire population turned out, including Norki, though Nami was conspicuously absent. It seemed she had no intention of coming. Ace sighed and waved to the crowd below. Yu Ling remained silent, skillfully maneuvering the ship as it gently left the harbor. I must say, this is the first time I felt so welcomed as a pirate, Ace remarked. Previously, wherever I went, declaring myself a pirate would earn me the disdain of all. Yet here, the townspeople are genuinely friendly towards us. Ace had once embraced piracy in pursuit of freedom and aspired to be the pirate king. However, he now felt a sense of fulfillment in aiding those who had been oppressed, even if it meant foregoing his lofty dream. Ace, remember this, Yu Ling cautioned. No matter what we have done, once we hoist the pirate flag and form our crew, everything we undertake will forever be etched in our identity. We are pirates. And even if we perform noble deeds and rescue others, the world government and the Navy will never acknowledge it. They will only view us as the instigators of chaos and will intensify their pursuit. Upon hearing Yu Ling's words, Ace fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Ling's face. Noticing the intensity of Ace's stare, Yu Ling found himself momentarily taken aback as they exchanged glances. After a moment, Ace's face flushed, and he relented. Yu Ling, why must you be so handsome? Every time I look at you for too long, I feel a bit embarrassed. Ignoring Ace's clumsy remark, Yu Ling continued to steer the vessel. Just then, his observation hockey detected a figure swiftly approaching. Moments later, Ace spotted Nami weaving through the crowd, calling out, "Wait for me. I haven't boarded yet." Nami shouted loudly. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway for her. Although the defeat of the evil dragon by the others had little to do with Nami, she had, after all, managed to restrain the beast for several years, preventing it from directly slaughtering the people of Orange Town. Her contributions had not gone unnoticed. As Nami rushed towards the pirate ship, tears began to flow from the eyes of those witnessing her departure. "Nami, have you made up your mind?" echoed Nojiko's voice. Nami paused momentarily, but did not halt her stride. "Sister, I have made my decision. If I am to fulfill my dream, I must set sail. I fear that if I miss this opportunity, I may never have the chance to leave again, so please forgive my stubbornness." "I am truly sorry, sister." The care of Orange Grove will have to be entrusted to you for now. With that, Nami leapt into the air, exhibiting an extraordinary agility as she landed directly on the deck of Yuling's ship. Nojiko, standing behind, covered her mouth, unable to hold back her tears. Nami, you must return safely. As the vessel slowly departed from the harbor, the voices of Orange Town grew fainter until they eventually faded into silence. Nami, grasping an iron rod, leaned against the edge of the deck, gazing blankly at Yuling. I do not regret my choice. I must grow stronger to fulfill my dreams and protect my town. Therefore, I must set sail, even if it entails great danger. I do not regret it. Despite her youth, Nami had experienced much. This granted her, at a tender age, an unwavering and mature spirit. Upon hearing her words, Yuling also smiled and grasped Nami's hand, declaring that once aboard her ship, she would never be permitted to disembark. This is the rule. I hope you can accept it. Chapter 9, Rog Town. A week later, one of the most renowned towns in the East Sea, Rog Town is currently bustling with activity. For reasons unknown, the influx of merchants is substantial, and a considerable number of tourists have also arrived. Concurrently, the presence of patrolling guards has markedly increased. Yuling and her companions docked their ship at the port of Rog Town. After paying the fee for securing their vessel, the three of them, accompanied by the Rat and the Dragon, headed directly towards the Navy stationed in Rog Town. However, upon their arrival, they were halted by the naval officers at the entrance. Those wishing to claim bounties must wait a moment. I will inform them to come out for processing. That doesn't seem right. I recall that when capturing pirates for bounties, one would typically register directly at the office. Why is it necessary to wait outside now? What are you planning? Before Yuling and Ace could respond, Nami sensed something amiss. Having previously captured several small-time pirates with bounties merely in the tens of thousands, she was well acquainted with the usual protocol. However, the situation in Rog Town was entirely different from the rules she knew. Upon hearing her words, Ace and Yuling exchanged concerned glances. Eventually, the guard could no longer bear the tension and revealed the truth. I apologize. It's not that we're preventing you from entering, but we recently conducted a thorough purge here. Consequently, we are short-staffed and cannot accommodate you for processing at this moment. However, rest assured, as long as your claims are verified, your bounty will not be diminished. After all, it is quite challenging to misidentify a creature as distinctive as the dragon. Hearing this, Yuling finally breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, we shall wait a while. Thank you for your understanding. I will notify them at once. The naval soldier wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly departed, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by ferocious beasts. The sensation was almost overwhelming. Is there trouble in Rog Town? How peculiar. Nami shook her head and casually found a place to sit. Meanwhile, Ace surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. He is curious about everything here, unable to remain still. Nami, please keep a close watch on Ace and ensure he doesn't wander off. As for the matter concerning Colonel Mouse, we shall simply present the evidence to the Navy when the time comes. There is no need for us to involve ourselves further. I have a matter to attend to, so I will step out for a bit. No problem, Sister Ling. I will keep a vigilant eye on the captain. Nami nodded and promptly pulled Ace closer. This captain, Ace, possesses little authority. Both Yuling and Nami feel at liberty to be quite playful with him. One might mistakenly think that Yuling is the captain instead. After ensuring everything was in order, Yuling took her leave. She was unconcerned about Ace causing any trouble in her absence, for Nami would be there to oversee him. Over the course of this week, the bond among the three of them has grown increasingly intimate. Initially, Nami exhibited a hint of trepidation. However, as Ace, the rather boorish fellow, repeatedly tested their limits, Yuling and Nami ultimately reached a consensus and delivered a sound thrashing to him. Thus, their relationship naturally flourished. It must be said that with a captain who delights in stirring up trouble, it becomes rather challenging for the other crew members to fall into discord. Nevertheless, Yuling is currently not inclined to assume the role of the vice captain of this pirate crew. Even Ace has yet to determine what name his pirate crew ought to bear. According to the original text, Ace's pirate crew is called the Spade Pirates, a suggestion that Yuling proposed. However, Ace dismissed it, claiming that the name did not befit Yuling's beauty. Yuling was left speechless. What relevance does the name of his pirate crew have to him? He simply could not fathom what thoughts occupied Ace's mind, and thus decided to let it be. Moreover, during this week, Yuling and the others encountered various events. They crossed paths with the clique pirates and swiftly dispatched them. Subsequently, they visited the floating restaurant bar Tai, indulging in a sumptuous meal while nurturing their camaraderie and sharing their innermost feelings. During this time, Yuling also learned of Nami's dream. True to the original narrative, she aspires to create a nautical chart that encompasses the entire world. Ace remains steadfast in his ambition to become the Pirate King. As for Yuling, he currently lacks a dream, but he possesses at least one goal: to grow stronger and become invincible in the world, and then to shed his female attire, shocking the world. For now, however, he remains dutifully clad in women's clothing, dedicated to his training. With such thoughts in mind, Yuling arrived at the place where Roger once met his fate. The execution platform loomed before her, appearing somewhat dilapidated and antiquated, as if it had long been neglected. Nevertheless, this was merely an execution site. Apart from Roger's demise, it held little significance. The Navy, of course, had no intention of restoring it. They chose to leave the platform intact solely to instill fear in future generations. At this moment, a multitude of visitors surrounded the area, and numerous Navy personnel patrolled the vicinity. However, they did not intend to apprehend those who gathered to behold the execution site. After all, the majority of onlookers were merely driven by a sense of curiosity to witness the platform where Roger had been executed, leaving behind a timeless proclamation and the promise of a final treasure that ignited the age of exploration. This fellow truly seems determined to stir this world until his last breath. Yuling sighed, while he had a certain fondness for Roger while reading the comic. Upon traversing into this realm and experiencing the chaos of the world and the suffering of its inhabitants, he increasingly realized the extent of the turmoil ushered in by Roger's era. For the common folk at the bottom of society, striving for a stable existence has become an arduous endeavor. Even if they find refuge today, tomorrow may bring a change of dynasty and a shift in rulers. Thus, Yuling finds it difficult to harbor any genuine affection for this chaotic age. If given the choice, he would much prefer to traverse into a time of peace. Thus, there is no need to live in constant fear or to force oneself to become stronger in disguise. Your previous remarks were quite insightful. I too harbor disdain for the era ushered in by Roger. Yet, it is undeniable that, despite the chaos of this time, Roger remains a figure worthy of respect and admiration. A voice emerged from behind Yuling. The individual had been standing there for quite some time, and although Yuling had noticed his presence early on, he chose to ignore it. Therefore, his appearance here did not draw any particular attention from Yuling. However, upon turning around, he was astonished to find that it was none other than Smoker. The Navy had come to this place as well? Yuling feigned a thorough examination of Smoker before inquiring. Smoker offered no response but approached the execution platform, demanding, "What brings you to Logtown?" Chapter 10. Instant Kill. Do you know me? Yuling was taken aback. Smoker's tone suggested familiarity, yet they had never crossed paths. Unabashedly, Smoker nodded and stated, "The mouse colonel from Orange Town was apprehended by you, correct? That evil dragon was also defeated by your hand, was it not? The Navy from Orange Town has already reported these matters. With the previous incident involving the mouse colonel being brought to the branch base, my subordinates naturally informed me, which is why I sought you out. As expected of the Navy, your intelligence networks are truly impressive. However, I must ask, with so many people around, how did you recognize me?" Yuling tossed her hair back, inadvertently exuding an allure that left many passers-by utterly entranced, regardless of age or gender. Even Smoker was momentarily captivated. With such beauty, could I possibly mistake you for someone else?" Smoker gritted his teeth. At that moment, he finally understood why his subordinates had remarked on the striking beauty of the woman who had left Ace's side. Initially, he thought they were exaggerating, but witnessing Yuling firsthand revealed to him the true meaning of breathtaking beauty. In Smoker's eyes, her allure rivaled that of the fabled Empress, though he had never seen the Empress himself, leaving him uncertain as to who was truly more beautiful. Yuling, for her part, was somewhat speechless. She was aware of her beauty but had not anticipated it would serve as a means for others to identify her. "It seems I shall need to wear a mask when I go out in the future. Otherwise, I will be easily recognized by you all." "Humph. There is no need for that, for you will not need to venture out any longer. Although you have done a commendable deed, I regret to inform you that, in the line of duty, I must arrest you. This is the justice of the Navy," Smog proclaimed loudly. In an instant, an endless mist emanated from his being. This is the essence of the smoke fruit's abilities. The crowd, initially captivated by the ethereal beauty of the wandering spirit, was abruptly jolted into awareness as Smoker unleashed his powers, prompting a frantic exodus. Smoker's lengthy discourse served merely to grant the ordinary folk a fleeting opportunity to escape. However, just as he prepared to take action, a sudden blaze erupted nearby. The towering flames swiftly consumed the clouds above, sending waves of scorching heat emanating from the naval base. The wandering spirit fully unleashed her observation haki, sensing that Ace was engaged in combat with a formidable opponent in the distance. The adversary's strength was utterly overwhelming, placing them in entirely different leagues. This left Yuling somewhat astonished. Who could possess such power to overpower Ace? Faced with my presence, he dared to freeze in astonishment, compelling me to command him to kneel. Accompanied by a furious roar, Smoker transformed into a plume of white smoke, charging forth in an instant. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his pupils dilated in shock, for he beheld Yuling's arm transforming into an inky black. He attempted to evade, but Yuling seized his arm and forcefully drove him into the ground. With a thunderous boom, the entire earth erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. This square is embedded a full centimeter into the ground. The execution platform behind it could not withstand such an impact, crumbling into a heap of debris. With your current state, do you truly believe you can capture me? Surely, your subordinates have not informed you that I possess strength surpassing that of Ace, have they? Before the words could escape, Yuling landed a powerful punch to his abdomen, embedding him into the ground, rendering him unconscious. It was an unambiguous instant defeat. Such a degree of combat renders even Yuling incapable of exerting his utmost effort. Were it not for Smoker's status as a Logia-type devil fruit user, he would not even need to employ haki. Attention, Navy personnel. Those who wish to avoid death should refrain from attempting to apprehend us. Moreover, relay this message to Smoker. The Navy's sense of justice is not entirely infallible. Yuling is acutely aware of the other Navy soldiers lurking nearby. Had he not displayed an overwhelmingly dominant prowess, they would have already surged forth to encircle him. Now that Yuling has left his words behind, he hastens towards the Navy base, eager to discover who possesses the capability to subdue Ace, rendering him utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, Ace continuously unleashes his powers, conjuring one fiery punch after another, striving merely to stall his adversaries. Yet, regardless of his efforts, his opponents advance as if unperturbed, delivering to him a resounding blow of affection. The familiar force and sensation rendered Ace utterly powerless to resist. Nami, do not concern yourself with me. Hasten back to the ship with the bounty, he implored. I will handle things here and will come to find you promptly. I will not abandon you. Nami, burdened with 2 large sacks of berries, ran desperately. Though she professed she would not forsake him, her swift pace betrayed her words. Ha ha ha, is this truly your companion, Ace? I have warned you countless times against becoming a pirate. Yet here you are, ignoring grandfather's advice and venturing out to embrace piracy. Were it not for the fortunate chance of hearing news of you, I would have never been able to find you. It's time to return to grandfather. I shall petition above to allow you to atone for your misdeeds and become a member of the Navy. No, I will not return, grandfather. My dream is to become the pirate king, not a Navy officer. Even if you offered me the position of fleet admiral, I would still refuse to go back. Ace resisted with all his might. An endless torrent of flames erupted in an instant. He had acquired the Marimara no Mi, but in just over 6 months. His mastery was far from complete. Despite having the keen perception of a hawk, he had only tapped into a fraction of its potential. Yet even so, a fireball, radiant as a miniature sun, now materialized in Ace's hand. This fireball bears a striking resemblance to the future Emperor of Flames, the Great Flame Ring. Yet its size is reduced to less than half. This can be considered the embryonic form of the Flame Emperor's Great Flame Ring, albeit imperfect. Grandfather, do not force me. Ace's face was stern, his expression fraught with inner turmoil. The elder sighed deeply, then swiftly removed his naval coat, revealing a torso marred by scars. Ace, since you are so obstinate, let me see just how much you have grown. Do not presume that possessing the flame fruit grants you the power to overcome me. I shall show no mercy. Then let us see. With a fierce roar, Ace hurled the fireball in his hand. The elder's muscles tensed, and the haki of armament enveloped his right hand. Suddenly, the air erupted with a deafening crack. Even before the punch was thrown, the atmosphere began to shatter. The colossal fireball vanished in an instant. Ace was taken aback, swiftly elementalizing and retreating. Yet the elder's dark fist was already upon him. There was no escape for Ace. Ace, return with me. Grandfather, Despair washed over Ace's face as he slowly closed his eyes. He understood that the chasm between him and the elder was insurmountable. Had the elder not been holding back, he would have been captured long ago. Just then, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. A smooth, delicate hand grasped him firmly. Ace opened his eyes to behold a stunning visage. Just as he was about to utter a word, the beauty swung her arm and cast him aside. Set sail. I'll be there shortly. Chapter 11, The True Stronghold Spirit. You are no match for the old man. Hurry and run with me. Though Ace had been flung away in that fleeting moment, he unleashed his elemental form and launched a fiery punch, which grazed the spirit and struck Cap. However, the elder leapt into the air, a fierce gust from his punch extinguishing all flames. You dare to strike at me, you impudent brat. I will teach you a proper lesson. In the face of the elder's assault, Ace gritted his teeth and unleashed another fire punch. Yet at that moment, the spirit's graceful figure had appeared between the two. With a thunderous boom, akin to an explosion, the air resonated. Although Ace had elementalized, he was still caught in the crossfire of two forces and was sent flying. Realizing that remaining here would only be a hindrance, Ace turned without hesitation to flee. Spirit, do not linger, run swiftly. Ace was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by his father. Although he often appeared single-minded, he was distinctly different from Luffy. Luffy was completely oblivious, utterly unaware of the true identity of his father. In contrast, Ace had always comprehended the identity of the man who raised him. He was none other than the legendary marine hero Admiral Garp, the very same hero who had, on numerous occasions, forced the Pirate King, Gold Roger, Ace's biological father, into dire straits. Such a formidable adversary was far beyond his capacity to shake. Yet, at that moment, as the dust settled, the astonished expressions of the crowd and Ace revealed a slender figure who, astonishingly, exchanged a punch with this naval hero midair. The two were evenly matched. However, Carp's demeanor remained effortlessly composed, devoid of any sign of exertion. In stark contrast, Yuling's delicate and charming visage had morphed into a rather fearsome countenance. Though slender, her surprisingly powerful arms were now veined and taut, with every muscle engaged to its fullest extent, all in a bid to withstand Carp's seemingly unremarkable punch. The armor of Haki extended to Yuling's elbow, enveloping the area in protection. Without such defense, she felt as though her arm could be shattered by her opponent's might. This scene was fully observed by Ace. Thus, he transformed into flames and fled into the distance. It was not that he was unwilling to assist Yuling, rather, he simply lacked the capability to do so. Moreover, he firmly believed that Yuling possessed the strength to extricate herself from Carp's grasp. This is the tacit understanding cultivated over more than half a year between the two of them. Little girl, did you really take my Ace out to sea? Though you possess striking beauty, my lad is also quite handsome. However, is it not a tad unfair to elope like this, leaving an old man like me behind? Carp smiled, and his already formidable strength doubled in an instant. He felt a surge of power, akin to a tidal wave, rushing into his body. Yuling's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuling activated his fruit ability, suddenly releasing the power in his hands. In the next moment, Carp was taken aback. He realized that his fist had unexpectedly slipped past Yuling's arm, gliding over his body, ultimately striking the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. Yet, the slippery and delicate sensation lingered in Carp's mind, making it impossible for him to forget. What is happening? Did my fist just miss? Carp stood up again, his face etched with confusion. Yuling let out a long sigh, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had not completely evaded Carp's earlier strike. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he felt utterly powerless. Had it not been for Carp showing some restraint against Ace initially, essentially granting them a chance to escape the four seas and the Grand Line, Ace would have been captured long ago. It was precisely for this reason that Yuling had the opportunity to stall Carp, allowing Ace to slip away. However, Carp soon unleashed a fraction of his true power, akin to retracting the four seas before engaging Yuling in battle once more. In this manner, facing him head-on seemed utterly hopeless. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, allowing him to activate his fruit ability, thereby sparing him from Carp's relentless torment. Otherwise, his slender frame would have been unable to withstand the formidable might of such a robust man. Carp-senpai, I hold you in high esteem as a naval hero and as Ace's grandfather. However, there are certain matters that you cannot impose upon your grandson. More importantly, let him pursue his own desires. Even as an elder, you cannot hinder him. Furthermore, I must clarify that it was not I who lured Ace to the seas, but rather, he encountered me after losing his way 6 months ago. At that time, I was quite content living alone on a small island until he arrived and coaxed me out. Such is the truth. Yuling spread his hands in a gesture of indifference, embodying a believe it or not demeanor, resigning to the reality of the situation. It may sound peculiar, yet this is indeed what transpired between the two. Most would dismiss it as nonsense, unable to believe such a tale. However, Carp was different. His thought process diverged from that of ordinary individuals. Thus, upon hearing Yuling's account, this naval hero erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, truly worthy of being my grandson. In merely 6 months at sea, he has managed to charm 2 young ladies. One may appear a bit mischievous, yet she is quite obedient. The other is remarkably formidable. Even more so than my own boy. Splendid. It seems he has inherited my former prowess. Carp's hearty laughter resonated, as if he took immense pride in such occurrences. Yuling was taken aback by the reaction, while the nearby naval officers were at a loss for words. Yet, Yuling wished to remind him that Ace, regardless of his charisma, should be compared to Roger, not to a naval officer like himself. More critically, Yuling glanced at the dress he wore and a certain part of himself, letting out a sigh. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After all, with his current identity, any explanation would be futile. He resolved to refrain from elucidating further, believing that one day, after he achieved unparalleled dominance, he would reveal his true self to all. At that moment, he would ensure that everyone bowed before him. Yuling contemplated, his gaze growing resolute. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that his thoughts had begun to diverge from their original course. Young lady, your strength is commendable. Allow this old man to offer you a piece of advice. Do not pursue the life of a pirate. Instead, how about this? If you bring my boy back, I shall allow you to serve as my aide. What do you say? Are you interested? In this manner, the two of you can not only continue to deepen your bond, but also, Senior Carp, your words are rather implausible. Nevertheless, I find myself drawn to a life of freedom upon the sea. Therefore, the Navy is not for me. As for piracy, I initially had no desire to partake. Yet that fellow incessantly proclaims his ambition to become the Pirate King. At this juncture, Yuling's hands enveloped themselves in the advanced hockey. The power of the slippery fruit was unleashed in its entirety. In an instant, Yuling's skin gleamed with an even more radiant luster. His crimson lips were distinctly visible. His face adorned with a smile, his piercing gaze fixed upon Carp. Given this, I do not mind accompanying him on this journey. Chapter 12. Procrastination. The sound of explosions reverberated continuously throughout Rogue Town. The battle between Yuling and Carp had now reached a fever pitch. Yuling's formidable strength had ascended to remarkable levels. Although the system panel did not reflect this, his raw power was sufficient to overpower Ace. Even in combat against Carp, he managed to hold his ground. Yet, alas, in terms of hockey, combat experience, the Navy's 6 styles, and other aspects, he was thoroughly outclassed by Carp. Were it not for his unexpected fruit abilities and his monstrous strength capable of countering Carp, he would have been vanquished long ago. Despite this, Yuling was relentlessly battered by Carp, sent flying in a flurry of punches. Time and again, he crashed to the ground, demolishing buildings in the process. Repeatedly, he was propelled into the air by Carp's strikes, resembling a mere sandbag with no chance to retaliate. His dress was utterly ravaged. The bloodstains at the collar spoke volumes of Yuling's dire condition. The hem of his skirt had been torn into numerous strips, revealing his fair, long legs. This is to facilitate combat. However, to be candid, even without tearing the skirt, it makes little difference for Yuling. After all, it is merely a relentless beating. There is no distinction. What Yuling did not anticipate was that when Carp focused on his grandson, he unleashed an overwhelming force, resulting in his own injury. Each punch came relentlessly, without a trace of mercy. Were it not for Yuling's formidable strength, he would have perished long ago at the hands of his opponent. What a peculiar individual. The more power I exert, the less I seem to affect you. You, young man, are you a fruit user? Why does my strength always slide off you? Carp ceased his assault, gazing at his own fist, filled with existential doubt. It was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon, which was truly perplexing. In response, Yuling offered no explanation, simply shrugging and spitting out blood. Old man, don't dwell on it. I do possess a fruit ability, but do you think I would divulge that to you? If you were to learn of my powers, with your vast experience, I would have long been subdued by you. Yuling had no intention of emulating those villains who disclose their abilities and weaknesses to the protagonist, only to wait for the inevitable confrontation. He intended to exploit this information gap, rendering Carp momentarily helpless, even though the opponent's strength far exceeded his own. Surpassing him by several tiers, it sufficed to wait until Ace's ship departed his observation range. After that, matters would become considerably more manageable. However, Ace and the others had not yet completely vacated the area. They were likely hindered by the naval ships outside. Nonetheless, with Ace present, there was no need to worry about their escape. What a clever lad indeed. No wonder my grandson wanted you aboard. With you on his ship, I feel utterly at ease. Ha 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 ha. Carp suddenly burst into laughter once more. This left Yuling somewhat speechless. The other party's demeanor was entirely inconsistent with any disapproval of Ace setting sail. Yet, he genuinely wished to prevent Ace from embarking on his journey. One must admit, Garp truly lives up to being Luffy's grandfather. Their personalities align perfectly. It begs the question, however, why that fellow dragon is so astute. Perhaps it is a case of two negatives yielding a positive. What could this young girl be pondering amidst the chaos of battle? Just as Yuling's thoughts wandered into the ether, Garp's fist came hurtling toward him. The punch landed squarely on Yuling's face, sending him flying 100 meters away. However, moments later, he stood up and scathed, albeit with a rather displeased expression. "Senior Garp, your strike was rather heavy-handed, wasn't it? With a face as handsome as mine. What will you do if you ruin my looks?" Yuling was genuinely irked. Although he was compelled to don women's attire, he still valued his appearance, particularly his stunning visage that could charm even himself. The thought of disfiguring it filled him with sorrow and distress. After all, during those years on the island, he had relied on his captivating face to alleviate his loneliness. Had it not been for Yuling's urgent concentration of all his abilities on his face, coupled with a complete application of his haki, he would have absorbed nearly all of Garp's formidable power. With that strike, he certainly cannot withstand it. Rest assured, even if he is disfigured, with the prowess of our navy, we can restore him perfectly. However, young lady, your abilities must stem from the slip fruit, correct? Wying. Ha ha ha, judging by your expression, I must have guessed correctly. Yet, the previous wielders of the slip fruit did not seem to harness its potential as you do. Not only can you enhance your speed, but you can also amplify your strength, even dissipating 9/10 of the force from an attack directed at you. Were it not for my extensive experience, I would scarcely have discerned the true power of your fruit. Garp stood with his hands on his hips, a boastful grin plastered across his face, radiating an aura of superiority. Nevertheless, Wying chose not to elaborate, instead silently preparing for battle. The sea breeze swept through Rogue Town as Wying maintained his stance for 30 seconds. Yet, Garp remained inactive. Frowning, Wying advanced a few steps. But Garp showed no signs of movement. In the next moment, a bubble of mucus floated from Garp's nose. Wying was taken aback and immediately turned to flee. Gliding gracefully, he paid no mind to the possibility of exposure. Soaring away, he was well aware of Garp's habit of dozing off while standing. Recognizing this fortuitous opportunity, he would not let it slip away. Below, many Navy personnel gazed in awe at Wying's long legs as he danced through the air, their faces lighting up with infatuation. Some even began to bleed from their noses. Unbeknownst to Wying, the sight of him could incite such excitement. Were he to discover this, he would undoubtedly mock them mercilessly, as they remained oblivious to his true identity. "What are you all staring at? Where's Captain Garp?" A voice called out. The Navy personnel snapped back to reality, noticing the bruised and battered Smoker limping towards them. "Salute to Captain Smoker," one of the sailors gulped nervously. "He has fallen asleep." As expected, Smoker sighed, covering his face with one hand as if this were a common occurrence. "What about the individuals who faced Captain Garp? Were all 3 pirates captured?" "Report, Captain Smoker. They all escaped." "Escaped? They have fled, and you stand here brazenly reporting? Hurry and organize a team to pursue them." "Understood, Captain." "Ha ha ha, Smoker, there's no need to chase them down. Let them go. After all, I am getting on in years. Otherwise, those 3 brats would never have gotten away." Unbeknownst to him, Garp had already awakened and approached Smoker. Observing the disheveled yet somewhat carefree naval hero, Smoker could only acquiesce. Understanding Garp's venerable status, he found himself grappling with the question, is the justice of our Navy truly infallible? "Oh, you, of all people, dared to pose such a query?" Garp's eyes gleamed upon hearing Smoker's inquiry. Startled, Smoker fervently shook his head. "No, it wasn't me who asked. A girl whom I encountered bested me and remarked that the Navy is not entirely just." At this juncture, Smoker yearned for a hole to burrow into. For such sentiments were not his to express, especially when they originated from a pirate's lips. Yet Garp's demeanor shifted. He withdrew his jovial countenance and gazed thoughtfully towards the harbor. That girl is not to be underestimated. Chapter 13. The escape simultaneously upon the vast ocean. A pirate ship devoid of the Jolly Roger sailed swiftly. Undeterred by the formidable waves ahead, they pressed on, driven by the Navy's pursuit. Their fervent efforts were propelled by the turbulent seas, which had afforded them a fleeting opportunity to elude the naval fleet. However, the 2 individuals aboard the vessel remained far from at ease, for one crew member had yet to board. "Ace, do you think Sister Ling will be all right? That old man is incredibly formidable, a rear admiral no less. Though Sister Ling is powerful, could she have already been captured?" The girl, with her vibrant orange hair, inquired with a countenance rife with concern. Ace, maintaining an air of composure, responded without a hint of trepidation. We must have faith in Ling. She will be just fine. However, if my grandfather were to exert his full strength, it would indeed pose a significant challenge for Ling to escape. Nevertheless, given her capabilities, she should manage without issue. After all, aside from my grandfather, no one in Logtown's navy stands a chance against him. With a sigh, Ace sank despondently onto the deck. I had once believed my strength was nearing that of my grandfather's, yet I never anticipated the gap to be so vast. More importantly, I assumed Ling's abilities were akin to mine, perhaps just slightly superior. Yet today, it seems I have overestimated my own prowess. Ace let out a sigh once more. He truly did not anticipate that Yuling's prowess would surpass his own to such an extent. Although it is certain that Yuling is no match for Karp at present, he can still manage to hold his ground for a brief period. At the very least, Yuling can assure that he will not be defeated by Karp within the next 10 minutes. In contrast, Ace is unable to claim the same. His strength, while seemingly formidable and brimming with vigor, would have led to his swift demise had Karp unleashed his full power. A comparison between Yuling and Ace's abilities reveals the stark reality. Yuling possesses the capacity to vanquish Ace. This left the captain in a state of profound melancholy. Ace, look over there in the sky. Is that Sister Ling? Nami suddenly exclaimed. Ace lifted his gaze, and his expression transformed instantly. In their eyes, a figure, though disheveled, emanated an enchanting beauty as it swiftly descended from the heavens. It resembled a fairy on the verge of alighting upon the earthly realm, evoking a sense of serenity and rendering their hearts entranced. The enchanting visage of the battle-scarred spirit captivated those around her, even more so than in her usual state. Nami, who had spent the least time in the spirit's presence, found herself utterly entranced. Her eyes transformed into heart shapes, and she seemed to succumb to a trance-like state. Sister Ling, Nami took a step forward, yet before her lay the boundless ocean. Ace quickly regained his senses, noticing the unusual behavior, and pulled her back. Nami, close your eyes and take a deep breath, please, he said gently. Instantly, Nami snapped back to reality. A look of fear crossing her face as she obediently closed her eyes and inhaled deeply. Soon, she returned to normal. And Ace felt a wave of relief wash over him. As companions of the spirit, they needed to remain vigilant at all times. Her beauty was irresistible to anyone. Even those with strong willpower could easily reveal their vulnerabilities in the presence of the spirit. However, Ace, with his straightforward nature, had become immune to her allure after initially falling prey to it. Nami, on the other hand, was not so fortunate. Despite the spirit's efforts to maintain control, the occasional inadvertent charm she exuded continued to enchant her. Yet, Nami seemed unbothered, finding joy in the experience. Ace, we need to set sail quickly. I need a moment to recuperate. Your grandfather Garp is truly formidable. I can't compete with him at all. This time, I truly felt utterly depleted by him. The ethereal figure adorned in battle-damaged makeup gracefully leaped from the air onto the deck with a light and airy step. This time, he was genuinely fatigued, his entire demeanor reflecting considerable weariness. Ace said nothing and promptly set sail, heading towards the entrance of the Grand Line. Nami, having returned to her usual self, escorted Yuling back to their quarters for some rest. Sister Ling, you are truly beautiful, Yuling remarked. Why does that sound so awkward to me? Nami replied, bemused. Having escaped from danger, shouldn't you be praising my strength instead? Yuling found herself caught between laughter and exasperation. However, Nami solemnly shook her head. No. In comparison to Sister Ling's formidable prowess, your beauty surpasses all in my heart. Especially in your current state, truth be told, I find it difficult to restrain myself. Nami licked her lips, her excitement palpable as she placed her hand upon Yuling's thigh. Witnessing this bold move, Yuling's expression shifted dramatically, and she retreated to her room, firmly shutting the door behind her. Nami, please assist Ace outside. I need to rest for a while. Seeing Yuling's swift rejection, Nami let out a sigh, her expression tinged with disappointment. Yet, her gaze then fell upon her hand, which bore traces of Yuling's blood, and a mischievous grin spread across her face. Sister Ling, you may not realize this, but while my dream is to create a map that encompasses the entire world, what I desire even more is to be with you. Nami mused aloud as she left the cabin to offer her assistance. Unbeknownst to her, Yuling had overheard every word. This left him feeling rather helpless. Was Nami truly led astray by my influence? Yet, I have done nothing. Yuling felt a tinge of frustration. He needed to find an opportunity to set Nami back on the right path. Otherwise, when he resumed his male attire, Nami might very well crumble. However, such matters were still premature, and thus Yu Ling felt no urgency. Subsequently, he unleashed his observation haki to perceive everything in his surroundings. Once the area settled into complete tranquility, Yu Ling drifted into slumber. The battle with Garp had been exceedingly taxing, although their skirmish barely spanned 10 minutes. Yu Ling had exerted every ounce of his strength and was utterly exhausted. Should the conflict continue, within 20 minutes, he would surely succumb. Moreover, his injuries were worsening, leaving him incapable of pausing to recuperate. He could no longer withstand Garp's formidable force. In stark contrast, Garp appeared unscathed, his stamina seemingly unyielding, and his strength only growing. Yu Ling found himself bereft of any means of resistance. Had Garp not eventually succumbed to slumber, Yu Ling would have had no chance to escape. It remained uncertain whether Garp had genuinely fallen asleep or was merely feigning it. Regardless of the truth, the outcome remained unchanged. This battle has allowed Yu Ling to gain a clearer understanding of his own level of strength and where he stands within the hierarchy. Although he may not match the prowess of a monstrous entity like Kapu, he can at least contend with a rear admiral without being at a disadvantage. Even when faced with the current 3 admirals, he possesses the capability to escape unscathed. However, the prospect of defeating an admiral, even with the assistance of the current ace, remains unattainable. In contrast, the likelihood of overcoming a rear admiral is not entirely out of reach. Chapter 14. Food? Poison. Moonwalk, 69. Sixth Step, 77. Storm Leg, 85. Paper Drawing, 100. Note: achieving 100 allows for the learning of observation haki. Iron Block, 100. Note: achieving 100 allows for the learning of armament haki. Finger Gun, 671. Life Return, 13. Smooth Fruit, 53. Note: exceeding 80 enables awakening. Armament haki, 27. Note: achieving 100 allows for the learning of external techniques and flowing cherry haki. Observation haki, 49. Note: achieving 100 allows for awakening additional abilities. Conqueror's haki, 2. Note: exceeding 70 enables the learning of Conqueror's haki coding. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yu Ling awoke and promptly accessed his system panel to glance at the progress of his abilities. Remarkably, following this battle, all of his skills had experienced an enhancement. Even the progress bar for the Conqueror's haki had reached 2%, although he was unsure of the exact percentage required to awaken this rare power. Based on his experiences with the awakening of other haki types, he speculated it would be around 10%. To master the release of the Conqueror's haki proficiently, it would likely necessitate a level exceeding 30%. After all, the other 2 haki types only required 5% to awaken, and a proficiency of approximately 10% was sufficient for their release. As the most elusive form of haki, the conditions for its awakening and release were understandably stringent. Additionally, his other abilities had also seen significant advancements due to this encounter. Previously, during his 6 months on the island with Ace, the improvement in his strength was not particularly evident. On average, each of his abilities had only increased by about 2%. During that half year, he had spent most of his time training Ace or traveling alongside him, not to mention his shipbuilding endeavors. Ace, being the glutton he was, seemed to do little more than eat and sleep, having no understanding of shipbuilding whatsoever. It was only through the system that Yu Ling had grasped the fundamentals of constructing a vessel. However, compared to the masters of Water 7, his skills could only be deemed as rudimentary yet acceptable. Nevertheless, for Yu Ling, the ability to construct a ship and arrange it according to his vision, ultimately setting sail upon the ocean, was already a significant achievement. With this thought, he sighed, realizing that to truly enhance his strength, engaging in real combat was essential. His abilities had hit a plateau over a year ago, and relying solely on self-training had proven inadequate for substantial progress. However, the recent battle with Karp had clarified his path moving forward. Yet, the notion of becoming a pirate felt somewhat stifling. As for the Navy, he firmly believed he could never serve the Celestial Dragons. He remained uncertain about when he might connect with the Revolutionary Army, but he resolved to establish as many contacts with them as possible. Having clearly defined the path ahead, Yu Ling naturally sought a means to secure a strong ally for her still developing self. Simultaneously, Ace could not afford to relinquish hope. After all, Ace was her first comrade, and his potential was indeed promising for the future. However, the current maritime situation was far from optimistic. Aside from a revolutionary army, she truly had no one else in mind as a potential ally. While the original narrative saw Ace joining the Whitebeard pirates, Yuling was evidently not inclined to follow suit. Aligning with Whitebeard would impose too many restrictions, rendering it an unsuitable choice for her. Ultimately, Ace's decisions would hinge upon his own thoughts and desires. Thus, at this moment, Yuling found herself unable to make a better choice and could only resign to the circumstances. She rose, refreshed herself, and upon glancing at the battle-worn visage reflected in the mirror, let out a resigned sigh. After a rejuvenating shower and changing into a fresh dress, she departed her quarters. On the deck, Ace and Nami sat together, voraciously consuming a mound of unidentifiable food. Upon witnessing the large heap of dark, somewhat yellowish, viscous substance, Yuling felt her vision darken, nearly fainting at the sight. "Could someone enlighten me as to what this is?" she inquired, her voice trembling. Hearing Yuling's voice, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she discarded her food and dashed towards her. "Sister Ling, I feel like I'm starving. You have no idea, during your 3-day slumber, we've been eating this every single day. I've lost 10 pounds, 10 whole pounds." Nami lamented, her face streaked with tears and snot, rubbing against Yuling's chest. Although aware that Nami was taking advantage, Yuling could not bring herself to protest, as, in her view, she was the one truly benefiting from the situation. Nevertheless, that dress, now tainted with tears and mucus, would require a change. "I slept for 3 days? I can't believe I was out for that long." Yuling grasped the gravity of the situation, astonished at the duration of her unconsciousness. Nami vigorously nodded in affirmation, while Ace, not far off, continued to eat and also nodded in agreement. Despite the unappetizing appearance of the dark yellow substance, Ace seemed to relish it, showcasing a remarkable capacity for consumption regardless of the food's nature. "By the way, how did this come about?" Yuling inquired again, her abilities primed and ready to cleanse the unappetizing fare. However, as she assumed a stance to act, Ace immediately transformed and leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the dubious dish. "Ling, don't be rash. This is all my culinary creation. I caught 2 small sea kings to make this entire batch. What do you think? It looks quite appetizing, doesn't it? Why don't you have a taste?" "There is no need for formality. It is truly delectable." "Ha." Ace laughed heartily, utterly oblivious to the reality of his creation. He remained unaware of just how terrifying the black and yellow concoction he had produced truly was. In response, Yuling could no longer contain himself. He swiftly seized Ace by the shoulders and flung him with great force. Ace was propelled into the air, unable to muster a defense. Seizing the opportunity while Ace was airborne, Yuling immediately employed his abilities, sliding all the mysterious, viscous substance into the sea. Fortunately, his powers required only contact with the deck to manipulate the ghastly mixture. Otherwise, he feared he might render his hands utterly useless. "Stop it, Ling. This is the product of my hard work." Ace transformed into flames, gracefully soaring back to the deck. His movements were quite impressive, but ultimately futile. By the time he returned to the deck, the mess had already been cleared away by Yuling. Soon after, a multitude of curious fish emerged to sample the remnants. In the next moment, a vast expanse of fish bellies floated before the eyes of the 3. "The waters have been polluted." Nami clutched her stomach, her expression filled with sorrow. Yuling's eyes blazed with fury, her red lips quivering slightly. "Is this what you call delicacy? This is undoubtedly poison, the most lethal kind." "No less. That Nami survived after eating it is nothing short of miraculous." Yuling was greatly incensed. Meanwhile, Nami tugged at Yuling's hand and softly said, "Actually, I didn't consume much. It's just that my stomach is quite upset." "Is that not enough? Do you truly wish to be poisoned?" Yuling pointed at the numerous fish that had succumbed to the toxins, raising her voice in admonition. Nami glanced at the tragic scene on the water's surface, where the sea creatures had just surfaced only to lose their vitality, her complexion turning ashen. Chapter 15. Ascending Nami's face paled significantly. She could hardly fathom that the food prepared by Ace possessed such formidable potency. Even as a strategic weapon, it would likely prove effective. However, Nami was perplexed as to why she had not perished after consuming it, merely experiencing some discomfort. Contemplating this, she cast a glance at Ace and then at Yuling. Ultimately, she concluded that it was due to Yuling's presence that she had been spared from Ace's culinary devastation. To be honest, what I create may be lethal to other beings. However, Ling, you need not worry. During the 6 months we spent together, did I not showcase my skills once before? Just like last time, I can assure you that this food will not adversely affect our bodies. Indeed, I assure you. Ace reiterated his guarantees. But Yuling was resolute in her refusal to listen. Mentioning that infuriates me. Have you forgotten how I taught you to be human? If that's the case, I wouldn't mind giving you a good thrashing. At that time, while the two were still on the island, Ling felt fatigued due to the excessive shipbuilding activities. Consequently, Ace volunteered to showcase his barbecuing skills. Initially, Ling paid little attention, but as Ace commenced his endeavor, he quickly regretted it. The meat he prepared was so poorly executed that consuming it was a challenge in itself. Its flavor was potent enough to render all living creatures within a 100-meter radius unconscious. Indeed, even the plants could not endure such a taste. As for Ling, he dared not take a single bite, fearing that he would not perish at the hands of the system but rather succumb to Ace's culinary poison. Ultimately, Ace devoured the entire meal himself, leaving not a morsel to waste. However, this incident led Ling to give him a thorough thrashing and subsequently forbid him from cooking. After all, Ling had no desire to meet an untimely end. Ling, Ace, please cease your squabbling. We are but one mountain away from entering the Grand Line. Shall we dine first and then strategize on how to navigate Reverse Mountain? Nami interjected to mediate. Otherwise, she sensed that Ling and Ace could argue for an entire day. Moreover, she found it curious how someone as oblivious as Ace could manage to recruit Ling, a formidable and captivating beauty, as his first mate. Even though Ling had not officially accepted the role, their relationship seemed to be quite solid in Nami's eyes. Very well, since Nami has spoken, I shall grant you this reprieve. Ace, prepare the fuel for traversing Reverse Mountain, and let us proceed as per our previous plan. Should any other issues arise, we will address them when the time comes. Absolutely, leave it to me. Ace replied with a thumbs up before promptly entering the cabin to prepare the necessary materials. Ling also headed to the kitchen, intending to whip up a sumptuous lunch with the remaining ingredients. Nami, however, remained somewhat of an outsider. Completely unaware of the nature of the conversation between Ling and Ace, yet she wisely refrained from inquiring further. Before long, lunch was ready, and they ate swiftly. Especially Nami, who had been starving for several days. Even though there was Ace's poorly prepared dish available, she had barely taken a few bites. Now, she was truly famished. Moreover, being in her growth phase, after 3 days of hunger, her development seemed to have improved slightly, especially her perfect curves, which left Ling feeling a twinge of envy. Nami, please monitor the weather changes. You are our navigator. This experience has been quite challenging for you. You must seize the opportunity to learn. Ace, you too. This journey through the inverted mountain will provide us with invaluable insights. If circumstances permit, perhaps we may return to the East Sea in the future. Upon hearing Ling's words, both Nami and Ace nodded solemnly. This is a serious matter. Even Ace has adopted a solemn demeanor at this moment. Subsequently, Ling adjusted the course, and Ace commenced fueling the vessel. They found a suitable spot to embrace tightly. Soon, they entered the inverted mountain. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the currents here astonishingly converged upwards. The mountain lived up to its name. This is the true nature of the inverted mountain. A typical waterfall flows from above to below, yet at the inverted mountain, due to its magnetic field and other enigmatic factors, the water converges upwards. This also constitutes a breathtaking spectacle. Even those who have watched the original anime are still awestruck by the artistry of nature. He initially believed he could face the upside-down mountain with composure. Yet it appears he was somewhat deluding himself. Such a spectacle, such a scene, renders one utterly unable to remain composed. The fact that he refrained from shouting is a testament to his remarkable self-control. In stark contrast, Ace and Nami have already begun to behave like monkeys, shouting excitedly in the midst of it all. Ace, unleash the full power. Let us soar with the current. Received, my beautiful first mate. Ha ha. Ace laughed heartily. It was evident that he was somewhat exhilarated, having uttered 2 phrases that were most taboo to Ling. Firstly, he was not a beauty. Secondly, he was not the first mate. However, Ling had no time to dwell on such matters at present. His level of excitement rivaled that of Ace, though he merely kept it contained. As the current continued to lift them into the sky, the entire group was swiftly elevated, propelled by the force of the rising tide. To their astonishment, the pirate ship took to the air. Ace, received. The two engaged in a spirited exchange. Ling was the first to activate the hidden features of the ship. In an instant, a pair of wings unfolded from either side of the vessel. The jet thrusters, originally positioned at the rear of the ship, pivoted and redirected their nozzles towards the surface of the sea. But that was not all. The wings of the pirate ship were adorned with a multitude of tiny nozzles. These are all meant for ignition. As Ace unleashed his powers, flames erupted instantaneously. What was originally hurtling toward the heavens, destined to crash into the sea and shatter the pirate ship into smithereens, now soared gracefully through the air, unmarred. Ace. Increase the firepower. We shall soar directly through. If we succeed this time, we can attempt deeper modifications thereafter. Ha ha. Absolutely no problem, my beautiful first mate. Just watch. The rest is up to me. Ace let out a hearty laugh, though his face turned a shade of iron, as if he were straining. Nevertheless, the flames enveloping him surged forth like a furious volcano, flooding into the special channel. In an instant, the flames from the thrusters doubled. The entire ship began to glide through the air, transcending into the ethereal. We have succeeded. Witnessing the pirate ship flying so steadily, Ace was overwhelmed with joy and embraced the nearby spirit. Nami, astonished, was at a loss for words. However, upon seeing Ace embrace the spirit, a pang of jealousy struck her, prompting her to join in the embrace. Sisterling, what exactly is this ship? It's truly remarkable. Chapter 16, Whale Lab. Above the upside-down mountain, a pirate ship was gliding gently through the skies. The pirate ship, majestic like an eagle, stood grandly against the backdrop of the world. Regrettably, however, the area around Reverse Mountain was scarcely populated. Apart from those pirates seeking to enter the Grand Line, no other souls ventured here. Even the ethereal spirits observed several pirate vessels succumbing to the depths of Reverse Mountain, their fate sealed regardless of whether the crew survived. At this moment, Yu Ling and his companions were seated upon the deck, indulging in dreams of the future. Yu Ling took the opportunity to elucidate the ship's circumstances. Half a year prior, when he and Ace resolved to construct a vessel, they envisioned harnessing Ace's extraordinary powers to create a ship capable of flight. Unfortunately, their efforts had repeatedly faltered due to Ace's limited mastery over his abilities. It was not a matter of inability, but rather the constraints of time that hindered their progress. Thus, Yu Ling conceived the idea of utilizing the force of the currents at Reverse Mountain to augment Ace's fruit powers, propelling their ship into the skies. The outcome was unmistakable. They triumphed. This indicates that Yu Ling's concept is indeed feasible and not merely a whimsical fantasy. However, for takeoff from a flat surface to be successful, Ace must elevate his fruit abilities to a significantly advanced level. While it may not be necessary to reach the prowess of the three admirals, he cannot afford to lag too far behind. Only then can Yu Ling's vessel truly soar with freedom. Presently, although it can achieve a slow ascent through fuel propulsion and Ace's intermittent bursts of firepower, both speed and efficiency remain woefully inadequate, failing to meet Yu Ling's initial expectations. Nevertheless, this is not a cause for concern. This is merely the beginning. There will be ample opportunities to transform this vessel of ours, particularly since they have yet to visit the city of Seven Waters. And there are even floating islands awaiting their exploration. Truly, Sister Ling is remarkable. Not only is she beautiful and powerful, but her thoughts are also exceptionally unique. Had I encountered her sooner, I might have spared myself so much suffering and could have vanquished the malevolent dragon with ease. As Nami spoke, a wave of sorrow suddenly washed over her heart. This matter has long been resolved. The evil dragon has been brought to Rog Town and is likely imprisoned by now. Yet, Nami remains unable to let go of the incident. To her, the dragon is a thorn in her heart. Even though the situation has been settled, she still bears some psychological scars. After all, during this period, Nami is merely an ordinary young girl, both in mindset and strength, inevitably haunted by this nightmare. Rest assured, once you grow stronger, even if the dragon seeks revenge, you will be able to confront her single-handedly. Believe in yourself. You are truly remarkable. I meant to say, you are exceptional. Yu Ling nearly let slip an embarrassing truth. Although Nami has lost 10 pounds, the places where she should be curvaceous have begun to develop. Yu Ling cannot help but glance at her a moment longer, then compare himself. Despite not having the same attributes, he feels a hint of dissatisfaction. However, Yu Ling does not perceive any wrongness in his emotions. Nami, I must remind you, it is perfectly fine to call me Sister Ling. I can accept that. But please refrain from calling me beautiful, for I truly am not. Yu Ling said helplessly. He had conveyed the same to Ace, but the latter paid no heed. Nami hesitated for a moment before nodding. Understood, Sister Ling the beautiful. Hee. Seeing Nami's playful demeanor, Yu Ling found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ace wore a look of disdain. With such beauty, to deny being a beauty is excessive humility, and it invites misfortune. Ace, are you feeling particularly mischievous today? Upon hearing Ace's remarks, Yu Ling immediately furrowed his brow. Yet, with his striking looks, even his frown held a certain charm. I wonder what you're thinking. You often claim I have issues, but I see that your head is the one truly troubled. Ace routinely bantered with Yuling. However, this time, Yuling did not retaliate but instead continued to frown deeply. Suddenly, he stood up and walked to the edge of the ship. What's wrong? Is there trouble? Ace, noticing Yuling's grave expression, joined him at his side. It was then that he spotted a massive whale crashing against the red Earth continent below. The size of this whale is truly comparable to that of the smaller sea kings, and it nearly rivals the medium-sized ones. Moreover, this whale is familiar to Yuling. It is none other than Labu. However, in order to maintain her persona, Yuling pretends not to recognize it. Is this truly the Grand Line? A whale, whose size is on par with that of sea kings, has collided with the Red Line. How fascinating. We must descend and take a closer look. Ace, brimming with excitement, returned to the control room and maneuvered the pirate ship to make a gradual descent. Nami, timidly following Yuling, gazed apprehensively at the terrifying whale, which bore numerous scars on its forehead from its collision with the Red Line. Before long, the pirate ship had landed on the ocean's surface. Ace, bursting with enthusiasm, transformed into flames and soared upward. Yuling, cradling Princess Nami, followed suit with a graceful moonwalk. Nami, held in Yuling's embrace, wrapped her arms around her neck, leaning her entire being against her chest. This sensation brings great comfort to Nami. Even the wandering spirits can perceive the softness emanating from her being. It is truly inexplicable. Who truly took advantage of whom? Meanwhile, Ace had already gained the upper hand, positioning himself above Labu. It remains unclear what actions he undertook. When Yuling arrived, he surprisingly unleashed a wall of fire, obstructing Labu's intention to continue his assault on the Red Earth continent. Shortly thereafter, he overheard Ace earnestly persuading the other party. Although I am unaware of your circumstances, you must not inflict harm upon yourself. I must remind you, life is to be lived to the fullest. This is the wisdom conveyed to me by the Spirit. It signifies that to live is to pursue one's desires freely, without compromising one's happiness or well-being. Though you are a whale and not a human, the principle remains unchanged. I can perceive your sorrow, yet I find myself unable to comprehend your words. If only it were possible, I would earnestly wish to engage in a meaningful conversation with you, to understand your motivations for colliding with the Red Earth continent. Alas, I am incapable of such, and thus I can only intercept you in this manner. As Ace sighed, he imparted his teachings to the whale, Labu. Strangely enough, Labu's emotions seemed to have calmed considerably at that moment. Ace's exhortations proved effective. However, it was not solely the teachings. It was also the faint yet palpable aura of the Conqueror's haki emanating from Ace that compelled the whale Labu to submit, despite Ace having awakened this formidable power. He had always understood the nuances of its cultivation, while Yuling remained unaware. Hence, even after spending half a year together, Ace's Conqueror's haki remained inconsistent. Nevertheless, he was still capable of a limited release of this power. Chapter 17. Inescapable Fate. Ace, you can actually communicate with animals. How impressive. Nami now embodied the role of a stunning beauty, whose sole purpose was to express astonishment. During this period, regardless of what Yuling and Ace engaged in, it invariably challenged her worldview. Nevertheless, Nami, ever curious about everything, maintained her spirited demeanor. At this moment, Ace had the ability to command the whale. Her object of admiration shifted instantaneously. However, this was merely a fleeting sentiment, as her arms still clung to Yuling's neck. Yuling, hesitant to release her, continued to carry her in a princess hold to prevent her from tumbling into the sea. Surprisingly, it was not the first time I had communicated with animals. Previously, while with Ling on that island, I had attempted to converse with the beasts. Yet, despite my efforts, I could not comprehend their utterances. Conversely, they seemed to understand my words and were capable of following my commands. Although the underlying mechanism remained elusive, it could very well be my innate talent. I chuckled. Ace stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority. Yuling, however, found no inclination to elucidate further. He had previously informed Ace that this was a gift bestowed by the Conqueror's haki, yet she clearly dismissed his explanation and remained skeptical. This whale undoubtedly possessed a plethora of stories. The scars adorning its head revealed a mix of new and more recent wounds, juxtaposed with others that were evidently remnants from decades past. Preliminary estimations suggested that this whale had been traversing the Red Soil continent for over 40 years. Drawing from the original narrative, Yuling embarked on his analysis, though he could hardly recall the precise age of this whale or the duration of its journeys. Nevertheless, he retained a vague memory of Brooke's promise from that era, which was a mere 40 to 50 years ago. Thus, his conjecture was relatively accurate by human standards. This whale was approaching middle age and on the brink of old age. Despite its current robust condition, with a head as hard as the red soil continent itself, prolonged existence in such a state would not afford the whale much longer to live. Should it continue to collide with the red soil continent in its old age, its demise would likely follow within a few short years. If possible, Yuling sincerely wished to see this whale settle down and cease its self-destructive behavior. Though the circumstances surrounding it remained a mystery, I felt an overwhelming compassion for this whale. Perhaps we should rescue it and take it away? Nami's astonishing suggestion left both Yuling and Ace momentarily speechless. Even down below, Labu seemed restless, but not out of excitement. Rather, it was a manifestation of resistance. It was clear that Labu did not wish to depart. Be good. Listen to us. Shall we leave together? Nami spoke softly, yet Labu clearly did not appreciate her sentiments. Ace, standing nearby, scratched his head and remarked, Nami, perhaps we should let it be. Regardless of the circumstances, we must respect the feelings of this whale. Though it is not human, it is nonetheless a wise creature that has chosen to accompany us on our adventures. It truly seems unfair to impose upon it. It was quite rare for Ace to express such thoughts. This surprised both Yuling and Nami. Young man, you speak well. This whale is an old friend of mine. And it would be impossible for it to leave with you, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, an aged chuckle echoed from the top of the lighthouse. The trio focused their gaze and beheld an elderly gentleman with a white beard and peculiar yellow hair, standing atop the lighthouse and gazing down at them. His presence immediately captured Ace's attention. Grandfather, are you the one in charge here? I wish to know if this whale has a name. Ace, ever the extrovert, greeted the old man with enthusiasm upon their first encounter. Yuling also nodded towards the distance, a slight smile gracing her lips. Her beauty was such that even the old man couldn't help but murmur his admiration. What a stunning girl. In my lifetime, you are the second most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Thank you for your kind words, Elder, Yuling replied graciously. She understood that once she set sail, such misunderstandings would be inevitable. Moreover, she felt compelled to embrace this identity, even if it was a challenge for her to accept. At this moment, Ace had already descended from the whale and ascended to the lighthouse, propelled by flames. The elderly man was taken aback by Ace's exuberance. However, he quickly regained his composure and engaged in a lively conversation with Ace. In just a few exchanges, they forged a bond akin to that of long-lost friends, sharing thoughts and stories freely. It was then that Ace learned the name of the whale, Labu. The elderly man is known as Kurokus. Even more astonishingly, he was once a member of the crew of the Pirate King, Roger. He served as the physician responsible for treating the incurable ailment that afflicted Roger. Unbeknownst to Kurokus, Ace's true identity remained a secret, as Ace had never disclosed it to anyone, not even to the traveler, Yuling. Among those present, aside from the time traveler Yuling, no one else was aware that Ace was indeed Roger's son. It was precisely for this reason that during the banquet, Kurokus recounted the exploits of Roger to the gathering. After all, these were merely open secrets. Anyone with a keen interest could uncover them. This revelation deepened Ace's understanding of his father, revealing him as a powerful, courageous man with profound emotional ties, yet plagued by illness and facing a dwindling lifespan. Though Ace had long been aware of his father's nature, it was the first time he heard such tales directly from one of Roger's crew. In that moment, Ace felt a sense of disorientation, as if his father was slipping further away from him, making the pursuit of his legacy seem an arduous journey. Observing Ace's expression, Yuling approached him, grasping his arm. What are you thinking? Come, join me for a drink. With that, Yuling thrust a large jug of liquor into Ace's hands while she took a small cup, sipping delicately. Her crimson lips parted, cheeks flushed, her gaze slightly hazy with intoxication. The scent of alcohol wafted with her breath, leaving Ace feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, he quickly shifted his focus to the sizable jug in his grasp. Yuling, is this what you call sharing a drink? This is undeniably a vat, isn't it? Oh, really? No matter, it's all about drinking, so there's no need to fuss over such trivialities. Yuling waved his hand dismissively, his face a mask of indifference as he poured more wine into Ace's cup. Ling, you've had too much. You must stop. I don't wish to become inebriated. Ace exclaimed in desperation. Nami, old man, come save me. I don't want to drink anymore. Ace pleaded, but one of Yuling's hands firmly pinned him down, while the other continued to fill his cup from the vat. Ace dared not transform, fearing a beating. Yet, in a contest of strength, Ace and Yuling were not on the same level. Ace was indeed in a perilous situation. Chapter 18. A name must be chosen in the late night. After several rounds of drinks, Nami had returned to the ship to sleep. Even Kurikasu had tidied up and gone back to the lighthouse. Now, in this open space, only Yuling and Ace remained, lying side by side in silence, gazing at the starry sky. Time passed, though they were unaware of it. Just as Ace and Yuling were on the brink of slumber, a whale's call resonated from behind them. They were abruptly awakened, only to see Labu leaning against the red earth continent, similarly looking up at the stars. Although his posture was somewhat unrefined, he was nonetheless able to behold the heavens. Ace, do you think we should seek out the Rumbar pirates in the Grand Line? Yuling suggested. It's on our way, after all. It wouldn't be a bother. If you say we should go, then let's do it. But we must gather information first about where exactly we are headed. We possess not a shred of knowledge. Ace sighed. He was a kind-hearted soul, albeit a bit single-minded. Nonetheless, he was determined to help and intended to search for the crew. If they could find them, that would be splendid. If not, at least they would have tried. However, in the original story, Ace crossed the reverse mountain and, while he did see Labu, he was evidently unaware of the agreement that lay behind Labu's presence. Furthermore, according to the timeline, Kurikasu had just departed from the Twin Cape at that time. Yet, due to Yuling's involvement, Ace's entry into the Grand Line was delayed by over half a year compared to the original narrative. Nonetheless, this did not pose any significant obstacle. After all, they had ample time in that year to undertake their endeavors. Then, I shall take charge of gathering intelligence. Yuling declared. Based on what I learned in Logtown, there exists a vast intelligence organization in Alabasta. I believe it is called the Baroque Works. If you don't mind, shall we set our sights there tomorrow? The choice of Yuling is not devoid of significance. He has long desired to confront that fellow, Crocodile. More importantly, Yuling aims to win Robin's affections. As for everything else, he is indifferent. After all, without Robin, all of Crocodile's actions will inevitably be delayed. For she is the linchpin of the entire affair. Ling, have you yet to recall anything? My memory has always been impeccable. I have never experienced amnesia. Thus I cannot fathom your feelings. However, after indulging in some drinks today, I pondered carefully. If one day you regain your memories, what do you intend to do? Will you depart from us to reclaim your identity, or will you choose a different path? Regardless of what the future holds, I shall not abandon you now. Nor will I do so tomorrow. Yuling did not anticipate that Ace would suddenly adopt such a profound demeanor. This startled him momentarily. However, he soon provided his own answer. Although Yuling currently exhibited great wisdom, the essence of their persona could not be abandoned. Yet, I found myself somewhat concerned. Do not be so sentimental. Do you not have secrets that you have yet to share with me? I have not pried into your affairs, have I? Today, observing your conversation with Senior Coloccus, I could sense it. You harbor a peculiar sentiment towards the Pirate King, Roger. However, I shall not inquire further. When you feel ready to divulge your truths to me, Nami, and our future companions, that will suffice. Therefore, fret not about my matters. I shall remain oblivious to yours. With that, Yuling stood and patted Ace's thigh before preparing to return to slumber. Ace extended his hand, intending to call out to Yuling, but soon sighed and lay back down. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a sudden spasm gripped his stomach. In an instant, sleep was banished. He opened his eyes wide to behold an extraordinary beauty, strikingly pounding her small fists against his belly. What are you doing? Ace exclaimed, somewhat irritated. Anyone would be vexed when awakened from the brink of sleep by an unexpected blow. Yuling, feeling awkward, scratched his head. The effects of alcohol still lingered, causing him to misjudge the force he applied, resulting in the current predicament. Ace clutched his stomach, curled up on the ground, resembling a disgruntled figure. Yuling stood nearby, awkwardly scratching his head. Ace, are you feeling any better? Huh. Do not speak to me, at least not right now. Ace rolled his eyes, clearly unwilling to engage with Yuling. He was not only wide awake but also devoid of any lingering intoxication, his energy surging, albeit at the cost of a stomach that felt as if it were in turmoil. Ace, it has been quite some time. It is time we solidify the name and flag of our pirate crew. Just as Yuling's words trailed off, Ace suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For a moment, Yuling found himself taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. Have you finally agreed? Agreed to what? To join me. Who wants to be with you? Spare me the discomfort. Not in that sense. I meant, do you agree to be my first mate? Impossible. Only a fool would wish to be your first mate. If I am to take a role, I shall be the captain. Thus, what I propose is for you to assist me. What say you? Are you willing? Yuling rose gracefully, one hand resting on her hip. She then beckoned with her finger, tilting her chin slightly in a manner that exuded a hint of provocation as she gazed at Ace. An air of elegance, aloofness, and even a touch of allure emanated from her being. Ace, taken aback by her demeanor, found himself momentarily speechless. Even Labu, standing nearby, could not help but emit a few soft whale calls. Soon, Ace unleashed a faint wave of his conqueror's haki, subduing the captivating aura that surrounded Yu Ling. Such is the nature of conqueror's haki. No matter how formidable one's presence may be, when faced with it, all must yield. This is precisely why the formidable beings of the sea yearn for the conqueror's haki. After all, it stands as a symbol of sovereignty, even if one cannot wield it. Possessing it as an ornament is far superior to having none at all. Indeed, there has been progress with the conqueror's haki. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from further banter with you. We have quarreled over this matter numerous times, so let today be an exception. I wish to avoid any conflict with you. I actually have an idea. On odd days, I shall assume the role of captain, while on even days, you shall take the helm. This feels rather delightful. Don't you think, Ling? Ace truly lives up to being Garp's grandson. Although there is no blood relation, his imaginative thinking is such that even Yuling must concede. He genuinely did not anticipate such an unconventional approach to captaining a ship. Ahem, but whatever, as long as you're pleased. Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly, and he quickly diverted the topic. In that case, let us deliberate on the name of our pirate crew. The name I previously suggested, the Spade Pirates, was dismissed by you. Now, why don't you propose one, and I shall see if it fits. Initially, Yuling had no intention of genuinely joining this pirate crew, which is why he suggested a name in accordance with the original story. Yet he did not foresee that Ace would reject it for not aligning with Yuling's persona. Up to this point, their pirate crew truly lacked a remarkable name. Ace pondered for a moment before looking up at Yuling with a serious expression. How about the Fire Maiden Pirates? Chapter 19, The Soul Pirates. Fire Maiden? Are you jesting with me? If you wish to name it the Fire Spirit Pirates, I might consider it, but Fire Maiden is absolutely out of the question. Observing Ace's earnest demeanor, Yuling couldn't help but express his disdain. Ace, somewhat perplexed, quickly sought to justify his choice. Ling, don't be so hasty in your rejection. I think this name is rather splendid. Fire symbolizes me, and Maiden represents you, coupled with our alternating captaincy. Hold on, silence yourself. Why must the term Maiden apply to me? Yuling immediately interrupted Ace's perilous statement, yearning to exclaim, I am a man, a true gentleman, capable of sitting like a duck, being adorable, and making cute sounds, a genuine man. Wait, it seems something peculiar has crept in. Never mind. Regardless, I am a true gentleman. That has settled. Yuling's mind was somewhat muddled, and the effects of the alcohol had begun to surge within him. Despite Ace having consumed an entire barrel, it was Yuling who had undoubtedly drunk the most today, 3 large barrels. Given his constitution, even if he were to consume 3 more, it wouldn't affect him adversely, thus he drank with abandon. However, he did not anticipate that the alcohol would suddenly take effect and combine with Ace's words. His mind had turned to mush. Well, since you are unwilling to accept that name, let me propose another. How about we call ourselves the Cat Thief Pirates? At some point, Nami appeared before the two. She donned pajamas and appeared as if she had just awakened. Nevertheless, her expression was quite animated. After all, she was eager to participate in the naming process. No, that name is far too adorable. I cannot agree to it. Yuling shook her head and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Ace nodded in agreement with Yuling's words, but soon fell silent. What brings you here at such a late hour? Ace inquired, having detected a gap in the conversation. Nami, on the other hand, appeared somewhat bashful. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Before she could utter a word, an elderly man approached. It was Kuroka's. This child needed to relieve herself, and, for some reason, found her way to my room. Thus, I had no choice but to escort her myself. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Kuroka's, please don't say that. It's truly humiliating. Nami exclaimed, her face turning crimson, the blush creeping down her neck and behind her ears. Suddenly, a plume of steam erupted from the top of her head. Truly a steam maiden. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone erupted into laughter, particularly Ace, who seemed utterly carefree in his mirth. Nami, incensed, stamped her foot in frustration, unable to bear the shame, and promptly ran back to the ship. I won't speak to you anymore. Humph. As they watched Nami retreat to the vessel, Yuling and the others gradually ceased their laughter. I heard you wished to name your pirate crew? Kuroka's inquired curiously. Yuling and Ace exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Indeed, Why not offer us a suggestion, esteemed elder? They both silently conveyed their shared intent. This stirred a sense of excitement within Ace, as they had begun to develop an increasingly harmonious rapport. However, Yoling was not inclined to embrace such an affinity. He preferred solitude over the prospect of being swayed. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware that the one capable of binding others was, in fact, himself. In truth, my own experience in such matters is rather limited. After all, I was merely a ship's doctor at the time and did not partake in the naming of the pirate crew. Nevertheless, I would suggest that a name should be as concise as possible, akin to the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, or the Golden Lion Pirates. These are the once renowned and illustrious pirates of the past. Therefore, there is no need to overthink. One may simply follow their heart. Is it really that simple? Upon hearing Coloca's words, Yoling gently pinched her delicate chin, beginning to ponder. Even Ace found himself lost in contemplation. Coloca's chuckled softly and then rose to take his leave. He was old, and the affairs of the youth did not beckon him. Were it not for the beauty of Yoling, the fervor of Ace, and the delightful feast that had been shared, he would not have spoken so much. Time slips away swiftly. The sun at the horizon gradually ascends from the surface of the sea. A beam of sunlight glides over the water, illuminating the ocean's splendor. Accompanied by the brilliance of the sun, the calls of whales resound once more. Labu leaps through the waters, for each morning is its most vibrant time. However, it refrains from crashing into the red earth continent, for it had made a promise with Ace and Yoling to wait for their return until they come back. Labu is not permitted to inflict any more harm upon itself. This is a pact, one that must not be breached. Labu possesses a spirit, and thus naturally adheres to this agreement. However, at this moment, Ace and Yoling are sleeping as soundly as two lifeless swine, impervious to the resounding calls of the whales. They lie upon the ground, having instinctively filtered out the noise. Throughout the night, their contemplations were brief, swiftly giving way to slumber. Ace, sisterling, rise and shine. With Nami's piercing cry, Yoling and Ace abruptly opened their eyes. In a synchronized motion, they executed a nimble roll and sprang to their feet. Witnessing this scene, Nami gaped, unsure whether to laugh or simply chuckle. Well, this slumber has left me feeling quite off. Nay, it's my entire body that aches. Ace grumbled, sporting dark circles under his eyes, clearly having been thoroughly exhausted. He resembled one who had been drained completely. Yoling merely shrugged. I'm not even sharing a bed with you, so what is there to change? She spoke to herself as Ace rolled his eyes in response. Their daily banter unfolded as usual. To them, it seemed inconsequential. After all, they had shared meals, lived together, and slept side by side for 6 months, allowing their relationship to develop naturally and swiftly. However, this scene appeared somewhat different in the eyes of Ace and Kuroka's. Sisterling, have you made a decision about our pirate crew's name? Nami asked with eager anticipation. Yet, Ace shook his head, fiddling with his ears, and replied, I'm sorry, Nami. I fell asleep too quickly last night and completely forgot. A hint of guilt washed over him. Nonetheless, Yoling shot him a disdainful glance before turning to the hopeful Nami. Rest assured, Nami, I have already contemplated a name. I have decided that our pirate crew shall be called the Soul Pirates. Ling represents me, while Soul embodies the spirit of the crew, symbolizing Ace. What do you think? Quite splendid, I assent it. The Soul Pirates. It sounds rather delightful. Nami recited the name with her fingers, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Even Kuroka's, who was not far off, revealed a satisfied smile upon hearing it. However, Ace appeared somewhat perplexed. He scratched his head, wrestling with his thoughts, and ultimately chose to voice his confusion. The name Soul Pirates is indeed appealing, and I acknowledge that Ling signifies you. But why does Soul represent me? My name is Ace, Port St. Ace. There is no soul in my name. Ace expressed his bewilderment, gazing at Yoling. Unbeknownst to him, Kuroka's, who was approaching, was momentarily stunned upon hearing Ace's full name, even crumpling the newspaper he held in his hand with considerable force. Chapter 20. The Official Departure. Ace, how do you not comprehend this? What I mean is, you are a soul-dissipating fool. Yuling's distinctive laughter echoed in Ace's ears once more, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. Yoling relished the jest, while Nami remained perplexed, not fully grasping the nuances of Yuling's humor. Only Ace, who had lived with Yoling for half a year, understood. Yoling often used puns to tease Ace, especially when he acted foolishly. After enduring it for a while, Ace had come to accept this moniker. All right, Ace, I was merely joking. There's no need for you to feel downcast. Haha, I knew you weren't genuine. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Ace felt reassured that Yuling was indeed a good person. However, before he could fully express his thoughts, Yu Ling interrupted him. Though you remain a scoundrel, you must trust me. The soul I refer to is distinct from your scoundrel nature. Ace suddenly felt that perhaps he should have refrained from asking. Had he not inquired, he would not have been subjected to so many undeserved reprimands from Yu Ling. Nevertheless, Yu Ling soon elucidated the chilling significance of the name. As he stated, Ling represents himself, while Hun signifies the collective spirit of the pirate crew. In Yu Ling's perspective, Ace is the very pillar of this pirate crew, the embodiment of its essence. Without Ace, he might still be mired in isolation on the island. Although the system played a role in this transformation, had there been no system tasks, he would likely have succumbed to Ace's influence and chosen to depart alongside him. After all, Ace possessed remarkable eloquence. While he may not have been able to match Yu Ling in profound reasoning, his gift of gab transcended mere rhetoric. It was akin to a persistent fly buzzing around one's ear, impossible to swat away. Ace was precisely that kind of individual. Furthermore, it was Ace who first proposed inviting Nami to join the crew, as Yu Ling had initially not intended for her to board the ship. At that time, he had yet to resolve to become a pirate. It was only after the battle at Logtown that he realized his deep yearning for the sea. Yet, the impetus for all this was Ace. Now that we have settled on a name, let us prepare to set sail. Ace, unable to grasp Yu Ling's philosophical musings, decided to disregard them and set out to sea directly. With a formal name established, it was only fitting to replace the generic black flag adorned with a white skull. However, a new flag had yet to be determined, so that would have to wait. Let us embark. The Soul Pirate crew set sail. Nami was clearly exhilarated, her youthful spirit radiating as she embodied the exuberance of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Yu Ling walked at the rear, observing the joyful duo ahead and smiling with a maternal warmth. Youth truly is a treasure. Though I remain forever 18, my mindset inevitably bears the weight of 2 lifetimes. Yu Ling sighed. For having lived 2 lives, his thoughts were naturally more profound than the average person's. It is crucial to maintain a vigilant mindset to ensure that Ace and young Nami would not be subjected to bullying in the outside world. Kalokas stepped forward, expressing a sentiment that caught Yu Ling somewhat off guard. Senior, your words carry deeper meaning, don't they? What is implied between the lines is of no concern. Simply regard it as the ramblings of an old man. However, I must caution you that regardless of what Ace may have concealed from you, I hope you do not take it to heart too much. The survival of this child is indeed a remarkable feat. Kalokas is clearly privy to certain knowledge, yet he remains reluctant to divulge more. Yu Ling can likely deduce that he is aware of Ace's true identity. After all, Ace bears a resemblance to Roger, not an exact likeness, but certainly strikingly similar. What is even more significant is Ace's personality and his unique bond with Roger, coupled with the self-identification as D. It is difficult not to speculate about the connection between him and Roger. When weaving these clues together, it would be quite peculiar if someone as astute as Kalokas could not arrive at the truth. The original narrative reveals that they were entirely unaware, as circumstances led these individuals to miss their chance encounters with Ace. They had never crossed paths. In contrast, Whitebeard, upon meeting Ace, recognized him as Roger's biological son after just a few exchanges. Even Roger's lifelong rival and dear friend could discern this truth. Naturally, Kalokas, as a member of Roger's crew, would not lag far behind. Senior, did you summon me merely to discuss this? Yu Ling inquired with a hint of confusion. Although he had an inkling of Kalokas's intentions, he saw no need to expose them. The elderly gentleman offered an awkward smile, promptly handing over the somewhat crumpled newspaper and wanted notice to Yu Ling. I apologize for my earlier excitement. I inadvertently wrinkled this item. Rest assured, it is still legible and freshly printed. I rose early this morning and happened upon the newsbird, thus bringing you this copy. The contents are quite intriguing. I recommend that you all take a glance. That is all from me. I shall return to my slumber now. At my age, I find great pleasure in sleep. You may depart. I shall keep an eye on Labu, so fret not. Understood, esteemed elder. We shall take our leave now. Yu Ling exclaimed, waving vigorously. Her skirt danced charmingly with her movements. Subsequently, Yu Ling returned to the ship, clutching the newspaper and wanted notice. Today is an odd day, so I shall assume the role of captain. Ling, I command you to set sail immediately. The Spirit Pirate crew officially embarks. Haha. Ace, I see you are feeling a bit rebellious, aren't you? He said, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. However, he did not genuinely intend to strike, merely attempting to intimidate Ace. Since he had chosen to follow him, it was only fitting to grant him some respect, provided he did not act foolishly. As for the notion of commands, Yuling was indifferent. After all, they were bound to set sail regardless. Aside from his adept handling of the vessel, even Ace could not fully command this ship. Had it not been for Yuling's 3-day slumber, they would have already traversed Reverse Mountain without waiting for her to awaken. Under Yuling's guidance, the sole pirate crew officially set sail. Nami and Ace shouted exuberantly, their emotions akin to those embarking on their maiden voyage. Even Yuling, at that moment, felt a surge of excitement, influenced by their fervor. Once the exhilaration subsided, Yuling recalled the newspaper and bounty notice given to her by Kurikasu. After skillfully adjusting the ship's course and confirming the weather conditions en route, she unfurled the sails and exited the control room. Moments later, the three of them congregated on the deck, their eyes fixed intently on the 3 bounty notices before them. Yuling, Ace, Nami, each one prominently displayed. Chapter 21. Bounty Enigmatic Beauty Yuling. This woman is exceedingly dangerous, possessing a beauty rivaling that of Boa Hancock. A mere touch or prolonged gaze can ensnare one completely. Bounty, 230 million berries. Fire Fist Ace. This individual is extremely perilous, a user of the Mara Mara no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit. Bounty, 170 million berries. Little Thief Nami. This person is a petty thief, posing no real threat, with a bounty of merely 10,000 berries. The 3 bounty notices lay before them. Ace was immensely thrilled, having not anticipated that his very first venture at sea would yield a bounty of 170 million berries. He felt quite impressive, striking a pose with his hands on his hips, although he had set sail 6 months later than originally intended. If aligned with the timeline of the source material, his bounty would have undoubtedly surpassed 200 million by now. Nevertheless, the considerable sum he had garnered attested to the Navy's acknowledgement of him and their determination to apprehend him. Yuling's bounty stood at 230 million berries. However, she was rather indifferent to it, viewing it as a mere inconvenience. While bounties in this world generally reflected one's strength, Yuling truly wished to avoid such notoriety. After all, it served little purpose and easily attracted the attention of self-important bounty hunters. Yet, if she desired to remove her bounty, it was not impossible. Either she could submit to the Navy and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this manner, the bounty would cease to escalate, essentially rendering it null and void. However, it is evident that Yuling would never stoop to becoming a mere puppet of the world government. He is not that kind of person. As for alternative methods, while feasible, they entail far greater peril, establishing a nation or forming an organization to openly defy the world government. In doing so, the bounty may vanish, yet it is highly probable that it will be replaced by an unending pursuit. This is far more serious than a mere bounty. How could this happen? Why is my bounty only 10,000 berries? In this description, am I merely a petty thief? A non-threat? The Navy truly holds no regard for individuals. Woe is me. Nami gazed at her bounty, rendered speechless for a long time. Ultimately, she could not withstand this blow, breaking down in tears. Witnessing her distress, Ace became flustered, unsure of how to console her. Yuling, with a resigned sigh, gently embraced Nami. As Nami felt the softness against her chest, her sobs ceased, and she began to nuzzle affectionately. This caused Yuling a slight itch, but he paid it no mind, softly patting Nami's head and murmuring, There, do not cry. A bounty merely reflects their inability to recognize your worth. Your talents have yet to be fully unleashed. When the time is right, you shall make all those who underestimated you aware of their folly. Moreover, such bounties are not worth cherishing. They signify the level of threat posed to the world government. If it were possible, I would gladly exchange with you. Henceforth, you would be the alluring woman with a bounty of 230 million, while I would be the little thief. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Nami burst into laughter, playfully swatting at his chest. Sisterling, you jest. How could we possibly swap identities? Besides, with your immense strength, I could never compare. Nami's sweet words delighted Yuling, causing him to beam with joy. However, unbeknownst to him, Nami had yet to voice a lingering thought. The disparity in their qualities was far too great. Nami did not believe her beauty could surpass that of Yuling, and thus, even if it was merely a jest, she dared not agree, fearing it would deepen her melancholy. Meanwhile, Ace, observing the 2 beauties embracing closely, could not help but scoff. Though the sight was pleasing, he was evidently a man devoid of romantic sensibilities. How long are you 2 planning to hug? There's news to be read. Shall I read it for you? All right, since you insist, we cannot refuse your kind offer. Nami, do you agree with what I said? Yes, Sister Ling is right. Nami and Yuling remained locked in their embrace, as if glued together, reluctant to part. For a moment, it was uncertain who was taking advantage of whom. Regardless, Ace gained no advantage and even found himself at a loss. All right, fine, you outnumber me, so you win this round. Since I have nothing better to do, I shall read it aloud for you. Ace settled down with his legs crossed, while Yuling and Nami also took their seats. However, Yuling perched herself on a chair, and Nami chose to sit upon his lap. Their fingers intertwined, presenting an image of intimate friendship. Yet, beneath this exterior, both harbored ulterior motives. Nami sought to seize the moment and linger a while longer with Yuling, for opportunities to be this close were rare. In contrast, Yuling's thoughts were far simpler. He merely perceived Nami's discontent and felt compelled to offer her comfort, devoid of any other intentions. Those with twisted thoughts should reflect in solitude. Subsequently, Ace began to read the news one by one. The first report addressed a significant event, a grave matter that caused Yuling to furrow his brow. The world government had officially declared a bounty for the capture of the child of the devil, Robin, seemingly having traced her whereabouts. Should another individual manage to capture her, not only would they receive the bounty on Robin, but they would also be rewarded with an additional sum. While the motives of the world government remained unclear, their actions indicated a calculated scheme. With Robin being a crucial piece of the puzzle, the second piece of news announced the final addition to the Shichibukai, the Empress from Amazon Lily, known as Boa Hancock. Once a notorious pirate with a bounty of 80 million, her ascension to the ranks of the Shichibukai occurred with remarkable speed, completing all formalities in a mere 3 months, swifter than her predecessors. This rapid progression was hardly surprising. Hancock was not only the Empress of Amazon Lily, but also a formidable pirate with considerable power. It was only natural for the Navy to seek her allegiance, and Hancock, prioritizing the safety of her nation, would willingly acquiesce to the Navy's call for cooperation. In this manner, the 7 warlords are now entirely filled. As for the others, they include the likes of Don Quixote Doflamingo, Crocodile, Dracula Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbei, and Gecko Moria. Yuling cannot recall precisely when these individuals ascended to the ranks of the 7 warlords in the original narrative. However, according to the source material, Ace should have received an invitation by this time. Yet, it is evident that the positions within the warlords have already reached their limit. Ace arrived a moment too late. Nevertheless, it matters little, for Ace was never destined to be subjugated. He, like Yuling, would never become a pawn of the world government. As for the other news, they consist merely of trivial updates, devoid of any significant value. After perusing this information, Ace hastened off to fish. Yuling and Nami, hand in hand, joyfully returned to their quarters to commence their training in martial arts. Chapter 22. I desire to grow stronger. It hurts. No, don't stop. I can endure. I can persist. Ugh, I cannot anymore, truly. Nami trembled, collapsing onto the ground, clearly exhausted. She was devoid of strength, her muscles twitching uncontrollably. Her thighs quivered, entirely beyond her control, and her body was flushed with crimson. The numerous red handprints left her feeling utterly helpless. What do you mean by that? Did you not expressly tell me you wish to grow stronger? It has only been a few hours today, and you're already faltering? Who was it that told me yesterday they would endure for 3 hours today? And yet, here we are, just 2 hours and 55 minutes in. And you are ready to give up? You cannot even hold on for 5 more minutes? Yuling donned the attire of a professional educator. Her black stockings paired with a short skirt, complemented by a fitted blouse that perfectly accentuated her figure. Aside from one less prominent aspect, she was nearly flawless. Particularly, her hair styled in a bun emphasized both her sternness and charm. Alas, if only she held a teaching rod in her hand, the atmosphere would have been even more palpable. Yet, I find myself at a loss. Each time, it is the same, always mere minutes away from succumbing to my emotions. Tears, too, betray my resolve, despite my vow to remain composed. And yet, they flow forth uncontrollably. Nami's complexion deepened in hue, her voice growing increasingly hoarse, as tears continued to escape her grasp. Witnessing this, Yuling sighed softly, then knelt to gently lift Nami in her arms, stroking her back soothingly. You have truly exerted yourself, she reassured. I speak to you in this manner for your own benefit, to illuminate your shortcomings. Given our familiarity, a touch of sternness is necessary with your disposition. It is all too easy to become complacent. However, worry not. We shall conclude for today and resume our efforts the day after tomorrow. Is this acceptable, sisterling? I have persevered for 7 days. If I take a break tomorrow, will it have any repercussions? Though Nami felt a twinge of grievance, she recognized the merit in Yoling's approach. Yoling, amused yet exasperated, playfully swatted Nami's thigh. A startled ouch escaped Nami's lips. Her thighs, already tingling, responded with an unfamiliar sensation that compelled her to exclaim. Immediately regretting her outburst, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to ripened fruit, exuding a subtle yet enticing fragrance. You are aware that you have persisted for 7 days. From enduring over 50 minutes on the first day to 2.5 hours yesterday and today. Nearly 3 hours. Your progress is remarkable. According to my calculations, with another 20 days or so, you shall master this routine. For context, I spent a month achieving proficiency in this very set of movements when I first began. Is that truly the case, Sister Ling? You are not merely offering empty flattery, are you? Nami's joy was tinged with skepticism as she regarded Yoling, contemplating the improbability of Yoling's experience surpassing her own duration. Nevertheless, Yoling nodded affirmatively. I have no reason to deceive you. This is the truth. It seems I possess even greater talent than you, Sister Ling. Nami exclaimed, her spirits lifted. She discerned that Yoling had spoken genuinely. Yet, there was one detail Yoling had omitted. Upon her own arrival in this realm, she had no foundational skills whatsoever. In addition, during the initial 29 days, he was entirely resistant to wearing women's clothing. Even though he practiced, his progress was excruciatingly slow. However, on the last day of the month, he finally came to a realization. To avoid starvation, he discarded his male attire in favor of a skirt. On that day, his strength surged remarkably. It was precisely for this reason that Yuling enjoyed his first hearty meal since his journey began. From that moment on, he found himself unable to turn back. Yet, such thoughts were not to be uttered by Yuling. Firstly, it was his secret. Secondly, if Nami were to discover that he had mastered this set of movements in just a day, it would surely cause her additional sorrow. This set of movements was provided by the system, serving as a preliminary method for body refinement, commonly referred to as the system's version of military body techniques, which imparted a subtle effect of body tempering. Furthermore, it was a prerequisite skill for learning the 6 styles. Once Nami fully mastered it, her physical condition would be sufficiently enhanced to meet the standards required for learning the 6 styles. The daily refinement would gradually elevate her physique. Although the changes were not immediately apparent, they accumulated over time, leading to significant improvements. Nevertheless, this was merely a foundation. After reaching a certain level, this set of military body techniques would no longer suffice. This is also the reason why Yuling refrained from allowing Ace to engage in training. His physique had already surpassed the standard. Thus, there was no need for him to refine his body. Subsequently, Yuling assisted the completely exhausted Nami back to her room. As soon as she lay down, she did nothing and fell into a deep slumber. These past few days have been consistently the same. Yuling has managed to exhaust her completely each time, leaving her devoid of energy to engage in any other activities. As for AIC, this fellow possesses a fondness for scenic views, hence he remains on the deck. Although Yuling has suggested that he should hone his abilities with the fruit, as well as his hockey and physical combat skills, he has always been indifferent, allowing the words to pass through one ear and out the other. Even when Yuling warned him that such negligence would lead to his downfall, he remained unconcerned. After all, at this juncture, Ace has only faced reprimands from Yuling and Carp and has yet to encounter genuine adversity. When he eventually confronts formidable foes, he will come to understand the anguish of neglecting effort during this time. Thus, Yuling has chosen to disregard him, confident that he can manage the fallout. Unperturbed by the prospect of this reckless individual seeking his own demise, unless he foolishly challenges admirals and the 4 emperors, I have resolved that our next objective shall be to challenge Whitebeard. Ling, what are your thoughts? Does this not sound remarkably audacious? Furthermore, should we triumph over Whitebeard, we would ascend to the ranks of the 4 emperors. Ace exclaimed with exuberance, gesticulating animatedly. In his hands, he clutched a newspaper detailing the illustrious exploits of the Whitebeard pirates. However, this account had been artfully manipulated by the Navy, portraying the crew's brutality and alleging their slaughter of numerous pirates. The Navy aimed to illustrate that the Whitebeard pirates were, on average, ruthless killers. Yet, both Yuling and Ace understood that the pirates eradicated by the Whitebeard pirates were the true scum and fiends of the seas. Ahem. Perhaps we could consider an alternative target, such as challenging the 7 warlords, for instance. For you, this is no formidable task. As for Whitebeard, let it be. How can one simply let it go? He is the strongest man in the world, a peer of the legendary Pirate King, Roger. Only by confronting him can I prove my worth. Chapter 23. The first encounter with Robin. Ace's gaze was resolute. Yuling understood that this fellow had undoubtedly made up his mind. Once Ace had set his determination, not even 10 Yulings could dissuade him. Otherwise, Garp would have successfully intervened long ago to prevent Ace from becoming a pirate. Sigh. As long as you're happy, I shall refrain from admonishing you. After all, the one who will ultimately clean up the mess will undoubtedly be me. Yuling sighed. Ace always behaved this way. Previously, on the island, he was just as impulsive. Acting like a monkey, never able to sit still. In truth, with the assistance of the system, Yuling was quite efficient in shipbuilding. Had Ace not been a hindrance, they could have set sail in just 5 months. Haha, Ling, I am grateful for your presence, for it allows me to proceed without worry. However, rest assured, I will not recklessly challenge Whitebeard. Regardless, he is indeed the strongest man in the world. I am well aware of my own capabilities. I shall not hastily issue a challenge until I possess the strength to confront him. Ace scratched the back of his head, revealing a bashful smile. Yet Yuling, with one hand covering his face, clearly did not believe Ace's words. Such words had been uttered by him on numerous occasions, yet he had invariably reneged on his promises. Thus, Yuling had ample reason to believe that Ace would, once again, forget what he had proclaimed. By the way, Ling, our voyage has been rather sluggish these past few days, but even so, we must be nearing Alabasta, are we not? Ace inquired. Their initial objective had always been Alabasta. However, due to Yuling's deliberate deceleration, what could have been a 5-day journey had now stretched to 7 days without arrival. This stirred a sense of restlessness within Ace, for he had long wished to inquire about the formidable prowess of the warlord, Crocodile. Rest assured, we shall arrive by tomorrow morning. I am keeping a close watch on the time. However, I fear that this time we shall not need to journey to Alabasta. The wandering spirit feigned an air of mystery, gracing us with a smile. This left Ace somewhat bewildered. However, Yuling swiftly adjusted the helm, steering the ship in a different direction. Soon, they encountered a small vessel, encircled by 3 pirate ships. It was evident that these marauders were in pursuit of the woman aboard the small boat. Could it be the Devil's Child, Nico Robin? Ace peered through his telescope, observing the beleaguered woman surrounded by her assailants. The cannon fire from the 3 pirate ships rendered her unable to maintain her small craft. Had she not continuously summoned arms to shield herself from the onslaught, she would have surely been sunk by now. Yet, even so, her endurance was waning. The 3 pirate ships seemed acutely aware of Nico Robin's abilities, deliberately keeping their distance. As long as Robin remained above water, they would not approach. Otherwise, she would not be in such dire straits. In truth, with her powers, she could easily contend with several pirate vessels. However, the range of her flower fruit was limited. If the enemy did not draw near, Robin could not retaliate. Ace, why not swoop in and play the hero? Yuling suggested. Ace raised an eyebrow, a provocative glint in his eye as he gazed at Yuling. If I rescue her, you won't get jealous, will you? Ace, I see your mischievous streak is acting up again. Yuling retorted, caught off guard by Ace's words, glaring at him while rolling up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Ace was momentarily taken aback by Yuling's fierce demeanor. I was just joking. Although I have no idea how you can spot Robin from 20,000 meters away. Having a human reconnaissance like you makes our soul pirates incredibly secure, Ace exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before leaping into action. The next moment, fiery wings materialized behind him. With a powerful thrust, Ace surged forward. Instantly, the familiar sound of Fire Fist erupted from his lips, obliterating the 3 pirate ships without any suspense. This was the sheer might of Ace. Observing his display, Yuling couldn't help but smirk. This guy has been secretly training and actually listens to me. But why hasn't he shared this with me? Is he afraid I might give him a beating? Puzzled, Yuling decided to dismiss the thought. However, at that moment, he began to feel a sharp pain, akin to needles, gradually seeping into his mind. These are some side effects resulting from his excessive use of observation hockey. Although his mastery of this ability is not exceptionally high, the range remains a diameter of 10,000 meters centered around himself. However, through the constantly activated observation hockey, he perceives unusual fluctuations in the ripples on the water's surface. This is not a fluctuation caused by marine life, but rather by artillery. This piqued Yuling's curiosity about the unfolding events. He thus exerted his full strength to unleash his observation hockey, probing the situation 2,000 meters away. To his astonishment, he beheld Nico Robin engaged in combat with an unknown pirate crew. Although the images conveyed through his hockey were not entirely vivid, he distinctly heard the assailants calling out Robin's name. This allowed him to ascertain with certainty that the person in question was indeed Nico Robin. However, extending his observation hockey over such a distance proved to be quite a burden for him. Yuling felt a throbbing ache in his head, which seemed unlikely to subside any time soon. At that moment, Ace soared through the air, carrying Robin in his arms. Witnessing this scene, Yuling's lips twitched in disbelief. He had imagined Ace might return with Robin either slung over his shoulder or cradled in a princess carry. Yet, he never anticipated that Ace would carry Nico Robin as if she were merely a hefty sack, devoid of any incongruity. This is indeed astonishing. If Nami were here, the worldview would likely be reshaped once more. Come down, Robin. From this moment forth, you shall be a member of our Soul Pirate crew. Regardless of how you may have offended those individuals or been pursued by the world government, as long as you stand with our Soul Pirate crew, I, your captain of tomorrow and vice captain of today, assure you that no one shall harm you in my presence. Vice captain of today? Captain of tomorrow? Soul Pirate crew? What on earth is happening? Nico Robin wore a perplexed expression, although she was deeply grateful to Ace for eliminating the 3 pirate ships that sought to capture her. She had no intention of joining another's crew. This is not solely due to her sensitive identity. Primarily, she is unwilling to implicate others, especially Ace, the well-meaning fool. From a young age, Robin, having lived a life of wandering, has developed a keen perception of people. The moment she laid eyes on Ace, she recognized him as a simpleton. However, her attention swiftly shifted to Yuling, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Yuling, with a smile, reached out, preparing to greet her. Yet, before a word could escape his lips, Robin exclaimed in surprise, "The Enchantress Yuling?" Yuling responded, "I regret this. May I cast her into the sea?" Chapter 24. No one can decline Ace's invitation. Indeed, Robin's cunning nature is evident. She immediately struck at Yuling's sore spot. Although her intentions were innocent, it left Yuling somewhat uncomfortable, wishing he could simply toss her overboard. Robin is an exceedingly perceptive individual. She discerned that Yuling initially harbored a friendly demeanor towards her, but soon he appeared to transform entirely. The sensation was akin to reveling in the blossoms of spring, only to be abruptly besieged by an unforeseen blizzard. It was a chilling experience. Robin's imaginative faculties were remarkably acute. In an instant, she surmised that the sudden shift in demeanor was likely due to her revelation of Yuling's true identity. However, Yuling swiftly regained composure. She reassured herself that the other party meant no harm and that her secret must remain concealed. After repeating this mantra thrice, Yuling's emotions stabilized and she extended her hand. "Pleasure to meet you, the daughter of the devil, Nicole Robin. You guessed correctly, I am Yuling, though I find the title Enchantress rather unappealing. I was momentarily vexed, so please do not take offense." So it is the title she dislikes, Robin mused as she grasped Yuling's hand. The fleeting, silky sensation interrupted her train of thought. She cast a glance at her own hand, then, with an inexplicable reluctance, turned her gaze back to Yuling's hand. A perilous thought surfaced in her mind, how blissful it would be to hold on indefinitely. Yet, the instant this notion emerged, Robin recognized it and swiftly banished it from her consciousness. She quickly realized that her interaction with Yuling had rendered her somewhat uncharacteristic. Then, she recalled the bounty notice detailing Yuling's introduction. She was an enchantress, a woman of beauty rivaling that of the Empress herself, capable of bewitching others through mere touch. This invigorated Robin, who immediately focused her keen gaze on Yuling. She dared not relax, fearing that she might succumb to enchantment. After all, it was her first encounter with someone's captivating power that could allure both men and women alike. However, had Robin been familiar with Boa Hancock, she would not have been so astonished. "Robin, my companion has a rather peculiar temperament. I trust you won't take offense." Upon hearing this, Robin pondered the statement and was taken aback, retreating a few steps in shock. "Have you two wed? What kind of jest is this?" Both Ace and Yuling were equally startled by Robin's words, exclaiming in unison the same phrase. Their synchronicity was striking. Witnessing this scene, Robin was further astounded. She lost count of how many times she had been shocked today, feeling that she had exhausted her lifetime quota of astonishment in a single day. Ahem. Please don't misunderstand. We are both captains of the Soul Pirates and have lived together for a spell, hence our understanding of each other. But rest assured, my friend here is a good person. She wouldn't lay a hand on you. Ace interjected, though his explanation would have been better left unspoken. Upon hearing this, Yuling could hardly contain herself and promptly kicked him away. "Don't listen to that guy. I have no real connection with him. We merely shared a bed for 6 months. Shared a bed for 6 months? Together." Robin was utterly bewildered. Yuling paused momentarily, then began to pound her chest in frustration. He had misspoken due to a headache, and it was too late to retract those words now. Ace stood by, nodding in a daze, unwittingly supporting Yuling's blunder. Being young and naive, he assumed there was nothing amiss with that statement. However, his nodding only exacerbated Yuling's headache. Yet, the situation was not yet resolved. A quivering female voice emerged from the cabin. "Sister Ling, are you and Ace, Nami? Don't say such things. You know our situation. Don't let your imagination run wild." Yuling rushed forward and embraced Nami, who melted into her warmth like a snowman. Yes, I understand. It's all a misunderstanding. However, it's clear that the other lady has been frightened. Sister Ling, you and Ace should refrain from speaking. Allow me to clarify. As Nami spoke, Yuling found himself at a loss for words and simply picked her up and carried her forward. Since the situation had reached this point, Yuling decided to embrace it with indifference. Even if Nami were to continue making astonishing remarks, he felt he could withstand it. Fortunately, Nami proved to be quite reliable. She effortlessly elucidated the relationship between Yuling and Ace, emphasizing that Yuling held a strong aversion to the title of Enchantress. He even harbored a disdain for his own passive enchanting abilities. Yet, there was little he could do about it. This is an innate ability of his, akin to the passive nature of the sweet fruit, which cannot be negated. However, outsiders, including Nami and others, perceive it merely as a side effect of the slippery fruit. Yet, only Yuling is privy to the truth. Apart from the slippery fruit, the power of the system constitutes approximately 90% of his abilities, while merely 10% can be attributed to the slippery fruit. Nevertheless, the fusion of these two powers engenders a remarkable chemical reaction. This elevates the enchanting power of the spirit to unprecedented heights. This has truly reached a level of universal appeal, suitable for all ages and genders. Otherwise, he would merely be an unremarkable individual indulging in cross-dressing. Now that I understand the situation, Robin let out a sigh of relief, smiling as she gazed at Yuling and the others, who also seemed to exhale in relief. As long as Robin believed, that was sufficient. At this moment, Robin wished to utter something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Ace's words. "Nico, Robin, I, Port St. Ace, extend to you once more an invitation to join our soul pirate crew. Let me reiterate, regardless of who pursues you, as long as I am here, they shall not succeed." Ace's intuition urged him to have her join their ranks. He had been equally forthright when Nami joined the crew. Now, facing Robin, his approach remained direct. Even Nami wore a smile, eagerly anticipating Robin's response, despite her lack of knowledge regarding Robin's true identity and the formidable nature it concealed. However, as long as Ace or Yuling chose her, she would unconditionally agree. Yet, Robin did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Yuling. Through her preliminary observations, she discerned that Ace was somewhat naive. Yuling possessed a spirited demeanor but harbored profound thoughts, while Nami was a naive girl with a hint of cunning and a propensity for violence, who harbored an immense fondness for Yuling. Despite the earlier antics, which had been quite embarrassing, they ultimately succeeded in gaining Robin's trust. These individuals are not malevolent. They merely exhibit a certain folly. Furthermore, they would not act against their own interests. Upon noticing Robin's gaze shift towards her, Yuling promptly averted her eyes. "Do not look at me. Although I am the captain today, decisions regarding recruitment are not mine to make." Upon hearing Yuling's words, Ace displayed an earnest and amiable smile. After a moment of contemplation, Robin extended her right hand, presenting a distinctly professional smile. "I concur." Chapter 25. The Three Sisters Hooray. Our soul pirate crew has welcomed a new member. In this way, our opportunity to challenge Whitebeard has significantly increased. Ace's words were astonishing. Nami blinked, unaware of who Whitebeard was. Yet Robin, who had just joined the pirate crew, was acutely aware of his existence. "Wait, the Whitebeard you just mentioned." Robin felt an ominous premonition as her professional smile gradually faded. Ace grinned widely and pointed skyward with one hand. "He is, of course, one of the four emperors, the world's strongest man, known as Edward Newgate, or Whitebeard. Few dare to speak his name so casually." However, Ace's personality indeed emboldened him to do so. Yuling, listening nearby, shook his head and sighed. Although Nami did not fully comprehend, she found Ace incredibly charismatic. In an instant, her object of admiration shifted to Ace. Yet, this admiration lasted no more than 3 seconds before she reverted her attention back to Yuling. At present, Nami had become Yuling's standard accessory. "I wonder, is it too late for me to express my regret?" Robin's face revealed a bittersweet expression. She anticipated that Ace and Yuling bore no ill will towards her. However, she could never have imagined that Ace's ambitions extended beyond the stars and seas, reaching even to one of the four emperors, Whitebeard. This situation instilled a sense of trepidation in Robin, even prompting thoughts of regret. Yet, deep within her heart, she discovered a flicker of anticipation, though she could not fathom why. A notion crossed her mind. Perhaps by accompanying them, she might truly witness history unfold. However, this thought was swiftly banished from her mind, for it seemed far too fantastical. No, dear Miss Robin, now that you have boarded our vessel, there is no turning back. Whether your intentions are sincere or merely a facade for self-preservation, once you have chosen to agree, you are one of us. Escape is no longer an option. Yuling stepped forward, gently caressing Robin's somewhat weathered face, a consequence of prolonged exposure to the harsh sun of Alabasta. Though her skin appeared coarse, it mattered little. With proper care, her natural complexion would soon be restored. Very well, since that is the case, I must accept it. However, I have one question. Why did you choose to save me? I desire to understand the reason, Robin inquired earnestly of Yuling. She recognized that questioning Ace would yield no fruitful answers, thus she directed her inquiry towards Yuling. After a moment of contemplation, Yuling gestured towards the cabin. Let us converse inside, and I shall provide you with some cosmetics. Your skin truly requires attention. It is quite rough. As a young lady, you ought to take better care of yourself rather than neglecting your well-being. With that, Yuling cast a glance at Ace. Ace, change our course towards Water 7. Our ship requires modifications. Once the alterations are complete, we shall gather information regarding the Rumbar pirates. Understood. Ace snapped to attention before hastening off to the control room. Nami surveyed her surroundings before making her way to the kitchen, knowing that it was prudent to keep herself occupied during such times. Although she was not adept at cooking, preparing some desserts posed no challenge for her. Meanwhile, Yuling led Robin back to her quarters, where they both sat on the bed, enveloped in a silence that lingered. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew somewhat charged in the confined space. However, this was merely Yuling's perception. To Robin, Yuling was undeniably a genuine young woman. With the aid of the system, even the observation hockey could not unveil Yuling's true identity. No matter how keen Robin's eyesight or sharp her observational skills, she would be unable to penetrate Yuling's disguise. Unless Yuling were to deactivate the system or remove her feminine attire, no one would discern her true nature. Ahem. Let us not remain idle. Did you not have a question earlier? In this secluded space, it was just the two of us. Feel free to ask anything. Yuling said, breaking the silence with a relaxed demeanor. Robin nodded, her typically aloof and cunning nature momentarily overshadowed by a hint of shyness. She noticed the shift in herself but chose to dismiss it, even finding a certain enjoyment in the warmth of the moment. After years of traversing perilous paths and surviving dire situations, this was the first time Robin felt such a comforting sensation. Nevertheless, she swiftly regained her composure and reiterated her inquiry. The intent was quite straightforward. First, she wished to learn more about Yuling simply because she had spotted him. Secondly, she sought information regarding the Rumbar pirates. But you probably know little about it. Considering the time that has passed, she added. Yuling articulated his purpose succinctly, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. His candor took Robin by surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, she responded, in truth, I have indeed heard some rumors about the Rumbar pirates. What rumors? Yuling inquired, his curiosity piqued. While he was aware that the Rumbar pirates resided in the Devil S Triangle, he was not well versed in their precise location. After all, in the original story, Luffy and his crew encountered Brook due to sheer luck. If he were to venture forth alone, he might very well return empty-handed, though he might cross paths with Moria. My knowledge is rather limited, Robin admitted. I've merely heard tales of the Rumbar pirates in the Devil S Triangle. Many survivors have recounted seeing a skeletal figure playing the violin, lingering around three enormous shadows. Those shadows are likely what they refer to as demons. However, I remain skeptical. It could simply be an illusion or a natural phenomenon. With a shrug, she concluded, that's all I know, and beyond that, there's little I can offer. Yuling nodded in understanding. Given Robin's account, he had a clearer idea of Brook's whereabouts. As long as he could locate the terrifying ship and find Moria, he would likely be able to track down Brook. Although this diverged from the original narrative, it was certainly worth a try. The conversation then continued, with Robin seizing the opportunity to inquire about the pirate crew's details. Yuling, feeling no need to withhold information, shared insights regarding Ace's abilities as well as his own. These reports are all present, but Yuling articulates them with greater detail. Observing Yuling's openness, Robin likewise refrained from withholding her own background and abilities, revealing everything, including certain details unknown to the outside world. Although Yuling suspects that Robin may be feigning her allegiance to her pirate crew, she nonetheless feels significantly more at ease. shedding the initial hostility she once harbored. Most importantly, Robin experiences a comfort she has never known before, leading her to unintentionally share more than she realized. Even unaware of her own verbosity, when Nami entered with snacks, the three sisters fully opened up, discussing anything and everything, eventually leading to a lively conversation about Baroque works. However, at that moment, Robin suddenly became aware and cautioned Yuling against asking too many questions. Yuling, in response, merely gestured toward the window, indicating that it was not her probing but rather that someone was approaching. Their flag bore the insignia of Baroque works. Chapter 26. Once aboard a pirate ship, one cannot easily disembark. Is this not where a distress signal was sent out? A man adorned with the number 3 atop his head glanced at the girl beside him, who was engrossed in her painting. She remained silent, continuing her artwork. Very well, I knew it would be futile to inquire of you. Yet, the individual who sent this signal must hold considerable status. Otherwise, they could not have summoned the captain's attention for us to come here specifically. I wonder who it could be, for even the captain has forbidden us from investigating, simply instructing us to eliminate the enemy and disregard the rest. How peculiar. The man sat cross-legged on the deck, pondering his captain's words. However, with his limited intellect, he could not unravel the mystery after considerable deliberation. At that moment, they spotted a pirate ship slowly approaching. Despite the vessel's lack of overt actions, the man remained vigilant. As the two ships passed each other, he squinted and immediately issued a command. All hands, open fire on that pirate ship. I, Captain M3. With that command, all cannons were aimed at the approaching pirate ship. The ship was unfamiliar, but its flag was indeed peculiar, a black background with a white skull, overshadowed by a red female silhouette, which was rather intimidating. M3 scoffed, though he did not dwell on it. In this world, peculiar pirate flags were abundant. However, just as they prepared to strike, a burst of flames suddenly erupted. Before they could fire their cannons, Ace's fiery fist was already upon M3. Alarmed, everyone ducked. Candle wall. With a cry, M3 activated his ability to shield himself. The girl with the drawing board was equally taken aback and immediately sought refuge. In an instant, flames swept across the ship, consuming all the mast and deck items. His candle wall held for only a moment before being devoured by the fire. Fortunately, the fiery fist was swift in its arrival and departure. Within less than a second, the flames had receded. The pirate ship gradually faded into the horizon, while M3's vessel lay in tatters. Had the fire's power been greater or aimed lower, they might have perished here. I knew it. The person the captain wished to save must be here. However, it seemed the adversary possessed a unique ability to conjure flames, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. This matter must be reported to the captain. We cannot succeed on our own. Although M3 was arrogant, he recognized that he could not contend with the one who wielded fire. He was even uncertain whether the flames emanated from a person or some weapon. Thus, he remained oblivious to who was aboard the ship. Nevertheless, he was certain that someone he needed to rescue was indeed present. After all, the signal from that individual has vanished here. M3 has thus deduced that the pirate ship they narrowly evaded harbors significant issues. It must be acknowledged that although M3 is a minor character, his intellect is remarkably agile. He swiftly recognizes that this is not an adversary he can confront, prompting him to choose a strategic retreat. However, the ship has sustained considerable damage from the fire. Despite their timely efforts to extinguish the flames, continuing their voyage appears exceedingly improbable. Consequently, M3 is compelled to issue another distress signal, summoning his comrades for rescue. Meanwhile, Robin has also observed the situation unfolding here. As M3 prepares to take action, Ace's observation hockey alerts him to the imminent danger, prompting him to act decisively. Robin remains within the confines of Yuling's chamber. She wishes to speak but finds herself speechless, ultimately saying nothing. Robin is acutely aware that she has no standing to advocate for Baroque works. Even though she has ostensibly joined their ranks, she believes Yuling remains oblivious to this fact. Naturally, she would not willingly expose herself. Yet, she is increasingly anxious about the potential consequences should Crocodile become aware of her existence. Yuling, although I lack knowledge of your true capabilities, I advise you to release me and flee at once. Baroque works is not as simplistic as it appears. Their leader possesses formidable strength. Formidable strength, you say? Merely one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile is hardly a challenge that necessitates my intervention. Ace can handle it alone. Yuling shakes his head, evidently dismissing Crocodile's threat. However, his words strike Robin as quite alarming. You actually know who the leader of Baroque Works is? Is there a problem with that? Crocodile, also known as Sir Crocodile, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the leader of Baroque Works. Isn't that common knowledge? This time, Yuling turned the tables and inquired of Robin. This left Robin momentarily speechless, for she could not determine whether Yuling genuinely believed that such matters were common knowledge or if he was merely toying with her. However, upon witnessing the earnest expression on Yuling's face, Robin was almost certain that, in his eyes, this was indeed a matter of course. Contemplating this, Robin inhaled sharply, only to be caught off guard by a fit of coughing. Excuse me, may I step out onto the deck for a moment? I wish to catch my breath. Of course, from now on consider this place your home, Yuling replied. After all, you are now a member of our pirate crew. He blinked playfully and gently patted Robin's thigh. Gradually, Robin's tension began to ease. Yet, she suddenly felt a jolt of urgency and hastily fled from Yuling's room. This person is rather dull, simply running away like that, she mused. Though my sister Ling and Ace wish to recruit her, I harbor no objections. Yet, judging by her demeanor, it appears she has no intention of joining US, does it? Her previous remarks were likely mere pleasantries. As she seeks an opportunity to escape from us, wouldn't you agree? Nami observed with keen attention. Despite her youth, Robin's behaviors did not escape her notice. No matter how adeptly Robin acted, it was of little consequence against Nami's intuition and observational prowess. This is talent. With proper cultivation, Nami can undoubtedly become stronger and more captivating. Nami, it suffices for you to know this, as not everyone possesses the ease of boarding a ship like you do. Robin's background is even more tragic than yours. Thus, she must approach every situation with utmost caution. However, there is no need for concern. With us by her side, she will ultimately find her way onto the ship, Yuling confidently remarked. Nami felt a hint of confusion, yet refrained from probing further, instead climbing onto Yuling's lap to sit across from him. I believe in Sister Ling, and I also believe in Ace. Therefore, I shall place my trust in her for the time being. Chapter 27. Water 7, Alabasta. In the rain. Here lies an immense casino known as the Rain Banquet. It is widely recognized as the territory of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Furthermore, it stands as the largest casino in all of Alabasta, a principal hub for financial transactions, and indeed a colossal den of iniquity. Within these walls, Crocodile exerts control over more than half of the financial flow in Alabasta. This has resulted in the Kingdom of Alabasta facing a shortage of funds. It can only be said that Crocodile's maneuvering is quite masterful. However, Crocodile is not idle. He is tasked with eliminating all pirates that venture into Alabasta and ensuring the safety of the surrounding seas. He even takes responsibility for dealing with the rebel forces in Alabasta. To outsiders and the world government, Crocodile's actions appear as a safeguard for the security of Alabasta. Thus, he would not be deemed in violation of the rules and could continue to retain this piece of land. Even though the Navy was fully aware that all of Crocodile's actions were part of a nefarious scheme, they refrained from taking action against the warlords of the sea due to the protection afforded by the world government. This was, however, an open secret. Anyone of notable standing would be privy to such knowledge. Yet, there remained one aspect that eluded public understanding. Even the world government and the Navy themselves were only partially informed. This was the fact that the Baroque Works, an organization thriving in the first half of the Grand Line as a purveyor of intelligence and a bounty hunter, was entirely orchestrated by Crocodile. He stood as the clandestine proprietor of Baroque Works. On the surface, one was responsible for the organization's operations, with Crocodile only intervening in matters of considerable complexity. In the office of Rain Feast, Crocodile wore a grim expression. 3, standing at attention, dared not utter a word. He had accurately reported all that had transpired to Crocodile, but upon hearing it, Crocodile remained silent, staring at the ceiling while puffing on a cigar. Once the cigar was extinguished, Crocodile finally shifted his gaze to 3. You may leave now. Do not speak of this incident to anyone, otherwise. You are well aware of the consequences, Crocodile stated flatly. 3 nodded fervently, instinctively casting a glance at the transparent floor beneath which lay a multitude of crocodiles. These are the pets of Crocodile, employed as instruments to deal with traders and debtors who fail to repay their dues. Anyone who defies him or neglects their obligations ultimately becomes fodder for these crocodiles. Consequently, these creatures exhibit an insatiable bloodlust, far more ferocious than their ordinary counterparts. Even 3, endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, cannot help but tremble in their presence. He turns to leave, his step stiff. Observing this, One personally ejects him and then closes the door, directing his gaze towards Crocodile. Boss, should I take direct action to bring her back? No. You are no match for her. One furrows his brow, puzzled. Boss, do you truly believe I am inferior to Nico Robin? Not at all. If it were solely Nico Robin, I would send you to confront her, as your abilities counter her quite effectively. However, the individual I refer to is not her, but rather her. As he speaks, Crocodile slams a bounty notice onto the table. Upon seeing the notice and the exquisite photograph of the target, one gasps in shock. During this period, he was preoccupied with various matters and hardly paid attention to other bounties. However, he soon realized that there was more than one bounty. Another one lay beneath the bounty for the elusive spirit. Port Asti. Ace? The user of the Maramarinomi? Surely this is the person you refer to, boss? In one's understanding, a Logia-type devil fruit is 1,000 times more terrifying than the seemingly adorable and charming spirit, which resembles a mascot. Yet, Crocodile revealed a cold smirk, accompanied by a barely perceptible disappointment. You are still too young, 1. Some matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. Even though the Mara no Mi is fearsome, in the presence of true power, it is merely trivial. And this person, the spirit, she embodies the type of individual I speak of. 1. Prepare the ship and investigate their destination. I wish to meet this woman personally and inquire as to why she has taken Nico Robin. Understood, boss. I will prepare immediately. 1 nodded and swiftly departed to make the necessary arrangements. Once the room was empty, Crocodile picked up the bounty notice again, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Time flew by. The spirit and her companions spent 3 fulfilling and joyous days at sea. Their sailing speed was remarkable. Originally, they had a considerable distance to cover to reach Water 7. However, under the spirit's fervent suggestion, they chose to push the pirate ship to its limits, augmenting its power. What should have taken a week was accomplished in a mere 3 days. The price paid, however, was that the ship's propulsion system was nearly in ruins. Ace, too, was utterly exhausted, having to continuously unleash his powers at high intensity for 3 days, with rest periods not exceeding 3 hours each day. The spirit had completely drained him, leaving him with nothing. Upon arriving at their destination, they found an inn, and Ace promptly lay down to sleep, showing no intention of wandering about. Perhaps this was for the best. With Ace asleep, the spirit and her companions could avoid unnecessary trouble that might arise should he be awake. Subsequently, the spirit, accompanied by Robin and Nami, made their way to the shipyard in Water 7, preparing to thoroughly remodel their vessel. After a round of haggling upon arrival, the spirit, gritting her teeth, ultimately spent 100 million berries to successfully secure the modifications for her ship. This encompasses all of Yuling's possessions. His remaining funds are scarce. After procuring some supplies here, they are nearly depleted. However, the reconstruction of the vessel will require at least a month's time. Yuling handed over some of the design blueprints for the ship to the other party and, after casually voicing a few requests, relinquished control entirely. For the past month, he has resolved to take a well-deserved respite, while also exploring whether there are lucrative opportunities in the City of Water. Although money is not the most virtuous of pursuits, one cannot proceed without it. However, the 3 of them must venture out fully equipped, donning sunglasses and veils for concealment. Yuling possesses such extraordinary beauty that a mere glance is unforgettable. Robin, on the other hand, is so renowned that her mere presence draws attention. The 2 of them must, without exception, shield their true identities. As for Nami, she feels that if she does not wear a veil and sunglasses like Yuling and Robin, she would stand out awkwardly. Thus, in an effort to blend in, she too opts for the disguise. Yet, fundamentally, she is reluctant to acknowledge her own sense of being an inconspicuous presence. Chapter 28. Super. Mayor of Ice City. Please take a look at this design draft. This is a woman of striking beauty who has come to us. She requests that we renovate according to the design plans. However, what she refers to as renovation is, in fact, a mere restoration and reinforcement. After all, her vessel was initially constructed based on these very blueprints. It is simply that the execution was rather crude. A shipwright presented the designs of the vessel to the mayor of the City of 7 Waters. If the vessel were here, it would undoubtedly be recognized. This shipbuilder is, in fact, one of the undercover operatives of CP9, Kaku, the long-nosed one. However, his true identity remains concealed, as he presently continues to masquerade as a mere shipwright. Such matters could easily be addressed through the blueprints. Why then must you inform me? Kaku, do not tell me that after all these years of study, you are incapable of comprehending a mere blueprint. The mayor of Ice City chuckled softly before taking the blueprint into his hands. The smile that once adorned his face vanished in an instant. He realized that the blueprint was not as intricate as he had initially assumed. Rather, it was remarkably straightforward. Yet, it was precisely its simplicity, so easily grasped even by an ordinary individual, that left the mayor astounded. For even he could not produce such a clear and uncomplicated design. Not even his esteemed teacher could achieve such clarity. After all, this was a product of the system. Were it not for this, the novice shipbuilder, Yuling, would not have been capable of understanding the blueprints from the outset. The vessel, it seems, cannot be constructed. Mayor Bing, you have observed that my comprehension is not lacking. Rather, it is precisely because I grasp the situation so thoroughly that I have sought you out. I sense that the woman in question is no ordinary individual, and the ship's structure and design are remarkably avant-garde. It even evokes memories of the maritime train crafted by your esteemed mentor. Indeed, I too discern the influence of our teacher. However, to my knowledge, he has had no other disciples apart from myself. Thus, this individual is either a prodigy or has acquired these blueprints from elsewhere, subsequently fashioning a ship based on them. Nonetheless, there exists another possibility. This vessel may not have been constructed by her at all. Mayor Bing pondered for a moment before seizing the blueprints and rising to depart. Kaku, please inform the others at the factory to reinforce and modify this ship using the finest materials available. The cost shall remain unchanged. I will cover any excess expenses. Regardless, this individual must be treated with utmost hospitality. If feasible, I shall endeavor to procure the complete set of blueprints from her. After all, only in our possession can these plans realize their full potential. What Mayor Bing held was merely a fraction of the blueprints. It was inconceivable that Yuling would relinquish all her designs. She had merely created a simple copy of the sections she intended to enhance and fortify. The remainder was relegated to the System S repository, gathering dust. To her, those plans might never see the light of day. Yet, unbeknownst to her, someone held a keen interest in them. Mayor Bing, do you not think your actions are somewhat unorthodox? Kaku ventured to remind him, but Bing merely shook his head, chuckling as he patted Kaku's shoulder. You dare speak of rules? Among your peers, you are the one most heedless of them. Upon hearing Bing's words, Kaku blushed and averted his gaze to the ceiling, feigning ignorance. Bing playfully delivered a couple of light punches before departing the office. Moments later, Kaku's bashfulness vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. The enchanting Yuling had arrived in the city of Seven Waters, mastering advanced shipbuilding techniques. While the origin of her knowledge remained a mystery, Mayor Bing appeared to be quite intrigued. However, Yuling's arrival signified that Fire Fist Ace and the cunning Nami were also present. Yet, at the shipyard, 3 women had appeared. Fire Fist Ace was absent. 2 of the women were indeed Yuling and Nami. But who was the third? Could it be that Ace was masquerading as a woman? Kaku's imagination ran wild. However, he soon cast the thought aside. Even if one wished to conceal their identity, there was no need to don women's attire. In his view, pirates were inherently rebellious. No one would resort to cross-dressing out of fear of exposure. Thus, he naturally dismissed the notion. What he remained unaware of, however, was that Ace had already ventured into cross-dressing long before. Yet, only Wai Ling was privy to this secret, and he could not possibly broadcast it widely, as it pertained to Ace's dignity. Within the confines of their home, Wai Ling could afford to disregard Ace's pride. However, in the presence of outsiders, it was essential to uphold appearances in order to maintain authority. Shortly thereafter, Kaku departed from the office, making his way to a secluded corner to report to his superiors. Meanwhile, Wai Ling, accompanied by Robin and Nami, ventured into the market, procuring a substantial quantity of supplies. However, as they prepared to return, they encountered 2 female delinquents who obstructed their path. If you want to pass through here, leave your belongings behind, they demanded. Indeed, we are here to rob you. The 2 miscreants were clad in little more than a jacket and a swimsuit, with one sporting a diving mask, leaving almost everything else to the imagination. This rendered the underage Nami completely unable to meet anyone's gaze. As for Robin, she remained unfazed, having witnessed countless such trivialities. As for Yuling, it was of no concern to him. He felt nothing even when observing those around him. Robin, I leave this gang of little rascals to you. With a sigh, Robin unleashed her powers and unceremoniously tossed them into the water. Judging by their expressions, it was evident that the 2 were quite competent swimmers. And given Robin's nonchalance, she simply let them fall. After dealing with the 2 little rascals, The trio made their way towards the inn. Just then, the sound of a motorcycle approached from behind. Two familiar voices once again pierced their ears. "Boss, they are the ones who attacked us." "Indeed, boss, you must avenge us." "Those who dared to strike me think they can simply walk away? Do they not regard Frankie with any respect?" The bizarre voice emanated from Frankie, accompanied by a slight lisp. Notably, he wore nothing but a t-shirt and a pair of triangular swim trunks, with nothing else adorning him. Nami felt an overwhelming sense of shame, unable to open her eyes. Even the well-versed Robin found herself witnessing such an exhibitionist for the first time. What an eye-opener. Observing Robin's reaction, Yuling couldn't help but sigh before stepping forward. At that moment, the individuals dismounted from the motorcycle, striking a pose that could only be described as mortifying. Soup. With the battle cry, a man and two women simultaneously assumed a wide stance, their bodies leaning to the right. Then they crossed their arms, bringing them closer together. Most notably, a star adorned each of their arms, and when their limbs touched, a peculiar spectacle unfolded. This star has thus become complete. As the saying goes, as long as one does not feel embarrassed, the embarrassment will befall others. Currently, Yuling finds herself in such a predicament, where the other party displays no semblance of awkwardness whatsoever. This led to Yuling in a state of embarrassment so profound that she could use her delicate toes to carve out a magical castle. Chapter 29, Misunderstanding. The appearance of the pervert sent those around fleeing to a safe distance. However, Yuling and her companions exchanged glances before a flurry of sounds erupted. There was no suspense whatsoever. In less than a minute, Frankie and his two companions were all brought to the ground, utterly devoid of resistance. Pervert. Filthy man. Scoundrel. Yuling and Robin's curses were quite formidable, yet when it came to Nami, her tone softened considerably. After all, she had not engaged in the fray, merely observing from the sidelines. Nevertheless, upon witnessing their adversary's defeat, she too stepped forward to deliver a kick, feigning authority. "Let us go. There is nothing to discuss with such a pervert." Robin waved her hand, clearly expressing her disdain. Yuling, however, did not share such strong feelings of revulsion. After all, Frankie was a character from the original narrative, possessing formidable abilities. Particularly after 2 years of training, he had matured significantly. Although still eccentric, he had grown considerably more composed. Thus, Yuling did not look down upon him. Rather, she felt a twinge of pity. "Don't you dare leave. You have bullied my subordinates, and even if it costs me my life, I will seek justice." Frankie trembled as he stood, his modified body on the brink of collapse, yet he refused to concede. This is the twisted spirit of Frankie. He is an indomitable cyborg. However, his two subordinates are now contemplating escape. They are acutely aware that they are merely victims seeking Frankie's assistance. Yet, the current circumstances clearly deviate from their expectations. In an instant, both of them regretted bringing Frankie into this situation. "Honestly, it seems you've misunderstood something. What do you mean we bullied your subordinates? It was those two deviants who obstructed our path and attempted to rob us, only to be reprimanded by us. So, are you still intent on defending them?" "You bandit chief?" Nami said, hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed out in evident irritation. Upon hearing her words, Frankie scratched his head and turned to his two subordinates, who were poised to flee, and suddenly realized the truth. "Did you two deceive me?" "Boss, we acknowledge our mistake," they exclaimed as they promptly knelt down in contrition. This essentially confirms that Nami was not lying. "Just wait. I will deal with you shortly." Frankie shot a glare at the two of them before turning around to apologize to the spirit of the sea. Although Frankie is eccentric, he possesses a sense of reason. He never anticipated that his loyal subordinates would engage in such behavior. However, when he turned back, he found that not a single person remained in front of him. The three women had vanished as if they had never existed. Frankie scratched his head and glared at the two once more. Just then, Mayor Iceberg appeared beside him, accompanied by a large contingent of CP9 undercover agents. Yet, their true identities remained a mystery to everyone. Even Frankie and Iceberg assumed they were merely shipbuilders. "Frankie, what are you doing here? Are you planning to cause destruction again?" "Iceberg, you underestimate me far too much. I assure you, I am determined to construct a ship that rivals the legendary Pluto. So you may continue your duties as mayor. There is no need for further discourse between us." Frankie felt a surge of anger upon seeing Iceberg. Due to various circumstances, the two had parted ways. Yet their aspirations remained aligned, to build a vessel that transcends the mythical Pluto. Though this ambition may seem unrealistic, both brothers are diligently striving in their own ways. However, in contrast to Frankie's unwavering dedication, Iceberg has diverted a portion of his focus towards managing Water 7. Consequently, his progress and skills lag behind Frankie's to some extent. Frankie, this is not the time for such discussions. Since we have crossed paths, I shall no longer keep my intentions hidden. This is a partial design blueprint of a vessel. Although it represents merely a segment, your exceptional skills should enable you to discern any discrepancies, wouldn't they? Hee. What difficulty could a mere design blueprint present? Upon hearing Iceberg's words, Frankie displayed a hint of disdain. Despite having severed ties with Iceberg, the latter had personally delivered the design to him, warranting a modicum of respect. However, when Frankie took the blueprint into his hands and cast a glance at it, his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that such a streamlined, advanced, yet intricately complex design exists? This is truly not the entirety, merely a fragment of the comprehensive design schematics, Frankie remarked with a hint of astonishment. He had never encountered such clarity and simplicity, yet with a complexity of structure and a conceptual brilliance that seemed to transcend this era. A product of the system, it must be a masterpiece. Even Frankie, who prided himself on his genius, was awestruck by the design. Indeed, this was but a portion, and my objective is to locate the creator of this design. So, you merely happened upon this, correct? Frankie glanced at the Iceberg and then at the concealed identities of the CP9 members behind him, curling his lip in disdain. He had initially presumed the Iceberg had come specifically to seek him out, but now it appeared he had overestimated his significance. Indeed, I was merely passing by. But since our paths have crossed, would you mind accompanying me for a while? Of course, I have no objections. However, I must inform you that I shall not collaborate on the design. Furthermore, are you intending to forcibly seize the ship with such a large entourage? Frankie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the group behind the Iceberg. Although he was unaware of their true identities, his instincts had long warned him that they were not to be trusted. This was precisely why he had always refrained from visiting the Iceberg shipyard, opting instead to conduct his research in his modest workshop, where only he and a few reliable subordinates resided, individuals he could trust. In stark contrast, the Iceberg shipyard had been thoroughly infiltrated by agents of the world government. It remained uncertain who might be their eyes and ears. You are right. I failed to consider that, said the Iceberg, as he tossed 2 large crates toward Frankie before shouldering to himself. You all may return now, and do not forget the modifications for this vessel. There is no need for concern regarding matters here. With both Frankie and myself, it is more than sufficient. The CP9 members exchanged glances behind us. Although they wished to continue trailing, they found it prudent to withdraw temporarily to avoid revealing their identities. However, just after their departure, a graceful figure silently blended into the crowd. Naturally, CP9 could not relent in their pursuit. They were determined to keep track of every move made by the Iceberg. Since Frankie, who had eluded them for so long, had now made his appearance, they were resolute in their intention not to let him escape. Chapter 30. Narrow Paths of Foes. Frankie, I wonder when you will finally engage me in genuine conversation? Your current demeanor leaves me quite unsettled. As they walked, the Iceberg felt a profound sense of guilt. He yearned for reconciliation with Frankie, yet the latter remained resolutely unyielding. Frankie remained silent, merely trailing alongside, occasionally surveying their surroundings. Being a modified individual, his perceptive abilities far surpassed those of the Iceberg. From the outset, he had been acutely aware of the presence following both him and the Iceberg. Consequently, regardless of how the Iceberg attempted to converse, he chose to remain mute, for their surroundings were far from secure. Before long, they arrived at the front of an inn. Simultaneously, Yuling, Robin, and others were engaged in a lively game of do-di-ju in their room. Ace still lay asleep, resembling a dead pig, utterly impervious to the raucous noise around him, which failed to disrupt his slumber. Yet, during the game, Ace would occasionally blurt out a few exclamations of triumph. This game was brought here by Yuling. Originally, this world did not have do-di-ju. With Yuling's arrival, do-di-ju naturally emerged. Ace was meticulously taught by Yuling for half a year. However, aside from the Wangjia, he remained utterly clueless about playing any other cards. Although Nami had only taught him for a few days, her skills had already improved significantly. In contrast, Robin grasped the rules after just 1 round and has since played 10 games, winning 7 of them. It must be said that, without any cheating, Robin's card-playing prowess is truly remarkable. Even Yuling, a formidable competitor in the local do-di-ju tournament, found himself utterly bested. He had never experienced such a crushing defeat before, as he was usually the one dominating others. The excitement left him almost speechless. Look at this. For twos accompanied by two kings. Off we go. Robin chuckled lightly, her victory in the 11th round delivered with an air of playful derision. At this point, Yuling put away the cards and lay on the ground like a defeated fish, adopting a posture reminiscent of a duck. I'm done. My luck is terrible today. I don't wish to play anymore. Ling's sister, isn't it a bit unsporting to give up? Nami inquired cautiously. Yet, Yuling paid her no mind. Robin, on the other hand, displayed a sly smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. She hadn't anticipated that this enchanting woman could exhibit such an endearing side, which genuinely surprised her. Unbeknownst to her, Robin had developed an unusual fondness for Yuling. Initially, she could manage her feelings, but as time passed, she discovered that she was unable to contain them, eventually succumbing to the allure. The sensation of this descent and indulgence was rather delightful, and she found it enjoyable. Nami, spare your words. Meeting a weirdo today has already dampened my spirits. Coupled with my poor performance in the game, can you blame Ling for being upset and resorting to tricks? Robin chuckled softly, believing she had completely deciphered Yuling's thoughts. However, what she failed to realize was that Yuling was indifferent to winning or losing. His observation haki had detected someone approaching their room. Thus, he had preemptively put away the playing cards. Yet, the disappointment was genuine. After all, it is impossible for anyone to remain cheerful after losing 8 consecutive rounds, especially when the last round ended with 4 twos and 2 kings. It was utterly humiliating. Yuling was uncertain how others would react in such a situation. However, she personally could not endure such a profound humiliation. At that moment, Robin also ceased her smile, while Nami looked out the door with a puzzled expression. The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, distinct from the casual passers-by. As they approached the room, the steps became more cautious. Having fled for so many years, Robin was well acquainted with this kind of sound. Though Nami was unaware of the specifics, her instincts told her that someone outside was coming for them. Yuling. Did you notice earlier? Robin inquired, glancing at Yuling, who lay defenseless on the ground, suddenly recalling something. Nami, taken aback, turned her gaze towards Yuling. She was aware that Yuling possessed the observation haki. Yuling rose, stretching her arms and legs, twisting her waist before nodding. Indeed, I noticed them. However, they bore no malice, so I refrained from mentioning it. But I didn't anticipate your sensitivity to such presences. It seems I must find an opportunity to train you both in observation haki. Yay, I've wanted to learn it for ages, but if I am to study it, won't my physique need to improve? Nami exclaimed with excitement. Yet, the thought of not having mastered her military boxing yet brought a wave of disappointment. Yuling nodded, then shook her head. You may practice in advance. The two pursuits are not mutually exclusive. When your physique is sufficient, continuing your training will yield greater results. As Yuling finished her words, the footsteps outside abruptly ceased. Robin had remained silent, partly due to her anxiety over whether the individuals outside were foes. Even though Yuling assured her of their harmlessness, Robin still felt a twinge of apprehension. Additionally, she was unfamiliar with the concept of observation haki, having never ventured to the New World or delved into such matters. Although her knowledge was extensive, her understanding of combat-related topics was rather scant. Nevertheless, she refrained from asking questions, recognizing that the current circumstances were not conducive to such inquiries. Her gaze shifted to the door, where Yuling had already approached without hesitation and opened it. There stood the figure of the iceberg, hand raised as if to knock. Fortunately, he halted. Otherwise, his punch could have struck Yuling squarely in the face. Who are you? Yuling inquired, her brow furrowed. Although Iceberg was the mayor of Water 7, Yuling had little recollection of this character. It's that pervert. Suddenly, Nami called out, her voice capturing the attention of Yuling and Robin. It was only then that they noticed the person beside them was none other than Frankie, the one they had previously assaulted. However, due to the angle at which he stood, his body was obscured by the iceberg from Yuling and Robin's view, preventing them from recognizing his face at first. In contrast, Nami had a clear view of the half-star tattoo on Frankie's hand and instantly identified him. Ah, you pervert. Not only are you unwilling to concede defeat, but you've also brought another ally, have you? I wasn't planning to confront you, but now you've come to me. Robin, Nami, let's take them down. Do not let them escape. Understood, Captain. Nami and Robin exclaimed in unison. Without hesitation, Yuling yanked the bewildered duo inside. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. It was locked. Robin, Nami, and Yuling approached like demons, closing in swiftly. The iceberg and Frankie barely had time to explain before they were met with horrifying screams for mercy. Help? Wah! Chapter 31. The deal so. You are not here to pick a fight, but rather to acquire my design blueprints? Yuling sat in a chair, his right leg crossed over his left, fully exposing his long, elegant leg. His expression was grave. The blueprints provided by the system could be shared with others. Yet he was uncertain whether these individuals could indeed utilize them. After all, it was through the system that he was able to construct that ship. However, Yuling had overlooked the fact that the two before him were among the finest shipwrights in the world. As long as you are willing to sell, we will purchase it at any price. Furthermore, we can even offer to modify that ship of yours for free. The iceberg was reluctant to let this opportunity slip away. Although his enthusiasm for the king of the underworld had waned, deep down, he still yearned to uncover the technology necessary to create it. Yuling's design blueprints had ignited a spark of hope within him. Yet, his serious demeanor juxtaposed with his comically pig-like face elicited laughter. Frankie, standing nearby, was too intimidated to utter a word, having initially misjudged the situation, which left him utterly cowed and unable to speak. I need to ponder this carefully, for this is a treasure I have acquired with great difficulty. Even I, a layman, recognize the immense value of these blueprints. After all, my ship was crafted by my own hands using these very designs. A blueprint capable of enabling someone entirely ignorant of shipbuilding to assemble a vessel. As the mayor of Water 7, you must understand its worth even better than I do, right? Yuling gently tapped Iceberg's shoulder. The latter winced in pain, gritting his teeth. Yet, despite the discomfort, he endured without uttering a sound, instead opting to explain, I am well aware. So this time, my brother and I have brought 400 million berries for the transaction. Including your ship, that totals 500 million berries. Of course, the value of this blueprint far exceeds that. Even 10 billion berries would not be an exaggeration. However, the maximum I can offer at present is merely this much. Iceberg scratched his head, at a loss for words. Initially, he had not believed that Yuling understood the worth of this item. Yet, upon meeting her, he realized that she was not easily deceived. More importantly, the moment he laid eyes on Yuling, he recognized her identity, coupled with Robin's presence beside her. Iceberg felt even more compelled to tread carefully in his words. In his mind, both women were formidable. Your willingness to present this sum already speaks volumes of your sincerity, Yuling remarked. Iceberg, the mayor, felt a surge of joy. However, Yuling's sudden shift in tone transformed his elation into despair. However, I cannot sell you these blueprints. Just as he suspected, Iceberg felt disheartened. With no chance of acquiring the blueprints, he deemed it unnecessary to linger. Yet, as he prepared to rise and depart, Yuling grasped his and Frankie's shoulders, inflicting another wave of pain. They were compelled to return to their seats. I said I cannot sell them to you, but I did not say I cannot gift them to you. Gift them to us? Iceberg and Frankie exchanged incredulous glances, feeling somewhat bewildered. Their expressions held no trace of joy, for they were acutely aware that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. All that is free is often the most expensive. This is the merchant's stratagem. As the mayor, the Iceberg is well versed in such tactics. Frankie is not a merchant. He lacks understanding of this cunning, yet his intuition guides him. This matter is not as simple as it seems. Sisterling, what are you doing? If you intend to give it away, why not sell it instead? Upon hearing Nami's question, Robin shook her head and gently pulled her back. Nami is still too young. Such inquiries ought not to be posed at this moment. The protagonist of this transaction is deftly maneuvered by Yuling. Thus, everything unfolds according to his meticulously crafted scheme. This is precisely why Robin remained silent throughout the entire affair. However, Nami did not comprehend this. Fortunately, Yuling did not dwell on it. Instead, she gently patted Nami's head and softly explained, You see, I have more pressing matters that require their assistance. Such matters cannot be measured by mere monetary value. Yuling's words served not only to elucidate the situation to Nami, but were also directed towards Frankie and Iceberg. The two brothers exchanged glances, taken aback by the fact that Yuling had so candidly articulated such sentiments. This prompted a shift in their initial impression of Yuling. Well, since the conversation has ventured this far, I shall refrain from further suspense. The materials used for my vessel, while commendable, are predominantly commonplace. The keel, in particular, is rather ordinary. Therefore, I require your expertise to craft a new pirate ship, one that is truly magnificent. During this period, feel free to examine the blueprints at your leisure, utilize them freely, or even replicate them without hesitation. Once the ship is completed, I shall gladly hand over the blueprints to you. However, the ship must be constructed with the utmost dedication from all of you. You may decline, But should I discover that you have agreed only to pay us lip service, I will ensure you understand the dire consequences of crossing a pirate. Yiling has laid forth his conditions. Should a new pirate ship be forged according to the blueprints, the cost may vary. Yet, to achieve perfection, even 1,000,000,000 berries may prove insufficient, as many of the required materials are rare and elusive. Fortunately, Water 7, as the largest shipbuilding hub, possesses all those materials. However, this would mean a significant financial outlay on their part. That poses no issue for me, but for him, it may be akin to demanding his very life. Frankie let out a derisive snort. Achieving perfection would necessitate that iceberg part with his entire collection. For him, it was no different from a matter of life and death. However, after a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Yuling's terms. No problem, as long as I can see the blueprints now. I assure you that within 2 months, I will deliver an absolutely flawless pirate ship. Upon uttering these words, Iceberg clenched his jaw, his face flushed crimson, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Beside him, Frankie was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Iceberg could go to such lengths. This left him somewhat skeptical, wondering if he had wronged the other party in the past. Since a promise had been made, could we not consider ourselves allies now? Yuling blinked and inquired of the ice mountain. The other party was uncertain of Yuling's meaning, yet instinctively nodded in agreement. That is good. I hope you do not regret boarding my pirate ship. Yuling smiled faintly. Her exquisite visage, coupled with an unintentional display of charm, stirred chaotic emotions and incited flights of fancy. In the next moment, they beheld Yuling rising and gliding to the window, gracefully leaping into the night. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures were cast into the room. These 2 individuals are indeed members of CP9. Chapter 32, Interrogation. Is that Khalifa? Bruno. Iceberg recognized at a glance the identity of the person dragged into the room by the specter. In Iceberg's eyes, Khalifa is his secretary. She is remarkably reliable and exceptionally capable. No matter the task entrusted to her, one can rest assured that she will execute it flawlessly and with precision. It is precisely for this reason that she is highly esteemed among the newcomers in Iceberg's circle. On the other hand, Bruno is the proprietor of a bar, renowned for its exquisite beverages, which prompts Iceberg to frequent the establishment often. However, the 2 individuals before him not only donned different attire, but also exuded an air of subtle unfamiliarity. This left the Iceberg in a state of perplexity, for he realized that these 2 individuals were not as simple as they appeared. These 2 were members of CP9, and as for what CP9 entails, I trust one need not elaborate further. Yuling cast a glance at the Iceberg, who nodded stiffly in acknowledgement. In that fleeting moment, he felt considerably aged. The Iceberg never anticipated that CP9 had infiltrated so deeply. Even these 2 were part of their ranks. Iceberg, I have long warned you that your associates are unreliable. Yuling admonished. Previously, you dismissed my concerns as mere alarmism. Surely now you must believe me. Observing this exchange, Frankie did not hesitate to add salt to the wound. Although his tone was harsh, his eyes were filled with a mix of concern and indignation. Despite their rift, the bond they shared through their common mentor and the years spent together could not be easily dismissed. This is sheer nonsense. Consequently, Frankie rose to his feet, intending to teach a lesson to the 2 CP9 members. However, he was promptly stopped by Robin. This matter no longer concerns you. Remember our agreement. The rest we shall handle. Robin's expression was icy. The emergence of CP9 was, for her, far from fortuitous. As a fugitive sought by the world government, Robin was acutely aware of the peril she would face if CP9 were to discover her presence here. Nevertheless, with Yuling's presence, she intended to observe how Yuling would deal with these 2 individuals. Robin's assertion held merit. The CP9 affair would be entrusted to them. If they wished to intervene, it was not out of the question. However, were they truly prepared to confront the world government? Yuling cast her gaze towards Iceberg and Frankie. Iceberg lowered his head, clearly daunted by the prospect of directly opposing the world government. After all, he had a substantial number of workers under his care. Abandoning them to wage war against the world government was simply not an option. Otherwise, Water 7 could very well be razed to the ground by the Buster Call. Frankie, on the other hand, was unperturbed by the notion of antagonizing the world government. Yet he harbored no desire to be hunted down across the globe due to this issue. Thus, both men fell silent. Your silence implies your acquiescence. Very well, your primary task now is to construct the ship for me. Aside from that, do not concern yourselves with other matters. I shall take responsibility for unearthing the CP organization members concealed here. After all, this is not solely your affair. It pertains to our safety as well. With that, Yuling produced all the design blueprints and handed them to Iceberg. Upon receiving the stack of blueprints and glancing at them, Iceberg's eyes instantly lit up. Frankie, observing from the side, couldn't help but marvel. The intricate and advanced structure of the ship was clearly delineated in a most impressive manner. This is not a task achievable by a single individual. Rather, it is the system that has accomplished this feat, not a person. Subsequently, Iceberg and Frankie bid farewell to this place. They carried away 3 of their suitcases, leaving one behind. This is the Iceberg's firm resolve to remain here, serving as a deposit. Once the pirate ship delivers, all will be settled. Yuling, without pretense, accepted the money and then turned to Robin. Robin, come with me and take those 2 to another room. Nami, you stay here. If Ace regains consciousness, inform me at once. You will also be responsible for watching over Ace during the subsequent actions. Understood, sisterling. But why can't I be involved as well? Frankly, I am not particularly concerned about opposing the world government. Nami patted her burgeoning bosom, causing waves to ripple. Yuling glanced at the rising and falling peaks and instinctively looked at herself before absent-mindedly explaining, it is not for that reason. Ace is currently utterly exhausted. I estimate he won't awaken for another 2 or 3 days. Even if he does wake, it will likely be due to hunger, after which he will return to slumber. Therefore, your task is to ensure Ace's safety and prevent anyone from capturing him. Such a formidable task requires your utmost dedication. Do not disappoint my expectations. Yuling crouched down and gently pinched Nami's cheek. Rest assured, I will take good care of Ace and ensure he is not captured by anyone, Nami declared loudly, thumping her chest once more. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Yuling's mouth as an emotion surged within him, one he was unaware of. Your development is astonishingly rapid, Nami exclaimed, her face adorned with confusion, oblivious to the meaning behind Yuling's words. Robin, standing nearby, could not help but chuckle at the exchange. Yuling shot her a glare before seizing both CP9 members and escorting them to the adjacent room, with Robin closely following. This marked the moment for Robin to showcase her skills. As a seasoned intelligence operative, despite her prolonged evasion, she had devised a unique interrogation method to ensure her survival. Yuling entrusted the 2 unfortunate souls to Robin, granting her the freedom to act. However, before proceeding, Robin needed to awaken them. Upon regaining consciousness, Khalifa and Bruno's first sight was the exquisite visage of Yuling. Before they could express their astonishment, large hands swiftly sealed their mouths and restrained their bodies completely. At that moment, they finally realized that there was another child of darkness, Robin, beside them. In truth, it was during the initial pursuit of the Iceberg that this revelation dawned upon them. The 2 individuals also discovered that the target of their search was, in fact, Yuling. However, at that moment, they had yet to catch sight of Robin. Yet, when they finally became aware of Robin's presence and attempted to retreat, they were swiftly subdued and brought back by Yuling. The outcome was, without a doubt, inevitable. The 2 individuals have now become prisoners of fate. I inquired of the members of CP9, how many of you remain concealed within Water 7? What are your purposes for lurking in this city? Should you choose to speak the truth, I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, before the words could fully escape my lips, there was a sudden, ominous crack from their spines, signaling imminent fracture. However, due to their mouths being covered, Khalifa and Bruno were utterly unable to emit any sound. More critically, due to the safeguarding against fruit abilities, Robin skillfully manipulated each of their fingers backward. They were rendered incapable of utilizing any powers through their palms. Unless, of course, they could transform. Alas, neither Khalifa nor Bruno possessed such transformative abilities. Nevertheless, these 2 displayed considerable resilience. Despite prolonged interrogation by Robin, they steadfastly refused to yield. This situation has become rather troublesome. Thus, Yuling proposed a suggestion, one that made Robin blush slightly. Is this truly appropriate? Robin inquired. There is nothing amiss. After all, Nami is not present, so there is no need to worry about inappropriate content. Chapter 33. Another side of Yuling. Within the confines of a small room, Robin and Yuling appeared flushed, exhaling sweet scents. Yuling's gaze was particularly dreamy. Although this method was initially suggested by him, he found it somewhat unbearable when it came to execution. Robin, however, seemed unaffected. Aside from some physical discomfort, she experienced no adverse effects in other respects. Yet, she remained perplexed. It was difficult for Robin to comprehend how such a seemingly adorable little girl like Yuling could conceive of such a tormenting method. Yuling did not employ any colorful tactics. Rather, he utilized physiological responses to inflict torment. The continuous physical trial elicited laughter and tears, constantly stimulating various pressure points. Such myriad stimuli ultimately led to a series of remarkable bodily reactions. Even those who were trained could not withstand the natural responses of the human body. Yuling had learned of this method from the system. While it might appear somewhat inappropriate, it proved to be quite practical. Nevertheless, it was exhausting and torturous, all while appearing exceedingly alluring. Despite the serious nature of these actions, they were not as exaggerated as one might imagine. With the physiological responses in play, the two CP9 agents could scarcely endure, ultimately succumbing entirely. They were subjected to severe torment, collapsing to the ground, occasionally convulsing as if their bodies were no longer their own. Notably, their faces bore expressions that were both smile-like and pained, a blend of happiness and suffering. In such a state of emotion, even after rigorous training by the CP organization, they found themselves unable to cope. The CP9 members who had infiltrated Water 7 were all divulged by them. Aside from Lucci, Kaku, and others, even minor characters who were not named in the original narrative were laid bare in the light. All right, take a moment to catch your breath. Then seek out the iceberg and confine the two of them. It is time to search for the remaining CP9 members. Yuling exhaled deeply. After an extended period of intense exertion, even he found it somewhat overwhelming. Adjusting his skirt, he secured the two individuals with a sturdy knot, finally feeling reassured. Robin, observing Yuling's binding technique, felt his face flush with a deeper hue, accompanied by a hint of confusion. For Yuling's method of tying had entirely revealed Carlife's physique. Every contour distinctly visible. In contrast, Bruno, bound in such a manner, found the sight rather jarring, exuding an unmistakable aura of flamboyance. Yet, Yuling was equally vexed. The system provided him with but a singular method for binding ropes. Although he could employ alternative techniques, none would yield the same tightness. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to this method for restraining the two. As for Robin's potential misunderstandings, he was indifferent after the earlier scene. He had already lost any semblance of dignity. Without further ado, shall we proceed? Yuling inquired, glancing at Robin, who nodded vacantly before promptly donning burlap sacks over the two and hoisting them as they exited. Their appearance was indeed peculiar, yet overall, no one raised any objections. They swiftly arrived at the shipyard of the Ice Mountain, where Ice Mountain and Frankie were engaged in a heated debate. Yuling could hear the discord over shipbuilding from a distance. Rather than intervening, he simply hurled the two large burlap sacks toward them. At that moment, Iceberg and Frankie realized that someone was approaching. How did you come here? Iceberg glanced at the two large sacks, as if a realization struck him suddenly. Could it be that you already know? Indeed, the interrogation yielded successful results. Aside from one individual's peculiar sense of humor, there were no unforeseen developments. Robin stole a glance at Yuling, only to find him gazing up at the sky, as if everything that had transpired bore no relevance to him. Observing Yuling's demeanor, Robin felt an unexpected sense of liberation, as if accompanying him to sea might not pose any issue after all. In truth, it seemed rather exhilarating. And she found herself somewhat captivated by the notion. This is not a place for conversation. Follow me, Iceberg instructed, lifting one of the sacks, while Frankie instinctively shouldered the other. The two led the way, with Yuling and Robin trailing behind them, moving with remarkable ease. Even under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous CP9 members, they remained composed. Mayor Iceberg, where are you headed? Weren't we supposed to be constructing a ship? Kaku astutely sensed that something was amiss with Iceberg and Frankie. More importantly, he noticed Yuling and Robin behind them, although both wore masks and sunglasses. Their long legs and slender, alluring figures were undeniably eye-catching, even from a distance. Kaku found himself stealing glances, only to be met with Yuling's fierce stare, causing him to blush and sheepishly smile. Kaku, these two lovely ladies were our clients at the time. You haven't forgotten, have you? This is the material they have provided for us. Frankie and I intend to take a look. You need not accompany us. Simply continue with the original plan of shipbuilding. However, Mayor Bing Shan, even if they are clients, they should adhere to the rules, shouldn't they? Even if you wish to join us, I must accompany you inside, so that I can address any issues that may arise promptly. Although Kaku feigns modesty, he is undeniably astute. He perceives that something is amiss and would naturally not allow Bing Shan to leave. Just then, Yuling leaned in, placing her delicate hand on Kaku's shoulder. Kaku was momentarily taken aback, about to speak, when he felt her slender fingers caressing his shoulder, gradually moving to his throat, then to his Adam's apple, and finally resting upon his chin. This handsome gentleman, I have private matters to discuss with Mayor Bing Shan. Could you grant us a moment of solitude? But Why are you, a man, so interested in Mayor Bing Shan? If that is the case, then you may join us, Yuling replied with a hint of amusement. Although Kaku could not discern her facial features, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the visage concealed beneath her mask. A blend of the known and the unknown that sent shivers down his spine. This time, Kaku was not adorned but genuinely shy. A blush spread to the roots of his ears, but that was not the end of it. Kaku transformed entirely, akin to a roasted duck. His entire being flushed with crimson. Even so, despite your words, I still wish to sneak a glance. After all, the mayor of Ice City holds great significance for us. Kaku exerted considerable effort to restore tranquility within himself. Yuling remained silent, casting a glance at Robin. She understood immediately and, without hesitation, linked her arm with Kaku's alongside Yuling. Mayor of Ice City, please lead the way. All right, very well. The mayor was momentarily taken aback by this scene, utterly unaware that Yuling possessed such a captivating side. In truth, Yuling himself was surprised by how enchanting he could appear. Even he was taken aback. Fortunately, he did not resist this newfound allure. After all, he was, at present, an unparalleled beauty. Soon, the five of them, under the guidance of Ice Mountain and Frankie, arrived at an unoccupied warehouse. As the warehouse door descended, Robin and Yuling exchanged a glance and immediately sprang into action. Kaku sensed something amiss and instinctively sought to retaliate. But it was too late. There was no suspense. Kaku, defeated. Chapter 34, What is True Charisma? Yuling, what are you doing? Upon witnessing Yuling incapacitate Kaku, Ice Mountain and Frankie were instantly startled. Yuling offered no explanation. Instead, he moved to the entrance, employing observation hockey to survey the outside. Among those present, he was the sole possessor of this ability, so naturally, the task of keeping watch fell to him. Robin then proceeded to elucidate Kaku's true identity. The trustworthy shipwright, deeply associated with the iceberg, is indeed an undercover agent dispatched by CP9. In addition to him, the taciturn Lucci, who tends to a pigeon, is also a member of CP9. More significantly, nearly one-third of the workforce at the entire shipyard comprises CP9 operatives. The municipal government, the commercial district, and various other locales are likewise infiltrated by a multitude of CP9 members. Robin, with great patience, meticulously compiled a list of these individuals on a piece of paper. Upon seeing this, both Iceberg and Frankie were left utterly speechless. They were aware that Water 7 had been infiltrated by CP9, yet they could scarcely fathom the extent of this infiltration. This left them momentarily unable to comprehend. Robin, however, remained unperturbed, allowing them a moment to gather their thoughts. Before long, Iceberg and Frankie regained their composure and began to analyze the situation. Simultaneously, they opened the sack to reveal the bound figures of Bruno and Khalifa. Upon witnessing the method of their restraint, Iceberg and Frankie cast bewildered glances at Robin. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily gestured for clarification. This was not my doing, it was all Robin's. How are things on this end? A considerable number of individuals have arrived outside. Seemingly members of CP9, came the voice of Lucci, who led the group. They had likely sensed something amiss and come to investigate. Wai Ling, understanding Robin's intent, quickly interjected to divert the conversation. Upon hearing Wai Ling's words, Iceberg and Frankie shifted their focus from Bruno and Khalifa's predicament to Wai Ling, their expressions now laced with anxiety. What shall we do next? Are we truly expected to confront them directly? Iceberg pondered, feeling somewhat at a loss. Although he had witnessed such grand spectacles before, at that time, his teacher had been leading the charge. Now, however, it was just him and Frankie. In that moment, he could scarcely conceive of a way to break the impasse. Frankie, on the other hand, was straightforward and unrefined. He stretched his limbs and then applied oil to his joints. They were just about to step out and engage in a confrontation when, at that moment, Yuling intervened and proposed an idea. You two should take the three of them and find a place to hide. This matter is entrusted to Robin and me. In comparison to you, the worth that Robin and I hold is of greater significance to the world government. At this juncture, Yuling cast a glance at Robin before promptly removing both her mask and sunglasses. In truth, her value is even higher, so you should conceal yourselves well. Once we have dealt with these CP9 agents, you will be able to emerge. As for the world government, simply concoct a plausible excuse to placate them. After all, this incident was not orchestrated by you, was it? Yuling smiled, her eyes radiating a chilling intent to kill. Such a spirit, in stark contrast to the alluring, charming, and breathtaking beings they had encountered before, exuded an air of striking difference. Now he stood with a gallant demeanor, reminiscent of the icy mountain ranges, emanating a chilling aura. Robin let out a cold laugh, fully prepared for battle. Listen up, Spirit. It has been quite some time since I've engaged in combat. Both the Spirit and Robin readied themselves for the impending confrontation. The towering figures of Frankie and the iceberg exchanged a glance, promptly ushering the three CP9 members to the rear, ensuring to bind Kaku securely. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds from outside. Without a moment's hesitation, the Spirit swung the door wide open, revealing a throng of individuals standing before him, each wielding an assortment of tools. These individuals harbor ill intentions. Yuling cast a glance and, from the rear of the crowd, discerned the figure of Lu Qi. It is now increasingly certain that these individuals were summoned by him. Among them, there are undoubtedly several members of CP9. However, there are also some fools, incited by them, who have come to meet their demise. Who are you? Where is our esteemed mayor? The man at the forefront paused for a moment upon seeing Yuling. It was the first time he had encountered such a captivating woman. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, eager to inquire about the Ice City mayor. The others, however, lacked his unwavering determination. Many, upon witnessing Yuling's beauty, displayed foolish grins reminiscent of infatuation. Had their rationality not prevailed, they might have rushed forward to embrace her and indulge in their desires. What is your name? Yuling, recognizing his remarkable resolve, tentatively posed the question. He responded without hesitation, revealing his name. A gentle smile graced Yuling's lips. In that instant, regardless of age or gender, everyone turned their allegiance. Now, heed my words. All of you must leave this place. Your mayor has returned. He is not present. Therefore, I, Yuling, shall temporarily oversee this warehouse. Oh. And there is one more message from your mayor. Beautiful lady, please speak. A middle-aged man nearby rubbed his hands and inched closer. But he was swiftly pulled back by a girl. The girl, though relatively young, found her eyes transforming into heart shapes upon beholding Yuling. Such occurrences unfold repeatedly in this place. This time, Yuling completely relinquished any restraint on her beauty, allowing it to shine unreservedly. Aside from the members of CP9, ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand her allure. They all succumbed. The mayor declared a day of rest, a paid holiday. Furthermore, he announced a raise in your salaries. So, please return home. Take a day to unwind. Tomorrow, we shall commence our official duties. Really? That is simply splendid. The mayor has finally acquiesced. Haha. After uttering these words, regardless of the truth or potential inconsistencies in Yuling's statements, the throngs were entirely captivated by her charm. Even those who harbored doubts fell into a mode of self-fabrication, ultimately succumbing to Yuling's enchantment and choosing to retreat. Those who had previously gravitated towards Yuling now dispersed like a receding tide. In but a moment, the nearly 1,000-strong assembly dwindled to merely over 100 remaining here. And these individuals were the true members of CP9. Only those who had undergone formal training within the CP organization possessed the willpower to resist such allure. Yet even this resistance was merely passive. Yuling cast her gaze over them and witnessed these individuals resorting to various forms of self-inflicted pain to regain their clarity. This is also the reason they remain unaffected. As for the individual who initially spoke with Yuling, his little finger had sustained a fracture. The pain caused him to sweat profusely. Yet it also rendered him acutely aware. However, at this moment, he wished he could escape this clarity, for he had recalled the identity of the person before him. A bounty of 230 million, known as the Enchantress, Yuling. Who would have thought you would be here? Tell me, what have you done to our mayor? Did you seduce him and bring about his downfall? Chapter 35. Is it smooth? Is it tender? Is it fair? You inquire about what has happened to Mayor Bing? This query should not be posed by someone from CP9, even if you wish to cast aspersions. Is there truly any need to be so hasty? Yuling's expression remained impassive, her frigid demeanor only enhancing her unique allure. A flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes. Yet he managed to suppress it skillfully. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but Yuling offered him no chance to explain. The name that this individual casually uttered unequivocally identified him as a member of CP9, for it was indeed listed among the names spoken by Khalifa. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuling launched a powerful punch. Though slender in form, the might behind that fist was formidable. The individual was utterly unable to withstand the force, crashing heavily into the ground. The tremendous power even caused the earth to tremble momentarily. Observing this, the others displayed fierce expressions and rushed forward, brandishing their weapons. The technique they employed was one of the 6 powers, known as Soru. However, despite being members of CP9, their mastery of this technique was far from proficient. To the average observer, their speed might seem swift, yet to Yuling and even to Robin, it appeared as if in slow motion. They posed no significant threat. Even Nami could take on an ordinary member of CP9. Remarkably, Nami was only 17 years old. One can only imagine that given another year for her to develop, her strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Just as needed, Yuling, witnessing the confrontation, swiftly darted forward. He identified the individual closest to him and, without mercy, delivered a powerful punch. Yet, before his fist could descend, it was intercepted by another fist. This individual's strength is formidable. Thus far, they represent the third person of considerable power that Yuling has encountered, the other 2 being Carp and Ace. This power, even a naval brigadier might find himself at a disadvantage. Yet, in Yuling's eyes, there remains no trace of threat. With a slight exertion, a more formidable force erupted from her delicate, fair arms. The previously calm countenance of her opponent now transformed into one of sheer astonishment. It seemed he was bewildered by the source of such immense strength emanating from Yuling's petite frame. After a moment's contemplation, he transitioned from using one hand to both, his muscles bulging as he braced himself to withstand Yuling's punch, which had already unleashed about half of her strength. Iron, accompanied by a furious roar. Yuling felt as though her target had turned into a substance as solid as steel. Yet, for her, this made little difference. Lucci, right? The foremost member of CP9. Am I mistaken? Lucci displayed no surprise. Instead, he endeavored to block Yuling's fist. He was now drenched in sweat, even blood seeping from the capillaries of his skin. His muscles and bones felt as though they could barely endure the strain. In stark contrast, Yuling had merely employed her left hand, while her right rested casually within her skirt. Wait, her skirt? It was at this moment that Lucci noticed the garment adorning Yuling's form. Beneath the short skirt lay her alabaster thighs. Captivated by the sight of such enchanting legs, Lucci's mind sparked with a cunning idea. He swiftly evaded Yuling's assault and lunged towards her. As an agent, he was willing to employ any means necessary to eliminate his foes. Lucci was no paragon of virtue, nor a figure of righteousness. In his perspective, any technique capable of delivering a lethal blow was a commendable one. Thus, he resolved to target Yuling's lower body first. Given the extraordinary strength she possessed, destabilizing her base would inevitably hinder her ability to unleash her full potential. In this way, he found himself with a chance of victory. However, Yuling remained oblivious to Lucci's intentions. He merely observed Lucci's demeanor, feeling a sense of confusion. Consequently, Yuling delivered a swift kick without hesitation. The strike landed squarely on Lucci's chest, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. He could not ascertain how many ribs were fractured, yet his hands did not cease their movements. With unwavering determination, he clenched his fists tightly, delivering a powerful blow to Yuling's thigh. In an instant, a formidable shockwave radiated outward, causing the ground beneath to buckle. The force unleashed was more exaggerated than that of a cannonball, erupting violently. Finger gun. 6 Kings shot. With a fierce roar, Lucci summoned the utmost strength he had ever possessed to strike Yuling's thigh. Ah, that was rather pleasurable. So, what do you think of my thigh? Is it beautiful? Smooth? Lovely? Tender? Yuling inquired, her eyes sparkling with mischief, unleashing a barrage of teasing questions. However, Lucci remained silent, utterly bewildered, lost in a haze of confusion. Although Lucci's attack was indeed powerful, Yuling had not anticipated such an audacious assault directed towards her thigh. Nevertheless, she had long been prepared for similar maneuvers. Her fruit ability had remained activated, ensuring that any attack against her would be mitigated by over 90%. The residual force was so feeble that it resembled a mere caress rather than an actual blow. Even Lucci's ultimate technique, the 6 Kings shot, merely induced a tingling sensation upon impact with Yuling's leg, failing to breach her defenses. Furthermore, had Yuling chosen to endure the strike without activating her powers, her physical fortitude would have rendered Lucci's hands shattered beyond repair, making it implausible for him to remain unscathed. In this manner, Yuling's fruit ability inadvertently shielded Lucci's hands. Yet, it was evident that he did not believe his most formidable attack had been rendered utterly ineffective against her. This left him somewhat contemplative about life. As the strongest member of CP9, his worldview was beginning to shatter at this moment. However, before he could fully succumb to this crisis, Yuling swiftly unleashed a powerful kick. Lucci proved to be somewhat stronger than Yuling had anticipated. in order to afford him the respect he deserved. With a decisive strike, Yuling enveloped her arm in hockey, transforming her previously pristine and delicate thigh into a darkened mass of power. Lucci, caught off guard, felt an intoxicating breeze sweep past him, causing him to involuntarily leap into the air. With a resounding splash, he plummeted into the sea. Observing this, Yuling stomped her foot, ready to rush forth and confront Lucci. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from Robin. Instantly, Yuling pivoted and discovered that Khalifa had somehow freed herself from her restraints and was menacingly grasping Robin, a dagger poised for an attack. In a swift maneuver, Yuling appeared before her and seized her by the neck. With a sickening crack, Khalifa fell lifeless. The remaining two members of CP9, engaged in severing their bonds, froze in terror, acutely aware that any further movement would lead to their demise, akin to Khalifa's fate. "Are you all right?" Yuling inquired with genuine concern, noting Robin's shaken demeanor. Robin, glancing at Khalifa's corpse, exhaled a sigh of relief. Though her complexion was pale, she bore no physical injuries. "I am fine. Let us proceed to deal with the remaining CP9 members together." Chapter 36. The Enraged Spandam at Judicial Island. The headquarters of CP9, a masked man regarded Lucci, who lay on the hospital bed, his eyes aflame with indignation. "How dare they? These mere pirates have the audacity to challenge us. CP9, gather the troops and let us lay waste to Water 7. Lord Spandam, I advise against such an action. The strength of the Soul Pirates is formidable, especially as they have been explicitly mentioned by higher authorities. Should we charge in recklessly, success would bring glory. Yet failure could jeopardize your position." A rotund figure with a zippered mouth interjected, his voice high-pitched and indistinct in gender. Regardless of his identity, his form rendered such concerns trivial. "Humph. In Wuthiel, what do you propose we do? Our comrades remain in the clutches of the Soul Pirates. Surely we cannot stand idly by. Moreover, our ace, Lucci, has been defeated. I must avenge this affront." The expression on Spandam's face grew increasingly menacing. He claimed to seek vengeance, yet those present understood that this commander was not truly that type of individual. His intentions were driven by personal ambition, seizing the opportunity to launch an offensive against the Soul Pirate crew. "Commander, I suggest we wait for a few days until our CP9 forces have fully returned and Lucci has recovered from his injuries. At that point, we can head directly to Water 7 and capture them all in one fell swoop," proposed another man with a beard, offering a commendable suggestion. Otanashiel nodded in agreement, and the other CP9 members expressed their support. Observing the consensus around him, Spandam felt a surge of anger. However, he also recognized that this was indeed the most prudent course of action, minimizing potential casualties on their side. "Gabora, while your words hold merit, what if they manage to escape? After all, these individuals have already taken action against the CP9 of the world government. This is tantamount to an indirect declaration of war against the world government. Once they realize it, they will undoubtedly flee." Upon hearing Spandam's words, the crowd exhibited no visible reaction. Yet, they were acutely aware that Spandam had not even glanced at the intelligence that Lucci had relayed before his unconsciousness. The information brought back by Lucci had been meticulously documented. However, Spandam did not bother to even cast a fleeting glance at it. He merely seized upon fragments of information and resolved to eradicate the pirates. The presence of such a commander is indeed a misfortune for CP9. Nonetheless, the members of CP9 refrained from directly voicing their concerns, as they wished to maintain their livelihoods and avoid any future grievances with Spandam. They opted instead for a more tactful reminder. "Commander, you may not have had the opportunity to review the intelligence brought back by Lucci. He mentioned that the Soul Pirate crew intends to construct a new ship in Water 7. Thus, it is ensured that for at least a month, they will be unable to escape from Water 7. Without ships, even if they wish to depart, it is impossible. We can seize this opportunity to gather our forces and rally naval support. When the time comes, as long as we act in unison, no. We absolutely cannot involve that bunch of naval scoundrels. This is solely my achievement, and I will not share it with them." Spandam, unable to wait for Gabra to finish speaking, hastily interrupted him. "In that case, prepare yourselves. I expect to see a complete battalion within 2 weeks. As you command, sir." Meanwhile, in Water 7, Yuling and his companions have successfully eliminated all CP9 members. Some were slain, but the majority have been imprisoned. It is all the handiwork of Yuling and Robin. The place of confinement is, indeed, the very ship they once called home, although this arrangement is somewhat inconvenient. It alleviates any concerns regarding the involvement of Iceberg and Frankie, for they have remained entirely incognito throughout this ordeal. Even if the world government harbors suspicions, they cannot act against them without tangible evidence of their travels. However, given the world government's modus operandi, it is plausible that they might resort to preemptive measures, executing without the necessity of proof. Yet, the geographical significance of Water 7 must not be overlooked. An iceberg is one of the key figures responsible for the maintenance of the sea train. To eliminate him would require even the Gorosei to ponder the ramifications carefully. The advent of the sea train has provided immense convenience to the world government and the celestial dragons, allowing them to amass wealth with greater ease. Nevertheless, the technology required for the repair of the sea train resides solely within the hands of Iceberg and Frankie. Even the artisans aboard possess only a rudimentary understanding, conducting the most basic of tasks. The core technology remains beyond their grasp. It is precisely this expertise that fortifies Iceberg's position against potential eradication by the world government. After all, no one would dare to harm one who can cultivate a tree that bears golden fruit. Even if the celestial dragons exhibit short-sightedness and a penchant for short-term gain, they are not foolish enough to act in such a manner. However, Spandam is a different story. This individual, characterized by a myopic perspective and a narrow-minded outlook, is hardly deserving of any commendation. Therefore, the sole concern of Iceberg at this juncture is the possibility that Spandam might directly dispatch troops to encircle them. Fortunately, in the ensuing days, Spandam remained conspicuously inactive. Although Iceberg and Frankie did not fully relinquish their anxiety, their hearts, while still taut, were not perpetually strained. Their relentless efforts were driven by the desire to expedite the departure of their comrades, Eugen and others. At this pace, the pirate ship, originally projected to be completed in approximately 2 months, could now be ready to set sail in merely 20 days, without compromising on quality in the slightest. This is a guarantee made by the Iceberg with its very life. Should any flaw arise, he would personally present his head. Thus, Yuling and her companions have passed a few tranquil days. It has now been 7 days since their arrival in the city of Seven Waters. Ace has regained consciousness and has been running about with Nami every day. Meanwhile, Robin and Yuling have been occupied with matters concerning CP9 and the pirate ship. They have been bustling about, while Ace remains completely indifferent, which leaves Yuling feeling somewhat helpless. However, she has grown accustomed to it, as she lived this way for 6 months on the island prior. Today, as usual, Yuling and Robin arrived at the port, observing the members of CP9 and checking on the shipyard situation. However, upon their arrival at the port, they encountered an unexpected individual. What a coincidence, Robin. I never expected to find you here. Crocodile. Upon seeing the figure before her, Robin was taken aback and stepped back a few paces. Crocodile advanced, but was halted in his tracks by Yuling. Crocodile, Robin is under my protection. I would advise you to tread carefully. Chapter 37. Crocodile your person? Crocodile, having heard Yuling's somewhat cold yet endearingly soft voice, immediately ceased his advance. He scrutinized Yuling's figure and face. Her long, slender legs were exposed, accompanied by a casual skirt and shirt, with her hair cascading freely behind her, exuding an aura reminiscent of a neighborly girl. However, the icy gaze of her eyes rendered Crocodile cautious. You are the captain of the Soul Pirates, Yuling? I am afraid you are mistaken, today. I am not the captain. Today, you are not the captain? Crocodile's expression turned bewildered at Yuling's words. Robin, observing his reaction, could not help but chuckle. After all, she had worn a similar expression at the beginning. Crocodile's demeanor reminded her of her former self. It was unavoidable. The alternating captaincy system of the Soul Pirates was simply too amusing. Those in the know would find it quite humorous, while those unaware would only look baffled. Amusing those in the know further. Well, explaining this is a bit troublesome. To put it simply, today is an odd day, so Ace is the captain. Tomorrow is an even day, hence I will be your captain then. Do you understand now, Crocodile? Yuling stepped forward, her icy demeanor instantly enveloping Crocodile. Yet, he merely snorted, seemingly indifferent to her aura, and instead wore a mocking smirk. What a ludicrous system. To claim that he was the captain for odd numbers and Yuling for even ones was utterly absurd. A pirate crew cannot possibly have 2 captains. Crocodile was clearly unconvinced. However, Yuling wished to clarify that this was indeed the arrangement between her and Ace. Yet, such a notion could only originate from Ace's imaginative mind. No one else, not even Luffy, would entertain such an idea. After all, Luffy was undeniably determined to be the captain. In contrast, Ace's desire to assume the captaincy was not as fervent. What he truly yearned for was to ensure that Yuling remained aboard. Thus, After much contemplation, he devised this method that would accommodate both parties. They could both be captains, while simultaneously serving as co-vice captains. Given their relationship, the distinction between captain and vice captain held little significance. Ultimately, Ace had never taken charge of matters. His sole focus had been on recruiting members. At all other times, it was Yu-Ling who managed the entire pirate crew. Robin, return with me. This place is not suitable for you. If you wish to avoid being taken by the world government, I am the only one who can assist you. Crocodile was unequivocal about Robin's needs. She required a sense of security, a protector. With his strength and status, Crocodile possessed the capability to safeguard Robin. Yet, she shook her head. With her arms wrapped around Yu-Ling's shoulders, her hands resting on his chest, she gazed at Crocodile with a smile in her eyes. I apologize, Crocodile, but I have already found my place. Hence, I must decline your invitation. Robin's voice was soft, almost a whisper meant solely for Yu-Ling's ears. Though Yu-Ling could not see her enchanting visage, her breath reached his ears, sending a tingling sensation across his cheeks. Nevertheless, in this public setting, Yu-Ling refrained from any overt actions. Otherwise, he would have to tease Robin in a playful manner. Robin, does your statement imply that you have no intention of returning with me? Crocodile narrowed his eyes, an invisible aura of menace emanating from him. This is a murderous intent directed at Robin. However, at this moment, Robin is cradling Yu-Ling, thereby completely shielding herself from this malevolence. Crocodile, is your desire for Robin solely to decipher the historical texts? Yu-Ling's words were astonishing. Both Robin and Crocodile were momentarily taken aback. Then, Crocodile erupted into laughter. Ha ha. Everyone seeks the historical texts, so your intention in taking Robin is indeed for that purpose, correct? If so, we could potentially collaborate. There is truly no need to become adversaries. Crocodile understood that anyone capable of contending with Carp was certainly not weak. Even if one had merely engaged Carp for 5 or 6 minutes and nearly sustained serious injury, such an individual would never be deemed feeble. After all, Carp is one of the strongest of the previous era, a naval hero who once cornered the pirate king, Roger, into a dire situation, to have escaped from his grasp. Even if due to Carp's leniency, is a testament to one's prowess. Moreover, Crocodile was aware that the Soul Pirates possessed a user of the Burn fruit. One Yu-Ling was already challenging enough. The addition of another Burn fruit wielder left Crocodile uncertain of his ability to confront them. Despite the youthful appearance of the individual before him, such power commanded respect, and no one dared to truly regard them as mere novices. Except perhaps the highest-ranking emperors or the foolishly Na'vi. No one would underestimate Yu-Ling and Ace. Crocodile, the matter regarding Robin is non-negotiable. Therefore, I present you with 2 options. Either turn and leave, and I shall pretend I have not seen you, or you may leave your life behind. Even if you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea, do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Yu-Ling's aura surged forth. Although this presence may not rival the Conqueror's haki, the chilling intent was palpable. This is merely the nascent form of the Conqueror's haki. However, Yu-Ling still has a considerable journey ahead before awakening this formidable power. She is indeed a remarkable young lady, albeit somewhat stubborn in her thinking. In this world, although the strong hold supreme, there are times when only through collaborative effort can we resolve greater matters. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have no intention of relinquishing Robin to me. Then allow me to witness what capabilities you possess to escape the clutches of that old coot, Carp. With that, Crocodile transformed into a whirlwind of sand and charged forth. Yu-Ling dared not take this lightly. She immediately activated her devil fruit powers, while simultaneously enveloping her hands in haki. Robin, ever perceptive, promptly made her exit. I will seek Ace. Yu-Ling, hold on. Robin was uncertain whether Yu-Ling could contend with Crocodile. Though she had learned about haki from Yu-Ling, she still instinctively believed that a Logia-type devil fruit granted invincibility. Thus, she felt compelled to find Ace, who also possessed a Logia-type ability. In her mind, this was the only means to confront Crocodile. Chapter 38. The Sandstorm Approaches. What? The warlords of the sea have ventured to Water 7. Within the confines of Judicial Island, Spandam was in a state of utter panic. The arrival of the warlords was entirely unforeseen. While he understood that they were most likely after Robin, he felt utterly powerless. Although Crocodile too was a pirate, he was appointed as one of the warlords by the world government, enjoying numerous privileges. He answered solely to the highest commands of the Navy or the world government. Others could not mobilize him. Even Spandam, as the commander of CP9, lacked the authority to issue orders to Crocodile. One could assert that Crocodile's emergence disrupted all of Spandam's plans. He had been gradually amassing forces, intending to quietly surround Yuling and Robin to seize a significant accomplishment. However, Crocodile's presence meant that news of Robin and Yuling in Water 7 would soon spread far and wide. After today, the entire first half of the Grand Line would become aware of Robin's whereabouts. At that point, those who had long coveted Robin would inevitably take action. Yet, prior to making their move, they would observe Yuling's strength. After all, Crocodile was recognized by the world government as one of the warlords, a true powerhouse in this world. Though not among the four emperors, his strength was not to be underestimated. The ranks of the four emperors and their generals are but a handful, with that caliber of strength, including those in retirement, numbering no more than 20. In contrast, Crocodile's tier represents the most numerous class of formidable beings upon the seas. Crocodile stands out as a prime example among them. Otherwise, he would not have been deemed worthy of becoming a warlord by the world government. Gabura, heed my command and act at once. If we delay, we shall lose our opportunity. Gabra, who stood nearby, could only agree helplessly. He was reluctant to take action, for at this moment, any move could easily be misconstrued by Crocodile. More importantly, in a confrontation of such formidable warriors, his presence would only invite demise. Yet, as he lingered in uncertainty, the silent and composed Lucci suddenly rose, removing the bandages that had enveloped his hands. Commander, permit me to lead the charge. I yearn to avenge her myself. The relentless assaults from Yuling had visibly diminished Lucci, yet his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering resolve. Her emergence had illuminated for him the potential for strength. More importantly, the flames of vengeance igniting within him were nearly consuming his very being. Even Gabra, a warrior of equal renown to Lucci, instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Lucci, are your injuries manageable? Spandam, witnessing Lucci's eager offer, felt a surge of joy but was reluctant to sacrifice his foremost enforcer. After all, the entirety of CP9 combined might not match Lucci's singular prowess. Rest assured, Commander, since consuming the devil fruit you provided, my wounds have begun to mend. In recent days, I have merely undergone a few more treatments, and now I am free of any issues, Lucci declared with confidence. Gabra sighed, yet refrained from speaking. Spandam, brimming with excitement, waved his hand grandly and issued the command to advance. Lucci accepted the order and departed with Gabra. After the two had exited the room, Spandam retrieved a transponder snail and, after a brief moment, successfully connected the call. Father, it is your son Spandam. I wish to invoke the demon-slaying order. Is that agreeable? Very well, I understand. I shall prepare the demon-slaying order at once. I will not disappoint you, Father, and I am determined to capture Robin. With his father's directive received, he began to mobilize his troops, preparing to initiate the demon-slaying order. However, this was not the Navy's demon-slaying order, but rather a smaller-scale version executed by CP9, which could not be compared to the Navy's extensive operations. After all, the Navy's demon-slaying order, aside from its barrage of cannon fire, is primarily supported by several elite vice admirals and even a fleet admiral overseeing the operation. This is the only way to ensure the complete annihilation of the enemy, leaving not a single one behind. In contrast, the demon-slaying order of CP9 possesses no merits beyond the suppression of ships and artillery. Nonetheless, even this is sufficient to render an ordinary island defenseless. Not even Water 7 can withstand such force. However, he evidently overlooked that such a degree of the demon-slaying order would have no impact on beings like the wandering spirits, just as Spandam was making preparations. Within the shipyard of Water 7, Iceberg and Frankie were huddled together, trembling with fear. None of them dared to venture outside. For a worker who was skeptical of the danger dashed out, only to be reduced to a lifeless corpse, utterly crushed in an instant. Ultimately, only his head remained somewhat intact, yet it was merely a desiccated shell. Is this the true might of the warlord of the sea, Crocodile? It is utterly terrifying. Iceberg could scarcely believe that Crocodile, capable of producing such widespread storms, was being suppressed by the wandering spirits, forcing him into hiding. In that moment, the charming and diminutive figure of the wandering spirit loomed large in their minds. How infuriating. If only we could be of assistance, but for now, all we can do is hide. Frankie felt a surge of anger. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, devoid of any means to resist. The last encounter with the wandering spirits and Robin did not truly count, as it was not an actual battle. However, when genuine conflict arose, Frankie finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between his strength and the true power of others. Iceberg and the others shared similar thoughts. anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the battle outside. Meanwhile, Ace observed the swirling sands before him, unhurried to provide support. Even as Robin and Nami grew anxious, he paid them no heed and continued to savor his ramen. Rest assured, Ling's strength is formidable. The likes of Crocodile are no match for her. Ace. How can you say that? Crocodile is one of the warlords of the sea. His power is recognized by the world government. How could such a person possibly be considered weak? Ace, please stop eating and hurry over to help, will you? Nami is on the verge of tears. She knows well who is stronger between Crocodile and Yu Ling. Yet, her concern lies with Yu Ling. The same applies to Robin. In their eyes, only a natural type can contend with another natural type, even though Yu Ling has explained the application and effects of Haki to them several times. They remain shrouded in this common misconception, utterly failing to comprehend the true essence of Haki. However, Ace is entirely aware. A person capable of battling with Garp for several minutes and successfully escaping cannot possibly be defeated by Crocodile. Chapter 39. What constitutes a crushing defeat? The sandstorm continues unabated. The swirling dust has completely enveloped the port of Water 7. The surrounding residents have long since fled the area. By the time Yu Ling and Crocodile began their confrontation, this place had already transformed into a desolate expanse. Now, due to Crocodile's influence, the once solid concrete path has metamorphosed into a barren stretch of sand. In this manner, Crocodile gained a significant advantage from the terrain. The arid landscape greatly enhanced his formidable powers. Thus, with each of his assaults, he conjured vast clouds of dust and swirling sandstorms. However, every seemingly inevitable strike was deftly countered by the elusive spirit, executed with an elegance and grace that belied the violence of the confrontation. Merely a punch, a kick, and occasionally a headbutt. These techniques inevitably falter and collapse upon themselves. Even more intriguing is the fact that at times, Yu Ling stands still, allowing Crocodile to unleash various attacks upon him. Yet, these assaults, as if devoid of perception, veer completely off course, failing to strike Yu Ling at all. This instilled a sense of caution in Crocodile. The wanted poster indicated that the ghostly spirit was a user of the slippery fruit, possessing a formidable mastery of its abilities. However, Crocodile never anticipated that the slippery fruit could even evade techniques belonging to the Logia type. This is utterly detached from common sense. However, what Crocodile remains unaware of is that as long as the swimming spirit desires, he can effortlessly evade any approaching attack through the powers of the sand fruit. This transcends mere physical defense, evolving instead into a conceptually driven application. Moreover, this represents the pinnacle of achievement since the development of the slippery fruit by Yu Ling. Currently, apart from the awakening of the fruit itself, the slippery fruit has been honed to its utmost potential by Yu Ling, extending even into the realm of lower-dimensional concepts. Should he so desire, any hostile attack can be conceptually harnessed through the slippery fruit, allowing him to effortlessly glide it away. This defensive measure, within battles of the same caliber, is nearly invincible. However, when confronted with true powerhouses, such as the Four Emperors and formidable figures like Garp, it falls short. Although this concept can be applied, its effectiveness is no different from the normal use of the Suna no Mi. Both merely mitigate a portion of the damage. However, when confronting Crocodile, this defensive concept of Yu Ling presents a veritable dimensionality reduction strike against the opponent. This is precisely why, despite Ace possessing the Mera no Mi, he is unable to inflict even the slightest harm upon Y-Ray in battle. He cannot even ignite the hem of Y-Ray's skirt. It is this conceptual slippage that renders any hostile attack ineffective against Y-Ray. Moreover, this hostility is not defined by an objective enemy, but rather by Y-Ray's subjective perception. As long as he perceives the opponent as a threat, this ability can activate without any cost. However, once this ability is engaged, Y-Ray's skin becomes even more radiant and supple. He stands out on the battlefield as the most striking, most beautiful figure, effortlessly drawing the attention of adversaries. Thus, even amidst the sandstorm, he appears untouched by dirt, akin to a lotus blooming in muddy waters, pure and enchanting, resembling a celestial being. Crocodile, upon witnessing such a Y-Ray, instinctively gazes a moment longer, but soon regains his composure. What a formidable ability! The Suna no Mi has been developed to such an extent by you. Although I am unsure of how you have achieved this, such a defensive measure may very well surpass even the Four Emperors' commanders. Crocodile did not cease his assault. As he spoke, he renewed his offensive, yet each attempt proved futile. He even had to be cautious of Y-Ray's counterattacks. After all, Y-Ray wields Haki. In this manner, he would be able to inflict harm upon Crocodile's physical form. Clockter is acutely aware of this fact. Even if he cannot wield haki, he understands its formidable power. However, his fruit ability has been developed to its utmost extent. As long as he completely shrouds himself in the sands, he becomes imperceptible. In this case, even the wandering spirits would find it impossible to locate him at once. Moreover, Crocodile possesses the ability to ceaselessly maneuver his own form. This is the method he devised to counter those formidable masters of physical combat. In the original narrative, he employed a similar technique to evade Luffy's water-based assault. However, this maneuver demands significant energy. Additionally, in the original tale, Crocodile underestimated his opponent, which ultimately led to his defeat at the hands of Luffy's protagonist Aura. Yet here, he does not exhibit such arrogance. Instead, he dedicates himself fully to combating Yuling. Alas, his efforts are in vain. Yuling's observation haki, while not the pinnacle, is undoubtedly formidable. Each time Crocodile shifts his position, Yuling perceives it. Yet, he is always a beat behind, failing to seize his adversary. However, Yuling has now discerned the pattern. Moreover, Crocodile inadvertently revealed his location while speaking. Crocodile, this farce must come to an end. You have already lost. Yuling smirks, shattering the swirling sandstorm before him, and strides confidently forward, though surrounded by howling sands. Not a single grain touches Yuling. His beauty remains unblemished. How laughable it is that you believe you can locate me. Your aspiration to triumph over me is utterly futile. Crocodile's voice wavers, yet his tone remains unwaveringly confident. In truth, however, he is inwardly panicking. He realizes that Yuling cannot strike without reason, prompting him to hasten his pace and launch a relentless assault against Yuling. Whether it be the Desert Saber, Sandstorm, or the Cycle of Erosion, he employs every skill at his disposal, even risking exposure to unleash attacks upon Yuling. Nevertheless, after each assault, Crocodile cleverly utilizes the sandstorm to obscure his position before once again merging with the natural tempest. Yet, he has already revealed far too much. For Yuling, the moment Crocodile's true form became apparent, it signified his impending defeat. Just as he had stated, the battle has come to a close. Yuling, unfazed by the myriad of assaults, remains composed. The assaults pierced through his body as if they had made no contact whatsoever. This was the case each time. Crocodile had unleashed his powers countless times, yet at this moment, he could only utter two words: absurd. He had never encountered an individual so utterly preposterous. Even when faced with other formidable adversaries, Crocodile had never felt such a sense of helplessness. Yet in the presence of the elusive spirit, he found himself at a loss for how to mount an offensive. However, in that fleeting moment of confusion, a pair of slender arms radiating a dark sheen suddenly appeared before him. Found you, accompanied by a sultry voice. Crocodile was abruptly yanked from his stance by an overwhelming force. Once in a state of elemental transformation, his body uncontrollably reverted to its physical form, crashing violently into the ground. Following this, a barrage of black iron fists rained down upon him. The earth trembled, the sky wailed. Yet the swirling dust around them gradually diminished. The entire world began to settle into a profound silence. Chapter 40. The Onslaught of the Demon-Slaying Order. The delicate arms, entwined with the black hue of haki, relentlessly hammered down upon Crocodile. Each strike was imbued with solid strength, yet possessed an eerie elegance. This brutal aesthetic bears no relevance. It is solely due to Yuling's striking beauty and graceful physique that each of her movements captivates the eye and commands attention. To an outsider, every punch thrown by Yuling possesses a unique charm that makes it impossible to look away. However, the perspective of the victim, Crocodile, diverges significantly. He recognizes Yuling's formidable prowess, yet he is taken aback by the bizarre nature of her abilities. More importantly, though her fists appear delicate and fragile, the sheer force she wields is immense. It even momentarily conjured the shadow of Whitebeard in Crocodile's mind, for in his naive past, he had been felled by a seemingly ordinary punch from Whitebeard. Admittedly, Yuling's strength and skill do not yet rival Whitebeard's, but for some inexplicable reason, Crocodile perceives a resemblance to the legendary pirate in her. Enough. This time I concede. Crocodile finds himself devoid of any means to resist. His own physical prowess is lacking. Even Luffy can overpower him with sheer physicality. With Yuling, Crocodile is left with no opportunity to retaliate at all. Thus, he promptly surrenders. After all, he has long abandoned any semblance of dignity or face. For a pirate, admitting defeat is a commonplace occurrence, provided one's life is not in jeopardy. Crocodile can discern that Yuling merely seeks to teach him a lesson, without any intent to kill. Having engaged in combat and recognizing his inferiority, he decisively concedes. But what a pity! Yuling raises her tiny, pink fist in a gesture of disappointment, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. Witnessing this, Click smirks slightly, then rises to dust himself off. Tremors course through his body, and his legs quiver uncontrollably, leaving him unable to stand still. Nevertheless, he manages to find his footing. Yuling, I admit your strength is formidable. Do I need your acknowledgement? Crocodile retorts, are you looking for another beating? Yuling once again swung her fist. Crocodile instinctively took a step back, only to stumble due to his trembling legs, nearly falling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Yuling couldn't help but chuckle. The illustrious Shichibukai, Crocodile, had found himself in such a disheveled state. How utterly embarrassing. If the other Shichibukai were to behold your current predicament, they would undoubtedly find immense amusement in it. Let them laugh. After all, I am not closely acquainted with them. Yet, as for you, Miss Yuling? Crocodile forced a smile, wishing to utter something. However, suddenly, he sensed a killing intent emanating from Yuling, one far surpassing that of their previous battle. A chill ran through Crocodile's heart, prompting him to prepare for a hasty retreat. He was uncertain of what Yuling intended. However, Yuling soon regained her composure. Moments earlier, Crocodile had inadvertently uttered the phrase Miss Yuling, striking a nerve within her. Yet, he quickly found solace, for Crocodile was blissfully unaware of the full extent of the situation, leading him to choose forgiveness. Crocodile, do not think I have not afforded you an opportunity. Robin is mine, and you shall not take her. Even if the Navy or the world government were to send emissaries, she remains under my protection. As for any collaboration, that is a matter for discussion face to face. You lack the leverage and terms to negotiate with me. Yuling declared her claim over Robin. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not relinquish Robin to another. Crocodile remained silent, merely exhaling a sigh. He understood that Yuling was earnest in her resolve. Should he linger any longer, only a dead end awaited him. Yuling's current prowess was sufficient to overpower Crocodile. Had it not been for Yuling's apprehension of Crocodile potentially resorting to desperate measures that could transform Water 7 into a desert, he would have met his demise long ago. After all, Crocodile's abilities were indeed capable of such devastation. From the onset of their battle, he had been restraining his power, ensuring it did not extend beyond the confines of the harbor. Otherwise, the ramifications of their clash could not possibly be contained within such limited boundaries. If both were to unleash their full might, annihilating Water 7 would be a trivial matter. Yet, it was precisely because Crocodile refrained from recklessly deploying his abilities that Yuling chose to spare his life. In truth, Crocodile was not overly concerned with these considerations. His primary focus was on preventing the situation from escalating, lest he risk losing his title as a warlord of the sea. Hence, he initially held back. Nonetheless, Crocodile recognized that Yuling was also not fighting at full strength. Both combatants, in a tacit understanding, conserved their energy, unwilling to escalate the conflict. However, Crocodile was acutely aware that even if he were to give his all, he would still fall short against Yuling. Even if he could bring down the entirety of Water 7 with him, the outcome would remain unchanged. He would merely meet a more tragic end. Yuling, this time I concede. I acknowledge that my strength pales in comparison to yours. But when we meet again, when we are both able to unleash our full potential, I implore you to grant me another chance to face you. Here, we are both constrained by our reservations, preventing us from fighting at our fullest. However, upon our next encounter, I hope we will have no such hesitations. As for Robin, take her if you wish. Crocodile spoke, feigning an air of nonchalance, and immediately transformed back to his ship. However, just as he was about to depart, Yuling sensed a subtle disturbance on the surface of the sea. Not only he, but even Crocodile noticed that something was amiss. Crocodile, what do you see? Yuling inquired. I do not possess observation haki. What use is it to ask me? Crocodile shot Yuling a disdainful glance. Although they were not acquainted, the unusual occurrences on the sea compelled them both to exercise caution. Yuling closed his eyes and activated the maximum range of his observation haki. Moments later, he wiped the blood from his nose and exclaimed, Warships. 100 vessels bearing the world government's flag, fully armed, are advancing towards Water 7. Chapter 41. The Demon-Slaying Order is insufficient evidence. To think it would be the Demon-Slaying Order. Has the world government lost its mind? Crocodile gritted his teeth, unable to fathom that the world government would issue a demon-slaying order against Water 7. In this manner, the entire Water 7 will be reduced to ruins. Even the maritime train, which doubles the profits for the celestial dragons, will come to a complete halt. Crocodile is utterly unable to fathom why the world government would undertake such actions. Moreover, He, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, remains present here. Crocodile harbored doubts regarding the ignorance of the world government concerning the current situation. He was acutely aware that his own standing afforded him little leverage in negotiating with them. Even if he were to perish, it would matter little to them. However, the world government, for the sake of maintaining appearances, could not openly act against a Shichibukai who had committed no transgressions. Otherwise, the entire Shichibukai system would be rendered obsolete. The other Shichibukai would inevitably turn against them, as trust in the world government would evaporate. Similarly, the common folk, witnessing such treatment of their allies, would surely feel profound disappointment towards the world government. Although they lacked the means to revolt, there existed a faction known as the Revolutionary Army, whose mission was to dismantle the world government's reign. Thus, while the civilians might not rise against them, they could still lend their support to the Revolutionary Army. Crocodile found it unfathomable why the world government would engage in such a thankless endeavor. Was it merely for the sake of a single Nico Robin? Or for his own status as a Shichibukai? Surely, neither he nor Robin warranted the invocation of the Buster Call. Could it be that he possessed another identity or had committed an act that would bring shame to the world government, prompting them to unleash the Buster Call? Crocodile was genuinely alarmed. He had never felt such trepidation even during his battles against YR. The Buster Call involved a fleet of 100 warships and numerous elite vice admirals, or those of comparable strength. Without such formidable adversaries, a mere fleet would pose little threat to Crocodile. Nevertheless, he was uncertain about the number of these powerful beings that had been dispatched against him. In contrast, YR appeared considerably more composed. Clearing his throat, he spoke. The forces over there are likely from CP9. I cannot confirm the presence of any vice admirals from the Navy, nor can I ascertain if any members of CP0 are involved. However, I overheard them stating that CP9 intends to take full credit for this operation. Therefore, I shall boldly speculate that this Buster Call was initiated by CP9 without the world government's consent. Is that the case? Crocodile furrowed his brow. It was not that he doubted the words of the wandering spirit, but rather that he found it implausible for the commander of CP9 to possess such audacity as to disregard orders from above and initiate a massacre. The two remained silent, waiting. They understood that even if they wished to flee, escape was utterly impossible. The path Crocodile would have taken to depart had been effectively obstructed by naval vessels. He found himself trapped with no means of egress. Moreover, he harbored a foreboding sense that should he attempt to charge forward alone, he would be met with a barrage of cannon fire. Although he was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, there was no guarantee that among the projectiles aimed at him, there would not be sea stone cannonballs. More critically, the potency of his sand fruit was severely diminished upon the ocean. Any contact with seawater would not entirely nullify his abilities, but would render them nearly ineffective. After all, water is inherently the nemesis of sand. Thus, while on the sea, Crocodile's strength could not be fully realized. This elucidates the reason behind his decision to remain. Moments later, the warships had approached the city of Water 7, now less than 100 meters away. With the keen eyesight of Yuling and Crocodile, they were able to discern the individuals aboard the 100 vessels. The two swiftly scanned the ships, then exchanged knowing smiles. Crocodile, I presume my assumptions were not misguided? You certainly possess a remarkable insight. However, I find it quite perplexing that the commander of CP9 would dare to act so audaciously. Does he not fear retribution from the Elders or the Celestial Dragons? What is there to fear? He simply intends to capture Robin and us pirates, subsequently framing Water 7 for rebellion. In doing so, he would not only evade punishment but also achieve a significant feat indeed. Such tactics have been employed by the world government for years, unchanging in their nature. Regrettably, this individual has failed to grasp the essence of it. The world government's method of dominance stems from their sufficient power to silence dissenters. But what does CP9 possess? Merely a band of inept individuals. Their actions can only lead to their demise. Yuling let out a cold laugh, stepped back, and took a deep breath. Without hesitation, she tore her skirt, revealing her smooth, fair thighs. Crocodile, upon hearing the rustle, glanced back and found himself unable to avert his gaze. While he had seen many fair thighs, he had never encountered one as flawless and radiant as Yuling's. Noticing Crocodile's greedy stare, Yuling paid it no mind and positioned her legs apart, assuming a horse stance with her hands resting on her hips. Witnessing this scene, Crocodile instinctively felt something amiss and immediately began to retreat in an elemental form. In the next moment, Yuling unleashed a punch. Ripples spread through the air, expanding like waves. Observing this, Crocodile's pupils contracted in shock. For Yuling's move reminded him of Whitebeard's abilities. Could the smooth fruit truly vibrate the air? There is nothing unattainable. The smooth fruit can reduce friction. By reversing the process, one can likewise increase resistance. Thus, by envisioning the air before her as a wall, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished. With this thought, Yuling inhaled deeply once more and, in an instant, delivered another punch. The ripples surged forth with even greater speed. Crocodile's unease intensified, becoming increasingly palpable. At that moment, Ace and his companions arrived. Before he could approach the spirit, he noticed the ripples expanding outward. Ace was taken aback and immediately pulled Nami and Robin back, opting for retreat over confrontation, even with Crocodile so near the spirit, although uncertain of the unfolding events. The invocation of such a technique by the spirit indicated that the fleet was undoubtedly formidable, as Ace had observed. Meanwhile, the fleet, unaware of the reason behind the spirit's stance, had already loaded their cannons. Spandam, the CP9 commander, cleared his throat and brought the megaphone to his lips. The citizens of Water 7 listened intently. You have colluded with pirates and intentionally harmed officials of the world government. Now, with the execution order in effect, you all shall perish. Before his words could settle, a ripple suddenly emerged in the air, striking Spandam directly. He blinked, sensing an unsettling change within his body. He soon realized he could no longer produce sound, nor could he move at all. Attempting to turn around, he was met with a progressively blurring vision. The last image to imprint itself upon his sight was his own mangled body, with the megaphone lodged in his throat. Simultaneously, the ripple reached the ocean's surface. In an instant, tumultuous waves surged forth, a colossal tide crashing towards them. Chapter 42. Merely a facade, the waves roared higher with each swell. Aside from a minor portion of the spirit's power consumed by Spandam, the remainder surged into the sea, creating a tremendous torrent. Originally, the spirit intended to funnel all these ripples into the ocean, yet his strength proved insufficient to control the force flawlessly. Consequently, approximately 70% of his power merged with the sea, resulting in a colossal wave. However, the magnitude of this wave fell short of the spirit's expectations, and it could not compare to the monstrous waves conjured by Whitebeard during the Marineford War. Yet, it was still a nascent form of his ability, which he had developed by emulating Whitebeard's prowess. The aim was to unleash widespread devastation or to summon towering waves, as the inherent flaw of the smooth fruit lay in its lack of area of effect damage. This is somewhat difficult for Yuling to accept. Even if the fruit awakens in the future, it will be challenging to compensate for this flaw. Thus, Yuling has devised such an extravagant technique. Moreover, after exerting herself to unleash this move, Yuling will experience a brief period of weakness. During this period, his strength would diminish by approximately half. However, it would be restored after a few minutes. After all, this was his ultimate move, and naturally, it would come with a cooldown and some side effects. Yuling panted heavily, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Although he possessed nothing, he was still undeniably enticing. Observing the tremendous wave he had conjured, Yuling pursed his lips, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. What a pity, around 30% of my full power has gone to waste. Nevertheless, that unfortunate commander was also caught in the aftermath of my strength. What surprised me the most was how feeble he truly was. He could not even withstand this level of force. He was utterly worthless. Yuling had forgotten the name of Spandam, though he had a vague impression of this individual. He was merely a minor character. Additionally, during the interrogation of CP9, he had not inquired about the name of the commander. Thus, at that moment, Yuling could not recall this person's name. It seems that when you fought me, you certainly did not unleash your full potential. Do you know? Your strike reminded me of that old man, Whitebeard. Is that so? I am truly flattered. Yuling merely scoffed, indifferent to Crocodile's praise. Crocodile, too, was unconcerned. Instead, he contemplated how he would counter such a move if faced with it. However, after much thought, he could arrive at no viable solution. Even if Yuling did not rely on the sea to execute this attack, he would still be unable to evade it. His body might not even withstand such force, preventing him from reverting from his elemental state back to a normal human form. If that were the case, as long as Yuling enveloped his attack with haki and landed a punch, Crocodile would undoubtedly lose. At this juncture, Crocodile suddenly recalled that Yuling had escaped from Carp. This meant that only through the honing of his physical prowess could he withstand Yuling's assault. Since evasion was not an option, he would have to confront it head-on. Consequently, Crocodile nurtured an unprecedented thought to cultivate his haki. Previously, He believed that as long as he developed the fruit's abilities to their utmost, he would not be easily defeated, if not invincible. However, after his failure in challenging Whitebeard and witnessing the pinnacle of combat prowess, he began to doubt this notion. Especially now, seeing Yuling's slender frame unleash such formidable strength. Although it was aided by the fruit's abilities, a significant portion of that power emanated from Yuling himself. This realization solidified Crocodile's conviction. The sole path to becoming a formidable warrior lies in the relentless cultivation of one's physical prowess. This also reminded him of the three great admirals of the Navy. They were not merely users of natural abilities and devil fruits, but also formidable martial artists. Sisterling, are you all right? A concerned voice came from behind. Yuling turned around just in time to see Nami rushing towards her. They embraced. And then Yuling felt a soft pressure against her chest. Don't worry, I am fine, but the situation over there is rather dire. Yuling released Nami and gazed towards the not-so-distant sponge. Although the tidal wave conjured by Yuling was fierce enough to obliterate the unfortunate Spandam, the PC-9 fleet remained well-trained. The relentless waves had only managed to destroy a fifth of their fleet. The remainder had evaded the tumultuous waters and was now encircling Water 7 from all sides. The adversaries did not utter a word. They simply opened fire collectively. A torrential downpour of cannonballs, numbering in the thousands, rained down in an instant. Yuling furrowed her brow, preparing to act once more. However, at that moment, Crocodile stepped forward, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You had your turn. Now it's mine. Though I am reluctant to assist you, this is not for your benefit, but for my own. After all, I do not wish to meet my demise. Crocodile seemed to be seeking an excuse to convince himself to take action. In this manner, there is an unmistakable hint of arrogance. However, Yuling paid it no mind, for this individual was inherently of a rather peculiar disposition. Subsequently, Crocodile transformed before the gazes of the crowd into a swirling sandstorm. In the blink of an eye, thousands of cannonballs were immediately reduced to sand. Not a single one escaped unscathed, landing in the harbor of Water 7. Witnessing the spectacle, Nami and Robin simultaneously dropped their jaws, covering their mouths and retreating in astonishment. Both were well aware of Crocodile's formidable strength, yet they were utterly unprepared for just how powerful he truly was. Such artillery fire was beyond the capabilities of Robin and Nami to withstand. However, with a single strike, Crocodile effortlessly nullified it all. This illustrates that the Demon Slayer Order is utterly ineffective against true power. For the Demon Slayer Order to take effect, it relies on the formidable forces aboard the ship. This is the essence of the Demon Slayer Order. As for the fleet, it merely serves the purpose of eliminating those lacking in strength, dispatched solely for that reason. After all, these formidable individuals cannot attend to every matter personally. However, the Demon Slayer Order assembled by Spandam utterly fails to reach such a standard. To Yuling and Crocodile, this level of Demon Slayer Order is nothing more than a facade, devoid of any genuine threat. Yet, the CP-9 on that side remains undeterred, pressing onward in their attempt to suppress with artillery fire. However, before they could make their move, a fiery blaze shot skyward. Everyone witnessed this astonishing spectacle. Even CP-9 found their attention captured by the flames. Soon after, they beheld a colossal fireball, akin to a miniature sun, held aloft by an individual. The Flame Emperor's great flame ring, accompanied by a furious roar. The sun-like fireball descended in an instant. The expressions of CP-9 altered dramatically. All immediately turned their vessels in an attempt to evade, but it was already too late. The fireball struck the very center of the fleet, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Chapter 43. Lucci's Reluctance. Ling, what do you think? My power is not to be underestimated, is it? This is my newly developed technique, named Emperor of Flames, Great Flame Ring, whose power undoubtedly surpasses that of my previous skills by several folds. Even when facing this warlord of the sea, I am confident that I can emerge victorious. Ace descended from the sky like a resplendent phoenix, radiating charisma. Crocodile, however, paid little heed to this spectacle. He merely glanced at the approaching warships and spoke, "There are still a dozen warships remaining. Who among you will take care of them? You might as well handle them directly, sparing us the trouble." Yuling shot a glance at Crocodile and replied, "However, the opponent has not taken action, and has even elementalized, retreating into the shadows. You are aware of my identity. I do not wish to jeopardize my title as a warlord of the sea over such trivial matters." The title of Warlord of the Sea holds great significance for Crocodile, as it is a crucial step in his grand design. Without the prestige of being a Warlord of the Sea, he would have no reason to remain in Alabasta. In this manner, he would drift further away from the king of the underworld. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Even if he remained in Alabasta, he would be unable to locate the whereabouts of the king. Ace, reluctant to take action, has entrusted the next steps to you. Is that agreeable? Yuling cast a glance at Ace, giving a thumbs up before soaring into the sky, blazing upward. With a furious roar, the searing flames instantly swept across the ocean's surface, obliterating all the ships in sight. The emergence of blazing upward brought the remaining warships to a standstill. They found themselves unable to advance, for this inferno had obstructed their path. Follow my commands, everyone. Advance without hesitation. At any cost, capture the Soul Pirate crew. Lucci's expression remained calm, yet his orders were delivered with a chilling indifference, showing no regard for the welfare of his subordinates. The remaining members of CP9 exchanged glances, none daring to truly adhere to the command given. Gabra stepped forward, confronting Lucci directly. Lucci, enough. Span M is dead, and if anyone is to lead now, it should be me, the highest-ranking officer, not you. I hereby order everyone to return to base. This massacre initiated by Spandam has utterly failed. Rest assured, even upon our return, we shall not face any punishment, for this debacle is entirely Spandam's fault. Gabra proved to be a competent commander, adept at shifting blame and rallying the troops. In stark contrast, Lucci, with his haughty demeanor, failed to grasp the significance of such tactics. Although his strength surpassed that of Gabra, he could not command the loyalty of the remaining CP9 operatives. At that moment, the fewer than 10 remaining warships began to turn around, commencing their retreat. Lucci observed this scene, his expression serene, yet he was gnashing his teeth in frustration. A rare glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, he dashed toward Gabra, knocking him to the ground. Lucci, what are you doing? Gabra exclaimed, caught off guard. Before he could retaliate, Lucci seized a transponder snail from Gabra's possession. Then, he ascended into the air, stepping lightly as if on moonlit paths. Yuling, I can see that you are a formidable woman. Yet, I must issue you a clear warning. Your Soul Pirate crew has now officially made an enemy of the world government. You will face relentless pursuit from them. Enjoy the fleeting moments you have left. Having delivered this proclamation, Lucci prepared to depart. However, upon hearing his words, Yuling could no longer contain herself. The only reason we haven't annihilated you is that we wish to avoid needless slaughter. Yet you dare to overstep, do you? With a grace akin to teleportation, Yuling appeared before Lucci in an instant. Lucci, taken aback, widened his eyes and paled as he instinctively activated his devil fruit ability. But in that fleeting moment, Yuling's swift kick connected with Lucci, producing a resounding crack. This is the sound of a spine shattering completely. In an instant, Lucci plummeted onto a battleship, sinking it entirely. Surrounding warships rushed in, not to retaliate, but to rescue him. Witnessing this scene, Yuling chose not to pursue further. Though his strike was intended to be lethal, he had not anticipated that Lucci had consumed the leopard fruit at that moment. Consequently, his defensive and life force had received immense enhancement. While Yuling's blow was indeed fatal, it was not sufficient to claim Lucci's life. However, Yuling also decided against continuing the chase, gracefully retracting his long limbs and returning to the harbor. Even if Lucci had miraculously survived, he would be rendered incapacitated. It was an exquisitely executed strike, both powerful and visually captivating. Frankly, aside from Boa Hancock, you are the second most enchanting beauty I have ever encountered. Crocodile rarely offers praise, yet he unleashed a torrent of admiration towards Yuling. One can only wonder what has stirred such enthusiasm within him. Meanwhile, Yuling felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This overwhelming sensation brought him immense pleasure. Subsequently, Crocodile boarded his small vessel, harnessing the power of the sand to depart from the city of Water 7. On this occasion, although he left empty-handed and even endured a beating, he departed with a smile. This indicated that he perceived the experience as not entirely a loss. In contrast, Yuling felt he had suffered a significant setback. First, he had engaged in a skirmish with Crocodile, and then he had caused destruction at the port. Now that the opponent had vanished, he was certain that the ensuing compensation would fall squarely upon his shoulders. There is no escape from this predicament. Furthermore, they have now incurred the ire of the world government. Although Yuling remains indifferent, his concern lies in the potential repercussions for Water 7. Should the world government decide to take action against Water 7 once they depart, the outcome is all too predictable. The entirety of Water 7 would be powerless to withstand the genuine Demon Slayer order. However, the members of the iceberg are not particularly worried. Despite being confined within the shipyard and only able to glimpse the outside world through the windows, they have indeed observed the Demon Slayer fleet of CP9. Thus, they immediately comprehend that this is a decision stemming solely from Spandam's will. The world government could not possibly be so short-sighted. At least until they possessed the means to manufacture and maintain the sea train, they would refrain from any hostile actions against Water 7. In their view, such extraordinary advancements are beyond the reach of even the most esteemed scientist, Vegapunk. Yet, in truth, it is not that Vegapunk is incapable of research, but rather that he is disinterested in it. For this scientist, the exploration of the human body and future technologies is where his passions lie. As for everything else, he desires distance from it. He is utterly uninterested. Chapter 44, The Wrath of Sengoku. A day later, at the naval headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku gazed at the intelligence in his hands, consumed by fury. The more he scrutinized the intelligence, the greater his fury became, culminating in a forceful slap upon the table, shattering the pristine surface once more. His adeptness revealed that over the years of his tenure as marshal, he had frequently replaced tables. Who can elucidate the circumstances behind this? Why did the commander of CP9 initiate the demon-slaying decree without any orders? More critically, he not only failed to report to the Navy, but also neglected to inform the 5 elders. Is this fellow preparing to rebel? Who will answer me? Sengoku bellowed at the numerous vice admirals and 3 admirals below him. Yet, none could respond to his inquiry, as none of them were acquainted with Spandam. Even if they had heard of his name, it was merely due to his father, Spandine, serving within the world government. Thus, the only knowledge they possessed regarding Spandam was his notorious penchant for opportunism. More significantly, he was known for claiming credit for achievements, regardless of whether he was deserving of them, ensuring that no one else could take the accolades. This tendency was not exclusive to Spandam. His father, Spandine, had ascended through similar means. Regrettably, Spandam lacked the fortune that his father possessed. Ultimately, he met his demise in waters less than a mile from Water 7. Although this still fell within the jurisdiction of Water 7, his assailants were not from the city but rather members of the Soul Pirates. Nonetheless, this detail was of little consequence. What mattered most was that one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, was also present in Water 7 at that time. According to the intelligence Crocodile provided, Spandam had lost his sanity, attempting to ensnare both the 7 warlords and the Soul Pirates. From Crocodile's report, it was clear that Spandam viewed them all as mere stepping stones to his own glory. He even regarded the entire Water 7 as his achievement. This brazen attitude stemmed from his belief that if he succeeded, he would be free to pen a victory speech befitting a conqueror. As for the vanquished, they had already forfeited their right to voice their grievances. Sengoku understood well that this was a favored tactic of the world government. Whenever they deemed someone undesirable, they would unleash a barrage of accusations, subsequently announcing the supposed crimes, whether real or fabricated, that could be forcibly attributed to them. One of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma, had been transformed from a benevolent ruler into a tyrant through this very method, eventually becoming a pirate before attaining his status as a warlord. Such occurrences were hardly worth their ire. It sufficed to send someone to Water 7 to offer condolences and some form of compensation. After all, Spandam's actions were indeed indefensible, as he had nearly severed a crucial financial lifeline for the Celestial Dragons. Therefore, it was best for them to resolve this matter independently. Why should they entangle themselves in it? Carp rose to his feet, chuckling heartily. Though his words were somewhat dubious, they represented the most viable solution at present. Given that he was the son of a high-ranking official in the world government and had not reported to the elders, this matter was of no concern to the Navy. The crux of the issue lay with the elders and how they would choose to educate Spandam. After all, without their approval, his son would never dare to take such risks. With that settled, the topic shifted to the enigmatic Crocodile. Sengoku narrowed his eyes into a mere slit and slammed a bounty poster onto the table. It was the wanted notice for the Devil Child, Nico Robin. According to our informants in Water 7, Robin was suspected of reappearing in that very city. Coincidentally, it seemed that Crocodile had once attempted to recruit Nico Robin, though for reasons unknown, he had apparently failed. Furthermore, the Soul Pirates, originally composed of 1 man and 2 women, had now transformed into 1 man and 3 women. This strongly indicated that Nico Robin had indeed joined the ranks of the Soul Pirates in Water 7. At this juncture, Sengoku paused momentarily, allowing a cold smirk to grace his lips. Crocodile was certainly not one to play by the rules. He had claimed that his journey to Water 7 was merely a stroke of luck in search of the blueprints of the Underworld King. In my estimation, he was not seeking the blueprints, but rather the individual capable of deciphering the texts inscribed upon them. Moreover, he had not been forthright with me, concealing Robin's whereabouts. How intriguing. The more Sengoku spoke, the angrier he became, retrieving another bounty poster. This one featured Port Asti, Ace, the Flame Fist and wielder of the Maramara no Mi. As he spoke, Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at Carp, prompting the other admirals and vice-admirals to do the same. If this had been anyone else, they would likely have flushed with embarrassment under such scrutiny. Yet Carp's fortitude was extraordinary. Unfazed, he snatched the wanted notice from Sengoku's grasp, causing the corner of Sengoku's eye to twitch. How dare you seize my bounty notice? Ha ha ha. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It is no secret that he is my grandson. As long as he hasn't committed any egregious acts, I shall certainly defend him. The corners of the warring state's eyes continued to twitch. He harbored a strong desire to slap Carp, yet out of consideration for his dignity, he ultimately refrained from doing so. I shall not elaborate further on his matters, as you are all well aware. Furthermore, since his departure to sea, he has indeed refrained from committing any heinous acts. Even during the recent confrontation with CP9, his actions were merely a passive response, primarily due to Spandam's unauthorized maneuvers. Additionally, their sole pirate crew has safeguarded the civilians of Water 7. Their strength, achievements, and moral character all meet the requisite standards. Therefore, I propose that we extend an invitation to them to join the warlords of the sea. Do you concur? In this manner, even Robin could be grasped firmly in our hands. At this point, Sengoku cast another glance at Carp. It was evident that this leniency stemmed from his regard for Carp. Otherwise, he would not have acted in such a manner. As for Robin, while she held significance, her importance within the Navy was not as substantial as one might conceive. Only in the eyes of the Yonko or certain pirates was she considered a coveted asset. Conversely, within the Navy, she was merely an uncertain source of danger that warranted attention but did not necessitate excessive focus. Sengoku, I hold a differing opinion regarding this matter. Akainu rose to his feet. Behind him, the radical faction led by the likes of Ghost Spider also stood in solidarity. Though few in number, they comprised nearly all of Akainu's loyal supporters. What do you wish to convey, Akainu? Sengoku inquired, his gaze fixed on him. Although he surmised what Akainu was about to articulate, he refrained from interrupting. Should Akainu's argument hold merit, he was willing to listen. Chapter 45, Admiral of the Navy. Sengoku. What I mean is that all pirates must be eradicated, regardless of their past deeds. As long as they are pirates, they deserve to be eliminated. Even if they possess status or have rescued some insignificant individuals, it does not alter the fact that they are indeed pirates. Akainu remained steadfastly radical in his views. Sengoku's expression remained unchanged, while Carp wore a broad grin, looking at Akainu with exaggerated amusement. Were it not for Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him, restraining his hand, he might have been tempted to deliver a couple of punches to Akainu. Dare to harm my grandson, and you might as well be courting death. This is the most authentic reflection of Carp's innermost feelings. However, Sakazuki is precisely such a person, one who harbors an unwavering disdain for evil and upholds absolute justice. Anyone who stands in opposition to him, and is not affiliated with the world government, must be regarded as an enemy. There exists no alternative. Whether one is an adventurer or a bounty hunter, it matters not. After all, you operate independently, not as a beneficiary of state provisions. Hence, Sakazuki treats these individuals with utmost severity. As for civilians, the matter is even more straightforward. As he stated earlier, the individuals rescued by Yuling and others are merely inconsequential. Therefore, he naturally remains indifferent to the thoughts of those ordinary people. This embodies Sakazuki's unwavering sense of justice. With his righteousness prevailing, malevolence finds no refuge, yet it inevitably inflicts harm upon the innocent. How terrifying it is that you remain so obstinate, Sakazuki. The lives of civilians hold value as well. Your indifference towards them will ultimately lead to a lack of support in the future. Borsalino spoke with an air of languor. He and Sakazuki are among the few who can engage in meaningful conversation. Nevertheless, even so, Borsalino cannot wholly endorse Sakazuki's notion of absolute justice. It is akin to his own plaque of ideals. Borsalino champions a more ambiguous form of justice. To him, not all pirates are inherently wicked, they merely possess differing perspectives. Yet, when confronted with genuine evil, he acts without hesitation. His words are undeniably rooted in concern for Sakazuki. In his view, Sakazuki's steadfast adherence to such beliefs renders him unfit to ascend to the rank of admiral. However, Sakazuki remains unmoved. He merely gazes at Sengoku, unflinching. Kazan, I entrust this matter to you. If Ace and Sabo are willing to become Shichibukai, Then let them take on that mantle and strip Crocodile of his title. This individual has concealed too many actions from us. It is time to take decisive action against him. The warring states did not respond to Sakazuki's words, but instead issued a direct command. Thus, Sakazuki was rendered speechless. Though he contemplated speaking, his words failed him. However, Kazan was somewhat disheartened. He had been in a state of half-slumber, but now he was abruptly awakened, leaving him in a dismal state. "As you command, Admiral Sengoku," he replied. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. What if they refused to become warlords of the sea? How should they be dealt with then? Would Crocodile's status as a warlord still be reinstated? Kazan's inquiry was incisive. Before Sengoku could respond, Sakazuki let out a disdainful snort and spoke up. "Humph. What is there to discuss? Just eliminate them. It is not as simple as you suggest. I am not like you. You may disregard the lives of civilians, but I do not." Kazan shot a sidelong glance at Sakazuki. The two individuals have perpetually been at odds. Moreover, Kazan's sense of justice is rather lethargic, comparable to that of Borsellino. If they refuse to comply, we must devise a method to retrieve Robin, regardless of circumstances. We cannot allow her to fall into the hands of other pirate crews. As for Crocodile, handle it as you see fit. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. Now, the meeting is adjourned. Sengoku rubbed his temples, his head buzzing. The events of the day have been overwhelmingly numerous, to the point that even he struggles to process them all at once. After the meeting concluded, the three admirals exited in succession, followed by the other vice admirals gradually leaving the conference room. In a mere moment, only Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru remained in the chamber. "Sengoku, I fear you may not be able to bring Robin back," Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked. Sengoku cast her a glance and nodded. "I am aware. Yet I wish to ascertain Kazan's attitude towards Robin. You may be disappointed. If he spared Robin once, he is capable of doing so again. Furthermore, due to the O'Hara incident, Kazan has always felt a sense of guilt towards her. This time, you truly misjudged by sending him to capture Robin." Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded once more. However, Karp, standing nearby, sensed an undercurrent of something amiss. "Sengoku, you old rascal, are you concocting some mischief again? My grandson could never become a warlord of the sea. I have already made this clear to you. As for Kazan, I fear you will be unable to apprehend Robin. So, what exactly are you contemplating? Do you intend to seize this opportunity to impose a punishment on Kazan, relegating him to exclusive maritime patrol duties?" The speaker may be casual, but the listener is perceptive. Karp's nonsensical ramblings suddenly prompted Vice Admiral Tsuru to reflect. The New World has recently grown tumultuous, yet our Navy has found no opportunity to establish a foothold there. Are you suggesting that this is an opportunity to provide Kazan with a reason to venture into the New World? Regardless of the success of this mission, we have certainly acquired sufficient grounds for his entry. Upon hearing Tsuru's remarks, Sengoku remained silent, clasping his hands behind his back as he turned to the window, letting out a heavy sigh. "The Marshal is truly weary. Perhaps it is time for me to consider stepping down." Simultaneously, on the side of Yuling, news arrived from the Navy stationed in Water 7. The intelligence they received was singular. Admiral Kazan is coming to Water 7 to meet Yuling and Ace in person. The reason for this visit was not specified by the Navy, yet the sycophantic demeanor of these sailors led Yuling to make an educated guess. This time, the Navy does not intend to apprehend me. Rather, they have other motives for seeking my presence. However, Yuling could only conceive of two possibilities. The first was an invitation for her to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The second was the apprehension of Robin. Aside from these, Yuling could not fathom any other reasons. "Thank you for your notification. I shall remain here, awaiting the arrival of the Navy Admiral." Yuling patted the Navy officer's shoulder, causing him to shudder, his legs trembling unsteadily beneath him. It is not fear, but rather an overwhelming admiration for the beauty of Yuling that stirs deep emotions within. Even the slightest touch from him ignites such excitement. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Nami intervenes and personally sends him away. With the Admiral of the Navy approaching, what shall we do next? Are we truly expected to wait for his arrival? Ace furrows his brow. This matter is indeed grave, and he has no desire to engage in battle with an admiral. Meanwhile, Robin appears lost in thought. The name Kazan has long been tucked away in the depths of her memory, and now, as those memories resurface, a chill sweeps over her, sending a shiver down her spine and a look of fear across her face. Observing her distress, Yuling swiftly approaches and embraces her, resting her head against his chest while gently offering solace. "What are we waiting for? According to my calculations, the Navy will reach Water 7 in no less than 7 days. Therefore, We must construct our pirate ship within this time frame, even if it is not perfect. As long as it can sail, that will suffice. After all, we are dealing with an admiral. While I have confidence in my abilities, I certainly do not wish to encounter them at this moment. Yuling declares with righteous fervor. He is perhaps the only one capable of articulating the desire to flee with such noble conviction. Chapter 46, Setting Sail Again 7 days later. The new ship of the Soul Pirates emerges triumphantly. In gratitude for the life-saving assistance provided by Yuling and his companions, Iceberg and his crew worked tirelessly, even rallying every available shipwright to aid in the construction. What would have typically required around 20 days to complete has now been accomplished in just 1 week. As for the old vessel, it was sold to Iceberg at market price, who subsequently handed it over to the Navy for disposal. However, Yuling had long since removed all supplies and provisions from it. The only occupants remaining aboard that ship are the members of CP9, before being sent to the naval base. These individuals were remarkably compliant. After all, resistance was futile. It was far better to resign themselves to their fate. At least they need not fear starvation. More importantly, they were acutely aware that Spandam had abandoned them, intending to utilize the Demon Slayer order to annihilate them. The timely intervention of Yuling and others in repelling Spandam had, in effect, saved their lives. In this manner, they have lost their reasons for resistance. The new vessel, which Yuling has named Ailey, draws inspiration from a certain game. However, her intention is to convey the hope of witnessing the dawn of tomorrow. After all, simply calling it dawn feels rather mundane. By renaming it Ailey, it suddenly acquires a sense of grandeur and elegance. Wishing you all a safe journey. I shan't accompany you further, but should the opportunity arise in the future, do not forget to cast a glance back. Both Iceberg and Frankie waved farewell to Yuling and her companions, who reciprocated enthusiastically. Each person waved their arms vigorously, with even Ace igniting flames as he waved, resembling a torch and certainly catching the eye. Before long, Water 7 receded into the distance. Their next destination, the magical valley town of Gaia Island. Let us pause here briefly to regroup before proceeding to Sky Island. Yuling proclaimed, raising her hands high, chest out, and head held up, her figure accentuated by her fitted jeans and cropped top. Nami watched with great interest, while Robin surveyed the surrounding waters, vigilant against any naval threats. Ace, however, felt somewhat drowsy. After the ship was completed yesterday, they had celebrated with a feast, and he had indulged a bit too much. Now, he found himself in a rather dazed state. Sisterling, are you truly certain of the existence of Sky Island? Nami, unable to resist, embraced Yuling, though her curiosity remained fixated on the reality of Sky Island. There are numerous rumors about Sky Island in this world. Some claim that the inhabitants are angels, while others assert they are demons. There are even tales of an omnipotent deity residing there. Yet, few believe in any of these legends. Most merely regard Sky Island as a topic of light-hearted conversation. After all, for over a decade, no one has managed to reach it, and thus, they naturally doubt its existence. Only those who have truly ventured to Sky Island dismiss such rumors with disdain. Nami, you must understand that the legends of this world are often based on real events. At this juncture, Yuling suddenly recalled something she had forgotten. Yet, at that moment, she could not recall what it was, so she chose to set it aside. Meanwhile, Robin, who was steering the ship, glanced at the map and the compass, her brow furrowing. Yuling, it seems we have arrived at the Devil's Triangle. The Devil's Triangle? Upon hearing this name, Yuling was suddenly struck with realization. I mentioned that I had forgotten something, and it turned out that I had neglected to seek out the Rumbar pirates. Fortunately, it was on our way. Otherwise, we would have indeed missed this place. Yuling felt a twinge of regret. In recent days, an abundance of events has overwhelmed his mind, rendering him momentarily befuddled. More importantly, Ace had long since cast this matter aside. However, Robin was not as optimistic as Yuling. She produced a compass. Observing the erratically moving needle with a furrowed brow, the magnetic field here is completely disordered. Even before we have entered the mist, it seems that, apart from the permanent needle, the others may prove ineffective, Robin cautioned. Yuling nodded in agreement and then retrieved the compass calibrated for Gaia Island. I had anticipated such a scenario, so there is no need for concern. However, before we proceed to Gaia Island, it would be prudent to take a brief detour. After all, having come this far, we ought to witness the peculiarities of the Bermuda Triangle. As for whether we will encounter the Rumbar pirates or locate Moria, that remains contingent upon our fortune. Although Yuling intended to seek out Brook, such endeavors are seldom accomplished in haste. It requires a stroke of immense fortune to encounter one another in such a vast expanse of sea. Yuling's intention is to venture in and take a leisurely stroll. If there are no significant discoveries, she shall depart without hesitation. After all, this route is one of the pathways leading to Gaia Island, and indeed, it is the most direct. Such a route saves time and avoids unnecessary detours. Robin nodded in acknowledgement, although she was reluctant to enter this place. The presence of Yuling and Ace alleviated her concerns regarding safety. Thus, the Ally sailed into the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle under Robin's steady guidance. Meanwhile, at the newly constructed port of Water 7, a cyclist arrived, not pedaling on land, but gliding across the surface of the sea. The path he traversed froze beneath him. In the entire world, only one person possesses the ability to cross the sea in this manner, Admiral Kazan. Admiral Akiji, I did not expect your swift arrival. It is truly an honor, exclaimed the mayor of Ice City, dressed in the garb of a shipwright, hardly having time to change before meeting Kazan. At this moment, 3 hours had elapsed since Yuling's departure, and he busied himself with tidying up the remnants within the shipyard. After all, this is his cherished collection. Even if there are merely some scraps left, they must be gathered entirely, awaiting their repurposing. You must be the mayor of the Ice City in Water 7. By the way, are you here alone? What about the Soul Pirates? Upon hearing that remark, Ice Mountain felt a sudden jolt within, immediately forcing a smile. Lord Akiji, you may not be aware, but they have already departed. Departed? Kazan frowned. If they had indeed left, he would be unable to fulfill his mission. However, his gaze soon fixed upon Ice Mountain. Sensing this, Ice Mountain quickly interjected, Lord Akiji, please don't look at me like that. I truly have no idea where they have gone. After all, I am merely responsible for shipbuilding and know nothing beyond that. Is that truly the case? Kazan narrowed his eyes. Although the mayor of Ice Mountain appeared anxious, he steadfastly refrained from disclosing the whereabouts of the wandering spirits. In that case, let it be. Kazan waved his hand, prompting a sigh of relief from Ice Mountain. Yet, Kazan's next words instilled a renewed sense of tension within him. Since he had come to Water 7, it was only natural that he could not leave without purpose. During this period, I shall remain here, treating it as a form of travel. Chapter 47, The Terrifying Three-Masted Ship, the first half of the Great Sea Route. In the heart of the Devil's Triangle. At this moment, Yuling and the others have already ventured into the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle for nearly a day. Their sailing speed is not particularly swift. To avoid the peril of running aground, Yuling has even allowed the ship to ascend into the air, ensuring a steady pace. However, the surroundings are shrouded in darkness. Even Yuling's observation hockey is affected in this region. After all, observation hockey relies on the manipulation of magnetic fields, and the chaotic magnetic forces of the Devil's Triangle significantly impede its efficacy. Despite a day's journey, they have yet to encounter any information regarding the Rumbar pirates. Nor have they seen Moria. Instead, they find numerous vessels that have run aground, scattered about the area. Although most of these ships have sunk into the depths of the ocean, some remain precariously perched upon the rocks. Upon closer inspection, Yuling and the others discover several weathered skeletons exposed upon the decks. This eerie sight sends a shiver down Nami's spine. Even Robin, known for her bravery, cannot help but tremble at the unsettling scene. The combination of such an environment with these grim remnants is undeniably haunting. What a pitiful fate for the pirate crew. Could the Rumbar pirates we seek have also succumbed to a similar fate, reduced to mere bones? Ace, with his carefree demeanor, is not particularly afraid of skeletons. Yet he harbors concern that the Rumbar pirates may share the same grim appearance. In such a scenario, they would be unable to return and report to the whale. Yuling remained silent on this matter, choosing instead to deftly maneuver the vessel forward, while Robin could steer the ship when it was afloat on the ocean. The moment it ascended into the sky, it transcended Robin's realm of knowledge, necessitating Yuling's expertise. However, Nami persistently lingered by Yuling's side, eager to learn the art of navigating the ship in flight. After all, it was unreasonable to rely solely on Yuling for such tasks. More importantly, Nami aspired to become an independent woman, capable of handling matters on her own, much like Yuling. If Yuling were aware of Nami's intentions, he would likely be overwhelmed with exasperation. Although he enjoyed the feeling of admiration, there was an unsettling quality to such adulation. At that moment, Nami, motivated by her thoughts, inched closer to Yuling until she found herself nestled against his thigh, playfully nudging him. Suddenly, Robin's voice pierced through the air. Yuling, look over there. Do you see those three shadows? Yuling stepped out onto the deck and, taking up the telescope, peered into the distance. he observed a singular, colossal silhouette standing resolutely amidst the fog. Yuling furrowed his brow, his observation haki extended outward, yet he could discern nothing beyond that enigmatic form. Such a scene evokes an even greater sense of eeriness. Nami, too, produced a telescope, only to be so startled that she tumbled onto the deck. Surely, that must be the rumored demon. Ling, shall we hasten our departure? Demons are the most detestable creatures. Nami appeared distinctly frightened. However, the other three displayed expressions of curiosity. Such an occurrence cannot be overlooked. Robin, you shall be responsible for safeguarding Nami. Understood. Leave Nami to me. Upon hearing Ling's words, Robin nodded and knelt before Nami, gently helping her to her feet. Nami, there is no need for fear. The tales circulating are mere fabrications designed to frighten. Although many possess a kernel of truth, they are unlikely to align perfectly with the rumors. Moreover, even if demons did exist, do you truly believe they would prove a match for these two monsters? Upon hearing Robin's words, Nami glanced at the eager Ling and Ace, instantly feeling a jolt of reassurance. You are correct. Ling and Ace are formidable. With them here, even if demons were real, they would pose no threat. Nami seemed to be rallying her spirits as she exclaimed this, and her vigor was rekindled significantly by her own declaration. Ling and Ace exchanged a knowing smile at this. Ace stood at the bow of the ship, while Ling returned to the control room, preparing to accelerate. Robin, Nami, find a secure spot to hold on tight. I am about to increase our speed. At Ling's command, Robin and Nami promptly seated themselves on the deck, clutching each other tightly. Observing their actions, Ling both admired and initiated the acceleration. The originally steady-moving ship, the Ely, now surged forward like a rocket. Although the Ely soared through the air without skimming the ocean's surface, the force of its flight stirred the waters below. This tremor swiftly reached the front of a dilapidated pirate ship. A skeleton lay serenely atop a weathered piano, exuding an air of tranquility. Yet, in an instant, the skeleton opened its eyes. Although it possessed no eyes, the sensation of awakening in the act of opening its eyes manifested upon the skeletal form, without a hint of incongruity. Subsequently, this skeleton rose from the dead. With a sudden leap, it descended from the piano to the deck below. Oh, it appears yet another soul has inadvertently wandered into this place, eager to hasten their escape. However, those who attempt such a feat are typically ensnared by that wretched being. No, I cannot stand idly by and witness their capture by Moria. The skeleton murmured to itself, then donned a rather intact suit. It placed a hat upon its head, though it could not contain the flamboyant curls that erupted forth. Thereafter, it approached the edge of the ship and leaped into the abyss below. Immediately following, this skeleton unexpectedly began to gallop across the sea. If the wandering spirit were present, it would undoubtedly recognize it. The figure racing across the ocean's surface is none other than Brooke, the sole survivor of the Rumbar pirates. However, he is quite distant from his companions, and it will take him some time to reach them. Meanwhile, Yuling has arrived before a colossal pirate ship, resembling an island. In the distant mist, she glimpses three figures that appear devilish, which are, in fact, the enormous sails of the ship. This illustrates that while rumors may have a basis in reality, their authenticity is utterly questionable, particularly for Nami, who was initially terrified upon seeing the devilish forms. Yet, upon discovering the truth behind the apparitions, her trepidation transformed into boldness. How amusing. It turns out they are merely the oversized sails of a ship. I genuinely believe they were some sort of demons. These rumors are indeed false. Humph. Nami held her head high, overwhelmed by the ceaseless waves that dazzled her senses. Yuling stole a few glances before instinctively checking his own appearance, then leaped off the Ellie and onto the terrifying three-masted ship. Shortly thereafter, Ace followed suit. Robin, keep a close watch on Nami up there. Ace and I will return shortly. Chapter 48. The zombies were stunned upon the terrifying three-masted ship. Yuling and Ace advanced side by side. They soon found themselves standing before a graveyard. As they gazed at the eerie path, both Yuling and Ace frowned in unison. Who would dare to place a cemetery upon their vessel? Surely, this individual must be deranged. Ace couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Yuling rolled his eyes in response, utterly perplexed by Moria's peculiar choice. However, what astonished him more was Ace's newfound propensity to critique others. Truly, a sight for sore eyes. Yet, despite the bizarre atmosphere, they did not halt their progress, but continued onward. Yuling's observation haki revealed no signs of life in the vicinity. Nonetheless, he sensed something stirring beneath their feet. Clearly, the zombies buried below were up to their mischief. Ace, there is something down there. Would you care to set it ablaze for fun? Yu Ling suggested. Ace's eyes lit up with excitement, and without hesitation, he activated his elemental transformation. Just remember, you said it first. Don't blame me if things go awry. Of course. How could I ever blame you? I would simply resort to giving you a good thrashing. Yu Ling cheerfully replied, a statement that struck Ace at his core. Regardless, Ace paid it no mind and promptly unleashed flames, engulfing the surrounding area entirely. The burning ground radiated an intense heat, causing Yu Ling to sweat amidst the flames. However, he quickly activated his fruit abilities to dissipate the oppressive warmth. In this manner, all the heat could no longer approach the spirit of the pool. Alas, someone has set a fire. Hurry, extinguish the flames. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the ground below. The previously serene atmosphere, where one could only hear the sound of flames consuming the air, was abruptly filled with noise. One by one, grotesque and oddly shaped zombies emerged from the earth. The moment they appeared, they began to search for sources of water nearby to douse the fire. Some even used their own bodies to smother the flames in a desperate act of physical firefighting. Are these truly zombies? Ace inquired with curiosity, to which the spirit of the pool nodded in affirmation. So this is what zombies look like. Although Ace was bewildered, he was profoundly astonished. Nevertheless, he ceased to maintain the flames and instead observed the zombies fervently working to save the situation. Before long, the fires were entirely extinguished. All the zombies, much like humans, sighed in relief and collapsed onto the ground. Some of them, their bodies singed, continued to move about as if nothing had happened. Yet, for some unfortunate souls, their scorched bodies rendered their heads unable to remain steadily atop their necks. These zombies have been compelled to become headless horsemen, yet tragically, they are without steeds. Who are you truly, and why have you set the flames alight? The horde of zombies, akin to those who were tardy in their awareness, has only now noticed the presence of Yu Ling and Ace. However, upon voicing their inquiries, their gazes swiftly fixated upon Yu Ling. What a stunning beauty she is. If only I could spend a delightful evening with you, I would gladly embrace my demise. Then let your demise come to pass. Yu Ling retorted, delivering a swift kick in response to their words. This strike, devoid of any overwhelming presence, nonetheless possessed enough power to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. His blow shattered a zombie into pieces. Moreover, this was not a mere separation of limbs, but rather a true, literal disintegration. The zombie's body had disintegrated into a mass of shredded flesh. Both its torso and limbs were reduced to this grotesque state. Only the head remained relatively intact. Witnessing the scene, all the other zombies could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had never encountered such a formidable figure. And a woman at that. Even Ace, standing behind, could not suppress a sigh. Must you be so violent? Am I truly violent? Yu Ling pondered in confusion. He stepped forward to the remaining head and brought his foot down with force, instantly obliterating it. Then, tilting his head, he glanced at Ace and then at the others, inquiring, do you think I am violent? No, not at all. You are quite gentle, a truly graceful beauty. Though these zombies are fearless of death, they remain impervious to it. Yet, upon encountering such a formidable beauty, they falter, for no soul wishes to end up like that person, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Shortly thereafter, Yu Ling perceived a wisp of black shadow escaping from the vanquished zombies. At this moment, Yu Ling recalled that in the original tale, those zombies, when defeated, would see their shadows return to their rightful place. However, there are only two methods to conquer a zombie. One involves administering salt to them. This is one method to restrain zombies. The second method, akin to the spirit of the Wanderer, is to completely dismantle the opponent. Thus, the Wanderer inadvertently liberated a shadow that had been bound. Contemplating this, the Wanderer swiftly turned to Ace. After exchanging a glance with Ace, the latter immediately understood. The two shared an impeccable rapport. At that moment, Ace unleashed a fiery circle, encircling all the zombies within. Subsequently, he began to gather his strength, preparing to unleash the Inferno Emperor's great flame ring upon them. The zombies yearned to flee, yet they found themselves utterly trapped within the blazing circle. Even those who attempted to force their way through would be mercilessly shattered by a swift kick from the agile spirit. This filled them with despair. As terrifying zombies, it was their first experience of being pursued and defeated by humans. Such a turn of events instilled fear even within the undead. Soon after, a colossal fireball descended, the explosion resonating throughout the vessel. The raging flames purified all the zombies, and in an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Shadows, released by the consuming fire, began to emerge one by one. This should suffice. Now, let us confront Moria. Yu Ling clapped his hands, preparing to advance. However, Ace halted Yuling, excitement evident on his face. Leave this encounter with the warlord to me. Last time you triumphed over Crocodile. This time, allow me to defeat Moria. One warlord for each of us seems only fair. Observing Ace's eagerness, Yuling decided not to contest him and nodded in agreement. Very well, Moria is yours. Meanwhile, within Moria's castle, Moria sensed the tremors outside, bewildered. What is happening? Even if we struck a reef, such commotion is improbable. Moria was in a state of confusion. Just then, a small girl floated in, swaying slightly. Oh no, Lord Moria. Two people have come outside and set all the toys ablaze. What? My army of zombies has been utterly annihilated. Chapter 49. The furious Moria, how dare they invade my territory? Do they not realize that I am one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria? Moria stepped out of the castle, with Perona, Absalom, and Hogback following closely behind. The 4 of them approached Yuling and Ace. 3 of them striding arrogantly as if they were unrecognizable even to their own mothers. Perona, transforming into a ghost, floated gracefully in midair. You are the ones who destroyed my toys, aren't you? Perona was furious, wishing to eliminate the 2 before her. However, as Moria had yet to take action, it was not her place to strike first. You 2 have quite the audacity to wreak havoc in my domain. Moria continued his boastful demeanor. Given the isolation of this place, although he was aware of some happenings in the outside world, the time it took for him to receive information lagged significantly behind that of an ordinary person. Thus, he did not recognize Yuling and Ace. Had he seen the bounty notices or heard tales of Yuling's exploits, he would never have acted so arrogantly. Such is the nature of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords. It appears rather unimpressive, indeed. Not only is he portly, but he lacks the commanding presence that even Crocodile exudes. Ace let out a sigh. Although he had only encountered Crocodile once, that brief meeting left a lasting impression on him. At the time, Crocodile had just emerged from a battle with a spirit, bearing numerous wounds. Yet, even in that singular encounter, Ace discerned that Crocodile was undeniably a formidable individual. While he may not have been the pinnacle of strength, he was undoubtedly a worthy adversary deserving of respect. In stark contrast, the figure before him, Moria, not only lacked Crocodile's authoritative aura but also bore an unwieldy physique. More importantly, he emanated an impression of a petty character, hardly even qualifying as a pirate. This left Ace somewhat disinterested. He even regretted suggesting a one-on-one confrontation with Moria. It was not out of fear, but rather a sense of tedium. After all, a mere slothful individual like him would be no match even for 10 opponents. Little brat. Are you underestimating Lord Moria? Absalom interjected, stepping forward to berate Ace. However, Ace paid him no heed and glanced at Yuling Ling. This fellow is rather unpalatable. I wish to withdraw. Don't be so hasty. Although this man is rather weak, engaging him poses no loss. More importantly, he may possess vital information regarding the Rumar pirates. So do not disdain him. Go on, subdue him thoroughly, and you may inquire as you wish later. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Ace let out a reluctant sigh and advanced a couple of steps, almost as if he were being pushed into a corner. Heh, how amusing. A mere child dares to challenge me. Do you know what my bounty was before I became a warlord? I, Gecko Moria, am a veritable pirate of the seas. In the New World, I have even clashed with Kaido. Moria spoke the truth, yet he had completely fallen from grace. An arrogant individual would never flaunt their failures as a badge of honor. Crocodile serves as a prime example. Though he had battled Whitebeard, he scarcely mentioned it, viewing it as a disgrace rather than a point of pride. In contrast, Moria initially regarded this as a humiliation, but gradually descended into his current state, ultimately transforming his shame into a twisted notion of glory. Such a person, both Yuling and Ace found it difficult to bear. They had heard of Moria's deeds, yet they were utterly unprepared for the depths to which he had fallen. It was truly astonishing. Lord Moria, there is no need for you to dirty your hands with these 2 brats. Allow me to handle them. I shall teach these arrogant youngsters a lesson. Absalom stepped forward, his gaze greedily fixed upon Yuling. What a stunning beauty. Now, I present you with an opportunity. If this enchanting lady agrees to marry me, I shall intercede on her behalf with Lord Moria. So what? Before he could finish, Yuling swiftly darted to Absalom's side. With a force akin to that of 1,000 pounds, the kick sent his opponent flying. However, Yuling held back, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. After all, he still found some utility in Moria and his subordinates, and thus could not eliminate them outright. What have you done? Moria was utterly bewildered by Yuling's swift movements. In an instant, he unleashed his devil fruit ability, conjuring a shadow spear to strike from behind. Yet, Yuling had anticipated this and swiftly turned, seizing the attack. Is that all? Yuling tilted his head, locking eyes with Moria. Simultaneously, Moria caught sight of the armament hockey coiling around Yuling's hand, sending a jolt of shock through him. You can use armament hockey? Are you from the New World? Moria's expression turned to one of sheer terror. In the first half of the Grand Line, individuals who could wield armament hockey were as rare as phoenix feathers. One might not encounter even a single person among 1,000. However, in the New World, lacking this ability would render one nearly powerless. This, of course, applied only to pirates and those vying for territory. Ordinary folk in the New World had no need to learn armament hockey. Yet, even so, upon witnessing Yuling's mastery of hockey, Moria was utterly shaken. You dare to harm Lord Absalom? I shall make you pay. Perona, oblivious to Moria's fear, soared into action, releasing her ghost bombs. Perona, stop. You are no match for him, Moria urged, his eyes filled with dread, not wishing to endure further loss of comrades. However, it was too late. Yuling had already crushed 2 of the ghost bombs and seized Perona, now in her ghostly form. Though she was an ethereal being, under the influence of armament hockey, she was rendered vulnerable. Moria, I know you cherish them, so I shall spare their lives. Now, let my companions witness just how much strength you have left. Once a formidable presence that could stand toe-to-toe with Kaido, Moria now lay in this pitiful state. It was truly laughable. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yuling cast the unconscious Perona aside, showing no mercy. To instill fear in these individuals, he knew he must be ruthless. How dare you bully us so? Moria, seething with rage, unleashed a torrent of shadows. He exchanged a glance with Hogback, who immediately received the signal and retreated. Yuling paid them no mind and took a few steps back. Then, a blaze erupted skyward, instantly dispelling the surrounding gloom. What followed was the domain of fire. Chapter 50, Flames and Shadows. Fiery Fist. A furious roar echoed through the air. Flames surged forth. With a single utterance of Fiery Fist, the searing blaze transformed into a colossal fist, hurtling towards Moria before him. Faced with such an overwhelming inferno, Moria was taken aback, yet he quickly unleashed his abilities, narrowly evading the attack. However, his garments were singed in the process, and his expression darkened further. Could it be that he wielded the powers of the Flame fruit? Are you the infamous Fire Fist Ace? At this revelation, Moria suddenly came to his senses, casting a glance at the tall, alluring beauty beside him. You are the one who escaped from the grasp of the Navy hero, Garp, the captivating siren, right? Heh, utter another word, and I swear I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. The siren sneered, and in an instant, a murderous intent enveloped Moria entirely. A shiver involuntarily coursed through him. Despite being faced with an overwhelming inferno, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Ace turned to cast a glance at Yuling and spoke. Yuling, do not act impulsively. Although I am somewhat reluctant to engage with this individual, I cannot renege on my word. Therefore, allow me to handle this matter. Upon hearing Ace's words, Yuling nodded, her gaze shifting to Moria. The moment Moria felt the weight of Yuling's stare, he trembled uncontrollably. The display of her hockey was enough to instill fear within him. Coupled with the revelation of her identity, his trepidation only deepened. However, it was Yuling's subsequent words that left Moria utterly petrified, even causing a significant portion of Ace's flames to flicker and dim. Moria, I have faith in you. Please do your best. Yuling raised her tiny fist, cheering Moria on in a manner that was simply adorable, momentarily distracting him. Yet, his thoughts were swiftly overtaken by dread, for he understood that this was the enchanting power of Yuling. Thus, Moria grew increasingly anxious. However, Ace found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to inquire whether he was the true comrade or if the other party held that distinction. Yet, this thought merely lingered in his mind, unspoken. It was not for lack of desire, but rather because Moria abruptly interrupted him. In an instant, Moria utilized shadows to pierce Ace's body. However, Ace's elemental form rendered him immune to such physical harm. Moria, are you truly serious? Such a degree of assault cannot inflict any damage upon me. You once stood toe-to-toe with Kaido, which indicates you possess haki, so do not conceal it any longer. Unleash your full strength and let me witness just how formidable you truly are. Ace shouted. Armament haki enveloped his hands in an instant, though the flames surrounding him remained unextinguished. Witnessing this scene, Moria was left utterly stunned. In truth, he wished to confess that he did not wield haki. More precisely, he had once possessed a modicum of armament haki, but after being utterly defeated by Kaido, he had completely neglected it. This has resulted in his current inability to utilize the principles of haki, rendering him powerless to strike against those endowed with the powers of the natural-type devil fruits. Nevertheless, he has not surrendered. To him, this battle is a matter of life and death, and Moria is determined to resist with all his might. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of shadows surged forth from the surroundings, swiftly engulfing his being. Such a scene left Ace in astonishment. Before long, all the shadows were engulfed by Moria. His form grew immensely, resembling that of the giants. Is this truly your full strength? Ace couldn't help but feel astonished at the sight of the bloated Moria. This form, though imposing in appearance, is merely a fade concealing its inherent fragility, easily susceptible to defeat. Yet, Moria offered no retort. Instead, he lunged directly at Ace. Faced with this seemingly innocuous attack, Ace felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, before unleashing a full-powered fire punch. In the blink of an eye, Moria was vanquished. The collision of flames and shadows concluded in a hasty manner. How utterly tiresome. One must ponder how Moria ever ascended to the rank of a warlord of the sea. His strength seems remarkably feeble, does it not? Ace could not fathom how such an individual could stand in opposition to Kaido. Could it be that Kaido is, in fact, weak? This is certainly implausible. However, upon comparison, it is evident that Ace is undoubtedly superior, and Crocodile surpasses Moria by a significant margin. Although Crocodile similarly lacks the use of haki, his mastery over his devil fruit abilities is indeed remarkable. Even Ace feels a sense of inadequacy in this regard. More importantly, despite the significant limitations of the sand fruit, Crocodile has managed to master it to an extraordinary degree. Ace admits that if he were to acquire the sand fruit, he might not be able to reach the level that Crocodile has achieved. This clearly demonstrates that Crocodile possesses a unique and profound understanding of the fruit's potential. In contrast, we observe Moria at present. Though he is also focused on the development of his fruit, he has strayed from the right path. Instead of using the fruit to enhance his own abilities, he relies on external forces. The consequence is that these external powers are swiftly defeated, resulting in his own strength diminishing rather than advancing. Moria-sama, I have returned. Just as Ace turned around, the voice of Hogback resonated. Then, from behind him, a swordsman materialized. Yuling narrowed his eyes and immediately charged forward. In the next instant, Yuling collided with a black blade, resulting in a violent explosion. However, almost immediately after, the swordsman's arm was broken, and he flew through the air like a loose arrow, crashing into the castle and causing another fierce explosion. Yuling landed gracefully. Glancing at the injury on the back of his hand, a smile gracing his face. To think you could injure me while I wielded haki and the powers of the fruit. You truly are the legendary dragon slayer, Frost Moon Ryoma. If you were still alive, I would not stand a chance against you. But you are dead now. Could you please rest in peace? As these words left his lips, Yuling charged forward once more. Ryoma glanced at his broken arm and let out a strange laugh. Ho ho ho, what an impressive junior you are. If I were still alive, I would certainly engage in a duel with you. And you are right, I am but a dead man. Although I am unclear about my former identity, I vaguely remember hailing from Wano. Alas, I cannot escape Moria's manipulation, so might I ask you to grant me liberation? Ryoma snapped his broken arm back into place and leaped into action. In the next moment, the two clashed once again, resulting in another earth-shattering explosion. At this moment, the surrounding waves were stirred into a frenzy. Even the haze of the sky seemed to clear significantly. The long-shadowed Devil's Triangle was now graced with the long-awaited sunlight. In this instant, the wandering spirit, clutching the remnants of Longma's arm, cast a glance at the black blade, Chioshui, in hand, and the crimson stains adorning his arm, revealing a faint smile. Your request, I shall fulfill. Chapter 51. Submission. Centuries ago, the Frostmoon clan of Wano birthed a formidable swordsman named Frostmoon Longma. His prowess was unparalleled, capable of vanquishing even the mightiest of dragons. Thus, he earned the title of Dragon Slayer, revered by the people of his time. He also valiantly defended Wano against the onslaught of numerous pirates and the encroachments of the world's aristocracy. His illustrious name swiftly spread across the globe, earning him the exalted title of the Sword God. Following his demise, the land of Wano revered his cherished blade, the Black Sword Akushui, as a national treasure, preserving it in veneration. Even the remains of Ryuma have been meticulously preserved, remaining uncorrupted to this day. However, such a corpse has granted Moria an opportunity. During the turmoil in Wano country, this individual seized the opportunity to abscond with the corpse of Ryoma Shimasuki. Alongside it, the national treasure of Wano, the Black Blade Akushui, was also purloined. Currently, the fragmented arm in Yuling's possession is but a remnant of Ryoma's once magnificent carcass. The black blade, Autumn Water, ultimately fell into the hands of Yuling. Rest in peace, Longma. Although we were strangers, I resorted to this desperate measure to grant you release. With that, Yuling exerted force once more, shattering the remnants of the arm before her. The black blade, Autumn Water, seamlessly transitioned into her grasp. Then, she beheld a shadow with an extravagant afro emerge. It needed no guessing. This shadow belonged to Brook, as his distinctive hairstyle was unmistakable. Moreover, it was Brook's shadow that commanded the corpse of Longma in the original tale. Subsequently, Yuling casually cast the black blade into the system space and redirected her attention to Hogback. If there are any other reinforcements, summon them forth. Upon hearing this, Hogback was instantly paralyzed with fear. He collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered by the sheer strength of this woman. Even the legendary swordsman could inflict only minimal harm upon her. Are you all right? Ace inquired with concern, for Yuling was seldom injured. The last time she bore wounds was in her confrontation with Carp. However, Ace did not anticipate that she would sustain injuries while facing a mere zombie. This piqued Ace's curiosity. Just how formidable was that zombie? It was of no consequence, merely a trivial injury, one that required no bandaging. Yuling moved slightly, her pale arm stained with blood, and then she revealed a charming smile. Frostmoon Longma truly lived up to the title of Sword God. Even after his demise, he retained such strength, which was already astonishing. More importantly, it was Brook's shadow that controlled his body. Had it been Mihawk or the Flower Sword Bista, his prowess could undoubtedly have returned to its pinnacle. Nevertheless, even so, Longma utilized merely a fraction, 1/10, of his peak power, yet still inflicted some harm upon Yuling. The price for this, however, was disintegration. For Longma in such a state, disintegration was, in fact, a true liberation. Do not underestimate me. You too. Moria's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing Ace and Yuling completely disregard his presence made him furious to the point of wanting to spit blood. However, Ace and Yuling were both considerate of others' feelings. Upon hearing Moria's anger, they promptly approached him, expressing concern for the warlord. Moria, what did you just say? Yuling inquired. Ace blinked, a flicker of flames igniting within his gaze, as if anticipating something. Witnessing this scene, Moria immediately understood that these two were waiting for his response, eager to follow up with a beating. Though Moria felt despondent, he was no fool. Faced with such a predicament, he chose to feign death. Seeing this unfold, Ace was somewhat speechless. Yuling's eyes sparkled as she broke into a mischievous grin. Haha, do you think that this will render you beyond my reach? Moria, I now offer you an opportunity. Submit to our soul pirates. Otherwise, I shall create an opening in the ranks of the warlords. How naive. Moria's fury erupted upon hearing Yuling's words. Yet, Yuling maintained her smile, her fingers clasped around her wrist. Her angelic visage radiated a chilling devilishness at this moment. Since you refuse to comply, then you may as well perish. As for your comrades, I do not harm them. If you agree to spare them, I will do anything. Moria interjected, his bravado wavering in the face of her threat. Though he remained defiant at first, a palpable fear overcame him when she continued. The thought of his comrades being slaughtered was unbearable. However, Yuling merely blinked and leaned down to pat Moria's cheek, who lay on the ground. I have not yet finished speaking. Why are you in such a rush? What I mean to say is that I will find them a suitable place to start anew. For instance, Impel Down would be quite fitting. Who claims I intend to slay them? Am I truly such a ruthless individual? Upon hearing this, Ace was taken aback, utterly flabbergasted. Yuling found his reaction rather perplexing, unable to comprehend the source of his laughter. Moria, on the other hand, merely opened his mouth, feeling as though his intelligence had been thoroughly trampled. Yet, he resigned himself to his fate, for whether he killed Perona and the others or sent them to Impel Down, there was hardly a distinction. Moria, I shall ask you once more, are you willing to become a subordinate pirate of the Soul Pirate crew? Do I have a choice in the matter? Moria replied with a bitter smile. He could neither defeat them nor articulate a counter-argument. Thus, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. Of course, you do have a choice, for you still possess one path left. Death, is it not? Ha ha ha. Ling, you are truly hilarious. Ace continued to laugh heartily. This exasperated Yuling, who then kicked him away with a swift motion. Observing this, Moria's lips twitched slightly, and he shut his eyes. I am willing to submit. Excellent. That is a wise choice. In that case, could you enlighten me about the Rumbar Pirates? The Rumbar Pirates? What do you seek from that skeleton? Upon hearing this name, Moria immediately grasped that Yuling and the others were searching for Brook. Although he was unaware of the Rumbar Pirates' past deeds, he knew of this crew through Brook, who had once served as their acting captain. It certainly involves something significant. You need only inform me of his whereabouts, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. With that, Yuling pondered momentarily before continuing. Furthermore, release all of your shadows. Next, I shall provide you with a concept for developing your devil fruit. This may well be considered one of the advantages of your submission to me. Moreover, allow me to remind you, you may betray me at any moment, however. I hope you are prepared to endure the consequences of such treachery. As he spoke, Yuling cast a glance at Perona and the others, the threat evident and unabashed. Moria immediately regained his senses and hastily nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, my queen, I shall never betray you. Chapter 52. I am not your queen. What did you just call me? Yuling was about to speak when he heard a term that sent his blood pressure soaring. My queen? Moria understood all too well. But his understanding was misplaced. Such titles were entirely off-limits for Yuling. Should anyone dare utter them, he would not hesitate to take action. Without exception, Yuling promptly delivered a thorough beating to Moria, leaving him with no opportunity to resist. Unlike with Ace, where Moria felt a sense of helplessness because he could not physically strike Ace in the face of Yuling's assault, he realized he had no chance to retaliate at all. This filled Moria with dread, amplifying his fear of the specter. Listen well, your majesty. Please spare Lord Moria. I am willing to do anything for you, even the most arduous tasks. Perona, having regained consciousness unbeknownst to her, overheard Moria's previous words. Without hesitation, she climbed up and floated before the specter, wrapping her arms around his leg. Feeling the chill emanating from his limb and hearing Perona's voice, which resembled a tender plea, the specter was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he sighed deeply and spoke with solemnity. Remember, do not address me as queen. Do you understand? Moria nodded frantically in agreement. However, Perona, still young and unaware of the implications, could not comprehend why. After all, it sounded beautiful. One of the 4 emperors had a woman, and one of the 7 warlords had an empress. The term queen sister sounded quite powerful. Perona's voice was soothing. Yet her words caused the specter's brow to furrow. Her demeanor made Moria internally scream in despair. Nevertheless, the specter chose to overlook it. Considering she was a girl and deserving of some leniency, let us set aside that matter for now. Moria, first tell me the whereabouts of Brook, and then I shall share the developmental direction of the shadow fruit. At your command, Queen Sister. Perona immediately stood at attention, causing the specter's mouth and eyes to twitch in response. Moria, on the other hand, felt as though he could perish from embarrassment. Not far away, Ace happened to return just in time to hear the soft, endearing Queen Sister. In an instant, Ace froze, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, this is truly hilarious. Ace, do you wish to die? The specter exclaimed, stamping her foot with force. Instantly, the deck began to crack, extending towards Ace, who was startled into a jump. Moria gazed at the fissures beneath him, feeling an unbearable ache in his heart. Indeed, this is his vessel. Yet, despite the pang of regret, Moria refrained from voicing his concerns. Subsequently, he revealed Brook's whereabouts. Wying generously shared his knowledge, assisting Moria in thoroughly analyzing the development potential of the shadow fruit. There were 2 primary avenues to explore. The first involved harnessing his own shadow to animate his body, thereby creating shadow warriors to execute a dual assault. In this manner, those who face Moria will contend with 2 entities. While Moria previously employed this tactic against Ace, it was primarily for the purpose of repositioning rather than fully harnessing the advantages of the shadow user. After all, the potency of the shadows is contingent upon Moria's own strength. The stronger the original, the mightier the shadow. As for whether the shadows can wield armament hockey, Yuling remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it is clear that Moria's original form necessitates training. Otherwise, with his current capabilities, he will inevitably be rendered obsolete by the vast seas within a few years. More critically, if he seeks vengeance, he must augment his strength. Whether it be escaping from Yuling or vanquishing Kaido, his present power is wholly insufficient. Thus, this approach is one Moria must reluctantly embrace. As for the second avenue, it hinges upon Moria's own volition, as this path aligns somewhat with his personal development. However, it does not involve the establishment of a zombie army or the appropriation of other shadows. Rather, it entails utilizing the shadow fruit to envelop the surrounding shadows, thereby transforming the area into his own dominion. It bears resemblance to the awakening of a devil fruit, yet it does not constitute a true awakening. Thus, Moria could traverse effortlessly between various shadows, becoming 100 times more agile than before. More significantly, he could even forge his own shadow army. Though their strength might not be formidable, the mere concept of an army of one is quite intimidating. Much like Charlotte Cracker, he possessed the ability to create cookie soldiers. The power of assembling an army of one, even if the soldiers are of average strength, is undeniably a potent ability in the New World. After all, these soldiers are unperturbed by casualties. A suicide attack would render the enemy helpless. Therefore, this method could greatly enhance Moria's overall strength. However, Moria felt a twinge of hesitation as the second method appeared exceedingly arduous. In the past, he would have embraced it without a second thought. But now he had succumbed to a state of lethargy, transforming into an indolent figure far beyond the average sloth. Consequently, he doubted his ability to develop the fruit, as it necessitated abandoning his previous experiences and starting anew. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence to Yuling. He briefly mentioned the development of Absalom's transparent fruit and Perona's ghost fruit, outlining some relatively simple directions for development, without delving into specifics. For it was better left for them to discern. After all was said and done, Yuling watched as Moria liberated all the shadows before departing from the scene. Once Yuling had left, Moria exhaled a sigh of relief and returned to the castle with a grim expression. The events of the day left his emotions in disarray as he cast a glance at the telephone bug on the table. This is permissible. One can directly contact the Marine Admiral through the transponder snail. The 7 Warlords of the Sea are an organization directly governed by the world government. Moreover, one can also communicate with Admiral Sengoku via the transponder snail. If he so desires, he could effortlessly make the call to betray Wei Ling at any moment. After contemplating for a while, Moria ultimately refrained from dialing that number. Fear gripped him, yet more so, Wei Ling had instilled within him a glimmer of hope. This caused him to abandon the notion of reporting Yuling's whereabouts to the Marines. However, unbeknownst to him, Yuling had been utilizing Kinbunchika Haki to observe the situation. Had Moria established contact with the Marines, he would have unhesitatingly returned to eliminate him, severing Moria's head and casting it into the sea. Nonetheless, witnessing Moria make the prudent choice, Yuling felt a sense of relief. At least for the time being, it appeared that Moria would not betray him. Chapter 53. Was that a bit hasty? Aboard the ship Ellie, Yuling's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the skeleton before him, utterly bewildered. He had initially intended to seek out the other party, yet Brooke had come to him instead. Such circumstances truly took Yuling by surprise. Oh, how enchanting this lovely lady is. Your beauty is simply astonishing. I have one more request. May I have a glimpse of your undergarments? A quintessential greeting in the style of Brooke. Although he was unaware of Yuling's identity, upon encountering her for the first time, he approached her without hesitation. This scene instantly elicited laughter from both Robin and Nami, and even Ace couldn't suppress a chuckle. Hee, I see that you, this skeleton, are lacking. Would you like me to help you slim down a bit? Yuling remarked, clenching her fist to showcase a formidable aura. Brooke felt as though he had once again descended into the realm of the dead. The haunting chill enveloped him, causing his bony frame to tremble uncontrollably. Oh dear. My apologies, I was merely jesting. Please, do not take offense. After all, I am but a skeleton, devoid of flesh, incapable of losing weight. Wouldn't it be simpler to just remove a few bones to achieve that? Is that so difficult? Sensing Brooke's response, the spirit immediately interjected and prepared to take action. In a startled reaction, Brooke leaped as if startled, retreating behind Robin and Nami. Is this enchanting lady truly your captain? She appears rather fearsome. Brooke had never imagined someone could possess such beauty while simultaneously exuding such terror. Witnessing Brooke's timorous demeanor, the spirit could not help but chuckle, seizing his wild hair and pulling him forward. If I am not mistaken, you are Brooke of the Rumbar Pirates, correct? Upon hearing this, Brooke was taken aback. How do you know that? Moria divulged everything to us. And your shadow is the one I liberated. Shouldn't you express gratitude? The spirit pointed to the ground where Brooke's shadow lay, offering a gentle and endearing smile. Brooke felt his heart ensnared, despite being a skeleton and lacking a heart. So, you are indeed Brooke. What has become of the Rumbar Pirates? Have they been annihilated? Ace, with his characteristic bluntness, posed such a question immediately. Robin and Nami gasped, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. Conversely, Brooke remained unfazed, nodding composedly. Indeed, the Rumbar Pirates have been disbanded for over 40 years. However, as long as I draw breath, the Rumbar Pirates shall never truly vanish. But I must ask, what brings you to seek me? Brooke inquired, puzzled, as it was uncommon for someone of his antiquity to garner any interest. Ace then recounted the matter regarding Laboon. Brooke was taken aback, and tears welled in his eyes. Though it was uncertain from where they flowed, Given his lack of eyes, only empty sockets remained. Brooke, how about this? You can join our crew, and when the opportunity arises, we shall take you to see La Bonne, fulfilling your promise. Upon encountering the skeleton, Ace exhibited a profound curiosity. Although his personality diverged from that of Luffy, he could not resist the urge to invite such an unusual creature aboard their vessel. Yu Ling, Robin, and Nami were indifferent to this notion, having already engaged in extensive conversation among themselves and finding a strong rapport. Ho ho ho, I have no objections, as I long to leave this place. However, will your captain consent? Brooke instinctively glanced at Yu Ling, aware that she was the captain for the day, with Ace set to take that role the following day. Upon hearing Brooke's inquiry, Yu Ling parted her red lips to respond, but before she could utter a word, Ace waved his hand dismissively, disregarding her thoughts. It is of no concern. While she is captain today, I shall assume that role tomorrow. By then, I will ensure you board our ship and become a member of our soul pirates. Ho ho ho, your system is indeed peculiar, Brooke remarked, having previously heard of it from Robin and Nami. Yet, hearing it once more elicited a chuckle from him. Meanwhile, Yu Ling, observing Ace's dictatorial demeanor, delivered a punch to his head. Wake up. While I have no qualms about allowing Brooke aboard, you must understand that our ship is already quite full. We are set to journey to Sky Island next. What shall we do if Brooke is unwilling to join? Have you inquired with him about such matters? At this thought, Ace was taken aback, and a sheepish smile crept across his face. Observing this, Robin and Nami promptly sought Brooke's perspective. However, to their surprise, Brooke exhibited an indifferent demeanor towards everything. As long as he could leave this place, he was willing to go anywhere, for from this moment forth, he was a member of the Soul Pirate crew. This embodies Brooke's mindset. This indeed took Yu Ling by surprise. However, this also alleviated many of his concerns. With that in mind, I extend a warm welcome to your addition in my capacity as captain. And I too. Count me in, Ace exclaimed, raising his hand enthusiastically to welcome Brooke aboard. Robin and Nami exchanged knowing smiles. They both held a fondness for Brooke. Setting aside his character, his musical talent was undeniably commendable. The ship's pastry chefs, Robin and Nami, could handle that task. Yu Ling would take charge of cooking and navigating, while Robin could assist with steering. Ace would be responsible for vigilance and, when the occasion arose, indulging in slumber. This left only the position of musician, a role perfectly suited for Brooke, allowing everyone a chance to unwind. The piano and violin, long confined to the ship's storeroom, would finally find their purpose. Yet, upon surveying the ship's arrangements, Yu Ling let out a deep sigh. It has been merely a month since we set sail, yet there are already 5 individuals aboard. While increasing the number of crew members poses no significant issue, it inevitably becomes a burden. More importantly, Yu Ling intends to bring Enel onto the ship as well. Such formidable strength, if not merely a result of deception, would indeed be a tragic waste. After this, there were 6 individuals aboard the vessel. If they wished to continue recruiting, careful consideration was imperative. However, the mere thought of this caused Yu Ling a slight headache. After all, Ace was the kind of person who seldom pondered such matters. As long as he found someone intriguing, he would effortlessly draw them into his ranks. This is precisely the source of Yu Ling's headaches. Nevertheless, let us set aside future matters for now. The crowd is still sparse, so let him do as he pleases. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yu Ling ultimately resolved to relinquish his concerns and entered the control room, preparing to ignite the engines. Attention, everyone. I am about to accelerate. Chapter 54. The Melancholic Beauty. Haha. What an exhilarating sensation. Truly, this is immensely delightful. Oh, what a bizarre feeling. I sense that I have become quite peculiar, although I'm not entirely human at this moment. Sisterling, please slow down. No, I cannot hold it any longer. I must exit now? I truly must. Ugh. Nami, how are you? Are you all right? It's fine, Robin. I can still endure, though my body feels, ugh. Yu Ling's acceleration was utterly irresistible to everyone, save for Nami. Her body simply could not withstand such sensations, and she provided the most honest reaction. She vomited. Like a relentless tide, it came forth. Nami, your constitution is still lacking. It seems time for some rigorous training for you. Yu Ling sighed, then grasped Nami to decelerate. He adjusted the direction of the LE to a suitable position and activated the autopilot. Though termed autopilot, it merely ensured that the vessel would not stall or stray too far from its intended course. It was not as sophisticated as one might imagine. After all, Iceberg and Frankie were merely shipwrights, not scientists of the caliber of Vegapunk. A true autopilot system was beyond their capabilities, that could only create a simplified version. However, Even this was 100 times better than what Yu Ling had initially devised, as he was merely a novice, not even an amateur. Once everything was in order, Yu Ling carried the limp Nami, who was unable to move a step, back to the cabin. Nami, her face flushed with embarrassment, buried her entire head against Yu Ling's chest. This is so humiliating. There is nothing to be ashamed of. It is simply a matter of physical endurance. As long as you continue to train with my methods, you will undoubtedly be able to withstand such speeds. In time, you will not only endure but even relish the experience. Yu Ling wore a smile, blissfully unaware of how his words could evoke such embarrassment. Nami felt as though he were teasing her. Though she was both flustered and enjoying the sensation, she understood that he was referring to the exhilarating moments aboard the ship. Yet, with her heart aflame with newfound emotions, each time she heard Yu Ling utter such phrases, she found herself inadvertently spiraling into another realm of thought, rendering her cheeks crimson. At one point, Yu Ling even wondered if Nami might be feverish. Enough, you should rest well. Starting tomorrow, you will resume training until we reach Sky Island, he said, gently placing her back in her room before departing. Nami closed her eyes with a sense of tranquility. But soon, she heard her door creak open. Upon opening her eyes, she was surprised to see Yu Ling returning, which piqued her curiosity. Sister Ling, is there something else? I forgot to mention something earlier. To prevent scurvy, I plan to establish a small orchard at the stern of the ship. You, having cultivated orange trees since childhood, are quite the expert in planting. I have some knowledge, but my expertise is limited to crops, and I am utterly clueless about fruits. Would you be so kind as to find some time to plant all the seedlings from the storeroom? Yu Ling scratched his head, his face slightly flushed, appearing somewhat bashful. His request came rather late in the day. This was originally a collection of plant seedlings gathered in the Water City, which were subsequently placed in the warehouse after undergoing special treatment. However, fearing an encounter with a naval admiral, they departed in haste. Moreover, shortly after setting sail, they ventured into the treacherous Bermuda Triangle. Thus, Yu Ling completely cast this matter aside. No problem, Sister Ling. I'll take a nap first, and then I'll handle this, Nami exclaimed confidently, waving her tiny fists. She was most adept at cultivating fruits and vegetables. Yu Ling nodded in agreement, then quietly left the room, closing the door gently behind her while waving goodbye to Nami. Once Yu Ling had departed, Nami could no longer contain her laughter. Sister Ling's bashful demeanor was simply too adorable. It felt as if she could cradle her in her palms, cherishing her lovingly. Nami was utterly enamored with Sister Ling. With sweet thoughts in her mind, she closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Yu Ling, remaining vigilant, kept her observation hockey activated. It was precisely because of this that she overheard Nami's murmured musings before sleep. This left Yu Ling momentarily speechless. The child has truly been led astray. However, regarding this matter, it seems I am, in fact, the root cause. Yu Ling sighed and then cast aside such thoughts. It is indeed a delightful thing when someone takes a liking to oneself. As an individual who has never been in a relationship, Yu Ling naturally yearns for affection. Yet, his current circumstances are rather awkward. He then pondered that perhaps the concept of Yuri isn't so bad after all. Maintaining this perspective is sufficient, especially when considering Nami's magnificent figure, which even Yu Ling finds enviable. With this thought, Yu Ling instinctively glanced at his own chest, and an audacious notion crossed his mind. If only I could be a bit more ample. This sudden thought emerged, startling Yu Ling, who instantly regained her composure. She had nearly fallen into a trap. It seemed she must exercise greater caution in the future. Yu Ling promptly returned to the deck, intending to breathe in the sea breeze to soothe her mind. This notion has been surfacing intermittently of late. Thus, he has concluded that it is a subtle hint from the female attire system. Should he fully embrace this matter, it seems likely that he would ultimately forfeit his last vestige of dignity. Nevertheless, Yu Ling suddenly finds himself filled with a peculiar anticipation. What would it be like if he truly underwent such a transformation? As this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but drift into a reverie. However, the sea breeze soon swept over him, gradually restoring his composure. Eventually, Yu Ling collapsed onto the ground, endeavoring to quell his thoughts and empty his mind. Yet, there was one realization that escaped him. He was increasingly unresistant to these musings. In fact, his thought process had begun to shift slightly. Oh, our esteemed captain seems to be facing some tribulations. If you don't mind, perhaps you could share with me. I might be able to assist, Brooke interjected, drawing near. Having just boarded the ship, he naturally sought an opportunity to make an impression. Yu Ling's melancholy was almost palpable, etched upon his countenance, and Brooke could not feign ignorance. However, Robin and Ace had grown accustomed to this. After all, Yuling had a tendency to indulge in such displays from time to time. His portrayal as a melancholic beauty was strikingly ethereal, evoking a sense of sympathy. In truth, Yuling was unaware that his despondency was being interpreted by them in an entirely different light. Thus, he merely cast a detached glance at Brooke and spoke. Please play a tune to lighten the mood. After all, we have just emerged from the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, and it is time to celebrate. As you wish, my captain, Brooke exclaimed. A song of Binks sake, dedicated to the captain and all my comrades. Chapter 55. The long-awaited Marine Admiral 3 days later. Yuling continued to navigate the ship, the Eli, along the Grand Line. A colossal flying vessel soared through the sky, appearing quite bizarre. While other ships traversed the ocean's surface, this singular craft took to the air. The vessels upon the sea, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This also prompted numerous pirates to attempt to bring down the ship, the Eli. However, with a single fiery punch from Ace, the world was rendered considerably more serene. Yuling, with utmost swiftness, piloted the Eli to soar above the skies of Jaya Island. Casting a glance at the town of Magic Valley below, he felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. Contrary to the rumors, the environment here was not as foul as one would expect. In his recollection, Magic Valley Town was often referred to as the paradise of pirates. This is a lawless territory, where both pirates and other heinous criminals can find their place. They may even establish a residence here. Such circumstances are rarely seen elsewhere. Moreover, the Navy seems to turn a blind eye to the rampant piracy here, showing no intention of addressing the situation. Who knows what those naval officers are truly thinking? Thus, in Yuling's perspective, the town of Magic Valley should be a chaotic dance of demons. Yet, the current state of affairs starkly contrasts with his recollections of the town. Something feels amiss. Ace, you should accompany me down shortly. We will gather some supplies and leave without lingering too long. Understood. Ling Ace nodded in agreement, sensing the peculiar atmosphere as well. With their codename for procurement, Yuling and Ace leapt down to the ground. Ace's elemental flames propelled him with great force, while Yuling descended gracefully, akin to a wisp, landing silently on the surface. Observing the eerie surroundings, Yuling furrowed his brow. His observation hockey remained active, revealing that numerous living beings were congregating within the nearby rooms. However, he felt an unsettling dissonance about these individuals. Although his observation hockey could not achieve precise X-ray vision, he discerned that their movements appeared somewhat rigid, as if under some form of control. Regrettably, Yuling could not perceive their expressions or gestures. He could only glimpse fragmented images through his hockey. It was indeed curious. A supposed haven for pirates was now so eerily silent, devoid of any signs of their presence. Ace, too, felt perplexed. He yearned to enter a room and interrogate the occupants about the situation. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself. The duo pressed onward, and after a brief while, they arrived at a place to procure daily necessities. However, it was closed, devoid of any patrons. Yuling forcibly pried open the door. The bizarre environment of Magic Valley left him no choice but to resort to such a crude approach. Yet, even so, no one emerged to stop him. Yuling and Ace gathered various items of their desire, stowing them in sacks. Before departing, they remembered to leave an ample amount of berries, for they were civilized and law-abiding pirates, unwilling to let the shopkeeper suffer losses. Yuling even compensated for the cost of locking the door, giving an extra 10,000 berries to settle the matter. Then, without pause, Yuling and Ace made their way back beneath the Ellie's ship. However, just as Ace prepared to ascend, Yuling abruptly called out to him. Wait, something feels off. What is it? Have you noticed something again? Ace was engulfed in confusion. Yuling pointed towards her ship, the Ellie. He could sense an eerie chill gradually emanating from his vessel. Moreover, it was particularly alarming that Robin and the others were absent from the ship's edge, seemingly vanished without a trace. Although Yuling's observation hockey allowed her to perceive the presence of 3 individuals aboard, they remained utterly still, akin to the townsfolk of Magic Valley, as if held captive. Such a situation left Yuling feeling exceedingly strange, for he had not perceived the presence of a 3rd individual on the ship. Look, over there, there's a bicycle, Ace remarked, pointing to a bicycle parked not far away. Yuling, upon noticing it, first furrowed his brow and then gasped in alarm. Oh no, Admiral Akiji is here. What? Ace exclaimed, startled by Yuling's words. Without a moment's hesitation, they ignited their flames and soared into the sky. Before Yuling could catch up, a resounding fire fist erupted. However, in that instant, the flames were immediately encased in ice, causing no harm whatsoever. Yet, the fire column descended from above, heading straight for Yuling. Confronted with the icy pillar formed from the frozen flames, Yuling struck out with a powerful fist, shattering all the ice in an instant. He then executed a moonwalk, ascending into the air, where he beheld Ace, now encased in ice, alongside Robin and the others, who were similarly frozen. A man adorned with an eye patch emanated a chilling aura as he sat comfortably in a chair, exuding an air of nonchalance befitting a figure of authority. The Admiral Akiji, indeed, was far more impressive in person than in mere hearsay. Gazing at the languid man before him, Yuling felt a twinge of caution. For he stood before one of the pinnacle powers of this world, Admiral Kazan, codename Akiji. Ah, at last, I have the pleasure of meeting you in person, Miss Yuling. I have been waiting here for quite some time just to catch a glimpse of you. It has truly not been an easy task. Kazan rose, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes before swiftly reverting to his languid demeanor. He extended his hand in a gesture of greeting, but Yuling, wary of his abilities, refrained from reciprocating. No matter your intentions, first and foremost, you must unthaw them, Yuling declared, her aura fully unleashed. Her fruit powers simultaneously activated, ready for confrontation. Noticing Yuling's movements, Kazan promptly adjusted his eye patch and descended gracefully to the ground. Come down, Miss Yuling. Upon hearing that you managed to escape from Admiral Karp, I was quite curious about the kind of person you are. Now that we meet, you truly are an astonishing beauty, even surpassing Boa Hancock in allure. However, beauty is but one facet. Allow me to assess whether your strength is commensurate with your reputation. After all, you are one of the 7 warlords designated by the esteemed Sengoku. Upon hearing Kazan's words, Yuling frowned slightly and glanced at Ace and the others, observing her concern. Kazan spoke once more. Rest assured, they are unharmed and in no danger to their lives. Upon hearing these words, Yuling let out a sigh of relief and descended to the ground. Since you wish to witness my prowess, I shall not hold back. As the words fell, a powerful punch shattered the air. Chapter 56, Bloody Battle. Is this the power of Whitebeard? Kazan was taken aback as he witnessed Yuling's punch shatter the air, though it did not possess the same exaggerated force as Whitebeard's. Faced with such an onslaught, he dared not confront it directly, instead opting to evade. In the next moment, everything in front of Yuling suddenly collapsed. The port of Gaia Island was reduced to ruins, while the sea erupted into tumultuous waves, surging towards the horizon, unknowingly destined to strike some unfortunate soul. At this scene, the astonishment on Kazan's face was unmistakable. How do you possess Whitebeard's abilities? Kazan was genuinely surprised. Yet, it was no wonder. After all, Yuling's power was an imitation of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, albeit significantly weaker than the original. I developed it myself. What do you think? Have you ever seen anything like it? Yuling proudly lifted her head, akin to a little hen. Kazan then recalled that Yuling's devil fruit was the slip fruit, which only deepened his confusion. How could a paramecia-type slip fruit unleash a power akin to that of the tremor fruit? Kazan found it utterly incomprehensible. After all, he was not an academic genius, nor did he have systematic assistance, making it impossible for him to grasp every detail. Even Yuling had spent 2.5 years developing this ability. Furthermore, he benefited from the advantages of cross-dressing and system support. Without these 2 elements, it would likely have taken him around 20 years to reach such a level of power with his fruit. The benefits of training while in disguise were indeed enticing. Although Yuling was reluctant, the prospect of becoming stronger compelled her to endure. Kazan, weren't you eager for a fight? Don't just stand there, continue to daze. Yuling chuckled, her gaze suddenly turning sharp. In the next instant, she swiftly appeared beside Kazan and delivered a punch. Kazan found himself at a loss for words. What did it mean to be dazed? He did not grasp the reference and felt a surge of irritation at Yuling's provocation. Ice block, exploding beak. Accompanied by a furious shout, 2 ice spikes erupted from Kazan's side. Yuling did not evade. Instead, she coated her fist with haki and struck out. Kazan, believing Yuling would dodge, became careless and did not retreat. The punch landed squarely on Kazan, shattering him into countless icy fragments. However, when Kazan's attack struck Yuling, even the sharpest of blows merely grazed his skin. Nonetheless, Yuling furrowed his brow, for 2 shallow wounds had appeared on his abdomen, though they quickly healed. Yet, he realized that he could not completely rely on his abilities to evade Kazan's onslaught. Indeed, there was a discernible gap in strength when confronting an admiral. Had he faced an adversary of equal caliber, such attacks would scarcely inflict harm upon him. Yuling became increasingly cautious, acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the admiral. And he had not anticipated that even a casual strike from Kazan could possess the capacity to breach his defenses. This is indeed astonishing. However, what is even more surprising is that Kazan, having taken a direct blow from the wandering spirit, now rises unscathed. Such remarkable resilience surpasses even that of Ace. The force is truly impressive. Had I not sensed the imminent danger and swiftly transformed to evade that punch, I would surely be injured by now. Kazan exhaled, a sudden chill emanating from his being. I sincerely apologize for underestimating you earlier. Allow me to reciprocate with my utmost strength. Ice Age, without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique. Yuling, undeterred, took a deep breath, tore her short skirt to reveal her thigh clad in black stockings, and promptly assumed a horse stance. Dual shock fist. Yuling enveloped her hands in hockey and struck forward simultaneously. In an instant, the surrounding space shattered. Yet, the backlash from the force resulted in multiple lacerations across Yuling's arms, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth and nose. This technique is one of the most formidable moves of Yuling. He possesses 3 strikes in total: Jinkong, Suikong, and Shuanggu, Jinwan Fist. The first 2 punches are techniques inspired by the Tremor fruit, while the third punch embodies Yuling's personal interpretation, skillfully integrating the first 2 techniques. The Tremor Fist generates ripples in space, unleashing widespread devastation and even stirring up tidal waves. When it strikes a person, it can instantly shock their body, inflicting significant damage. The Shatter Fist, as its name suggests, shatters space. Its power is comparable to that of the Tremor Fist, yet it offers a visually stunning effect. More importantly, this strike can inflict harm on natural-type Devil Fruit users even without the use of Haki, a feature absent in the first punch. Finally, we arrive at Yuling's current release, the dual strikes of the Tremor Fist. This is the ultimate move. Its power not only surpasses that of the previous 2, but also poses a threat to those with natural abilities. More importantly, should Yuling master it to perfection, annihilating an island would be well within reach. Unfortunately, he is still far from achieving that. Even the exertion required to unleash it has proven to be quite taxing. His strike collided with Kazan's Ice Age, resulting in a momentary stalemate between the 2. Both of their ultimate techniques were executed with utmost effort. Yet the freezing capabilities of Ice Age failed to extend, as they were entirely thwarted by Yuling's fist. This is the Shock Fist. This technique not only serves to repel any assault, but can also utterly shatter all forms of aggression. This also reflects Yuling's comprehension of the fruit's abilities. However, the side effects of this technique are significant. After mastering it, this is Yuling's first time employing it in battle. Before he could determine the victor against Kazan, the outcome remains uncertain. The side effects of this technique left Yuling drenched in blood, his appearance exaggeratedly resembling that of a bloodied figure. Given his current constitution, he simply could not withstand the backlash of such an attack, which is why he seldom employed it. However, facing Kazan, abstaining was no longer an option. At this moment, Kazan observed the relentless determination of Yuling and let out a sigh. He could sense the formidable power of the move, prompting him to withdraw. Upon witnessing Kazan's cessation of hostilities, Yuling too exhaled in relief, his form wavering, yet his gaze unwavering. Nonetheless, he recognized that at present, he was far from being a match for Kazan. The chasm between him and the Admiral was insurmountably vast. While the adversary unleashed powerful moves with the ease of drinking water, Yuling's attempts felt as though they cost him half his life. Yet, despite his seemingly dire state, his body remained resilient. After all, it had been conditioned by the system and was not easily broken. Enough. Your strength has been acknowledged. So let us finalize this contract. With your capabilities, you could easily ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords. Kazan gestured dismissively, retrieving his eye patch and placing it back over his head, while handing the contract to Yuling. Yuling, now covered in blood, activated his ability to expel the crimson liquid, instantaneously refreshing himself. However, he merely glanced at the contract before tearing it apart publicly. What if I refuse? Chapter 57. Kazan's departure. What if I refuse? What can you do to me? Yuling said with a hint of provocation. Although he was not Kazan's equal, he could discern that the latter had been dispatched for this mission and was unlikely to resort to violence against him, even if Kazan did choose to strike. Yuling possessed means to facilitate an escape for himself and others. After all, his ship remained unscathed by the frost. It was merely Ace and the others who required some time to thaw. This truly gives one a headache. Yuling's refusal to join the 7 warlords had been anticipated by Kazan, yet he had not expected such a decisive rejection, devoid of any hesitation. Had Yuling shown even a moment of doubt, Kazan could have returned with a satisfactory report. Unfortunately, Yuling had no intention of becoming one of the 7 warlords from the outset. Kazan wished to persuade him further, but at that moment, a rain of fire suddenly descended from the heavens. Kazan's expression shifted as he quickly retreated, while Yuling stood motionless amidst the fiery downpour. He did not even employ his fruit abilities, for he trusted that the one unleashing this attack would not harm him. Admiral of the Navy, is it? You wish for US to join the Seven Warlords? I assure you, that is utterly impossible. My ambition is to challenge Whitebeard and become the strongest in the world. The mere 7 warlords are utterly beneath my notice. Ace descended from the sky, extinguishing his flames, resolutely standing beside Yuling. This truly is a headache. The powers of the flame fruit somewhat restrain me. Kazan, too, did not anticipate that Ace could extricate himself so swiftly, though he did not exert his full strength. The frozen Robin and others were in a typical state. As long as Kazan did not unseal them, they would remain trapped for at least half a day. Yet, Ace managed to break free from the ice in under 10 minutes. While the credit is due to the flame fruit, it is, overall, Ace's own formidable strength that truly shines. Kazan, previously, I was no match for you alone. However, should we join forces, even if we cannot defeat you, we shall ensure you face difficulty. Thus, it would be wise for us to take a step back and act as though we have never crossed paths, shall we? Yuling stepped forward and spoke. He was covered in wounds and had no desire to engage in battle with Kazan. After all, facing a Marine admiral at this juncture was rather premature. Fortunately, it was Kazan who had been dispatched by the Navy, had it been a Kainu. A fierce confrontation would have been inevitable. Even with Kizaru, negotiations would not have been so amicable. Kizaru is diligent in his duties, and as long as his shift has not ended, he will remain committed to his role. In contrast, Kazan is the most manageable of the 3 admirals. Very well. Very well. I too have no inclination to fight you, as it would be quite troublesome. It is merely that I have spent considerable time gathering intelligence in Water 7, only to learn that you intend to visit Magic Valley Town. I simply did not wish to make the trip in vain, yet it appears I have done just that. Kazan sighed, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Take care of yourselves. The Navy is aware that Robin is aboard your ship. Admiral Sengoku has instructed me to return Robin, but I find it challenging to contend with both of you alone. Thus, let this matter rest. As he spoke, Kazan picked up his bicycle and fixed a serious gaze upon Yuling. Protect Robin. This is my sole request of you. Should I discover that she has come to harm, I shall personally lead a force to apprehend you. A chilling aura instantaneously enveloped Magic Valley Town. In the next moment, the entire town was frozen. However, Yuling and his ship remained unscathed. Robin and the others were instantly unfrozen. They approached the ship's edge, gazing at Yuling and Ace, and breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, upon seeing that Kazan had not departed, they gasped in alarm. Robin, live well? This is my only redemption for you. As for the people of Magic Valley Town, I have conducted my inquiries, and each one is a good person. Therefore, I resolved the matter swiftly, preventing news of our encounter from leaking. As he spoke, Kazan mounted his bicycle and leisurely departed from Magic Valley Town. Watching his figure gradually fade into the distance, Yuling and Ace simultaneously exhaled in relief before collapsing onto the ground. Ace, could you please massage my legs? That guy nearly gave me a heart attack. I barely escaped with my life. I never anticipated that an admiral would be so formidable. I wonder when I will attain such strength. Both Ace and Yuling sighed with relief. Although they claimed to be terrified, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, if they were to encounter a naval admiral again, regardless of whether it was Kazan or not, they would eagerly engage in a battle, even if they were to lose. It mattered not. It was the thrill of the encounter they craved. Are you all right? Robin leaped down from above. Brooke and Nami, still feeling the chill from being frozen, chose to remain where they were. Yet, how could Brooke, now merely a pile of bones, still feel cold? Is this reasonable? It is quite reasonable. After all, when people feel cold, there is often a penetrating chill that seeps into their very bones. Presently, Brooke embodies this state, exaggerated beyond the ordinary. At that moment, Robin descended and surveyed her surroundings, furrowing her brow. When did Kazan become so cold-hearted as to slaughter the inhabitants of a small town in one fell swoop? Regardless, this town must have housed nearly 1,000 souls, right? Robin assisted Yuling and Ace, her tone laced with evident dissatisfaction. However, Yuling shook her head. As a member of the Navy, one is not precluded from eliminating pirates. Furthermore, you are no stranger to the nature of Magic Valley Town. How many of those who reside here can truly be deemed virtuous? They are merely individuals weary of the ravages of pillage and slaughter, seeking refuge in this lawless haven. I dare say that approximately 90% of the residents of Magic Valley Town hail from pirate origins, many of whom bear the weight of past transgressions. As for the remaining individuals who have not committed any crimes, they have likely been taken away by Kazan. With that, Yuling shook her head and gazed towards the sky. Enough of this talk. We must hasten our journey to Sky Island. The matters at hand bear no relevance to us. We shall act as though we have never been here. With that, Yuling embraced Robin and returned to the vessel, leaving Robin blushing furiously. Even though she was experienced, being suddenly embraced by Princess Yuling made her feel a touch of shyness. Yet, she maintained a facade of composure. Ace transformed into flames and descended back to the ship alongside them. Moments later, as Yuling adjusted the direction of the jet nozzles, she initiated the ascent of the Ailey vessel. Although the speed was not particularly swift, it was commendably stable. Moreover, these jet nozzles had been modified to be water-resistant. Thus, there is no longer a fear of the Elysium vessel taking on water. Meanwhile, Kazan rode his bicycle to a warehouse where he found the residents of Magic Valley Town, whom he had captured but who bore no ill deeds. Well, I have completed my task. You are now free. However, I must caution you that the criminals here have been dealt with. Should you wish to seek vengeance upon them, you are always welcome to find me at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 58, The God of the Sky. In the heavens, a ship ascended slowly. No one could discern how many kilometers it had risen. They traversed the clouds and beheld an astonishing spectacle. It was a pristine sea suspended within the clouds. This miraculous phenomenon was achieved by an unknown means, allowing the ocean to remain aloft. Before crossing the White Sea, Yuling instructed everyone to prepare, as all present. Save for Nami, we're fruit users. We are ready, Nami exclaimed loudly. They all entered the ship's cabin, a special space where they could glimpse parts of the outside world without the concern of taking on water. Initially, Yuling intended for Bai Bing and the others to enhance the vessel with a diving capability. However, given the vast scale of the undertaking and the considerable time it would consume, he abandoned the proposal when he chose to avoid an encounter with Kazan. In this manner, the speed of the iceberg and others surged remarkably. However, this space remained preserved. After all, this is part of the vessel's structure, and it was only natural to complete it during the shipbuilding process. However, what left Yuling somewhat exasperated was the fact that, although they had eluded Kazan in the City of Seven Waters, they still encountered him in Magic Valley Town. Thus, Yuling mused that perhaps it would have been better not to rescind the proposal. At least it would have added another function to their ship. Nevertheless, having already cancelled it, there was no point in regretting the decision. With a slight sense of nostalgia, Yuling ignited the flames. In an instant, the speed of the Ailey vessel surged to its maximum. The entire ship began to ascend at an unprecedented pace, plunging into the shimmering White Sea. Momentarily, the vessel was enveloped by the ocean. Yet, due to its specialized modifications, the ship did not extinguish its flames. Yuling pressed onward, even employing his fruit abilities to enhance the ship's sleekness. In this manner, the resistance of the seawater diminishes considerably. Their speed can be further enhanced. However, the power of the swimming spirit fruit remains dormant, causing an expenditure of energy approximately tenfold greater than the usual when executing this technique. This can be regarded as a semblance of the awakening ability of a fruit, capable of altering the friction of a designated object, rendering it smooth. However, the consumption is equally extravagant. After all, without truly achieving the awakening of the fruit, one must inevitably pay a far steeper price. Yuling gasped for breath, his face slightly flushed and his gaze somewhat dazed. He stood in the control room, gripping the helm, yet felt his legs growing weak. He could not help but tremble. The hem of his garment swayed gently in response to his body's quivering. Is it not over yet? I can hardly endure, Yuling thought to himself. Though the expanse of Bai Bai High exceeded his wildest imagination, it has been several minutes since we plunged into the depths, yet the surface of the sea remains elusive. My spirit is on the verge of being utterly depleted. This exhaustion is truly unbearable for him. Were it not for his desire to swiftly escape the White Sea, he would not resort to such means. However, just as Yuling could no longer endure, collapsing onto the ground in a sitting position, the ship Ellie finally broke free from the confines of the White Sea, emerging into a realm bathed in radiant light. The sun overhead remained as dazzling as ever. Yet this expanse of ocean was no longer familiar to them. This was indeed the White Sea, and above it lay another layer, a realm known as the True Sky Island. Yuling murmured to himself, steadying himself against the helm as he rose. After a brief respite, he reignited the engine, steering the vessel into the sea once more. Yuling gasped for breath, his complexion flushed, his chest rising and falling erratically. His eyes were closed, and his expression betrayed pure ecstasy. Observing Yuling in this state, Robin and Nami exchanged knowing glances. They first lifted him out and then, like puppeteers, began to position him in various poses. Yuling shot them a glance of mild annoyance, choosing to ignore their antics. Having broken through 2 layers of the White Sea was indeed taxing. He was utterly depleted. If not for the necessity of controlling the ship, he would have long since retired to his quarters. Ho ho ho, how remarkable. Is this truly the Sky Island? I had thought it to be merely a legend. Brooke remarked, intrigued. Though he had never visited the Sky Island, he had heard tales of its existence. Before him lay the authentic Sky Island. Ace, too, was filled with curiosity. He promptly made his way to the control room, guiding the Ellie gently towards the shore. Before long, they arrived at the Sky Island. However, upon sighting an unfamiliar vessel, the locals immediately grew wary. Robin, Nami, keep an eye on Brooke and Ace. Ensure they do not cause any trouble. I shall take a brief rest. Unless something of great importance arises, do not disturb me. During this period, you may frolic freely, and once I awaken, I shall seek out the deity of the Sky Island. The purpose of Yuling's journey is to locate Enel and persuade him to join our ranks. However, he conveyed to Nami and the others that his intention was merely to meet the god of the Sky Island, for the legends of deities have endured through the ages. Particularly, the tales surrounding the god of the Sky Island have been passed down through generations. It is not only Yuling who desires this meeting. Indeed, Nami and the others harbor a similar curiosity about whether the god truly possesses the omnipotence of legend. Were Yuling aware of their thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff. For the god of the Sky Island is not a genuine deity, but rather a title bestowed upon one who governs the island of the gods and its surrounding sky islands. His authority is akin to that of a nation, without significant distinction. It was only after Enel ascended to power that he truly began to view himself as a god, emboldened by the powers of the rumble fruit. He perceived this as a divine gift, hence he likened himself to the god of thunder, merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Yet, it is precisely this delusion that renders Enel immensely promising. Should he be courted and given time, he could undoubtedly rise to the ranks of formidable commanders. Contemplating this, Yuling gradually succumbed to slumber. His eyes gently closed, and he drifted into a dream. In his reverie, he shed his skirt, revealing his true self. At that moment, he felt as though he had the world beneath his feet. He harbored no desire for world conquest. Rather, he wished for all to recognize that he was not a beauty, but a genuine handsome youth, a true man. Even if he enjoyed donning women's attire, he remained unequivocally masculine. He even dreamed of days spent in women's clothing, slumbering peacefully alongside various beauties. Do not misconstrue this. It was merely innocent sleep. However, just as Yuling was lost in the bliss of his dreams, reality, too, was stirring. When a thunderclap erupted, startling Yuling awake. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of fervent prayers. Among the utterances, one phrase caught Yuling's attention, jolting him from his daze. A plea for divine forgiveness? Was that thunder conjured by Enel? Chapter 59, Ace versus Enel. What transpired? Yuling hastily donned his skirt and rushed outside, scarcely having time to arrange his hair, which cascaded down his back in wild disarray. The waist-length locks danced in the wind, imparting a unique allure. In that moment, Yuling epitomized pure desire, an image of perfection. Unaware of the events that had transpired, he learned that Ace had been discussing matters of the divine with the native inhabitants of the Sky Island when a thunderbolt struck from the heavens. Subsequently, all the islanders knelt in supplication, beseeching the god for forgiveness. Robin pointed toward Ace, who, despite being unharmed, was engulfed in fury. He sensed that the thunder was not of natural origin, but rather a deliberate act. However, he was unaware of the source of this thunder and could only search in vain. Regrettably, no matter how diligently he sought, he could never locate Enel, who was 1,000 miles away. It appeared that this deity possessed some abilities. He should be able to hear us conversing here. How could this be? Nami exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Yuling refrained from further elaboration, for such matters could only be truly grasped through personal experience. Subsequently, Ace returned to the ship, lamenting that this god lacked martial honor, labeling him a coward who hides while striking. As anticipated, another bolt of thunder struck down. Yet, with Ace's prowess, he retaliated with a punch directed at the heavens. The clash of fire and thunder reverberated through the sky, unleashing a radiant brilliance that compelled the inhabitants of Sky Island to instinctively squint. In no time, they redirected their reverence toward Ace. Please, great fire god, temper your wrath. Fire god? Who is that? Ace inquired, bewildered, while Robin stifled a laugh, her expression somewhat awkward. Nami, however, showed no restraint and burst into laughter. Brooke displayed little reaction. He merely gazed at the Sky Islanders below and sighed. It was perplexing that mere fruit abilities could elevate someone to the status of a deity. The ignorance of the Sky Islanders was bewildering to him. Yuling approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "It is not their ignorance. Rather, they have merely not experienced the world. How many would believe in the existence of devil fruits without witnessing them firsthand? That is a valid point. I, too, once doubted the existence of devil fruits until the Yomi Yomi no Mi truly revived me. Though I may look peculiar, at least I am alive." Yo-ho-ho. Brooke laughed heartily. Yet, as laughter filled the air, tears began to stream down his cheeks. He thought of the Rumbar pirates and his fellow crewmates, who were not as fortunate as he, unable to return to life even in death. Enough of these heavy thoughts. We are here to find the god of Sky Island. After all, we should simply proceed there. As there is only one island of the gods, it must lead us to something worthwhile. With that, Yuling began to prepare the vessel for departure. By the way, how many days did I sleep? Yuling gazed curiously at Nami and Robin. The attire they donned mirrored that of the Sky Island inhabitants, exuding a sense of airy elegance. Their outfits were quite revealing, adorned with the unique shells of the Sky Island as decorative accents, gracefully hanging from their waists. Sister Ling, you have been asleep for 2 days and nights. I wonder why you have slumbered for such an extended period. No matter how much we call you, you remain unresponsive. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Nami felt a flicker of irritation. Robin stepped forward, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Indeed. Nami has been so concerned about you that she has taken to sleeping beside you every night." "Nonsense, Robin. What do you mean by saying I go running over every night? You have been doing the same." At Nami's retort, Robin's expression froze in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Nami would turn the tables on her so adeptly. This series of actions caught Robin somewhat off guard. Yuling paid no heed to the two of them, continuing to steer the airy ship towards the island of the gods. Yet at this moment, he recalled the scene from his dream, where he was embraced by two stunning beauties. Although he was clad in women's attire, the two exquisite figures beside him were indeed ethereal beings. However, Yuling never anticipated that the scenario from his dream would manifest into reality. This indeed placed him in an awkward predicament. Meanwhile, Enel, residing on the island of gods within the palace of gods, discerned the intentions of the wandering spirits who sought him. Through the heart network he had ingeniously devised, he observed the external circumstances and learned that the one obstructing divine retribution possessed the ability to manipulate fire. This instilled a sense of peril within Eneru. His instincts urged him to depart swiftly, lest catastrophe befall him. However, Eneru suppressed this feeling and remained seated in the upper left, awaiting the arrival of Yuling and others. As the deity of Skypiea, he regarded himself as invincible, capable of wielding dominion over all. The powers bestowed by the Rumble Rumble fruit granted him an omnipotent strength. This inflates his ego immensely. Even when confronted by individuals from Qing High below, Enela remains undaunted. Humph, regardless of who you may be. Since you have come to challenge the authority of the divine, there is no turning back. Divine One, shall we intervene to thwart them? The emissaries of the deity, namely the four subordinates of Enelu, prepare for battle. However, Enelu shakes his head and declares, there is no need for you to engage. Among them is a formidable fire manipulator whom I must confront personally. As for the rest, they are merely a collection of worthless trash, lacking any significance. Clearly, Enela has never faced the harsh realities of society, which enables him to utter such words. His subordinates, equally confident, choose to step aside, content to observe the unfolding spectacle. Moments later, the Eli ship has landed on the island of the divine. All eyes are drawn to the island above, which resembles land. A collective gasp of astonishment ensues. At that moment, Robin suddenly recalls a tale and speaks up. This is a tale of the Golden City. Robin knew little about it, but she was vaguely aware that there once existed a golden city on Gaia Island, complete with a grand golden bell. However, this island vanished hundreds of years ago, leading Robin to dismiss it as mere legend, unworthy of her attention. Yet, to her astonishment, she found herself face to face with the truth, which meant that the legend was indeed real. The Golden City was a reality. After hearing this, Yuling felt an urge to add his thoughts but restrained himself. Having read the original tale, he possessed greater knowledge, yet he deemed it unnecessary to discuss it further at that moment. All right, everyone disembark. It is time to meet the deity of the Sky Island. With those words, Yuling and the others prepared to leave the ship. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The figure of Enel suddenly appeared before them. You dare not kneel before the deity? Do you wish for death, mere mortals? Ling, hand him over to me. I shall teach this scoundrel a lesson. Enel's intimidation failed to have the desired effect and instead ignited Ace's fervor. Yuling did not refuse. Today, you are the captain, so you may act as you wish. Just be mindful not to kill him. Ha ha ha, fear not. I know how to hold back. Chapter 60. The Bewildered Enel. Fire Fist. Without any embellishments, Ace launched a fiery punch. The fierce flames instantly enveloped the sky, transforming it into a dazzling crimson hue. This time, Ace did not hold back. He unleashed his full power. Initially, he had been struck twice by Enel's stealthy attacks. Though unscathed, he felt a deep sense of frustration. Now that he finally faced the real deal, Ace was determined to release all that pent-up irritation. The strike instantly transformed the very hue of the sky. The surrounding clouds were entirely evaporated by the flames, leaving nothing in their wake. The group, including Yuling, remained silent, observing the fierce battle before them. Thunder and fire intertwined, emitting a remarkable brilliance, utterly captivating in its splendor. Such a sight is indeed rare. Who among you possesses a camera? I wish to capture this moment. I do. I recall purchasing one previously. Nami immediately raised her hand and proceeded to her small storage, retrieving a camera. Judging by its appearance, it was the latest model, superior to the one previously used by the journalist who photographed Yuling. Nami then seized the camera and, employing her exceptional photographic skills, clicked twice. The resulting image captured the collision of fire clouds and thunder, with the scene split in half, one side ablaze with flames, while the other shimmered with lightning. It was a striking dichotomy, an explosion of visual effects. This scene evoked memories for Yuling of the monumental battle between Kazan and Sakazuki, which irrevocably altered the very environment. One side was encased in ice and snow, while the other was engulfed in molten lava, transforming Punk Hazard into an entirely different visage. However, the current conflict between Ace and Enel, though appearing exceptionally fierce, lacked any real harm inflicted upon either combatant. Thunder could not strike fire, at times. It even intensified the flames' fervor. Conversely, the flames were equally incapable of harming the thunder. For a user of a natural-type devil fruit, unless there is a natural counter, it is exceedingly difficult to inflict genuine damage upon an opponent without employing haki. Thus, Ace's flames could not harm Enel in the slightest. Correspondingly, Enel's thunder could not effectively injure Ace. The two engaged in a relentless aerial dance, seemingly exchanging blows, yet neither gained the upper hand. A mere mortal dares to contend with me on equal footing. Given your ability to manipulate fire, why not join my ranks? I could appoint you as the god of fire. Enel proposed, flashing about while attempting to entice Ace. As the outcome remained undetermined, he naturally sought to win over his opponent. This ability to manifest flames was a novel experience for Enel, who found himself intrigued by its nature. However, Ace paid him no heed, instead revealing a dazzling smile. What a pity, he remarked. I have no interest in your enticements. It is time to bring this farce to an end. As his words resonated, a shroud of black haki enveloped Ace's fist instantaneously. Upon witnessing this, Enel sensed an unsettling foreboding, an inexplicable fear surging within him. His rational mind urged him to evade the impending strike. Yet, the overconfident Enel stood resolute, embodying lightning as he prepared to confront the challenge head-on, just as he had done before. He could not fathom that this individual before him could reach his core. However, in the next fleeting moment, Ace's expression contorted in disbelief. He had gravely miscalculated. Ace's flame-encased fist crashed into Enel's abdomen, propelling him through the air. During this time, I have come to understand the reprehensible acts you have committed as the self-proclaimed god of Skypiea. Did you not boast of your invincibility, claiming that no one could touch you? Allow me to reveal to you the true cost of such invulnerability. Ace bellowed, his hands shrouded in haki and propelled by flames. He surged forward once more. Enel was sent flying again, unable to comprehend that he had been struck yet again. Such power enveloped him, evoking a nostalgic illusion of his childhood. In those days, when faced with violence, he was equally unable to retaliate. Until one fateful day, he stumbled upon a peculiar fruit within the remnants of a dilapidated ship. Famished, Enel, disregarding the potential toxicity of the fruit, devoured it without hesitation. Consequently, he acquired the power of thunder, ultimately ascending step by step to become the god of Skypiea. However, he never anticipated that he would so swiftly be cast down from his pedestal. He had never conceived that his strength could be unraveled, that his invincible elemental form could be breached by another. This entirely surpasses his realm of understanding. Ace's power exists beyond Enel's realm of knowledge. In this moment, Enel can only rely on the speed granted by the Rumble fruit to evade his opponent. Each of Ace's attacks can be deftly dodged by Enel's elemental transformation. Conversely, With every strike from Ace, Enel is left with no choice but to flee, unable to utilize his elemental form for escape. Even though his mantra can sense Ace's next move, it seems as if Ace can see through his actions, relentlessly pursuing him with a barrage of blows. Despite the extensive coverage of Enel's mantra, which spans the entirety of the Sky Island, his application of it, akin to the observation hockey, is rather crude. In fact, due to the nature of the rumble fruit, he has never employed the observation hockey to evade attacks. Thus, his mastery of it is even inferior to that of a novice. Ace may not possess the same level of prowess in observation hockey as Enel, yet he wields it with remarkable finesse. This is sufficient. It is more than enough to surpass Enel. At that moment, Robin and Nami, witnessing the scene, promptly covered their eyes, only to later part their fingers. Such peculiar qualifications left Yuling both amused and bewildered. Are you truly unable to bear witness to this? Nami, sticking out her tongue, remarked, this deity is in quite a dire situation, relentlessly pursued by Ace. Yet, he is merely the former educator. The denizens of Skypiea tremble before him and dare not speak the truth. Simply uttering a single disparaging remark is enough for him to hear it. Under the rule of such a figure, the people of Skypiea find themselves utterly powerless to resist. Thus, it is only fitting that Enel receives such a thrashing. Nami wholeheartedly supports Ace's actions. After all, Enel, while not a virtuous individual in Skypiea, cannot be deemed entirely malevolent either. He seldom resorts to murder, except in cases of gross misconduct. Otherwise, he merely renders them unconscious for a time. If that were not the case, it would not be Ace delivering the blows, but Yuling himself who would execute him. Ace's demeanor turned serious. It seemed this battle would soon reach a decisive conclusion. Yuling spoke up, prompting Brook and the others to look up in unison. At that moment, a colossal fireball appeared in the sky. This is Ace's ultimate technique. The Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring. Do not go too far. Enel roared, his teeth gritted, transforming into a colossal figure resembling a thunder god. Mortals, bow in reverence. The thunder god has descended. Chapter 61, Golden City. The battle concludes. Ace has been utterly defeated by Enel. Such an outcome was not unexpected, for everyone was acutely aware that Ace's prowess far surpassed that of this so-called deity. Enel relied solely on the abilities granted by his fruit, exhibiting a crude approach to its development. His focus was merely on how to enhance the spectacle, striving to make his powers appear more formidable. Yet, he overlooked the fact that this method would ultimately disperse the potency of his techniques. The three admirals of the Navy possess similar wide-ranging abilities. Yet such techniques are designed primarily for clearing out swarms of minions. When confronted with true adversaries, their combat style is to compress their powers to the utmost, subsequently unleashing them in a concentrated burst. Enel remained oblivious to this principle, thus directing all his efforts towards the expansion of his range. This has led to his techniques becoming ostentatious yet ineffective. Nevertheless, even if he intended to compress the power of his moves, he remains no match for Ace. The abilities bestowed by the fruit determine the lower limits, while martial arts and hockey establish the upper limits. Enel's martial prowess can only be described as abysmal, hardly worthy of scrutiny. If it were a contest of pure martial skill, Nami, having trained in the system version of military boxing for just over a month, could easily challenge Enel. After all, Enel's martial capabilities are indeed woeful. His development of the fruit's powers is equally dismal. Thus, having been defeated by Ace, he finds himself powerless, even in his reluctance to accept defeat. At this moment, Enel lacks the strength to continue fighting. Ace's Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring, while also a wide-area destructive move, is entirely different from Enel's approach. Ace channels all his fire into a concentrated fireball. Once it explodes, its power is assuredly 100-fold that of ordinary flames. Furthermore, Enel deliberately chose to engage Ace in a contest of grand attacks, resulting in his being utterly devastated. Had Enel utilized his elemental form properly, he would not have found himself in such a wretched state. One can only blame his excessive confidence. Otherwise, he would not have ended up like this. However, Enel's exploration of his fruit's capabilities is commendable, as he has ventured down a different path, particularly in the original narrative. Just before leaving Skypiea, Enel destroyed his hometown. The inhabitants had already been dispersed, leading him to obliterate the place that held painful memories for him. The technique he employed was developed after his battle with Luffy, possessing enough power to obliterate an entire Sky Island. Although the challenge of destroying a Sky Island is less daunting than that of a conventional island, this achievement is nonetheless impressive. More importantly, following that development, Enel's fruit's range has significantly increased. Now, even Yuling can perceive some shadows. Should Enel continue to develop in this direction, he might carve out an alternative path. After all, the rumble fruit excels in wide-area bombardment. While other Logia-type devil fruits can achieve similar feats, overall, the rumble fruit is slightly superior. Other fruits require further development, while the rumble fruit's foundational range is already extensive. Moreover, its basic destructive power surpasses that of other Logia-type devil fruits. Thunder is synonymous with destruction. Neither magma nor flame can match its sheer destructive capacity. This is also the rumble fruit. One of the reasons it is regarded as the most formidable of all natural-type devil fruits. Its extraordinary lethality and vast coverage have bestowed upon it the epithet of the strongest natural-type devil fruit. Alas, a once magnificent natural-type fruit has been reduced to such a state by Enel's misguided exploitation. He relies solely on the fruit's inherent abilities, coupled with his chaotic usage, to reign supreme over this diminutive sky island. Fortunately, Kaido, who has a penchant for jumping into the sea from sky islands, has yet to discover this place. Otherwise, Enel would have long since met his demise at Kaido's hands. At this moment, the wandering spirit paid no heed to Enel. Ace was tasked with watching over him while Brook played music nearby. Meanwhile, the wandering spirit led Nami and Robin into the depths of Gold City, where they beheld a magnificent golden bell. The golden clock captivated Nami's attention. However, Robin's gaze was drawn to the base of the clock. Within this crimson pedestal lies a stone tablet, which bears the essence of history itself. Robin, filled with intrigue, began to inscribe its contents, and in the end, she beheld the name of the pirate king, Roger. This piqued her interest greatly. It turned out that the legendary pirate king, Roger, had once visited this place. Robin sighed in contemplation and continued to document the historical text. Yu Ling remained indifferent. He had long been aware of such matters. His presence here now is merely to raise funds. The gold here has long since become a leaderless treasure. Thus the spirit of exploration feels no moral burden in taking a portion. Nami shares a similar sentiment. Consequently, the two of them promptly began to gather the gold. After filling a substantial bag, approximately valued at 30 billion berries, they decided to cease their efforts. This, however, is merely the tip of the iceberg in the city of gold. After all, this amount suffices for the spirit of exploration. Brotherling, is this truly all we need? There is evidently much more here, Nami expressed with a hint of reluctance. The dragon's occupation of Orange Town had instilled in her a fondness for wealth. Yet, it is a common inclination, as even the spirit of exploration is not immune to the allure of riches, though Nami's obsession is somewhat more pronounced. Hearing Nami's words, the spirit of exploration chuckled softly and patiently elucidated, "We shall return in due time, and this gold was never ours to claim. Although it currently remains unclaimed, we shall only take what we require." He continued, "And remember, Nami, for pirates, the quantity of wealth matters little. What suffices is all that is necessary." Nami nodded in agreement, albeit with some confusion, yet she accepted the spirit of exploration's perspective. After all, the Soul Pirate crew is not akin to other pirate factions. "Nami, stay here with Robin. Should you encounter a python, do not fear. It is quite weak," the spirit of exploration advised. The python was lurking nearby, but had not shown itself, having been thoroughly frightened by the earlier confrontation between Ace and Enel, and now it dared not reveal its presence. The spirit of exploration kept a watchful eye, prepared to serve a roasted python feast should it dare to appear. Subsequently, the spirit of exploration carried the gold back to the ship, also allowing Brook and Ace to venture inside and experience the sights. Enel required vigilant oversight, prompting the spirit of exploration to switch shifts. Finally, Brook and Ace were afforded the opportunity to relax within. Chapter 62. Instant Annihilation. Humph. A mere mortal, yet rather pleasing to the eye. How about this? If you release me, I shall grant you the honor of becoming my handmaiden, the handmaiden of the divine. What a prestigious position that would be, wouldn't you agree? Despite being thoroughly battered, Enel still dares to utter such words, leaving Yu Ling at a loss for words. Rather than settling for the role of a divine handmaiden, why not join our pirate crew? With your current prowess, remaining here would only squander your remarkable talent. Moreover, in the waters below, there are countless individuals stronger than both Ace and myself. Should you choose to accompany us, you will encounter the vastness of the ocean and the might of formidable warriors. Most importantly, I can also impart to you the art of hockey. Yu Ling subtly entices, seeking to persuade Enel to join their ranks. Upon hearing this, Enel hesitates momentarily. This is but a singular opportunity. Should you agree, I require your answer within a minute. If you choose not to, that is perfectly fine. We will still escort you below. The deity of this sky island is not you. Regardless, you can no longer continue to reign as your god here. Your days of tyranny have come to an end. With that, Yuling cast a sidelong glance at the nearby priest. The four men, upon meeting Yuling's gaze, trembled in fear. When Enel was defeated, they had rushed in, eager to fight to the death, only to be swiftly subdued by Yuling's might, each falling to her singular blow. To this day, the four of them dare not meet Yuling's eyes, terrified of receiving another beating. For her fists are indeed formidable, though they appear diminutive. They possess an unyielding strength that most cannot withstand. Thus, the four priests held their breath, paralyzed by fear, unable to act. Enel, there are merely 30 seconds remaining. Do consider, for time waits for no one, Yuling remarked, blinking innocently before reclining, clearly dismissing Enel's presence. In her view, Enel posed no threat whatsoever, even in slumber. Her instincts would suffice to defeat him in an instant. Despite relinquishing her realm, Enel remained incapable of threatening her in any manner. However, at that moment, Enel harbored a rather different sentiment. He perceived Yuling as beautiful, yet lacking the extraordinary power of Ace. After all, Enel had merely been schooled by Ace. Thus, in his understanding, the wielder of the flame fruit, Ace, was the most formidable presence here. As for Yuling, despite her strength and beauty, she was far from his equal. With this thought, Enel scoffed coldly and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards Yuling. Do you think I will heed your delusions? As long as I seize you, I can go wherever I please. Enel bellowed, bolstered by a resurgence of strength, his body crackling with electricity. In an instant, he had closed the distance to Yuling. Yet, before his strike could land, the seemingly recumbent Yuling vanished without a trace. By the time Enel realized what had transpired, Yuling had inexplicably positioned herself behind him. 15 seconds remain, he thought. Alarmed, he had failed to perceive her movements. Even his heart's web could not discern how she had evaded him. Nevertheless, Enel pressed on, continuing his assault. 1,000,000 volts. Thunder God, descend. Without hesitation, Enel unleashed his ultimate attack, intent on obliterating Yuling. Yet, as his strike descended, she vanished once more, leaving no trace behind. In that moment, Eniru was rendered utterly speechless. The four divine officers surrounding him trembled in fear, none daring to step forward to offer assistance. For at that instant, Yuling stood upon Eniru's shoulder, a smile gracing her face as she playfully tugged at his ear. Only 10 seconds left. Her dulcet tones sent shivers coursing through Eniru, as though he had been struck by lightning. Despite being the embodiment of thunder himself, the sensation still caused him to involuntarily shudder. He swiftly retreated, seeking to extricate himself from Yuling's grasp. In Eniru's estimation, Yuling's speed was exceedingly peculiar. Even in his thunderous form, he found himself unable to keep pace. As for the heart network, it was utterly incapable of discerning Yuling's trajectory. Regret began to seep into Eniru's thoughts. He had initially presumed Yuling's strength to be negligible. Yet he soon realized how profoundly mistaken he was. 10 seconds have elapsed. It is time for you to answer my question. Will you join, or will you not? Speak your answer. Yuling commanded with a firm tone. With a determined stride, she lunged forward, delivering a light punch to the forehead of the colossal thunder giant. The dark, armed hockey pierced through the massive figure, striking at Eniru's very essence. In the next heartbeat, Yuling seized Eniru by the head, forcibly pressing him into the ground, rendering him immobile. Even if he wished to elementalize, escape was beyond his reach, for Yuling's strength held him firmly in place. Eniru was overcome by a chilling sensation. Should he attempt to break free, his head might very well explode. He dared not gamble on whether Yuling would take his life, for her murderous intent was palpable, enveloping him entirely. This left him feeling as though he were ensconced in an icy vault, chills coursing through his entire being. I agree. I consent to join you. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Ainalu ultimately chose to acquiesce. There was no other option. His life was at stake. Moreover, Ainalu never anticipated that he would be so swiftly vanquished. Even when confronted by Ace, he had never felt so utterly defeated, which illuminated the sheer terror of Yuling. Had he agreed sooner, he would have spared himself the trouble of resistance. As he spoke, Yuling released his grip on Ainalu's head and dismounted from his form. At that moment, Ace and the others rushed back. However, upon their arrival, they beheld Yuling perched atop Ainalu. They then witnessed, with wide eyes, Ainalu succumbed to overwhelming fear and accept Yuling's invitation, ultimately losing consciousness. Yuling clapped his hands and approached the group. What seems to be the matter? Is there an issue? Yuling inquired, perplexed by the rigidity of Ace and the others' expressions. It's nothing. I merely find your method of recruitment rather novel. Ace replied stiffly, his demeanor somewhat unnatural. After all, Yuling's tactics were exceedingly forceful, and he found himself momentarily unaccustomed to such an approach. There was no choice. This fellow sought to launch a surprise attack, and so he had to act accordingly. Moreover, keeping him here posed a threat to Skypiea. It was far better to have him in our custody for proper guidance, or rather, education. Yuling nearly revealed his true intentions but managed to halt himself in time. Ace and the others, unaware of any discrepancies, merely nodded in agreement with Yuling's assertions. Indeed, Ainul's presence here was undeniably hazardous. Chapter 63. One month later, Yuling acknowledged that he remained on Skypiea, without any intention of departure. Although he had successfully recruited Ainulu, there was no rush to leave Skypiea, for there were still matters of considerable interest to Yuling. During this time, he amassed a plethora of unique Scipian shellfish. Whether it was the clam or other varieties, he dedicated the month to their thorough examination. Even if he did not comprehend the underlying principles, it sufficed that they could prove useful. Consequently, with the assistance of the system, Yuling utilized these resources to aid in the transformation of the ship, the Ailey. In this manner, the instantaneous burst of power of the Ailey will become exceedingly formidable. Although the overall speed may not see a significant increase, whenever danger arises, the Ailey can unleash an astonishing velocity for a brief period, before subsequently returning to its normal state. This is the function of the shell. However, these objects have a limited number of uses. Yuling has devoted a considerable amount of time to research, ultimately determining the usage count for each striking shell. Moreover, when utilized on the Ailey ship, it requires the expenditure of over 50 shells at once to achieve that level of explosive power. Not a single one can be spared. While exceeding this number may indeed enhance speed, it also renders control exceedingly difficult. Thus, 50 shells are the definitive conclusion reached by Yuling after a month of relentless experimentation. With the assistance of Ainulu, the modifications were swiftly completed. Nevertheless, the only drawback is that each striking shell must be completely replaced after use, as it becomes a disposable item on the Ailey ship. Consequently, Yuling has amassed a substantial stockpile of striking shells, totaling over 10,000, all stored within the Ailey ship's warehouse. After all, these shells can be crucial for a timely escape when necessary, as their speed is such that even Ainulu would be unable to catch up immediately. Thus, it ensures that Admiral Porcellino is unable to catch up with them in a timely manner. Therefore, such modifications are indeed necessary. Ling, when can we depart from the Sky Island? I have grown weary of staying here. Ace inquired while consuming meat, feeling quite bored in this place. The only thing that piqued his interest was the signature of Roger himself inscribed in the historical text. This was the first time he beheld his father's name, inscribed by his own hand. Previously, he had encountered Roger's name solely through newspapers or transcriptions by others. Throughout his life, Ace had never laid eyes on his father's handwriting. This marks the first occasion he has engaged in communication with his father, yet Ace tends to be rather oblivious. This atmosphere lingered around him for merely 2 days before dissipating entirely. Subsequently, Ace resumed his usual activities, eating, drinking, and sleeping. At times, he would venture out to joyfully play with fire alongside the indigenous inhabitants of the Sky Island. Were it not for Nami's watchful presence, one might suspect that Ace would set the entire island ablaze. In that moment, Ace found himself rather bored, even somewhat despondent. There was little to be done on the Sky Island. Had it not been for Yuling's restraining influence, his temperament would have compelled him to leave long ago. Rest assured, we shall depart tonight. We are merely awaiting the final test. Just a few more hours, Yuling murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Ace's interest was piqued, and he promptly devoured the roasted meat in his hand. Really? We can leave tonight? Why would I deceive you? Yuling shot Ace an exasperated glance before returning to his experiment. He needed to calibrate the data of the Ellie to optimal conditions. Although he lacked shipbuilding expertise, the system assisted him in assessing every parameter of the Ellie, ensuring they met the required standards. Following the system's prescribed methods posed no challenge for Yuling. I eagerly anticipate the other historical texts. The content here is rather scarce, providing limited insights. Yet, I remain intrigued by that colossal kingdom. As for the final island, Raftel, it must indeed be connected to this so-called giant kingdom. Moreover, while this stone tablet is referred to as a historical text, it resembles more a coordinate, guiding individuals towards the discovery of this immense realm. Robin, filled with contemplation, continued to study the inscriptions she had painstakingly transcribed. In truth, she had already translated these texts. However, most of the phrases were fragmented and, Apart from the significant locations of the vast kingdom and several names such as Laftru, the rest remained largely incomprehensible. Even after a month of diligent research, she had failed to uncover anything of substantial value. To truly grasp the meaning, it would require gathering more historical texts. Nevertheless, Robin discerned that there were 4 such stone tablets, and together they would reveal the correct coordinates. This location was either the ruins of the vast kingdom or, as legend has it, the fabled Laftru visited by Roger. Hence, Robin was now curious about the whereabouts of the remaining coordinates. Meanwhile, Enel and Nami had begun to bond. Accompanied by Brooke, Nami, being exceptionally sensitive to weather changes, was a remarkably gifted navigator, with some even speculating that she was the legendary Weather Queen. However, this was far from the truth. The reason Nami and Enel were spending time together was simply that they both needed to enhance their physical conditioning. Although Enel's physique was already extraordinary, it had not yet reached the level required to master the armament hockey. Nonetheless, it was still superior to Nami's. Thus, after a few lessons in military boxing from Yuling, the rest was entrusted to Nami. As for Brooke, he was merely a bystander in this endeavor. Military boxing held no benefit for him, as it was designed to strengthen the body, and Brooke, devoid of flesh, was merely a skeleton and thus could not engage in such training. Moreover, the system only catered to Yuling, leaving Brooke without assistance. However, Yuling was able to provide some guidance, akin to the original narrative, suggesting that Brooke attempt to communicate with the underworld. Additionally, Yuling entrusted Brooke with the Black Blade, Chusue, allowing him to wield this weapon. With the power of the Black Blade and the lingering essence of Ryuma, Brooke spent a month making brief contact with the underworld and was able to emit a trace of its chilling aura. Yet, compared to the effortless manipulation achieved in the original story after training, he still had a long way to go. Nevertheless, this progress brought him joy. Given another 6 months, while he might not reach the same strength as depicted in the original tale, he would at least be considerably closer. As for the others, their strength had not seen significant enhancement during this 6-month period. However, Enel's physique had improved through military boxing training, allowing him to meet the standards necessary to learn armament hockey. Chapter 64. Sabaody Archipelago at night. After holding their final farewell banquet on the Sky Island, Yuling and the others finally departed from this place. They engaged in lively conversation, unrestrained and free-spirited, with Enel even expressing his ambition to become a god of the Grand Line. Such aspirations instantly elicited a hearty laughter from the crowd. Yet, their laughter was not one of mockery. Rather, it served as a source of motivation. For each individual present harbored grand ambitions. Ace aspired to become the Pirate King. Brooke, aside from yearning to reunite with Laboon, also wished to behold the legendary final island with his own eyes. Nami dreamed of circumnavigating the globe to chart her own world capital. As for Robin, her desires were even more profound. She sought not only to eliminate the celestial dragons but also to decipher history and uncover the mysteries of the blank century. Each person shared their dreams in turn. This marks the first occasion where everyone has come together in such a formal setting to share their individual dreams. Previously, only Yuling and Ace had engaged in such discussions. Even after Nami joined the crew, their conversations remained superficial and lacked depth. As for Robin and Brooke, they never had the opportunity to broach such topics at all. Now, at last, they find themselves in an environment conducive to sharing their aspirations with one another. Once the sharing concluded, all eyes turned to Yuling, for he had yet to articulate his own dream. In truth, Yuling's aspiration is not particularly grand. He simply wishes to accompany his crewmates as they traverse the world, aiding them in realizing their dreams, and ultimately, to find a serene island where he can live in seclusion. This encapsulates Yuling's thoughts. He articulated them aloud, plunging everyone into silence. For this dream, seemingly simple yet profoundly challenging to fulfill, hinges on Yuling assisting each individual in realizing their aspirations. Thus, they were all taken aback by his notion. However, Yuling harbored another, more shameful dream, which he refrained from disclosing. What he shared was merely one aspect. The other was to reveal his true identity to the entire world, ensuring that everyone was aware of who he truly was. Nevertheless, such matters must remain unspoken for the time being, lest Yuling face eternal social disgrace. Soon, as the others engaged in idle chatter, the ship Ailey had traversed the White Sea and the White Sea, arriving in the waters of the Grand Line. Upon their arrival, they were immediately greeted by the sight of an island. This is an immensely vast island, where countless tree roots intertwine and intertwist, creating the unique landscape of this extraordinary isle. This is the Sabaody Archipelago, a sight of extraordinary grandeur and brilliance, particularly when viewed from above. Towering ancient trees stand sentinel over the islands below, akin to guardians steadfast in their resolve. These trees possess an exceptional resilience, impervious to the harm that an ordinary person might inflict, even to the extent of leaving no trace of injury. However, the adept Yu Ling understands that for individuals of formidable strength, these trees are easily toppled with a mere kick, obliterated without effort. In truth, Yu Ling, with her current prowess, could also dispatch them with a single punch. Even the likes of Ace and Enel could accomplish the same with minimal exertion, though they find themselves disinclined to indulge in such trivialities. The Sabaody Archipelago. I never anticipated returning to this place, Robin mused. She had once traversed this location while fleeing, yet on that occasion, she did not linger, having spent merely a few fleeting minutes before departing with her group. Reflecting on that moment now evokes a sense of nostalgia, for the times have indeed changed. Robin no longer needs to hide in the shadows. She can confidently present herself here, unperturbed by the prospect of pursuit, for she is not alone, she has her comrades. I shall descend to find someone. The rest of you may rest here for a while. Remember, do not leave the ship casually. Drawing attention could lead to unwanted complications. The proximity to the naval headquarters made me reluctant to encounter an admiral once more. As Yu Ling spoke, she took advantage of the night's cloak, gliding gracefully towards the Sabaody Archipelago. Meanwhile, Ace and the others found themselves growing somewhat bored aboard the ship, engaged in a game of cards. However, their restlessness soon prevailed. Since Ling is absent, how about we venture ashore for a brief stroll? Just for a little while, and we shall return promptly, Ace suggested cautiously, anxious that others might dissent. Before long, Enel was the first to rise, striding to the ship's edge. This is my first visit here. I must explore thoroughly. Moreover, my observation hockey extends over the entire island. As soon as Yu Ling returns, I will sense her presence immediately. So, are you not inclined to join me in this little escapade? Enel expressed, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Under Yu Ling's tutelage, his understanding of what he referred to as observation hockey had evolved significantly. It had not only grown stronger but also refined in detail, making it easier for him to perceive the movements of others. Upon hearing this, Ace nodded enthusiastically, reassured by the presence of such an audacious radar, alleviating his concerns about Yu Ling's sudden return. However, Robin and Nami shook their heads, opting instead for slumber and foregoing the excursion. Brooke, too, chose to remain aboard, dedicating himself to further developing his fruit abilities. Thus, it was left to Ace and Enel to embark on their adventure, both of whom harbored a certain trepidation towards Yu Ling. Their motivation for rallying others was to ensure that, should Yu Ling catch them, they would have allies to share the burden. In this manner, Yu Ling's approach would be somewhat gentler. However, if it were solely the two of them, Yu Ling's beloved Iron Fist would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow. The most significant aspect is that, even when they join forces, they are no match for Yu Ling. Although they may manage to hold their ground for a brief period, at most they could endure for 20 minutes before succumbing to defeat. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that they are no longer at risk of being swiftly vanquished by Yu Ling. This can indeed be regarded as a testament to their burgeoning strength. Fear not, for with my presence, I shall be able to perceive his return, whenever it may be. Enel let out a cold snort, then turned his gaze towards Ace. Clenching his teeth, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Indeed, with you here, there is no worry of her sudden return. Let us descend and enjoy ourselves. I have heard that the Sabaody Archipelago boasts a myriad of delightful attractions. With that, Ace leapt straight off the ship, closely followed by Enel. The duo, one embodying fire and the other lightning, raced towards the Sabaody Archipelago. Witnessing this scene, Robin and Nami exchanged glances and sighed. Should we report this matter to Sister Ling? Nami inquired. Robin shook her head, deeming it unnecessary. Let them have their fun. As long as they do not cause a ruckus, they may do as they please. Chapter 65. A new bounty in the depths of night. Within a bar known as Shaki's Bar, located in the Sabaody Archipelago, a beautiful guest arrived. She bore no concealment. Adorned in a flowing white gown, her cascading black hair framing a delicate and charming visage, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, captivating all who beheld her. In a tavern frequented by pirates, a beauty appeared, strikingly out of place. Such exquisite women seldom visit this establishment, save for a certain warlord of the sea. Even in the dead of night, the tavern remained partially open, allowing anyone to enter for respite, though the proprietor had ceased serving alcohol, merely keeping a watchful eye on the raucous pirates to prevent any disorderly conduct. You are the owner, Shocky, and upon the arrival of this enchanting lady, you furrow your brow in recognition. She is none other than the alluring bounty of over 100 million, the enchanting Yu Ling. With a subtle smile, she chose a relatively clean seat to settle down. The remaining patrons were predominantly inebriated, their presence tolerated as long as they maintained decorum, for the tavern required them to contribute to the ambience. Suddenly, one drunken soul stirred from his stupor, reeking of alcohol. Initially dazed, he regained his senses upon catching sight of Yu Ling. Others, too, groggily lifted their heads, quickly rising to their feet. After all, a woman of Yu Ling's caliber was a rarity they might never encounter again. Her presence was akin to a delectable feast, wafting an intoxicating aroma to the pirate's senses. Hee, little beauty, are you here alone? It is perilous here. Perhaps you should accompany us. We shall escort you to a place of safety where joy awaits you. A classic line from a rogue. Yu Ling scoffed at this. He could not be bothered to say anything further, merely casting a glance in response. A surge of murderous intent instantly enveloped the other being. Though it was not the conqueror's haki, it had already begun to take shape. In that fleeting moment, the man was thoroughly frightened. Not only had he sobered up, but he had also lost control beneath him. The piercing gaze of Yu Ling instilled within him a palpable sense of impending doom, and he had involuntarily soiled himself. The others around him witnessed his disgraceful predicament, jolting them into alarm. Although they were unsure of the circumstances, they could sense that this enchanting beauty was not to be trifled with. In the midst of the tension, one individual, still disoriented, retrieved a bounty notice from his pocket. His eyes widened in shock. It was Yu Ling, the siren of the Soul Pirate crew. The bounty was an astounding 550 million berries, a figure befitting a notorious pirate. What? A bounty of 550 million berries. Are you certain you're not mistaken? Is it truly her? In an instant, everyone regained their composure. The lascivious gazes vanished in unison, as if nothing had transpired. The atmosphere within the bar grew exceedingly peculiar. Not a soul dared to make a sound, fearing the wrath of the striking beauty before them. Why are you all just standing there? Shouldn't you hastily depart? Yu Ling spoke softly. A group of pirates, as if freed from a heavy burden, promptly dashed out. One unfortunate soul, who had soiled himself, could only manage to roll away due to his trembling legs. Indeed, he rolled out in the most literal sense. Once all the pirates had vacated the premises, Yu Ling disdainfully waved her hand. Honestly, such pirates are truly detestable. Thankfully, my own crew is quite reliable. With that thought, she recalled Ace and Enel. Recently, these two individuals have exhibited a notable change in demeanor, prompting Yu Ling to reflect on their apparent transformation. However, at that moment, an ominous mushroom cloud suddenly appeared outside the window, with flames and thunder intertwining, leading to a tremendous explosion. Witnessing the scene, Yu Ling smacked her own face lightly. Thinking to herself, I should have known better. These two are indeed a source of constant concern. Shaking her head, she chose to disregard the unfolding situation. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she recognized that with their formidable abilities, they could withstand even a marine admiral for a brief period. Therefore, regardless of the adversary they might face, she felt no trepidation regarding their safety. At that moment, Xia Qi observed Yu Ling's expression with amusement. After all, it was her first encounter with another woman of such exquisite beauty, second only to Hancock. Furthermore, Yu Ling's self-deprecating gesture had struck her as endearing and quite charming. In an instant, Xia Qi found herself captivated, though she remained cognizant enough not to become an infatuated fan. Xia Qi retrieved a cherished stack of bounty posters and, accompanied by a bottle of liquor, approached Yu Ling. Miss Yu Ling, allow me to treat you to this drink. Thank you. But why are you inviting me for a drink? I came to solicit information from you. Despite being puzzled by Xia Qi's unexpected enthusiasm, Yu Ling accepted the bottle and then caught sight of her own bounty poster. It featured a selfie taken in a swimsuit while in water 7, showcasing her petite and adorable appearance, with a figure that left much to be desired. Moreover, under the guise of the system, her true gender was entirely obscured. The only aspect that might raise suspicion was her flat chest, appearing as though she possessed nothing at all, which, in reality, was indeed the case. Yu Ling's curiosity was piqued by the poster, wondering why the Navy possessed even her personal photographs, which was quite astonishing. Could it be that the photographer was affiliated with the Navy? Contemplating this, her expression changed dramatically. I truly should not have trusted that photography studio now. My portrait has become a wanted poster, and I've effectively lost my face. With a resigned sigh, Yu Ling downed the entire bottle of alcohol in one gulp, leaving Xia Qi in a state of astonishment. Before Xia Qi could utter a word, Yu Ling swiftly examined the bounty poster. Robin and Nami's posters had likewise been transformed into photographs, with Nami's bounty soaring to 10 million berries, a remarkable leap indeed. Robin's bounty has been elevated to a staggering 100 million berries. Ace's photograph remains unchanged, yet his bounty has significantly increased, now standing at 480 million berries, drawing perilously close to that of the elusive Waigiri. Thus, this represents the latest bounties for these few individuals. As for Inno and Brooke, they had not yet joined the Navy, hence no bounties have been issued against them by the Marines. These two individuals are, for the time being, considered upstanding citizens. Chapter 66. A day without a strike, roofs and tiles upturned. Miss Yuling, judging by your expression, the commotion outside must be the doing of your crew, correct? Are you not going to intervene and put a stop to their antics? Xiaoqi positioned herself beside Yuling, her hand gently caressing his thigh. As she savored the smooth and delicate texture, Xiaoqi found herself somewhat enamored with her. At that moment, Yuling shook her head, discreetly withdrawing her leg and adjusting her skirt. Observing this, Xiaoqi ceased her actions. Do you truly have such unwavering trust in your crew? Xiaoqi inquired once more. Yuling shook her head and explained, in truth, I am not the captain today, thus I lack the authority to manage their behavior. However, I shall certainly reprimand these two unruly fellows tomorrow. It seems that a prolonged absence of punishment has left them utterly oblivious to their own identities. Yuling remarked with a cold laugh. Meanwhile, far away, Inel and Ace were engaged in a fierce battle against a band of pirates. Suddenly jolted by the realization of their precarious situation, they had not even utilized their elemental powers and were struck squarely by a punch. In an instant, the pirates were filled with excitement. As they engaged in combat, their fruit abilities became ineffective, presenting them with a golden opportunity. All the pirates surged forward in a frenzy. The outcome was inevitable. They were swiftly dispatched. However, the heart-pounding sensation lingered, leaving Ace and Inel with a sense of trepidation. Yet, they remained oblivious to the source of this disquieting feeling. Meanwhile, Yuling and Xiaoqi sat facing each other. Initially, Xiaoqi sought to strike up a conversation with Yuling, as it was her first encounter with such a stunning woman, second only to Hancock. Despite being a woman herself, she could not resist the urge to engage. Yuling, accustomed to such attention, politely declined and articulated her intentions. Thus, Xiaoqi became rather serious. In other words, you wish to uncover the remaining clues of the historical texts, do you not? Indeed, as long as you can provide me with leads, the price is entirely negotiable. Yuling, in fact, possesses knowledge of certain fragments of the historical texts, yet his understanding is limited to those pertaining to Alabasta and the Islands of Cake, with perhaps an additional piece held by the Mink tribe. However, he is entirely oblivious to the current whereabouts of the owner of it, rendering him incapable of locating this particular piece on his own. As an adept intelligence officer in the world of pirates, Xiaoqi undoubtedly possesses such information. Engaging her was indeed the wisest course of action. Although Yuling harbored little interest in the One Piece, the enigma of Raftel intrigued him. Should Ace ascend to the title of Pirate King, he would not mind exploring Raftel to ascertain what lay within its depths. As for the future protagonist, Luffy, they could remain wherever they pleased. In truth, discussions of price were trivial. I possess similar intelligence. However, the crux of the matter is that I typically do not share such information with others. Thus, could you elucidate your reasons for desiring this intelligence? Xiaoqi lit her smoke pipe, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Yuling frowned, disliking the aroma, yet refrained from voicing his distaste. After all, it was her habit. I have no particular reason, other than my desire for it. So, can you provide it to me? Yuling inquired once more. Xiaoqi appraised Yuling with a contemplative expression. A commendable physique and a striking visage, truly captivating. Even the beauty of the Empress could not overshadow you. Therefore, if you are willing to spend a month in my humble establishment, I shall provide you with the intelligence free of charge. Xiaoqi's proposition was not overly unreasonable. Especially for such exorbitant information, spending a month in a bar to obtain it for free seemed quite fair. If it were Nami, she would surely acquiesce, for it would save her money. Moreover, a month is not an excessively long duration. One could endure it. However, Yuling shook his head, advancing towards Xiaoqi. A single day is out of the question. If you do not intend to provide it, let this transaction be forgotten. With that, Yuling prepared to depart. He had no intention of resorting to force, for it was unnecessary. More importantly, his observation haki informed him that someone was watching from behind the bar. Undoubtedly, the individual concealed there was none other than the left hand of the Pirate King, the Dark King Rayleigh. However, Yuling had no intention of revealing Ace's identity, as it would not bode well for him. Otherwise, Xiaoqi would certainly not have proposed such a condition. Just as Yuling was about to depart, an explosion suddenly erupted outside the door. Yuling frowned and swiftly stepped outside. Xiaoqi also took a puff from her cigarette before following suit to assess the situation. If the establishment had been destroyed, she would certainly demand compensation from the perpetrators. Upon stepping outside, Xiaoqi beheld a chaotic scene where a tumult of lightning intertwined with flames. Two individuals, both wielders of natural devil fruit abilities, were engaged in a brawl, resembling ruffians rather than exhibiting the demeanor of powerful beings. Upon observing these two, Xiaoqi furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of familiarity towards one of them. Yet she could not immediately recall who it was. "Have you had your fill of this ruckus?" Yuling's voice rang out suddenly, ethereal and imbued with a hint of alluring softness, reaching the ears of the two combatants. Yet, such a gentle and sweet tone sounded to Ace and Enel like the whispers of demons from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. At that moment, the two immediately ceased their displays of power and obediently knelt on the ground, hands resting upon their knees, appearing remarkably docile. The once boastful pair now resembled wilted eggplants, drained of all vitality, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. With Yuling's presence exerting its influence, an air of tranquility enveloped them. "I had mentioned my intention to trouble you tomorrow, yet here you are, presenting yourselves before me today. Is that correct? Now, enlighten me as to the circumstances. Provide me with a reason, or else neither of you shall rest tonight." Upon hearing these words, both Enel and Ace jolted in alarm. It was him who struck first. They exclaimed, pointing at each other before pressing their foreheads together in a moment of silent understanding. The two individuals are rather foolish, their personalities somewhat at odds. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoqi found it quite amusing. Although she was unfamiliar with Enelu, she recognized Ace as the notorious Fire Fist, with a bounty of 470 million berries. However, judging by the earlier display, the one enveloped in lightning was not likely to be significantly weaker. Xiaoqi even harbored suspicions that Enelu was indeed the wielder of the rumble fruit. Yuling, observing Xiaoqi's expression, casually retrieved a chair from the room and seated himself before speaking. "You guessed correctly, the individual beside Ace is named Enelu. He is a Logia type, capable of wielding the rumble fruit. Moreover, he is a member of the Soul Pirates." Chapter 67. A night of conversation. To think it was the rumble fruit. Xiaoqi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the long-lost fruit would manifest here. However, her gaze soon shifted to Yuling, who was undeniably the focal point at that moment. The two men appeared particularly apprehensive in his presence. "All right, let us clarify what transpired. And your action of kneeling seemed rather practiced, don't you think? When did I ever instruct you in such gestures?" Yuling remarked, somewhat speechless. He certainly did not recall teaching them any form of kneeling. More importantly, their proficiency in this posture suggested they had clandestinely practiced it. Upon hearing this, Ace and Enelu exchanged knowing smiles and rose simultaneously, each taking turns to elucidate the matter. The origin of the situation was quite straightforward. After observing Yuling's departure, they decided to visit the Sabaody archipelago for some leisure. Utilizing Enelu's observation haki, they could continuously monitor Yuling's movements. As soon as Yuling began his return, they would promptly head back. In this manner, Yuling remained oblivious to their departure. Consequently, they sought out the nearest tavern, eager to indulge in some libations and revelry. Upon hearing this, Yuling felt a sense of exasperation, for Ace and Enela had entirely disregarded the possibility that the other crew members might discreetly report their activities. Furthermore, they seemed to have forgotten that the sin of alcohol would linger heavily upon them after their drinking, particularly in the case of Enelu. This fellow is merely a 3-cup drinker. He appears to be sober, yet Yuling can see through him at a glance. He cannot conceal it at all. However, even if these two ventured into the bar, they would not indulge in drinking. This is because, upon entering, Ace was immediately recognized. The bar was predominantly filled with pirates, the most formidable among them boasting a bounty of 100 million. The others were not far behind, with bounties ranging from 70 to 80 million. Thus, this group harbored intentions to eliminate Ace. Thus, their bounty would significantly increase. However, these minions were evidently unaware that Ace was a user of the Marinomi. They did not even conduct an investigation before charging in recklessly. The outcome was, therefore, all too predictable. After Ace and Enel had dispatched these pirates, they began to tally the number of foes each had vanquished. Ultimately, after much calculation, both of these underachievers failed to arrive at a clear conclusion. This led to a heated dispute, which, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, brought them before Yuling, resulting in the current predicament. Having learned the entire sequence of events, Yuling found himself at a loss for words. He truly had not anticipated such a turn of events. The two individuals surprisingly resorted to physical confrontation over such a trivial matter. However, judging by their demeanor, it was evident that neither was genuinely intent on causing harm. Thus, Yuling chose to refrain from commenting. Their actions were measured, at the very least, sparing any innocent bystanders from injury. With this in mind, he decided they should return with him. Yuling remained silent, aware of the need to afford them some dignity in public. He would address their behavior thoroughly once they were back on the ship. Ace and Enel, sensing the futility of resistance, followed Yuling without protest. Just then, a figure materialized before the trio with the swiftness of lightning. It is none other than the illustrious Rayleigh. Please, do not rush off. I wish to have a few words with this young man, he stated, fixing his gaze upon Ace. What is your full name? Me? I am Portgas D. Ace. Is there a problem? Ace replied, pointing to his own nose in confusion. Rayleigh savored the surname, allowing himself to drift into memories, ultimately breaking into a gentle smile. Oh, it is nothing. I was merely curious. Why not stay the night? You can depart tomorrow. With that, he gestured invitingly. Ace and Enel hesitated, glancing towards Yuling for guidance. At that moment, Yuling regarded Rayleigh, uncertain of his intentions. However, having been invited, she felt compelled to accept, nodding in agreement. In that case, we shall stay for the night. With that, Yuling stepped into the tavern, followed closely by Ace and Enel. Rayleigh intended to join them, but was halted by Shaki. What do you intend to do? She inquired, her demeanor tinged with caution. With one wielding the Mera Mera no Mi and the other the Garo Garo no Mi. A confrontation could spell disaster for her quaint establishment. Moreover, there was Yuling, who appeared even more formidable, even if they were not Rayleigh's equals. Shaki wished to avoid any altercation within her premises. Actually, Ace has a bit of a connection with me. If you observe closely, you will notice he bears a striking resemblance to Roger. Even his demeanor is quite similar. The only distinction is that this fellow's age does not quite align. Rayleigh discerned Ace's lineage but had not fully grasped its implications. After all, it was hardly conceivable that poor Dasti Rouge would delay the birth of Ace for such an extended period. Only Garp was privy to this knowledge. Sengoku might also be aware, yet he chose to remain silent, respecting Garp's decision. Thus, you wish to keep them here to ascertain Ace's identity? Shaki inquired, intrigued. Rayleigh, however, shook his head, a playful grin spreading across his face. Ha ha. Not at all. I simply have a craving for some good drink. You glutton. All you think about is drinking. Xiaoqi felt a twinge of annoyance, yet remained unperturbed. Rayleigh, slightly embarrassed, trailed behind, and soon they commenced a drinking contest. Yuling, Ace, and Rayleigh were quite the drinkers. As they imbibed, their conversation meandered through an array of topics. Enel, however, succumbed to inebriation after merely 3 cups and was subsequently carried to the back. Xiaoqi observed the diminishing bottles of alcohol with a pang of heartache. Before long, dawn broke, marking the end of their revelry as the trio continued until the sun graced the horizon. Following this, Yuling and Ace departed the bar, bearing the unconscious Enel. Although Yuling did not achieve her desired outcome, she relished the opportunity to enjoy a complimentary round of drinks. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, belching from the effects of alcohol, began to tidy up the aftermath. Initially uncertain, he now felt assured that Ace was indeed the son of Roger. Why? Xiaoqi inquired, perplexed. Rayleigh chuckled softly, offering no response. Such matters were intimately known only to the seasoned crew members or Roger's old friends. Others would not comprehend even if informed. It was a sensation, deeply ingrained in their very essence, an indelible feeling woven into their genes. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman before Rayleigh. Hancock, what brings you here? Rayleigh exclaimed, a hint of delight in his voice upon seeing her. Xiaoqi, however, gave him a swift kick and asked, Is there something you need? Xiaoqi, I seek Uncle Rayleigh for a matter of some importance. Might we have a moment? Of course. I have all the time in the world. Rayleigh stepped forward, only to be halted by Xiaoqi. Let us discuss it here. There is no one else around. Realizing Xiaoqi's intent to keep Rayleigh close, Hancock surmised that he might have stirred up trouble again. After a brief contemplation, she spoke. I have heard whispers of a beauty on the seas whose allure rivals my own. I wish for Uncle Rayleigh to assist me in finding her and escorting me to her. With a confident toss of her head, Hancock, clad in revealing attire that exuded fiery allure, declared her determination. Yet, Xiaoqi appeared somewhat taken aback, while Rayleigh scratched his head, gazing out the window. "What is it? Is there an issue?" Hancock inquired. Xiaoqi pointed outside, awkward yet polite, and replied, "They just left." Chapter 68. The contest for the title of most beautiful woman in the early morning. An explosion resounded across the Sabaody archipelago. Everyone could see two impeccably statuesque women engaged in an intense battle. The two individuals in question are none other than Boa Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the ethereal soul pirate, Yuling. Their confrontation has undoubtedly captured the attention of numerous pirates. For even amidst the ferocity of their battle, the allure of these two enchanting women remains undeniable. However, Yuling is currently engulfed in frustration. Having returned to his ship, he intended to enjoy a modest breakfast before setting sail, only to be interrupted by Hancock's unexpected arrival, demanding a duel. The stakes of their contest were high. The vanquished would be compelled to concede that the victor is the most stunning beauty in the world. Yuling, initially disinterested, found himself unable to resist the fervent enthusiasm of Nami, Robin, and Ace, who eagerly volunteered him for the challenge. Hancock, taking the matter seriously, left Yuling with little choice but to step forth and engage in battle. The ensuing clash was nothing short of intense, with an array of techniques and strategies on display. In preparation for this encounter, Yuling had even changed into fitted trousers and a crisp, short-sleeved shirt, his long hair elegantly styled, exuding an undeniable charm without sacrificing his aesthetic appeal. Thus, when Hancock truly laid eyes on Yuling, she too could not help but gaze a moment longer, ultimately acknowledging him as the second most beautiful individual she had ever encountered, surpassed only by herself. Yet, she would never concede that anyone could eclipse her beauty, which is precisely why she proposed this challenge. Had Yuling not been a pirate, she would not have made such a request. However, since both parties are pirates, they must resolve this matter in the fashion befitting their kind, to determine who rightfully holds the title of the world's most exquisite beauty. Once this battle concludes, a new chapter will unfold. Consequently, many are keenly anticipating this moment. Some astute journalists have even arrived to capture the action. They, too, seek to compose articles for profit. And thus, securing first-hand, compelling news is imperative. After all, the first to publish such stories reaps the greatest rewards. Subsequent accounts, regardless of their eloquence, seldom attract attention. However, the movements of Yuling and Hancock are remarkably swift, and the scene is exceptionally intense. For an ordinary observer, discerning the details is virtually impossible, even with high-speed cameras. Only fragments of the action can be captured, as the technological advancements in this world remain rather limited. Meanwhile, both Yuling and Hancock are drenched in fragrant perspiration. The battle endured for over 10 minutes, with both combatants exhibiting no restraint, fully committing themselves to confront their adversary. Hancock unleashed her tricolored haki, continuously activating her devil fruit abilities. However, her powers necessitate that her opponent harbors a certain degree of infatuation for them to take effect. The stronger the infatuation, the more lethal her abilities become. Yet, Yuling possesses a natural counter to Hancock, for he is, in essence, a great beauty, able to admire his own allure each day as he gazes into the mirror. Such a narcissistic individual could hardly captivate others, not even Hancock. Consequently, her fruit powers were rendered nearly ineffective, leaving only pure physical attacks as a potential threat to Wyling. However, once Wyling activated her fruit powers, Hancock's abilities were utterly futile against her. Regardless of Hancock's efforts, the slippery nature of her fruit would simply carve through any attempts. Thus, Hancock realized that her powers were completely outmatched by Wyling, prompting her to resort to martial arts for offense. The outcome was clear. Wyling not only excelled in martial combat but also possessed significantly greater strength. The only aspect in which they were somewhat comparable was their mastery of armament haki. Nevertheless, Hancock discerned that Wyling lacked conqueror's haki, so she intended to leverage her own to exert pressure on Wyling. The results were predictable. Although Wyling experienced some suppression of her powers, the impact was minimal. Her strength remained formidable, and Hancock was unable to overcome her. The two figures danced in a continuous interplay, the collision of their graceful legs creating a spectacle of elegance. Even without the use of haki, they generated waves of energy that uprooted the ground around them. Most significantly, both unleashed their full arsenal of techniques in a dazzling display. In this battle, Hancock cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, her title as the world's most beautiful woman would be jeopardized. In contrast, Yuling is not motivated by the desire to claim the title of this hostile beauty. His feelings are purely one of irritation. He had initially intended to retire for the night, But Hancock insisted on a confrontation, and to complicate matters, Ace and the others were stirring up trouble. This inevitably compels Yuling to devise a plan. Upon returning, she must thoroughly address the situation. Humph. This encapsulates the innermost thoughts of Yuling. However, his fleeting doppelganger was captured by Hancock, who then delivered a swift kick. The might of her fragrant foot was potent enough to strike the towering trees of this realm. Yet, Yuling chose to endure the blow. After all, such resilience would compel his opponent to yield completely. In that instant, a wave of energy surged forth. The surrounding air shimmered with ripples, radiating outward. Hancock sensed impending danger. She attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Yuling unleashed his void-shattering fist. Though the formidable force was not immediately apparent, it posed a significant threat to Hancock. This formidable force instantaneously engulfed all areas ahead of the ethereal spirit. Hancock found herself with no avenue of escape, as she was utterly consumed by this overwhelming power. In an instant, a grand plaza ahead transformed into a desolate wasteland. Hancock was propelled backward, crashing into the towering crimson tree behind her. The sheer might of this force caused the entire majestic red tree to collapse in an instant. A scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded before the two, igniting a tremendous uproar. The inhabitants of Supremacy archipelago all felt the impact. Even the naval base, situated at a considerable distance, sensed the tremors of the island and promptly dispatched personnel to investigate the situation. Is this the extent of your power? Although Hancock was sent flying and collided with the entirety of the red tree, she did not sustain any particularly grave injuries. After all, during her final lesson, she had enveloped herself in the armor of Haki, shielding her from harm. This merely repelled the majority of the onslaught. However, the consequence of such an action was the considerable depletion of her stamina, and the power of the spirit was beyond her capacity to endure. Drops of blood trickled from Hancock's lips. This enhanced her already stunning beauty, imbuing her with an enchanting allure. She did not yield. The battle raged on. Yuling, no matter what, I shall not be defeated in this contest. As her words echoed, Hancock charged forward once more. Yuling furrowed her delicate brows, yet she surged ahead, colliding once again with Hancock. In that moment, the entire Supremacy archipelago trembled. Chapter 69. The Birth of the World's Most Beautiful Woman. As the final explosion subsided, the duel between Yuling and Hancock came to a close. When Yuling emerged from the haze, all the residents of the Supremacy archipelago squinted in awe. The journalists, too, went into a frenzy, capturing photographs, for the spectacle before them was nothing short of breathtaking. Hancock, as one of the 7 warlords, was undeniably formidable. More significantly, she was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the world. Yet now the world's most beautiful woman fainted in the embrace of Yuling, who carried her out. A stunning beauty cradling another injured beauty. Such a scene is strikingly visual. Consequently, every journalist here is fervently capturing photographs, with flashes incessantly illuminating the surroundings. Yuling furrowed her brow. He harbored a profound aversion to this sensation, yet he refrained from disturbing the reporters, recognizing their innocence. To act against them would be inconsistent with his character. Thus, he hastened to depart from the scene. In but a moment, he vanished from the public eye and returned to the aerial vessel, the Ailey. Robin, Nami, come and tend to his wounds. I may have been a bit too forceful. This fellow is likely to remain unconscious for a day or two, he sighed. Driven by a tinge of resentment, his actions had indeed been heavier than intended. Hancock's prowess was, in truth, comparable to that of Ace, perhaps even slightly superior. After all, Ace's abilities, aside from his exceptional mastery of the flame fruit, could be deemed rather conventional. In contrast, Hancock's martial skills utterly overshadowed Ace's, and her proficiency in the 3 types of Haki surpassed his as well. Her mastery of armament Haki was nearly on par with his, though her observation Haki fell slightly short. While her physical combat skills were commendable, they still paled in comparison to his. However, her Conqueror's Haki was quite well developed, sufficiently enough to impose some pressure on him. Were she to learn the technique of encasing her Conqueror's Haki, she would likely emerge even stronger. Yet, Hancock had yet to acquire this skill. It was surprising to him that Rayleigh, who was adept in the art of Conqueror's Haki, had not imparted this knowledge to her. Even in the original narrative, Luffy had learned to use Conqueror's Haki in the presence of Kaido, picking it up on the spot, while Rayleigh had not even mentioned it. This left Yuling perplexed regarding Rayleigh's true sentiments towards Hancock and Luffy. Consequently, he refrained from introducing Hancock directly to Rayleigh, opting instead to return her to the ship. The Sunny. After Robin and Nami administered the necessary medicine to Hancock, they promptly made their way to Yuling's quarters. However, Yuling's injuries had long since healed, and he could easily contend with someone like Hancock. It was merely the effects of alcohol and a sleepless night that had diminished his physical strength. Thus, this encounter proved somewhat taxing. After all, a poor mental state significantly impacts one's combat efficacy. Yuling had yet to attain the level of mastery that would enable him to maintain his peak performance under any circumstances. This also marks the most evident disparity between him and the world's elite warriors. Beyond this aspect, there remains a significant gap in tangible strength, though this divide has begun to narrow. Presently, the primary focus lies in enhancing both physical stamina and mental fortitude. Subsequently, Yuling dismissed Robin and Nami, who sought to take advantage of him, and reclined alone on the bed. The ship, the Ailey, remained stationary, having only ascended a few altitudes, now invisible to the naked eye from the ground. Ace and Enel stood guard, while Brooke provided entertainment. Robin and Nami were tasked with watching over the unconscious Hancock. According to the original plan, Yuling and the others were meant to visit Punk Hazard at this time. This is a clandestine laboratory, though it has yet to transform into the island of ice and fire as depicted in the original narrative. However, this facility has already become permeated with toxic gas, leading to the near-complete evacuation of all personnel. Remaining here are only Caesar and a few associates of Don Quixote da Flamingo. After all, this location serves as one of the bases for the research on artificial devil fruits. Given the current circumstances, it seems that Yuling will need to wait several days before he can depart, as he too requires rest. Before succumbing to slumber, Yuling accessed the system to review his proficiency levels, which he had not checked for quite some time due to the pressing demands of daily affairs. His training had even fallen by the wayside, were it not for the fact that, while dressed in women's attire, his proficiency could automatically increase without the need for training. It is likely that Yuling's strength would not have consistently advanced. Moonwalk, 77. Shave, 86. Storm Leg, 89. Paper Drawing, 100. Note: achieving 100 allows for the learning of observation hockey. Iron Block, 100. Note: achieving 100 allows for the learning of armament hockey. Finger Gun, 75. Life Return, 16. Slide Fruit, 66. Note: exceeding 80 enables awakening. Armament Hockey, 40. Note: achieving 100 allows for the learning of external techniques and flowing cherry hockey. Observation Hockey, 61. Note: achieving 100 enables awakening of additional abilities. Conqueror's Hockey, 6. Note: exceeding 70 allows for the learning of Conqueror's Binding. Is it possible that my proficiency has increased? Yuling pondered with a hint of surprise. This has increased significantly more than she had anticipated. After all, under normal circumstances, a month without cultivation would result in a mere 1 to 2% increase in the progress bar. However, at present, each progress bar has seen a considerable rise, with the least amount being at 4%. This left him somewhat astonished. However, Yuling soon came to understand that even without cultivation, the battles he had engaged in during this period could significantly enhance his progress. In fact, the advancements he made were even more substantial than those achieved during his cultivation sessions. Although he had not fought frequently during this time, the increase in his abilities was nearly equivalent to what he would typically attain in 2 to 3 months of regular cultivation. This revelation allowed Yuling to comprehend that with each battle he engaged in, his prowess would inevitably strengthen. Contemplating this, a sense of solace enveloped him, prompting a gentle smile before he succumbed to slumber. He was indeed exhausted and in dire need of rest. Unbeknownst to Yuling, during this interval of repose, the newspapers outside had begun to report, Hancock has succumbed in the contest for the title of the world's most beautiful woman. The title of the world's most beautiful woman has now shifted. Henceforth, Yuling shall be recognized as the world's most beautiful woman, while Hancock is relegated to the position of the world's second most beautiful woman. When this news broke, it immediately caused a sensation across the globe. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the newly crowned world's most beautiful woman. To their astonishment, upon merely viewing Yuling's photographs, they found themselves irresistibly captivated by her charm. This is the beauty of Yuling. Moreover, the photograph chosen by the newspaper is a portrait of Yuling. This collection of photographs has spread across the vast ocean along with the newspapers. It is nearly impossible for Yuling not to gain fame. Chapter 70. Bewildered Hancock. 3 days later, aboard the Eli. At this moment, Boa Hancock slowly awakens. She gazes at the unfamiliar surroundings, instinctively tensing her body, only to realize that her attire has been changed. This left Hancock astounded. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang from her bed and dashed out of the room. The overwhelming presence of her conqueror's haki instantly enveloped the entire Thousand Sunny. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a wave of conqueror's haki, rivaling that of Hancock herself, unfurled in response. This is Ace's conqueror's haki. Although it still falls short of the highest tier, it is more than sufficient to counter Hancock's haki. What has transpired? Yu Ling sensed the clash of two formidable haki powers and was instantly taken aback. He rushed over and beheld Ace unleashing his conqueror's haki. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the cabin, Hancock was also manifesting her own haki. The collision of their powers swiftly dispersed the surrounding clouds. The overwhelming aura they exuded deterred any avian creatures from approaching. Ace, cease this at once. Yu Ling stepped forward and delivered a gentle but firm punch to Ace. While not forceful, it was enough to halt Ace's haki. Ling, this isn't my fault. She recklessly unleashed her haki the moment she appeared. I feared for Nami and Robin's safety, which is why I activated my haki to counter hers, Ace replied, looking rather aggrieved and pitiable. Yu Ling, realizing she had misjudged him, reached out to pat his head. I apologize. I was merely overwhelmed with emotion and did not intend any harm. With that, Yu Ling cast a sharp gaze towards Hancock, her eyes radiating a murderous intent, an aura rivaling that of the Conqueror's haki emanating from her being. This is the nascent form of Conqueror's haki. Although Yu Ling has yet to master this formidable power, she has completely grasped a similar aura. If she can elevate her mastery to a mere 10%, there is a significant likelihood that her Conqueror's haki will awaken. While uncertainty lingers over this potential awakening, at least there is hope. At this moment, Hancock is somewhat anxious, yet she steels herself, exerting her Conqueror's haki with relentless pressure. However, this time, she maintains her composure, directing her haki solely towards Yu Ling. In the face of such intensity, Yu Ling feels only a negligible effect. Hancock, could you provide an explanation for your unwarranted display of Conqueror's haki? Are you aware that such power can easily cause collateral damage? As she spoke, Yu Ling glanced at the trembling Nami. Currently, her strength is still quite feeble, and her mental fortitude is a far cry from what it would be 2 years post-original tale. In the original narrative, Nami struggled significantly to withstand Conqueror's haki without the benefit of 2 years of training. Even 2 years later, she had to grit her teeth to endure its impact. However, compared to her former self, she has matured considerably. Were it not for her experiences and the training Yu Ling has provided over the past month, she would have succumbed to the recent surge of haki and fainted. Now, her resilience is merely a testament to her improved constitution compared to the original story. As for Robin, although she too gritted her teeth, her experiences far surpass Nami's. Coupled with the hardships she has endured over the years, this level of Conqueror's haki cannot topple her. And then there is Brooke, who has encountered Conqueror's haki on numerous occasions, accustomed to its presence. Thus, when faced with Hancock's haki, he is merely surprised and remains largely unaffected. Ace and Enel are even less susceptible to its influence, given their formidable strength. The same applies to Yu Ling. However, if all of Hancock's haki were to be concentrated on her alone, she would inevitably feel some impact. There is nothing to explain. You changed my clothes and beheld my body, so you must face the consequences. Hancock remains as domineering as ever, and her demeanor suggests she is prepared to strike. In response to such an assertive Hancock, Yu Ling does not relent but instead turns to Ace and Enel. Let us confront her together and ensure she behaves. Upon hearing Yu Ling's words, Ace and Enel are instantly elated. Without a moment's hesitation, flames and thunder erupt simultaneously. Initially, Hancock was somewhat disdainful when she heard Yu Ling suggest they join forces. After all, in her eyes, only Yu Ling could truly be her rival. However, when the powers of the thunder fruit and the flame fruit erupted simultaneously, Hancock was left utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that these two individuals were, in fact, users of Logia-type devil fruits. Given her infrequent consumption of news, had it not been for the bounty notice proclaiming Yu Ling's beauty rivaled that of the Empress, she would not have paid much attention to her. Thus, she remained oblivious to the true nature of Ace's abilities, let alone the fact that Enel had only recently boarded the ship, leaving even the Navy without any information about him. Consequently, when the powers of these two were unleashed, Hancock was taken aback. Yet, she swiftly enveloped her fists and feet in haki, prepared to engage in battle. The outcome, however, was that Enel and Ace simultaneously activated their haki and, combined with their devil fruit abilities, sent Hancock flying. Her underestimation cost her dearly. Yu Ling's skirt was significantly torn, revealing the exquisite sight beneath. Hancock was astonished. Ace and Enel, realizing they had overstepped, quickly retreated, yielding the space to Yu Ling. Observing this scene, Yu Ling was left somewhat speechless, casually tossing a coat from the table to Hancock. "Wrap yourself in this. You'll change clothes later. However, you certainly underestimated the situation. Do you truly believe that aboard this ship, there is no one who can match you apart from me?" Upon hearing Yu Ling's inquiry, Hancock remained silent, nearly donning the cloak. Yu Ling interpreted her silence as acquiescence and proceeded to explain. "In a one-on-one confrontation, Enel would not stand a chance against you, and Ace would only be an even match at best. Yet, if these two were to join forces, you would have no opportunity to resist. Do you believe me? If they teamed up, even I would face difficulty and need to exert considerable effort to emerge victorious. And you, who cannot even best me, dare to belittle them both? Hancock, do you not find yourself utterly ridiculous? It is as if you had just awakened, asking no questions, and immediately unleashed your conqueror's hockey to strike. If Ace's hockey had not countered yours, were you truly prepared to attempt a massacre aboard my ship?" As Yu Ling spoke, Hancock's face flushed crimson. She was aware of her own shortcomings. Yet, the pride of the Empress forbade her from bowing her head, so she could only hold her head high. Casting a scornful glare at Yu Ling, "I am Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world. Whatever I do, you shall forgive me." After uttering these words, Hancock instinctively glanced around, only to find everyone, including Yu Ling, regarding her with expressions of amusement. This left Hancock feeling somewhat uneasy. The confidence she had just moments ago had nearly evaporated. "Very well, since that is the case, take a look at this news first. Once you have finished reading, we can converse further." Chapter 71. Gradual surrender. Hancock began to tremble. Her exquisite legs could no longer contain their quaking. Large beads of sweat cascaded down her face. Hancock's chest rose and fell erratically as she gasped for breath, her gaze even appearing somewhat dazed. The news laid before her was unmistakably the announcement of Yu Ling being crowned the world's most beautiful woman. Meanwhile, Hancock, the Empress of the Amazon lilies, could only settle for second place. Upon witnessing this, Hancock was utterly dismayed. Although Yu Ling wished to express that he was indifferent to such a claim and that it bore no significance to Hancock, he understood that someone as proud as Hancock would never accept such a concession. She would undoubtedly strive to reclaim her title through her own prowess. Hence, Yu Ling refrained from uttering such sentiments. In all honesty, Yu Ling was rather unconcerned about the title of the world's most beautiful woman. After all, he was male. A cross-dresser at that. The notion of a cross-dresser claiming the title of the world's most beautiful woman did seem rather peculiar. However, others were oblivious to his true identity. Only Yu Ling was aware of his reality, while the world perceived him as a girl. This was precisely why the title of the world's most beautiful woman was attributed to him. Yet, Yu Ling contemplated whether he should confide in Hancock about his true identity. After some reflection, he concluded that given Hancock's proud nature, she would likely react with fury upon learning that a man surpassed the original world's most beautiful woman in beauty. How could she possibly accept such a notion? Thus, Yu Ling chose to remain silent, allowing Hancock to draw her own conclusions. Approximately half an hour later, Hancock finally emerged from her shock. However, the anger in her eyes had not subsided. Rather, it intensified. This fury was not directed at anyone else but was solely aimed at Yu Ling. After all, it was he who had usurped Hancock's title of the most beautiful woman. This rendered Hancock unable to endure. "Well, you have seen the specific reasons, so refrain from uttering such words. Furthermore, I cannot forgive your previous actions unless you are willing to apologize. And really, it was merely a change of attire. Must you be so incensed? As for the mark upon your back, to be frank, we hold no interest in it. After all, we each care about your history. For every one of us harbors our own secrets. If we were to speak candidly, do you believe that the secrets of each person present would not surpass yours in magnitude?" Thus spoke Yu Ling. While his statement contained elements of truth, it was not entirely accurate. At the very least, Nami and Enel appeared utterly baffled. The two individuals harbored little in the way of secrets, however. Ace's secret was undeniably monumental. The revelation that his father is Roger would undoubtedly incite a global uproar. As the sole survivor of O'Hara, Robin's secrets have mostly become an open secret. In comparison to Hancock, her circumstances are naturally more significant. Brooke, too, is not to be overlooked. The knowledge he possesses from the era of rock surpasses that of anyone present. As for Yu Ling, would he divulge the matter of his larger skirt? Thus, in the eyes of Yu Ling and others, Hancock as passed as a slave of the celestial dragons hardly necessitated concealment. At most, it could be regarded as a scar, hidden away and not disseminated to others. After all, only Yu Ling, Nami, and Robin were privy to this information, while the others remained entirely oblivious to Yuling's words. Humph. Since you are aware, I shall refrain from further explanation. I have a rule. Anyone who has seen my back must be executed, save for my two sisters. However, today, in consideration of your presence, I shall spare them. Should I encounter you again, it will be the moment we determine our fates. With that, Hancock leaped into the air, directly descending from the ship. Although she did not possess the moonwalk, her conqueror's haki surged forth, drawing out a sea king from below. This exemplifies Hancock's utilization of the conqueror's haki. Although somewhat misguided, it proves quite effective at sea. However, as Yuling observed the figure gradually receding, a frown involuntarily creased her brow. This fellow truly does not heed counsel. Yuling lamented, preparing to pivot and depart. Just then, a massive wave surged from below. Hancock's complexion turned ashen as she was forcefully swept back by the oncoming tide. The Sea King beneath her was on the verge of breaking free from Hancock's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Yuling exchanged a glance with Ace. Without hesitation, he transformed into flames and soared forth, promptly rescuing Hancock in a manner reminiscent of when he carried Robin. Upon witnessing this, Yuling and the others erupted into laughter. Robin, however, felt a flush of embarrassment, as the position was rather too humiliating. Was I also carried back like this? Robin inquired with a chuckle. Nami smiled silently, yet her gaze conveyed everything Robin wished to know. This left Robin somewhat speechless, and she cast a sharp glare at Ace. That fellow is utterly lacking in gentlemanly conduct. At this moment, Hancock clutched her chest, her complexion slightly flushed. She had neglected to check the weather and, in her haste to leave, had stumbled upon a pack of giant wolves, leading to her hasty retreat. Witnessing such an embarrassing scene made her feel that death would be preferable. Hancock, it seems you mentioned earlier that our next encounter would be a matter of life and death, correct? So, are you now prepared to face a six alone? Yuling wore a smile, her charming face revealing a cunning expression that diminished her cuteness, yet infused her demeanor with a distinct allure. Even Hancock, upon seeing this, found herself momentarily dazed, only to shake her head in response. No, what I meant was the encounter after next. You misheard me just now. It isn't this time. So it doesn't count. Hancock, her previous pride all but vanished, resembled an ordinary young girl, pouting as she sat on the deck, wrapped in a cloak, appearing rather pitiable. This is the first time Hancock has encountered such a demeanor, and not just him. Others are equally astonished to discover that the proud empress possesses such a side. It is, at once, quite amusing. Hancock, why don't you remain here for a few days? During your previous unconsciousness, we had already departed from the Sabaody archipelago and begun our journey to Amazon Lily. We should be less than 3 days away from Amazon Lily now, so do wait a moment. After all, you would not wish to meet your demise at sea over such a trivial matter, would you? Is it not a source of humiliation for the proud empress? Yuling wore a smile, while Hancock's expression stiffened, and she let out a cold snort, choosing silence. She had initially intended to wait for the storm to pass before departing, but Yuling's words illuminated the truth. Remaining here was far safer. Should her solitary venture upon the tumultuous sea be witnessed by others, where she nearly succumbed to the waves, it would mark a social demise for Hancock, stripping her of all dignity. Chapter 72. Hancock's thoughts 3 days later, on Amazon Lily. Yuling had safely escorted Hancock back. At that moment, every inhabitant of the island, particularly the ever-emotional Guruliosa, was moved to tears. Upon hearing the news of Hancock's disappearance, they had been frantic, the entire island in a state of uproar. After all, Hancock had secretly ventured to the Sabaody archipelago in search of Rayleigh. Typically, Hancock and Rayleigh would maintain a distance from one another. However, Hancock, in her quest to find Yuling, had disregarded their warnings and sought out Rayleigh, hoping to locate Yuling and deliver her due reprimand. The outcome was all too evident. Hancock was taught a lesson, and in the process, lost her title as the world's most beautiful woman. This incident struck Hancock deeply, leaving her disheartened even upon returning to Amazon Lily. Fortunately, she provided a brief explanation of the circumstances between them, thus averting an unnecessary conflict. Miss Yuling, I kindly ask you not to take offense. Hancock's demeanor is simply a reflection of her nature. Although she may appear haughty and seems to regard others with disdain, she possesses a fundamentally good heart, contrary to the negative rumors circulating about her. Guruliosa here articulated nearly all of Hancock's shortcomings, yet nothing was mentioned regarding her virtues. This left Yuling momentarily perplexed, pondering whether Guruliosa's actions were intentional or if Hancock truly lacked awareness. Meanwhile, Hancock, upon hearing Guruliosa's words, felt her temper rising, veins throbbing with indignation. Yet, with others present, she restrained her fury. Despite having grown familiar with each other over the past 3 days, Hancock understood the necessity of maintaining a certain level of authority in Amazon Lily. Old hag, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from speaking. There are other matters to attend to outside. You should hurry along, Hancock asserted. You truly are a source of constant worry. I merely made an observation. And you become so impatient. What will you do in the future if you continue like this? It is infuriating, Giroliosa exclaimed, her entire face trembling with rage as she pointed at Hancock. Nevertheless, regardless of her protests, Hancock merely nodded in acknowledgement before firmly ushering her away. This situation is relatively acceptable. If it were in the past, when Hancock's temper was more volatile, she would have directly resorted to violence, casting Giroliosa aside. What are your plans moving forward? Will you take a moment to rest here, or set off immediately? I am aware that your destination is the New World. Yet I must offer you a word of advice. I have ventured there once, and the environment is exponentially more harsh than that of the Grand Line. With your strength, Yuling, the journey should pose little challenge. Ace and Enel may manage to cope, albeit with difficulty. However, the combined strength of the three of them is woefully inadequate. Thus, there is no harm in delaying your departure for a little while. Although Hancock remains in a competitive stance with Yuling, she harbors no desire to see Yuling perish in the treacherous waters of the Grand Line. Thus, she found herself unable to seek revenge. More importantly, if Yuling were to perish, Hancock would be deeply saddened. After all, during these past few days, they had developed a shared rapport. Gradually, familiarity blossomed between them. Therefore, Hancock's suggestion was sincere, devoid of any pretense. Yuling discerned this, but still shook his head. I understand your perspective. However, we must venture into the New World. After all, this individual intends to challenge Whitebeard. His disposition is such that he won't shed tears until he confronts death itself, unless he experiences despair firsthand. He will not relent. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Hancock turned her gaze towards Ace and sighed. The entire world was aware of Ace's intention to challenge Whitebeard. This was his original declaration, documented by the Newsbird and disseminated across the globe. Yet, no one took his words seriously. Much like how no one regarded Luffy's aspiration to become the Pirate King as anything substantial. Nevertheless, Hancock understood. Despite the Soul Pirate's strength being inferior to that of the Whitebeard pirates as a whole, collectively, they stood a chance against a single Whitebeard. Even if it was a slim one, perhaps less than 10%. Nonetheless, Hancock wished them well in their endeavor. In that case, you may take a moment to rest here and replenish your supplies. Consider it my compensation to you. Furthermore, once you depart, we shall remain adversaries when next we meet. Though it may be an exaggeration to call us mortal enemies, I assure you, I shall seek my revenge. I will not relinquish the title of the world's most beautiful woman without a fight. With her chin held high, Hancock gestured towards Yuling, embodying the quintessential poise of the Empress, showcasing her allure in its entirety. Yuling smiled and replied, "Very well, I await your challenge." Thus, their group rested for a day at Amazon Lily. The following morning, they departed with the supplies provided by Hancock. Though meager, it was a gesture of goodwill on her part, acknowledging her initial fault and the lessons learned from Yuling over the past 3 days, which had also imparted some valuable insights. This revelation brought clarity to Hancock. I have resolved to initiate reforms within the Amazon Lily starting today. Although I am uncertain of the exact approach, reform must inevitably take place. We cannot remain stagnant, mired in inaction. Hancock is the type of person who acts impulsively, driven by fervor. As soon as her words escaped her lips, Joel D. Roger felt a pang of headache. The reforms she spoke of were reminiscent of the societal transformations from the past life of Yuling. While a direct replication is implausible, the core principles remain unchanged. Moreover, Jold. Roger had discussed this matter with Yuling just yesterday. She harbored skepticism. However, since Hancock is determined to pursue these reforms, she sees no reason to impede her. After all, when Hancock falters, she will be here to pick up the pieces. The Amazon Lily stands to lose little. Should the endeavor succeed, it would herald a qualitative leap for them. Simultaneously, Yuling piloted the ship Aria, soaring into the heavens with her companions. They intended to continue their journey to the New World, although the distance was considerable, requiring at least a week's time to arrive. Before embarking on that path, Yuling planned to make a stop at Alabasta. It was conveniently along the way, allowing her to directly transcribe the historical accounts from that region. As for whether the king of Alabasta and Crocodile would grant their consent, that was of no concern to Yuling. If they refused, she would simply enter uninvited. Provided they maintained a sense of discretion, there was no need to worry about harming the soldiers or the king of Alabasta. After all, their objective was not to take lives, but merely to document history. Chapter 73, Alabasta. 5 days after departing from Amazon Lily, a pirate ship sailed solitary across the ocean. The vessel in question is none other than the esteemed ship of the Soul Pirates, known as the Ellie. At this moment, Yuling navigates this pirate ship. Having arrived at the harbor of Alabasta, their pirate flag stands out strikingly. More significantly, following the confrontation with Hancock, Yuling's bounty has soared to an impressive 600 million. Although this increase pales in comparison to previous surges, it nonetheless serves as a tacit acknowledgement of his status as the world's most beautiful woman. However, Yuling remains largely indifferent, for this title holds no tangible value for him. Nevertheless, due to Yuling's notoriety, the Soul Pirates have also garnered fame. Most importantly, at this juncture, the entirety of the sea's denizens perceives Yuling as the true captain of the Soul Pirates. This left Ace somewhat despondent. Yuling initially intended to propose a compromise, suggesting that Ace take on the role of captain while he himself would assume the position of vice captain. However, Ace resolutely declined this offer. His stance was clear. He had already made up his mind to designate Yuling as the captain, with himself as the vice captain. Although his aspirations of challenging Whitebeard and becoming the Pirate King remained unchanged, he had willingly accepted the role of vice captain of the Soul Pirates. The question of who would captain the ship between Yuling and Ace was ultimately resolved due to public pressure. Nevertheless, Ace added that once he had sufficiently honed his abilities, he would definitely strive to reclaim the captaincy. For only by becoming the captain could one aspire to be the Pirate King. Yuling did not object to this notion, as it could serve as a motivating force for Ace. Otherwise, this fellow would merely laze about and neglect his training, inevitably risking being surpassed by Enel. Initially, when Enel first set sail, his mastery of the armament hockey was merely rudimentary, with his technique not yet stable. However, he has now achieved a reliable command of the armament hockey, though he is still at the beginning stages. The progress compared to his former self is nothing short of transformative. Furthermore, Enel has expressed his ambition to defeat Yuling and Ace, with the aim of returning to Skypiea and reclaiming his divinity. Thus, the relationship between the two has now evolved into one of rivalry. Thus, Yuling could finally feel at ease. At this moment, Yuling and her companions had arrived at the port of Alabasta. However, due to their association with a pirate ship, they were instantly recognized and met with fear. The locals dared not accept them and fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, every single worker at the Alabasta port had vanished. This left Yuling somewhat speechless. They had done nothing but seek to dock their vessel, yet found themselves embroiled in such a predicament. It was undeniably awkward. What should they do next? I have never been to Alabasta. Does anyone here know the way? After finding a discreet corner to secure the ship, Yuling inquired among the group. Everyone shook their heads, save for Robin, who remained silent. Robin, I recall that you previously joined Baroque Works. Do you remember the location of that tomb? I am not certain about such matters, as I had not even visited the palace at that time. However, I can guide you to Crocodile. He likely knows the whereabouts of the tomb. Upon hearing Robin's suggestion, Yuling nodded in agreement, deciding to proceed accordingly. Subsequently, Yuling employed a method of drawing lots to leave 2 individuals to guard the ship. Ace and Nami remained behind. The 2 individuals were profoundly disheartened as they found themselves unable to disembark and indulge in leisure activities at the first opportunity. Do not wear such long faces. Once we retrieve the historical documents, you shall be permitted to explore. However, we cannot linger here for too long. Understand? Off you go swiftly, Ace remarked with impatience. It was evident that the lottery had soured his mood considerably, and Nami was similarly affected, remaining silent as she lay atop the table like a despondent fish. Robin, accompany me. We shall seek out Crocodile, while Enel, you, and Brooke shall remain together. If you encounter any aggression, ascertain the situation before responding. Should the attackers be mere civilians, refrain from retaliation. If their identities are ambiguous, incapacitate them without delivering lethal force. Furthermore, we are in need of additional meat supplies, so you too should procure some. However, do not wander too far. Alabasta is expansive, and straying too far may lead to disorientation. After a brief delay, Yuling finally disembarked. Just as they stepped away from the port, a gust of wind and sand surged forth. A coarse voice gradually resonated from the tempestuous air. A mere band of pirates dares to tread in Alabasta? Do you wish to court death? Crocodile's voice was unmistakably clear amid the sandstorm. Inel's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had discerned that the figure before him was also a user of a devil fruit power, igniting his desire for combat. Yuling cast a sideways glance before speaking. Crocodile. Your flair for theatrics grows increasingly refined, though I wonder if your vision has become somewhat impaired. I am hardly an unprincipled pirate. His words brought a momentary stillness to the swirling sands. Moments later, the storm dissipated, revealing a man swiftly approaching from the distance, his expression grim. Particularly upon seeing Yuling and Robin, his countenance soured further. He had never anticipated encountering Yuling in his lifetime, yet here was the unexpected reunion. This individual was not. Merely a week ago, in the Shambadi archipelago, had he not intended to journey to the New World? What brings him here? Crocodile's mind was awash with questions. He could not comprehend why the wandering spirit would deliberately take a detour to arrive in Alabasta. Unbeknownst to Crocodile, the wandering spirit was not taking a detour, but rather traveling along a direct path. Having bewildered Hancock, he felt a sense of obligation to her. Thus, he returned her to Amazon Lily before ultimately arriving in this place. This is something Crocodile remains unaware of. He simply senses that Yuling seems to be somewhat targeting him. After all, it was he who initially sought trouble with her. Now that Yuling has returned to settle the score, it is hardly surprising. Crocodile, I know what you wish to convey. My intention here is not to engage in a brawl with you. I merely wish to inquire about the location of the royal tomb. I am aware of your desire for historical texts, seeking the ancient weapon, Pluton. My purpose for being here is solely to make a rubbing of those historical texts. If you are interested, I would not mind having Robin provide you with a translation. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Crocodile, whose countenance was initially grim, suddenly relaxed his furrowed brow. Yet soon he knitted his brow once more. How can you be so certain that the historical texts must be within the tomb? Crocodile inquired. Perplexed, he had been lurking here for many years without uncovering any historical texts. So Yuling's assertion that they resided within the royal tomb was not something he would easily believe. Chapter 74. The royal tomb, I know you won't believe me. I cannot elaborate on the specifics, as this information comes from my own channels. Furthermore, I am indifferent to your willingness to accept it, for from this moment forth, your life temporarily belongs to me. Only after you lead us to the royal tomb will you regain your freedom. Yuling's words were undeniably domineering. Even Crocodile found it hard to tolerate. He scoffed, adopting an unyielding demeanor as he regarded Yuling. Do not presume I will submit. While I acknowledge I cannot defeat you, Ace is not here. With just you, I assure you, you will not be able to capture me. Crocodile exuded confidence. Even if his strength paled in comparison to Yuling's, the abilities of his Logia-type devil fruit provided him with a significant advantage in evasion. Unless one were to possess overwhelming strength, it would be quite challenging to apprehend a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. The same could be said for Yuling. Even if he could overpower Crocodile, if the latter were determined to flee, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to capture him alone. If Enel had been resolute in his desire to escape, with the speed afforded by his rumble fruit, Yuling would indeed find it impossible to pursue him. However, Enel could not bear to abandon his identity as the god of Sky Island, hence he did not flee. Subsequently, he became Yuling's subordinate. However, Yuling narrowed his eyes, revealing a captivating smile as he turned to Enel. Enel, allow him to witness your prowess. Is that agreeable? Enel, somewhat incredulous, did not anticipate that Yuling would request him to take action. Yuling nodded, indicating that he could proceed as he wished. Ha 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 ha, although we harbor no grievances. I shall not disregard the captain's command. No matter who you are, prepare to face the storm. 1,000,000 volts. Thunderous arrival, accompanied by a fierce roar. The sky suddenly erupted with multiple bolts of lightning, striking down upon Crocodile. This strike represents an advanced manifestation of divine retribution. His divine punishment, possessing only moderate potency, fails to vanquish even those of considerable strength. Thus, he typically employs this ability to eliminate lesser foes. It is only with the might of thunder that he initiates combat. At this moment, Crocodile has transformed into sand, his expression marred by discontent. He did not anticipate the sudden onslaught of such numerous bolts of lightning directed at him from the heavens, a truly bizarre occurrence. Yet, at that instant, Enel morphed into pure lightning, propelling himself towards Crocodile. Such a scene instantly enlightened him. It was not the thunder from the heavens, but rather the prowess of this individual. A user of the natural system, specifically the rumble fruit. Damn it, how many users of the natural system does this crew possess? Crocodile's countenance changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that, aside from Portgas D. Ace, another user of the rumble fruit would emerge, catching him completely off guard. 1,000,000 volts. Thunderclouds. Another furious roar echoed. A dark cloud enveloped the sky, and thunderbolts erupted relentlessly from above. Crocodile's expression grew grim. The might of the rumble fruit far exceeded his expectations, leaving him unable to retaliate. More importantly, in a confrontation between two users of the natural system, it was nearly impossible to determine a victor. Nevertheless, the destructive force, searing heat, and paralyzing capabilities of the rumble fruit would undoubtedly transmit through the sand, affecting Crocodile directly. This phase is referred to as restraint of power. Even Ace's flame fruit cannot evoke such a sensation within him. This is solely due to the plethora of additional abilities granted by the rumble fruit. Crocodile now finds himself entirely paralyzed. Although he possesses the capability to strike Enel, a mere transformation into an elemental form allows Enel to evade effortlessly. His speed surpasses Crocodile's by an unfathomable margin. This reminded him of a certain admiral from the Navy. He was a user of the glitter fruit, possessing extraordinary speed. Enel, too, was exceptional in this regard. The swiftness of his lightning was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. More importantly, Enel had discerned that Crocodile was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Consequently, he immediately enveloped his fist with a layer of armament hockey. Upon witnessing this scene, Crocodile's expression changed dramatically. He halted abruptly, raising both hands high and exclaiming, "I will lead you to the tomb." As his words echoed, Enel unleashed a thunderous punch, infused with armament hockey, aimed directly at Crocodile's face. In an instant, Crocodile attempted to transform to evade the attack. However, he beheld a figure, one of such exquisite beauty that it inspired awe and tranquility. "Enel, stop." The moment the words were uttered, Enel felt a surge of excitement. He had already spotted Yuling standing in his path, yet he did not relent. Instead, he intensified his assault, charging forward with an unstoppable, thunderous punch. Yuling, witnessing this, could not help but exhale deeply before retaliating with a punch of her own. With that single strike, he did not even need to cloak himself in hockey. As Enel manifested himself actively, there was no necessity for him to envelop himself in the power of armament. Consequently, as anticipated, the garments of Yuling sustained some damage. However, her delicate, alabaster arms bore no scars. In stark contrast, Enel was hurled several hundred meters away, ultimately plunging into the sea. Observing this from the ship, Nami immediately leaped into the water to rescue him, managing to bring the unconscious Enel back aboard. Witnessing this scene, Crocodile was left utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that Yuling's power had become so formidable, even more so than during their previous encounter. Meanwhile, Yuling appeared unfazed, merely brushing off the dust from her attire, fully expecting Enel's reaction in that moment. This fellow, whenever an opportunity arises, seeks to strike out and demonstrate his prowess. Previously, Yuling had been quite indulgent towards him, but this time, he chose to teach him a lesson. Yuling must make it abundantly clear to Enelu who the true master of this vessel is. "May we proceed now?" Yuling cast a nonchalant glance at Crocodile and, quite naturally, grasped Robin's hand. The two held hands, their appearance rather innocent, yet Crocodile dared not indulge in such a sight. Though he is a formidable figure, witnessing Yuling's strength, which had evidently grown, left him with but one thought, to swiftly rid himself of this monster. "Certainly, you may follow me," Crocodile responded without hesitation, leading the way. Due to his status, the guards within the palace dared not impede him. It was only upon reaching the royal tomb that he was finally halted, to avoid any conflict. "I shall refrain from entering," Crocodile thought, still keen on preserving his title as a warlord of the sea. Thus, he had no intention of instigating any discord with Alabasta. Yuling, however, harbored no such concerns. He activated his observation hockey and began to search for the historical text. Moments later, a smile graced Yuling's face, leaving the guards utterly astonished. He took Robin's hand and, without obstruction, approached a specific location. "This is it." Chapter 75, Cobras Worry What? Someone has invaded the royal tomb? And it's the warlord Crocodile who brought them? Cobra seethed with anger. He had suspected Crocodile's ill intentions, but he never anticipated that this individual would lead others to the royal tomb. More importantly, Cobra could not fathom what he saw within the tomb. He lacked understanding, as he was unaware of the historical text concealed within. He only vaguely recalled mentioning a significant secret that needed guarding within the royal tomb. However, the details of this secret had not been disclosed by the previous king, leaving him in the dark about its true nature, having never entered the tomb himself. The royal family had strict regulations that prohibited entering the depths of the tomb unless under extraordinary circumstances. Thus, Cobra had never set foot inside. Yet now, he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. Crocodile had already led individuals inside, and if he remained here, it would be a disgrace to all of Alabasta. Thus, he promptly mobilized his forces with utmost haste, preparing to besiege Crocodile. However, due to the necessity of quelling the insurgents, the troops that Cobra could muster were rather limited. At most, they numbered merely in the tens of thousands. Such a meager quantity could be effortlessly dealt with by Crocodile. A mere sandstorm would suffice without any exertion on his part. Yet, for the sake of preserving his dignity, Cobra felt compelled to exhibit his resolve. Otherwise, his subjects and soldiers would look upon him with disdain. Moments later, Cobra, accompanied by his army, arrived at the summit of the tomb, only to behold a vast passage leading deep underground. Witnessing this scene, Cobra was momentarily rendered speechless, utterly astonished to discover such a substantial void beneath the tomb. This stands in stark contrast to what he had previously known. Is this the secret hidden within the depths of the tomb? Cobra mused to himself. Yet he was unable to arrive at a conclusion, compelled instead to linger outside. He dared not descend, ordering his men to encircle the area. At this moment, the tomb itself remained unscathed, while an entrance to the subterranean depths had materialized outside. This is the realm of Yuling, a cave deliberately excavated to prevent the desecration of the tomb. After all, he harbors no desire to violate the sanctity of this resting place, nor to provoke the wrath of the deceased Alabasta. Given the existence of a more prudent course of action, he is naturally inclined to avoid offending either party. At this moment, Cobra has also ventured into the royal mausoleum for an inspection, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Despite the presence of a newly formed cave outside, the mausoleum remains unscathed, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune for him. The next matter of concern is who will emerge from within. However, at that very instant, a soldier reports the sighting of the sole pirate cruise ship. Upon hearing the messenger's words, Cobra pauses momentarily to ponder, his expression shifting dramatically. Recently, he had perused several reports regarding occurrences at sea, among which one stood out prominently. This year, only 4 supernovas have set sail, 2 of whom have already entered the Grand Line, while the other 2 have vanished in the Sabeti archipelago. Notably, these 2 individuals belong to the sole pirate crew. Furthermore, the bounty on either of them surpasses the combined sum of the bounties of the 2 supernovas who have entered the Grand Line, underscoring the formidable strength of the sole pirate crew. Moreover, Cobra recalls that the captain of the sole pirate crew, Yuling, possesses beauty that rivals that of the Empress. A fierce confrontation ensues between them over the title of the world's most beautiful woman, resulting in the utter defeat of Boa Hancock, the warlord of the sea. Henceforth, the title of the world's most beautiful woman is transferred to Yuling, the alluring captain of the sole pirate crew. Yet, the title of Empress remains intact for Hancock, as she is the queen of Amazon Lily, and her claim to that title is entirely justified. In contrast, Yuling, being merely a pirate, finds the title of the world's most beautiful woman sufficient, as the designation of Empress would be ill-fitting given his lack of territory. Additionally, Cobra recalls that the infamous child of the devil, Nico Robin, is also a member of the sole pirate crew, which heightens his anxiety. Cobra is aware that Alabasta conceals the historical text, yet he remains oblivious to its precise location. However, witnessing the current scenario, he surmises that beneath this mausoleum, there is a high probability that the historical text lies hidden. Otherwise, one might ponder why the other party would make such a grand effort to come here and disturb the grave, without a legitimate reason. Scarcely anyone would venture to such a place. Just as Cobra was contemplating this, a gust of sand and wind surged from the pit. Moments later, Crocodile transformed into his human form and descended to the ground. He cast a glance at the fully armed soldiers surrounding him and let out a cold snort, preparing to take action. However, at that moment, Yuling emerged from within, cradling Robin in his arms, with one hand embracing Robin and the other firmly resting on Crocodile's shoulder. He spoke with a smile. There is no need for such rudeness. They are merely concerned about the tomb. Thus, Crocodile, would you kindly fill in this pit? Crocodile's lips twitched. He had no desire to engage with Yuling, yet his body involuntarily complied. After all, he was no match for Yuling. It was wiser to show restraint when necessary to avoid further trouble. In mere moments, the vast hole in the ground was filled with raging sands, leaving the surrounding soldiers and Cobra himself covered in dust, while Yuling and Robin remained entirely unscathed. This is Crocodile's retribution. Since direct action is not an option, Allowing these individuals to suffer a little is certainly acceptable. After all, there is no genuine harm involved, and the sea spirits will not intervene. Now, Crocodile, you have observed the situation here. It is evident that what you seek is not present. If you genuinely wish to locate the Pluton, perhaps you should relinquish your title as a warlord and venture out to sea with me. In that case, perhaps I could assist you in locating Pluto. Moreover, I could aid you in avenging Whitebeard. After all, Ace from my family harbors ambitions to challenge Whitebeard. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Crocodile let out a disdainful laugh and remarked that Brat thinks he can challenge Whitebeard. Such delusions are laughable. However, with your presence, the situation may differ. Your strength, while not on par with the admirals or the four emperors, would still pose a significant challenge for them. As for joining your pirate crew, I shall pass. I have no desire to live under someone else's roof. Robin, taken aback by Crocodile's statement, instinctively retorted, isn't becoming a warlord also akin to living under someone else's roof? Chapter 76. The Dragon's Head Ship. Crocodile, incensed by Robin's words, found himself at a loss. After all, at that moment, Yuling was indeed holding on to Robin. Even if that were not the case, Crocodile would still hesitate to act recklessly, for he feared Yuling's iron fists. Enough of this, let us not belittle him further. However, Crocodile, do remember your earlier promise, do not betray it. Should I hear any news, I will return at once to eradicate you. And as long as you uphold your end of the agreement, my sole pirate crew will always welcome your inclusion. As Yuling spoke, he extended his right hand. However, Crocodile merely transformed into sand and swiftly distanced himself. At that moment, while Robin was still engaged in inscribing the historical text, Yuling casually conversed with Crocodile, discussing his intention to instigate a change in the nation. Yuling had no inclination to thwart him. After all, the rise and fall of a nation was beyond his control. A change of dynasties could, in fact, be a beneficial occurrence. Nevertheless, Yuling imposed a condition. He did not wish to hear that Crocodile had seized power through ruthless means, slaughtering the armies and civilians of Alabasta. Furthermore, he would not tolerate any underhanded schemes aimed at discrediting the current royal family of Alabasta. Provided these two stipulations were met, Crocodile was free to act as he pleased. Upon hearing this agreement, Crocodile's expression darkened significantly, yet he acquiesced. At that moment, Robin had just completed her transcription and provided the translation. Upon realizing that there was no information regarding the legendary Pluton in this place, Crocodile promptly abandoned his ambition to become a sovereign. Thus, he consented to Yuling's terms. However, he still intended to remain in Alabasta. For developing his influence, there would yield nothing but benefits for him. More importantly, as time passed, even if he did not seek to overthrow Cobra, the common folk would likely demand that he ascend to the throne. The reason being, Crocodile provided them with a sense of security, while Cobra, albeit a good king, could not offer the same reassurance. After all, Alabasta had long been plagued by pirate invasions, and it was Crocodile's presence that deterred them. Yet, it remained a fact that Crocodile's use of dance powder had rendered Alabasta arid. Nevertheless, he had no intention of continuing this practice, as his plans had already unraveled. After Crocodile departed, Yuling and Robin turned their attention to the awkward King Cobra, who had stood silently, unable to interject a single word. After all, neither Yuling nor Crocodile were individuals he could easily provoke. Even Robin, who appeared to be a soft target, was not someone he could manipulate at will. I am the king of Cobra, after all. Upon being summoned, Cobra instantly felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of Yuling's formidable presence and thus refrained from any rash actions. Under the scrutiny of Yuling's gaze, his tension escalated further. From the outset, he had been observing Yuling, whose captivating beauty was utterly mesmerizing, evoking an irresistible desire to possess. Cobra himself managed to maintain his composure, but the soldiers surrounding him were already displaying signs of restlessness. After all, Yuling's beauty could indeed be deemed a calamity for nations. However, he had grown accustomed to such reactions, so he exhibited no response to the unfolding scene. Cobra, it is our oversight for not informing you of this matter in advance. Yet, you must understand that approaching you directly could potentially provoke unnecessary conflict. Thus, this approach seems most prudent. How you choose to proceed from here is entirely your prerogative. I shall not interfere. However, I implore you to heed this caution. The existence of such historical documents must remain confidential. Should they fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, Alabasta may face the peril of annihilation. With that, Yuling, accompanied by Robin, ascended gracefully like a celestial being, their steps ethereal and devoid of the clumsiness typical of naval personnel. They moved with unparalleled elegance, as if floating amidst the heavens. This is the sole impression left by Yuling on Cobra. Once Yuling's figure had completely vanished, he regained his composure and cleared his throat twice. As a king, how unbecoming it was to be captivated by a woman. For a moment, Cobra's aged visage flushed with a hint of color. However, upon noticing that those around him were equally affected, his confidence surged considerably. All subjects, heed my command. Assemble and return to the palace. As you wish, your majesty. Meanwhile, Yuling and her companions had returned to the port. Yuling and Robin were tasked with watching over the ship, while also tending to the still unconscious Enalu. Ace and Nami had dashed off to indulge in some leisure. Yuling had set the stipulation that they must return before sunset, thus granting them ample time for enjoyment. Brook, however, had yet to return. He was responsible for gathering meat, a rather troublesome endeavor that required additional time. What Yuling was unaware of was Brook's current state of profound frustration. As a skeleton, no merchant dared to engage in trade with him. Many even suspected him to be a vengeful spirit of slaughtered livestock, come to exact retribution. Brook had been expelled more than once, and such misunderstandings prevented him from retaliating. Ultimately, had he not encountered a particularly bold butcher, he might have utterly failed to fulfill the task assigned to him by Yuling. This left Brook feeling quite despondent. However, Yuling remained oblivious to these sentiments, having entirely dismissed Brook as a mere skeleton, never contemplating the potential issues that might arise from sending him alone to procure supplies. Subsequently, Yuling turned his attention to Robin, continuing to delve into the historical text of the fairies while casually indulging in gossip. Just then, Yuling's gaze fell upon a colossal dragon-headed vessel that materialized before him. This vessel is more than twice the size of the Eli. It appears as magnificent as the ships of the celestial dragons. However, the exclusive vessels of the celestial dragons predominantly feature a white hue and are characterized by their ostentatious and luxurious designs. In contrast, this dragon-headed ship, while comparable in size to those of the celestial dragons, diverges in nearly all other aspects. This vessel, not only adorned in muted tones, presents an exterior that is remarkably unadorned, devoid of any distinguishing features. Yet, it is precisely this unassuming craft that invigorates Yuling with utmost alertness, for he is acutely aware. The vessel in question belongs to none other than Luffy's father, the infamous criminal of legend. Simultaneously, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the son of the esteemed marine hero, Garp, known as Monkey D. Dragon. What brings him here? Yuling gazed in confusion at the figure before her. Upon hearing this, Robin turned her head in response, utterly astounded. Whose ship is this, so impressively grand? This ship is owned by Monkey D. Dragon. You must be familiar with that name. Chapter 77. Following. Monkey D. Dragon? What could possibly bring him here? Robin found Yuling's words somewhat incredulous. In truth, Yuling was equally uncertain. The two of them now observed the colossal dragon-headed ship as it slowly docked at the harbor. Moments later, several individuals descended from the vessel, and then it hastily departed. Yuling did not catch a glimpse of Dragon himself, and although those few individuals noticed Yuling's pirate crew, they paid them no heed. These individuals, unfamiliar to Yuling, appeared to be officials of the Revolutionary Army, yet their precise intentions remained unclear to her. However, it was likely that their mission was to seek out Kobula, a matter of no concern to Yuling. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted through, and a figure emerged within her line of sight. The individual in question is none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. However, his objective does not lie with the wandering spirit. Although he cast a fleeting glance at the spirit, he hastily departed, leaving his destination unknown. The spirit observed his retreat, and with the keen perception granted by observation haki, he could distinctly track Dragon's position, which piqued his curiosity. With a bit of time remaining before their return, he instructed Robin to keep watch over the ship, stating that he would be back shortly. With that, the spirit gracefully took to the air, employing the moonwalk technique. He closely followed Dragon, the two moving in succession until they reached the periphery of the palace. Here, their presence went unnoticed. Suddenly, Dragon halted, standing silently atop a high tower. The spirit chose a nearby building for his vantage point, though separated by a considerable distance. It felt as if they could perceive each other's presence, gazing in the direction of one another. For approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Dragon remained motionless. The spirit, too, made no move to approach, simply waiting. After about 10 more minutes, Dragon finally stirred. This time, his destination was not the interior of the palace, but rather the tomb situated behind it. Upon witnessing the path chosen by the other, Yuling's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He is well acquainted with this path, having just emerged from there. Subsequently, he followed closely behind. This time, Yuling quickened her pace, gradually diminishing the distance between herself and Dolag. Dolag, in turn, slowed his steps, as if waiting for Yuling. Upon reaching the location of the tomb, the gap between Yuling and Dolag had narrowed to less than 10 meters. The world-renowned beauty, Yuling, captain of the Soul Pirate crew, why do you follow me? Dolag was enveloped in layers of clothing, revealing only his chin and the horrifying scar etched across his face. This rendered him with an air of mystery and menace. Should an ordinary person encounter the formidable Dorag, they would undoubtedly be intimidated by his presence. After all, Dorag is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. When he adopts a serious demeanor, even without the Conqueror's haki, his aura is far too powerful for most to withstand. However, such an aura held no sway over Yuling. He approached with deliberate steps, halting only when Dorag visibly assumed a defensive stance. At that moment, the distance between them was merely 6 meters. The grandson of the naval hero, Dorag, also stands as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. To be candid, I have held a considerable interest in you. Admittedly, this interest was from a time when I contemplated joining the Revolutionary Army to accomplish something grand. However, having encountered a rather foolish group of companions, I now feel a sense of responsibility to them. I cannot abandon them midway. Thus, my visit is solely to fulfill a bygone dream. Yuling spoke with a disarming frankness, leaving Dorag uncertain about the veracity of his words. It was difficult to discern whether Yuling was jesting or speaking the truth, given his remarkably relaxed demeanor, which hardly suggested any intent to engage in conflict. Observing this, Dorag lowered his guard somewhat, yet remained vigilant. Yuling, since you have found me, you may depart now. I have matters to attend to, and if you would be so kind, please keep our meeting confidential. Let us consider this encounter as if it never occurred. What do you say? Dorag squinted slightly. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through the surroundings. Yuling understood that this was Dorag's way of asserting dominance. He did not wish for his presence to be known to others, particularly the Navy and the government. Although his ship had appeared in this vicinity, should he choose to, the Navy fleet would never be able to keep pace with his Dragonhead vessel. It was precisely for this reason that Dorag navigated freely, unperturbed. Dorag, you carry on with your affairs. I shall observe from the sidelines. That poses no issue, does it? After all, I am quite eager to learn how you and the Revolutionary Army conduct your operations. I wish to gain some insights, Yuling said, tilting his head with a smile that exuded a harmlessness, even a touch of charm. Upon witnessing this, Dorag felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Yuling's demeanor possessed a striking potency that could disarm anyone, unless, of course, they were as oblivious as Ace or Luffy, or even Garp. This simpleton utterly disregarded the allure of Yuling. Yet, for reasons unknown, both Dorag's grandfather and grandson are simpletons, while he himself possesses remarkable intelligence. Perhaps this exemplifies the notion that extremes inevitably lead to their opposites. The intellectual prowess of both generations has been bestowed upon him alone, culminating in the present-day Dorag. Consequently, Garp demonstrates average intelligence, embodying a fool, while Luffy even more so, resembling a complete blockhead. It is precisely because Dorag is a rational individual that he exhibits a normal reaction upon encountering Yuling. However, Dorag did not acquiesce. Instead, he remained vigilant, warning Yuling that if he did not depart, he would face the consequences. This declaration indicated that Dorag was prepared to take action. Yuling, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Driven by mere curiosity, he had followed along, completely unprepared for the ire he had provoked in Dorag. Deeply apologetic, Yuling stepped aside and spoke. I sincerely mean no harm. I simply did not anticipate that you would be so easily angered. If you have matters to attend to, please carry on. I shall refrain from disturbing you further. After all, I acknowledge my fault in this situation. Very well, I shall take my leave, and rest assured, I have no intention of spreading your story. I am not that idle. With a wave, Yuling prepared to depart. Just then, however, Dorag unexpectedly called out to him, "Wait a moment. If you do not mind, you may actually come in and listen." Dorag's words left Yuling astonished and somewhat taken aback. He could not fathom how the previously irate Dorag had suddenly transformed. The transformation occurred with a swiftness surpassing the turning of pages in a book. However, given the invitation extended by the other party, Yuling had no reason to decline. Chapter 78. A conversation outside the palace. Yuling and Long walked side by side. Due to the necessity of concealment, Dorag had specifically outfitted Yuling in a stylish trench coat. Yet, Yuling's innate charm, complemented by her strikingly long legs, was sufficient to captivate passers-by. Even with her face and upper body obscured, her allure remained undeniable, garnering an unwavering 50% rate of glances. Dorag found himself somewhat speechless. He regretted inviting Yuling, for her presence was far too conspicuous. Consequently, he too became the center of attention, unbeknownst to Dorag, with Yuling by his side. Unless he was accompanied by Hancock or another stunning beauty, no one would pay heed to a mere man. Dorag's concerns were indeed unfounded. At that moment, however, he was oblivious to this truth. He merely felt a twinge of regret and puzzlement. Why had he suddenly felt anger? Such a sentiment was uncharacteristic of him. Could it be that a fleeting sense of disappointment, stemming from being toyed with by Yuling, had morphed into anger? Even a hint of ire felt rather peculiar to Dorag. As they entered the palace and awaited their turn, curiosity finally got the better of Dorag, prompting him to inquire about Yuling's abilities. Yuling, is your power not that of the slip-slip fruit? Can such a fruit truly alter one's emotions? Alter emotions? Yuling blinked, her face entirely concealed, yet her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with curiosity. They were undeniably enchanting. Not at all. My ability does not affect emotions. What kind of question is that? Yuling tilted her head, looking at Dorag with a puzzled expression. This series of combos swiftly depleted more than half of Dorag's health. The appearance of Yuling was quite to his liking. It's nothing, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Dorag sighed deeply, his inner excitement calming significantly. Yuling's response illuminated for him that this was likely his own issue, not anyone else's fault. Upon hearing Dorag's words, Yuling became somewhat intrigued. Could the slippery fruit alter emotions? He had never attempted it before, so he planned to explore this avenue further to see if it could indeed be achieved. If he could truly slide away the emotions of others or redirect them to his desired feelings, it would signify a transformative leap for Yuling. After all, contending with a composed adversary is far more challenging than facing one filled with anger or sorrow. Emotions cloud judgment, resulting in more vulnerabilities being exposed. Furthermore, excessive emotional fluctuations could render one unable to utilize observation hockey. Since Dorag had brought it up, Yuling resolved to experiment with this concept later. Just then, Cobra emerged from the palace. He glanced at Dorag and approached him amicably, but after just a couple of steps, his demeanor stiffened, and his expression grew noticeably tense. Why you? How did you end up here? If I said I was merely curious and came to take a look, would you believe me? Yuling scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he had previously stated that he would be leaving shortly, yet here he was, meeting Cobra for the second time in less than half an hour. It was no surprise that the other was agitated. You two have met before? Of course. This fellow desecrated my ancestral tomb, Cobra exclaimed, a mix of anger and resentment evident, yet he found himself helpless. Though Yuling had indeed disturbed the grave, he had not harmed the royal mausoleum and had even provided him with a translation of the historical texts. Most importantly, he had filled in the excavation holes, making the service almost flawless. Aside from the initial grave desecration, everything Yuling had done afterward was nearly impeccable. Dorag, upon hearing Cobra's words, looked at Yuling with surprise, his expression turning peculiar. I never imagined that you, the world's most beautiful woman, would possess such a peculiar interest. Do you mean to say that being a pirate is merely a pretext for grave robbing? Don't say such things. That grave of his, I scoff. Yuling nearly lost his train of thought, hastily correcting himself mid-sentence. Deep within the royal mausoleum lies the historical text I seek. If you desire it, I can have Robin provide you with a copy. She has nearly finished the translation, aside from a few incoherent phrases. Everything else is quite complete. Here, astonishingly, exists a historical text, and Nico Robin is present as well. Dragon was taken aback. Yuling cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, how novel. Robin is my crew member. If she isn't here with me, where else could she be? Indeed, I had completely forgotten about that. Dragon scratched his head. With the myriad affairs of the Revolutionary Army demanding his attention, he often overlooked certain matters. Nevertheless, he was aware that Robin was among the soul pirates. However, due to pressing matters today, he momentarily failed to recall Robin's connection with Yuling very well. You two converse. I shall merely listen on the side and keep watch. If anyone approaches, I will alert you. With that, Yuling casually found a seat. Dragon rolled his eyes, wishing to assert that his observation hockey was not inferior to Yuling's. After all, during their previous encounters of pursuit, both had roughly gauged the extent of each other's hockey. The difference between their ranges was negligible. The only disparity lay in their proficiency and development. Soon, Dragon and Cobra sat facing one another. Tea and snacks had long been prepared, albeit not for Yuling. Thus, Cobra graciously offered his share to Yuling. The two then commenced their serious discussion. Initially, Cobra observed Yuling's demeanor with some anxiety, hesitant to speak too candidly. However, Dragon signaled him to relax. And only then did they engage in earnest dialogue. Yuling listened attentively, gleaning that the Revolutionary Army intended to collaborate with Alabasta. Yet, the number of rebels here was overwhelming, necessitating Dragon's strength to quell the insurrection. Dragon, however, would not take such actions. He would not stand against the populace, even if they were rebels. His sole aim was to unearth the true instigators of the rebellion and shatter their schemes. Cobra hesitated to agree, as he was aware of the identity of the true culprit. To act against them could invite retribution, endangering both his and Vivi's lives. Thus, Cobra found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. Dragon remained silent, continuing the discourse. The subsequent topic pertained to the core matters of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon's ultimate purpose in coming here was to seek collaboration and investment. Yet, this endeavor culminated in failure, as Cobra was unwilling to plunge the nation back into chaos. He favored stability over risk. After all, his initial plea for Dragon's assistance was solely to address the rebels, with no desire to confront Crocodile. Such actions left both Yuling and Dorag somewhat speechless. However, since Cobra had made his decision, Dorag had no choice but to conclude their exchange, declining Cobra's invitation to dinner. Together, Yuling and Dorag stepped out of the palace. At that moment, darkness had enveloped the sky. The entire Alabasta lay shrouded in a veil of night, an eerie silence prevailing. Chapter 79. Entering a new world outside the palace. Yuling and Dorag were engaged in a discussion concerning the Revolutionary Army. Initially, Dorag was reluctant to delve into such topics, but since Yuling had brought them up, he was open to conversing about non-confidential matters. However, as their dialogue deepened, Yuling's insights and perspectives astonished Dorag. There were numerous concepts he found worthy of learning and incorporating into his own understanding. With merely a few experiments, he could ascertain whether Yuling's propositions were practical for implementation. What truly surprised Dorag was Yuling's ability to articulate such thoughts, leaving him genuinely taken aback. Unbeknownst to Dorag, this was all part of Yuling's deliberate strategy. He expressed these ideas not only because Dorag was the only one capable of realizing such aspirations in this world, but also because he wished for Dorag to indelibly remember him. This can also be considered a safety net that Yuling has woven for himself. After all, having articulated so much, Dorag now has no grounds to reject him in the future. You previously expressed a desire to join the Revolutionary Army, and I was somewhat skeptical. However, after hearing your words, everything became clear to me. It is truly a pity that you have already embraced the life of a pirate. Otherwise, I would have earnestly sought to enlist you to devise strategies for the Revolutionary Army. Dorag sighed slightly. He refrained from extending an invitation to Yuling, fully aware that such a proposition would be futile. Their initial encounter had already laid everything bare. Yuling merely smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. He indeed had no intention of joining the Revolutionary Army, yet he was taken aback by Dorag's forthrightness, who did not even bother with the niceties. This left Yuling somewhat speechless. However, given the nature of this individual, he felt it inappropriate to comment. Soon after, the two arrived at the harbor. Dorag strode forward against the wind, his graceful demeanor exuding a sense of freedom. Yuling, on the other hand, returned to the ship. Upon seeing Brook, Ace, and Nami back aboard, a smile spread across his face. Now we set sail. Our destination is the new world. Let us go, Ace exclaimed with palpable excitement. The others also displayed expressions of exhilaration, as they were about to venture into the new world and confront the legendary pirates that awaited them. Yuling then maneuvered the Ailey ship as it slowly ascended into the sky. Moments later, the Ailey had vanished into the clouds, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, back aboard the Dragonhead ship, Dorag watched the Ailey soar into the heavens, his expression one of surprise. He had no inkling that Yuling's vessel possessed the ability to fly. Currently, the only known flying ships belonged to the fleet of the Golden Lion, which relied on his own devil fruit powers to remain aloft. No one else, not even the Navy, had developed a flying vessel. The only other ship with such capabilities, that of Enel from the original story, was now inoperable, especially since Yuling had already brought Enel out. Thus, the divine land proverb could essentially be disregarded. Yuling's Ailey ship had become the sole vessel with autonomous flight capabilities. It is worth noting that his previous ship could also fly, albeit limited by its materials, allowing for only a single flight. Moreover, that vessel had likely been dismantled by the Ice Mountain, who would never permit such advanced technology to fall into the hands of the Navy. However, the Navy remained indifferent, as they were utterly unaware. Yuling had set sail for too short a time for anyone to comprehend the Ailey's flight capabilities. More importantly, who would believe in a flying ship without witnessing it firsthand? Thus, Yuling piloted the Ailey, soaring into the clouds, heading towards the New World. He had no intention of stopping along the way, as supplies were more than sufficient. He planned to replenish in Dressrosa. As for whether he would encounter Doflamingo, Yuling was unconcerned. Should the latter seek trouble, Yuling would have no qualms about teaching him a lesson. Time flew by, and a week later, Yuling and his companions finally entered the New World. They gazed at the sky, both strange and familiar, feeling a wave of emotion. However, they had expected to arrive in about 3 days. No one could have anticipated the 4 consecutive days of torrential rain that had swept across the Grand Line. Thus, the Ellie could not ascend, remaining adrift upon the ocean's surface, progressing slowly. This is why they took such an extended duration to reach the New World. Subsequently, following the direction indicated by the recording pointer, Yuling arrived at Punk Hazard, the island shrouded in toxic gas. Although the external atmosphere was not heavily contaminated, upon entering, the frailest among them, Nami, experienced a slight dizziness. One can only imagine the extent of effort Caesar exerted to ensure that the noxious fumes enveloped the entire island, preventing others from trespassing. However, for those of true strength, such toxins posed no substantial threat. Most importantly, Caesar remains oblivious to the fact that one day, a monumental clash between 2 admirals will transform this island into a realm of ice and fire. At that time, not only will the external toxins be completely eradicated, but the environment itself will become even more perilous. The natural-type devil fruit possesses the power to permanently alter the surroundings. Therefore, Punk Hazard will be far more treacherous than it is now. Ling, what is our purpose for coming here? The air in this place is quite poor, and the environment is mediocre, seemingly lacking any compelling reason for a visit. Ace was filled with confusion. Yuling shook her head and turned to Anilu. Anilu, have you made any discoveries? To which Anilu replied, his expression notably grave. Indeed, there is something. His observation haki enveloped the entirety of Punk Hazard. Such an extent of perception surpasses the prowess of the observation haki by countless measures. Within his awareness, the entire island lay bare before him, as if he were unclothed. Every nook and cranny was visible to his discerning gaze. However, this revelation rendered Enel's expression increasingly grave, tinged with a simmering anger. Scoundrels! What a wretched lot these people are, using children for their experiments. The innocent youngsters, unbeknownst to them, had already transformed into colossal infants. The root cause of this calamity was none other than the very candies they consumed. These are mere test subjects. What a disgrace! Eneru was filled with unparalleled fury. He proclaimed himself a deity and was acutely aware of his tyrannical nature, relishing in the punishment of others. However, he had never before laid a hand on a child without just cause. Unless provoked, Eneru would never harm a young one. Even if he were to act, it would be merely a slight reprimand, intended to instill fear rather than inflict genuine harm. Yet, the actions witnessed here stirred a sense of anger within him, a testament to the gravity of the situation. What clandestine secrets lie concealed within this ostensibly abandoned laboratory? Chapter 80, Encounter with Kazan. What have you truly witnessed? The others expressed their curiosity as to why Enel was so irate. Yuling remained silent. Although his observation haki could not extend over such a vast area, he was well aware of the events that had transpired, having read the original work. This place serves as both a testing ground and a factory for the creation of artificial fruits. Thus, Yuling is acutely aware that to diminish Kaido's power, it is imperative to cleanse this location. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to undermine the very foundation of Kaido's strength. Subsequently, Enel conveyed all that he had observed and heard. Initially, he was intrigued by the sight of the children being held captive. However, it was only upon overhearing discussions regarding experimental potions deeper within the laboratory that he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. These colossal children are merely specimens. The candies they consume are experimental substances, infused with addictive elements. Thus, there is no longer any need to worry about them indulging in sweets. It is truly a sinister scheme, showing no mercy even to the innocent. Even Robin found it hard to believe. She had witnessed much darkness, yet had never fathomed that the human heart could be so depraved. To use children as subjects for experimentation is utterly infuriating. Brother Ling, were you already aware of the situation here? Nami grasped the crux of the matter. After hearing Enel's explanation, she immediately sensed that Yuling had long known about the hidden truths. In response, Yuling did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she nodded and then shook her head. I do not possess much knowledge. I had merely heard whispers of a secret factory existing here. Additionally, there have been reports of missing children appearing near this island. Thus, I intended to investigate. I never anticipated that these rumors would indeed hold true. It appears that this place is truly uninhabitable. A slight smile played on Yuling's lips as she turned her gaze towards Ace. I understand that directly obliterating this place and eliminating the perpetrators may weigh heavily on your conscience. However, such is the nature of this world. If we show leniency today, we may very well find ourselves struck down by them tomorrow. Moreover, these individuals are complicit in their heinous acts and do not merit our assistance. Therefore, Enel and Ace, you shall take charge of neutralizing the enemies here and vanquishing the masterminds. The rest of you, follow me. We shall rescue the children. Lastly, we must find a means to contact the naval headquarters and request their aid in rectifying this situation. The safety of these children rests heavily upon our shoulders. Yet it remains precarious. At present, the sole force capable of rescuing them is the Navy. Your words resonate deeply with me. I find them quite agreeable. At that very moment, a familiar voice echoed from a distance, startling Yuling and the others. They were utterly oblivious to the presence of others in the vicinity. The sudden appearance of someone who could evade their keen observation and perception could only be attributed to individuals of the caliber of the 3 admirals or the 4 emperors. This is the sole deficiency that Yuling and the others currently face. And the unexpected arrival of this individual is none other than Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Kazan, what brings you here? Upon his appearance, the atmosphere grew tense among the group, with only Enel appearing perplexed, unfamiliar with this figure and unaware of his formidable reputation. Brooke, noticing the anxiety of his companions, found himself instinctively tensing up as well. Although he did not know the man, he understood that anyone capable of unsettling Yuling must possess extraordinary prowess. Ah, come now, there's no need for such apprehension. It makes me feel like a villain. And that is quite embarrassing. Kazan scratched his head and approached slowly, exuding no hostility. However, his gaze remained fixed upon Enel, scrutinizing him intently. God of Thunder, Enel? You know of me? Enel furrowed his brow. Having only recently set sail, he assumed few would recognize him. Yet, the fact that Kazan did was perplexing. This confusion, however, was short-lived as Kazan provided clarification. Crocodile reported to us that you were causing him trouble in Alabasta and issued a warning. He also mentioned that the Soul Pirates had gained a new member, a fellow claiming to be the god of Thunder, Enel, who possesses the Rumble fruit. We took note of this and intended to issue a bounty in due course. However, it seems you haven't committed any noteworthy deeds thus far, which is why Fleet Admiral Sengoku has chosen to hold off on the bounty for now. Upon hearing Kazan's words, Yuling exhaled in relief, while Enel felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. What did he mean by not having done anything noteworthy, leading to the bounty being postponed? He wished to confront Kazan about it. But observing Yuling's stillness, he dared not act, well aware of the pain inflicted by Yuling's iron fist. Kazan, state your intentions. Why would a distinguished Navy admiral appear here? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, we may find it difficult to trust you and could resort to force. Yuling's brow furrowed, his eyes radiating a chilling intensity. The hem of his attire billowed in the breeze, amplifying his icy demeanor, causing others to regard him with caution. Ah, you are quite easily unsettled, which is not ideal. To be frank, I failed in recruiting you before and was unable to retrieve Robin. Upon my return, I faced several days of reprimand and confinement. Recently, I was dispatched to investigate the issue of missing children. Initially, I intended merely to take a brief respite while passing through this area. However, I overslept, and upon awakening, I found you all deliberating on how to resolve the situation here. Rest assured, you may handle the matters at hand, and I will take care of the subsequent developments. The children can also be entrusted to me, so you can feel at ease. Kazan is aware that Yuling is not a malevolent individual, which is precisely why he has entrusted this formidable task to him at this moment. Although this collaboration evokes a sense of complicity with pirates, Kazan is not as pedantic as Sakazuki. He does not mind such cooperation. As long as it aids in saving lives, he would not hesitate, even if it means deepening ties with pirates. At this juncture, Yuling pondered briefly, then retreated to confer with his companions, ultimately agreeing to Kazan's approach. Subsequently, They divided their roles and commenced their incursion into the laboratory. Kazan, however, found a corner to remain in, as his status as a Navy officer made it impractical for him to join. Otherwise, he would have eagerly participated in the destruction of this place. After all, he had heard the words spoken by Enel, which stirred a sense of anger within him. Meanwhile, Caesar Clown observed the scene of Yuling infiltrating the castle on the monitor. Instantly taken aback, how did the Soul Pirates arrive here? They are the very ones who have clashed with Carp and the Navy admirals, yet managed to retreat unscathed. This is untenable. With only Mona and myself, we are no match for such formidable adversaries. I must call for reinforcements. Chapter 81. The Invasion Within the Palace of Dressrosa. Doflamingo had just ended a call with a snail, his eyes reflecting intense fury. The emergence of the Soul Pirates had disrupted his meticulously laid plans. More critically, according to Caesar, their objective was strikingly clear. It was evident they had thoroughly investigated the events surrounding Punk Hazard, prompting their bold advance. This was something that Doflamingo had not anticipated. Initially, he had intended to leverage his identity to alert Caesar about the situation with the Soul Pirate crew. However, if the matter concerning Punk Hazard were to be exposed, even Doflamingo would be unable to suppress it. More importantly, he could not allow the Navy and the world government to become aware of the circumstances here. Thus, his primary objective was not to provide support but to distance himself from the situation while subtly redirecting the blame. The Soul Pirate crew, you say? If they seek their own demise, then they shall have no grounds for complaint. Doflamingo scoffed. He had not held a particularly strong impression of this pirate crew. The only aspect that had caught his attention was their captain, whose appearance aligned with his preferences. That was all. Consequently, his knowledge of this crew was rather limited. As for their ability to evade capture by Garp and Kazan, Doflamingo regarded that with disdain, for he possessed the capability to escape at will. In his eyes, as long as he wished to flee, no one could ensnare him. Nevertheless, it was prudent for him to sever ties with this affair as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it were to be uncovered, his status as a warlord of the sea would likely be revoked, and his life in Dressrosa would come crashing down. Contemplating this, Doflamingo pondered briefly before dialing a transponder snail. During this period, that individual happened to be in the nearby waters. It would be the wisest choice to send him for support while diverting trouble elsewhere. Simultaneously, Yuling and his companions had successfully overcome all defenses within the castle. Even the presence of toxic gas was of no concern, for Yuling had utilized his abilities to disperse it entirely. Although the area affected was quite limited, it was sufficient to lead the children away from the castle. More importantly, he had chosen the most straightforward path, advancing forcefully with his fists and breaking through anew. Such actions left Caesar, in the depths of the underground chamber, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Yuling would possess such exquisite beauty yet exhibit such ferocity. More significantly, he felt that Yuling ought to emanate a commanding presence. Otherwise, it would be implausible for her to wield such formidable power. Thus, his trepidation intensified. However, Caesar was only partially correct. Yuling indeed possessed a commanding aura, yet when she demolished the wall, she did not invoke it. Despite the wall being forged from pure steel, a single punch from Yuling was sufficient to obliterate it into fragments. There was no need for the protection and enhancement of her aura. Consequently, she relied solely on her own strength to forge a passageway, inadvertently releasing the toxic gas in the process. Kazan, at the edge of the sea, was equally taken aback upon witnessing the vast amounts of toxic gas. He had not anticipated that the interior harbored such a significant quantity of poison. Furthermore, it was evident that this was not a natural occurrence, but rather a deliberate release. This confirmed that both Yuling and Inaru had spoken the truth. This seemingly forsaken castle conceals a laboratory. Despite its abandonment, that laboratory continues to function normally. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to have such an abundance of toxic gas. More importantly, the gas leak incident from years past may not have been an accident, but rather a deliberate act. Contemplating this, Kazan's expression turned grave, and he promptly reported the situation to Sengoku. Upon hearing the news, Sengoku instructed Kazan to remain on standby and ensure the safety of the children. He intended to conduct an investigation into the circumstances before taking further action. As for the children, he would dispatch warships to rescue them and simultaneously notify the naval personnel to prepare to assist the children in returning to normalcy. At that moment, just after Kazan had communicated with Sengoku, Yuling and others emerged with a large group of children. Upon first encountering these children, their impressive stature led one to mistakenly believe they belonged to a race of giants. However, in truth, the majority do not possess any lineage of giants. Rather, They have merely been subjected to pharmacological alterations. A portion of them has yet to undergo complete transformation, resulting in physiques comparable to those of adults. Yet, astonishingly, their ages do not exceed a mere 10 years. There exists, however, a small minority that appears entirely healthy and unaffected, exhibiting no signs of alteration. Among them, 1 or 2 were recognized by Kazan. This is indeed one of the children who went missing in the past month. This only served to intensify Kazan's wrath. Their mere presence seemed to cast a shadow of culpability over the island and the sinister forces lurking behind the scenes. The abduction of children and the abhorrent practice of conducting human experiments here are unforgivable crimes. Admiral Kazan, I entrust these children to your care. Is that acceptable? Rest assured. Leave them to me, and I will ensure their safety without fail. But is this all there is? Kazan inquired, to which Yuling nodded before producing a snail phone. This is all. You may take them with you. This is my snail phone, and I shall take responsibility for investigating this matter. Should there be any new developments, I will inform you. Upon seeing the small snail phone in Yuling's hand, Kazan's lips twitched. It was his first encounter with a snail phone delivered by pirates. This left him feeling somewhat perplexed. However, upon glancing at Yuling, he contemplated that such a beautiful individual would likely not deceive him. Thus, he acquiesced. After he took this step, Yuling also revealed a seemingly benevolent smile. In reality, however, Kazan had already fallen into the trap. This phone bug is custom-made by the system. Its functionalities are akin to those of a standard phone bug. However, it possesses an additional feature, one that only the system can perceive, namely, a tracking capability. This implies that no matter where Kazan may wander, Weiling is able to monitor his whereabouts. Should Weiling desire, he can locate Kazan at any moment. Consequently, Kazan remains blissfully unaware that he has fallen into Weiling's trap. Subsequently, Kazan tidied himself up and, after revealing his identity, led them to a secure area to await naval assistance. At that moment, the castle erupted into flames. The overwhelming force ignited everything in the vicinity instantaneously. Even toxic gases were purged by this inferno. Yet, amidst this chaos, snowflakes gracefully descended from the sky. This revelation made Yuling realize that Ace was engaged in combat with Monet. Both individuals were wielders of the natural-type devil fruit abilities. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to determine a victor between 2 such formidable natural-type users. However, Ace possessed Haki, coupled with the powers of the flame fruit, which countered the ice fruit. Thus, while the spectacle appeared grand and dramatic, it was ultimately a mere display of flamboyance, culminating in a matter of mere seconds. The seemingly evenly matched battle has come to a close. Monet has been captured once more. Yuling took her to a secluded location and subsequently ended her life. Regardless, he was aware that Monet would never divulge information about Doflamingo, yet that was of no consequence. What Yuling sought was merely an opportunity to be alone with her. Thus, outsiders may perceive him as being interrogated. Monet, unable to withstand the torment, ultimately met his demise. As for the shadowy figure behind it all, Doflamingo's name requires no inquiry from Yuling. Chapter 82. The Death of Momonosuke. Is it truly the work of that scoundrel Doflamingo? Upon hearing the interrogation results revealed by Yuling, Kazan's expression shifted dramatically. If it were any other pirate, the matter could easily be resolved with a swift annihilation. However, with Doflamingo, he not only possesses the protective status of a warlord of the sea, but he was also once a celestial dragon. The Navy cannot directly seize him, nor would they dare to dispatch forces to suppress him. For at this moment, Doflamingo remains the king of Dressrosa. This made it even more challenging to take action. Any slight misstep could plunge the entire Dressrosa into chaos. Kazan could not bear this responsibility, thus he chose to report the matter to Sengoku, allowing the admiral to make a decision. However, Sengoku remained silent and did not respond. It wasn't until the moment when Yuling expressed his intention to meet with the one who sent the message that Sengoku leisurely remarked, "Do not harm the civilians," before abruptly ending the call. This statement reveals that Sengoku is also hesitant to take action against Doflamingo. After all, the current island does not provide substantial evidence. Monet, the only verified witness, is now deceased, leaving Doflamingo with no obligation to acknowledge the situation. Just then, thunder roared, and the castle suddenly erupted. He was dragged out like a lifeless pig. This individual is none other than Caesar Clown, the former chief scientist of the world government. He stands as the second only to the genius scientist Vegapunk. His lifelong aspiration was to surpass Vegapunk, yet he never achieved this ambition throughout his existence. Even in the original narrative, where he seemingly accomplished the creation of a true artificial devil fruit, he remained oblivious to the reality of his situation. Such matters have long been discarded by Vegapunk. The reason behind their disinterest lies in the absence of challenge, prompting them to gaze into the future, dedicating their efforts to the study of human biological genetics and various advanced technological products. Thus, Caesar's life has culminated in a complete defeat, rendering any possibility of resurgence utterly bleak. Especially now, he has not even been afforded the opportunity to develop, as he has already been severed from his base by the soul spirit. Although Caesar possesses the natural type devil fruit abilities, his strength is woefully inadequate. In the original narrative, Luffy could vanquish him without even resorting to his second gear, underscoring the extent of this individual's frailty. Were it not for his reliance on the fruit's powers, he would likely lack even the means for self-preservation. Presently, upon encountering Enel, he has been utterly overwhelmed, crushed in every aspect, leaving him with no room to retaliate. Consequently, Caesar finds himself in a state of unconsciousness, barely clinging to life. Had Enel not deemed him potentially useful, he would surely have met his demise. Upon seeing Caesar, Kazan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the person in charge here would be none other than Caesar himself. Having previously encountered him, Kazan recalled that this individual had vanished following a laboratory incident involving the accidental release of toxic gas. No one knew his whereabouts, but witnessing Caesar's presence here elucidated the mystery of his sudden disappearance. The toxic gas incident was likely orchestrated by him, allowing him to conceal himself while appropriating Punk Hazard for his own purposes. More significantly, he is likely a subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo, thus rendering him a crucial witness in the endeavor to topple Doflamingo, provided he is willing to cooperate. Otherwise, even the Navy would find themselves at an impasse. However, prior to anything else, it is paramount to detain him, ensuring that this information remains undisclosed. Otherwise, the Celestial Dragons might, out of pride, resort to silencing him permanently. Consequently, Kazan must exercise the utmost caution in this matter. Nevertheless, capturing Caesar marks a pivotal moment, and thereafter, the situation here will reach a temporary conclusion. Subsequently, the Soul Spirit intends to rest briefly before embarking towards Dressrosa. Kazan, too, has departed with the children, heading towards the designated location set by Sengoku in preparation for their evacuation. Thus, the news of Kazan's encounter with Yoling would be concealed. It sufficed that only Kazan, Sengoku, and the members of the Soul Pirate crew were privy to this matter. There was no necessity for others to be informed. Subsequently, Yoling instructed the others to rest while he ventured back into the ruined castle to assess the situation. He sought to ascertain whether any useful evidence remained. He had previously neglected to remind Ace and Enel to exercise caution, thereby avoiding the destruction of potential evidence. Consequently, the area was left in disarray. After searching for approximately 2 hours, Yoling found nothing of significance, save for a pristine white devil fruit and the charred remains of Momonosuke. It was indeed a poignant surprise to discover that Momonosuke had perished here. Truly, I had forgotten about you. Had I remembered, I would not have allowed you to meet such a tragic end. After all, as the son of Kazuki Oden, I would have ensured that your demise was more dignified. With a sigh, Yoling struck the ground, creating a large pit, into which he unceremoniously placed Momonosuke's remains. He then gathered debris to fill the grave. Soon thereafter, Yoling returned to the ship, clutching the snowy fruit. This time, the harvest has been remarkably bountiful, having secured but a single snow fruit. As for the evidence present here, it has been obliterated by Ace and Enel. It was not the enemy's hand at work, but rather the actions of one's own people, which is quite absurd. They assisted the adversary in obliterating evidence. It seems that they are not alone in this. Perhaps the entire world has engaged in such behavior. However, Yuling merely mentioned it without reprimanding them, which led to the unveiling of the snow fruit. This time fortune favored them. Although no relevant evidence was discovered, they did find a natural type devil fruit. Through the system, Yuling instantly recognized it as the snow fruit, leaving no room for doubt. The system is infallible. Subsequently, all eyes turned to Nami. Among those present, each possessed fruit abilities, while only Nami remained powerless. Thus, it was most fitting for her to consume this fruit. Initially, Nami hesitated. However, upon observing the expressions of those around her and the encouraging demeanor of Yuling, she steeled her resolve and took a bite of the devil fruit. Unsurprisingly, she retched. In fact, she spent the entire day expelling its contents. Although it was not a continuous episode, the taste was utterly unbearable. Fortunately, After a day of rest, she felt considerably better the next day. Simultaneously, Nami began to grasp the abilities of the snow fruit. Thus, the Soul Pirate crew comprises entirely of devil fruit users, boasting 3 members possessing the powers of the Logia type. Regrettably, Kazan departed last night. Had he been aware of this, he would surely have been astounded. Moreover, he might have discreetly reported this to Sengoku. Chapter 83, The Arrival of Jack Snowflakes Flutter Gently. While the autumn wind whispers through the air, although winter has yet to arrive, delicate snowflakes dance across the sky, not due to environmental factors, but rather owing to Nami's newfound abilities. Having consumed the snow fruit, she has mastered its fundamental applications, enabling her to transform into an elemental form and conjure vast flurries of snow. Furthermore, she possesses the ability to lower the ambient temperature. However, there are limitations. As she has only recently acquired her powers, her strength does not yet rival that of Monet. Given time, she will undoubtedly grow more formidable. Currently, Nami has nearly completed her physical training in military boxing, with the remaining task being the cultivation of Haki. Once she learns both observation Haki and armament Haki, even if her mastery of the fruit remains moderate, her strength will undoubtedly undergo a transformative change. After all, the capabilities of a Logia-type devil fruit already place her ahead of the majority. Coupled with the enhancement of dual Haki, Nami's prowess may not elevate her to the ranks of the strongest, but she will certainly possess the capability to contend with them. Regarding the development of her abilities, Yuling has provided numerous insights. At the foundation of her powers, Nami must first ensure that her devil fruit abilities can cover a wide area. While this endeavor demands considerable energy, it will also serve to bolster her physical stamina. More importantly, the fundamental capability of a natural fruit is its expansive reach. By honing this aspect, she can subsequently refine any techniques she develops based on this principle. Additionally, Yuling has suggested that Nami experiment with lowering temperatures. Currently, she can reduce the temperature to approximately -20 degrees Celsius. Although it is quite frigid, such conditions pose little challenge to the strong. Even an ordinary person can withstand this chill by donning thicker attire. Thus, the criterion set by Yuling is for Nami to reduce the temperature to at least -70 degrees. This is the most fundamental standard. Once this threshold is reached, the temperature can truly inflict damage upon adversaries. After all, neglecting frostbite can be fatal. Should the temperature be further lowered, it would be even more advantageous, -100 degrees, 200 degrees, 300 degrees, and so forth. Each decrement of 1 degree represents a significant qualitative leap. However, one point remains. If the effect of absolute freezing could be achieved, then the capabilities of the snow fruit would rival those of Akiji. After all, this fruit is essentially a variant of the ice fruit, possessing immense potential. The only aspect that leaves the wandering spirit somewhat speechless is that the abilities of this fruit cannot instantly freeze. The freezing effect of the snow fruit requires a bit of time. This may be regarded as its sole flaw. After all, it is a subordinate fruit of the frozen fruit, and naturally possesses certain imperfections. Thus, today, Yuling intends to allow Nami to undergo some training here. By nightfall, they plan to infiltrate Dressrosa under the cover of darkness. Entering this place in broad daylight would make it all too easy for Doflamingo to detect them. However, should they venture in at night, taking advantage of the enemy's slumber to launch a surprise attack, even Doflamingo would struggle to withstand it. Moreover, Dressrosa is in close proximity to Punkhazard. Yuling has roughly calculated via the map that the journey would take less than a day. Should they choose to fly, the time could be reduced to a mere third of that duration. This is merely the ordinary flying speed. If the Ellie ship exerts its full capabilities, the travel time could be compressed to under 5 hours. At that point, when the Soul Pirates make their clandestine arrival in the dead of night, no matter how formidable Doflamingo may be, he would not suspect that the Ellie ship has the ability to fly. After all, the Ellie ship is predominantly seen upon the ocean's surface. Even the Navy remains oblivious to its aerial capabilities, so Doflamingo would be even less informed. Just then, while everyone was feasting at the banquet, the very earth suddenly trembled. Yuling frowned, sensing that something was amiss. He detected a heavy aura of murderous intent approaching. Yet, his observation Haki did not reveal any foes. This implies that this murderous intent either lingered from 10,000 meters away or emanated from a formidable being on par with the 4 Emperor's generals who had arrived at this place. Thus, he resolved to allow Enel a glimpse of the situation. Enel nodded, setting aside the roasted meat in his hand, and activated his observation Haki. Nearly 60 individuals had landed on the island from another direction. Their leader, a towering figure exuding an aura of lethality, spoke in a manner that suggested they were affiliated with the beast pirates under Kaido. This leader was referred to as Jack. Their objective appeared to be the clearing of debris while simultaneously seeking the elusive Captain's soul. Upon hearing this, Enel displayed a smirk of schadenfreude, clearly relishing the predicament of the opposing party. However, his expression soon darkened, as he was acutely aware of his own involvement in this matter. This man named Jack is, of course, his adversary. Jack? Could it be the Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates, one of the three calamities? This individual is not to be trifled with. His bounty reaches an astonishing 1 billion berries, Robin remarked. Although her tone was rather grave, her expression betrayed no hint of anxiety. In fact, she continued to savor her barbecued meat, fully aware of the formidable strength possessed by those present. Although this drought-stricken Jack possesses considerable strength, he may not necessarily be a match for the likes of Yuling and others. Remarkably, he is one of the three disasters of the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of a staggering 1 billion berries. This individual must possess remarkable strength, for I cannot afford to overlook such an adversary. Ace revealed a grin, eagerly preparing for action. Enel mirrored his enthusiasm. Despite their mutual disdain, it did not hinder them from uniting against a common foe. Very well, in that case, I shall entrust this adversary to you for the time being. I do not demand your ability to vanquish him, merely incapacitate him and cast him into the sea. Should you falter, I shall take over. As for the rest, eliminate those petty minions. Do not allow them to wreak havoc here. As these words resonated, smiles adorned the faces of all present, and they promptly rose to engage in battle. Meanwhile, Jack remained oblivious to the fact that he and his companions had already become targets. They advanced towards the ruins. However, at that moment, snowflakes began to descend from the sky. Jack stood in bewilderment. Under normal circumstances, it should not snow during this season. Even though the New World is known for its capricious and bizarre climate, there is no record of snowfall occurring before winter. Yet, that was not the end of it. Just then, flames and thunder erupted simultaneously. A violent explosion enveloped Jack, propelling his massive form through the air. The underlings, witnessing this, were taken aback. Before they could comprehend the situation, the snowfall suddenly turned fierce. Numerous minions were encased in ice. Brook, wielding his black blade, swiftly struck down dozens of pirate lackeys. Robin dispatched fewer than 10, as these foes were no pushovers, and she found herself somewhat challenged. As for the remainder, Spirit dispatched each with a single punch, leaving none standing. At this juncture, Ace and Enel launched themselves into the air, preparing to strike Jack. Chapter 84. Fierce Battle. Who are you? How dare you obstruct my path? The Calamity Jack struggled to his feet, his form singed and charred from the dual assault of fire and thunder, resembling a well-done piece of meat. Nevertheless, Jack remained unfazed. With his toughened skin and resilient physique, such minor injuries would mend swiftly. You come seeking trouble with us, and yet you remain unaware of our identities? This is rather absurd, isn't it? Enel scoffed, his disdain evident in his gaze. Even Ace, standing beside him, regarded Jack with equal contempt. What if he was a billion-berry pirate? Did that truly matter? Could he possibly be stronger than the elusive Wairi? With this thought, Ace felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as Jack's strength did not surpass that of Wairi, reaching the level of an Emperor-esque commander, he posed no threat to them. So, you are the Soul Pirates? I initially assumed you had fled after wreaking havoc here. Yet, to my astonishment, you audaciously remain. Which is utterly exhilarating. Jack bellowed, charging forward with his curved blade in hand. In an instant, a tremendous force struck the air, creating ripples in its wake. However, his attack, intended for Ace, merely sliced through the empty space. In the next moment, fire and thunder were unleashed simultaneously. Jack was instantly engulfed by flames and lightning. This rendered him utterly disheartened. To think he was confronted by wielders of the Logia-type devil fruit. Jack's mind was clouded, and it was only now that he realized he was up against two formidable masters of nature. Such a scene ignited a profound fury within Jack, provoking a primal urge to commit violence. However, Ace and Enel were utterly unprepared for the fact that Jack remained oblivious to their abilities. While it was somewhat excusable for him to be unaware of Enel, who had only recently joined their ranks, Ace's powers had long been made public. Jack's ignorance could only imply that he had little interest in current events. Upon reflection, this seemed reasonable. The Soul Pirate crew, led by Yuling and the others, had only set sail for a mere 6 months, or rather 3 to 4 months in total. Furthermore, Aside from their opposition to CP9, they had not engaged in any significant exploits that would attract widespread attention. Hence, only a handful of enthusiasts, such as Doflamingo, were aware of the Soul Pirate crew's existence. Jack, on the other hand, had no interest in newcomers and even relished in their demise, rendering him indifferent to their capabilities. The consequence of this ignorance was his own misfortune. The dual onslaught of thunder and flames was not something easily endured. Despite Jack's tough exterior, he could not escape unscathed, though he had yet to reach his breaking point. Nevertheless, being incessantly bombarded by fire and lightning made Jack increasingly irritable, especially as his subordinates fell one by one to Yuling and his crew, further fueling his rage. None of you shall escape alive, except for Robin. Upon spotting Robin, Jack recognized her, prompting his venomous proclamation. After all, Robin was a coveted prize in the New World, sought after by many who wished to unravel the truth of history. However, Jack's words elicited no reaction from Robin. Ace and Enel, however, were incensed. Is our crew a mere plaything for you? Ace bellowed, launching a fire fist directly at Jack. In an instant, Jack was engulfed in flames, enduring immense agony. Enel summoned a bolt of lightning, a colossal pillar descending from the heavens to strike at Jack's position. You wish to take Robin? Accept divine retribution. Witnessing this spectacle, Robin felt a surge of emotion. After all, they had shared a significant amount of time together, fostering a bond. Thus, witnessing Jack's covetousness towards Robin stirred a sense of indignation within them. Yuling, too, was eager to join the fray, itching for the opportunity to engage. Yet, he restrained himself, recognizing this as a valuable chance to hone Ace and Enel's skills. The prowess and innate talent of these two individuals are formidable. However, they have, thus far, encountered a formidable bottleneck. Therefore, it is imperative to introduce a figure whose strength surpasses theirs, yet not excessively so, to awaken them to their shortcomings. Don Quixote Doflamingo, albeit capable, may not suffice, as his abilities are precisely countered by those of Ace and Enel. The two individuals possess the capability to effortlessly reduce Don Quixote Doflamingo's flames to mere ashes. Even when enveloped in the layers of armament hockey, the sharpness and resilience they exude are far from their usual state. Should an admiral or two arrive, the outcome would be indisputable. While it may not be an instantaneous defeat, the battle could very well conclude within mere minutes. Thus, the emergence of Jack is precisely at this precarious juncture. His strength is somewhat inferior to that of the Soul King, yet he surpasses both Enel and Ace. In a one-on-one confrontation, neither Ace nor Enel stands a chance against Jack. Even in a combined effort, they might struggle to prevail. However, such a scenario would render Jack's victory equally elusive. Nevertheless, Jack is notably resilient and possesses extraordinary stamina. This is his advantage. If Enel and Ace subsequently find themselves fatigued, it is highly likely that they will be countered and defeated by Jack. In this manner, a profound sense of crisis is instilled in both of them. Thus, Yuling refrains from making a move, unless they truly reach their limits. At this moment, Jack remains oblivious to the fact that he has become the proverbial whetstone in Yuling's eyes. His very existence serves solely to aid Ace and Enel in recognizing their true selves and becoming more formidable. Unaware of this, Jack exerts himself to the utmost in each of his attacks, instilling a chilling dread. Particularly with his armament hockey, he emanates an overwhelming sense of threat. Most importantly, while Jack's strength may not rival that of Yuling, it is undeniably formidable. Even if Ace and Enel were to face him in a one-on-one confrontation, a single punch would leave their arms numb. This is the might of Drought Jack. However, despite his formidable strength and defense, his shortcomings are glaringly evident. Jack's movements are relatively sluggish. While his speed is not lacking, both Ace and Enel are exceptionally agile warriors. Therefore, in their eyes, Jack's comparatively slow pace becomes the sole point of vulnerability. After all, in relation to his other attributes, Jack's speed is significantly deficient. Consequently, Ace and Enel instinctively commenced their guerrilla tactics. They capitalized on their swiftness to incessantly harass and launch assaults, although most of their attempts were thwarted, resulting in no harm. A fraction of their attacks did inflict injuries upon Jack. Chapter 85. Unleash Dammit. At this moment, Jack found himself utterly beleaguered. Surrounded by the two, he could retaliate. Yet due to the disparity in speed, he was unable to genuinely strike at their core. Furthermore, both Ace and Enel are users of Logia-type devil fruits. This consequently results in their assaults being, for Jack, merely a matter of corporeal suffering. They can even penetrate the skin, reaching the very organs within. This is the terrifying aspect of the natural abilities. Once one has mastered the power of the fruit, their strength can rival the top-tier warriors of the sea. However, physical prowess remains the foundation. Without honing both physical skills and haki to perfection, one remains susceptible to counterattacks. Yet, this scenario does not apply to Ace and Enel. Unless there exists a significant disparity in strength between the two parties, it is exceedingly difficult to defeat them, especially at this moment. Ace and Enel have developed a remarkable synergy. It would be a formidable challenge for Jack to confront both of them simultaneously. Nevertheless, Jack, undeterred, transforms into a mammoth, seeking to crush the two with sheer force. Yet, he seems to have forgotten. Both individuals possess abilities pertaining to the natural realm. The colossal size of the mammoth, while impressive in strength, is indeed comparable to that of the elusive spirit. For a moment, both Ace and Enel felt the weight of this pressure. However, they soon realized that Jack was unable to envelop his entire form in the imbuement of haki while in the guise of the mammoth. This, in turn, provided Ace and Enel with an opportunity. With each strike, they meticulously targeted Jack's most vulnerable points, initiating their assault. This left Jack in utter torment, even leading to severe hemorrhaging. Despite his formidable mastery of haki, he found himself unable to completely defend against the onslaught. The sheer size of the mammoth form was simply overwhelming. In this moment, Jack was once again consumed by a fit of impotent rage. He reverted to his human form and immediately activated his most powerful hybrid mode. In this state, his recuperative abilities have seen a remarkable enhancement, and his defensive prowess is nothing short of astonishing. Even his speed and strength have experienced significant augmentation. However, in comparison to his mammoth form, his destructive capacity has diminished slightly, as his size at this moment is not as colossal. Yet, this remains his most formidable guise. At this instant, the armament haki enveloped Jack's hands and his two weapons. Ace and Enel, not daring to be complacent, promptly unleashed their armament haki, simultaneously activating their devil fruit abilities. The clash between the two parties elicited a tremendous upheaval. The heavens began to ripple, and the earth trembled in response. A powerful force commenced to swell and converge in the midst of the three, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. In the next moment, fierce flames erupted, while thunder crackled and scattered, creating numerous craters in the surrounding terrain. Ace and Enel both retreated, their bodies adorned with wounds, and a trace of blood graced the corners of their mouths. In contrast, although Jack bore scars as well, under the influence of his abilities, he swiftly returned to his former state, with no visible wounds. Though blood still flowed, such injuries posed no threat to him. Ha ha ha, perish before me. Jack roared in fury. He took the initiative to strike, directly confronting Ace and Enel, who were attempting to encircle him. The collision ensued once more, shaking the very foundations of the world. A scene reminiscent of a cataclysmic upheaval unfolded before the eyes of all present. This is the power of the natural system. Upon witnessing it, Nami felt a surge of anxiety. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. After all, she had become a wielder of the natural-type devil fruit. Although she had only recently acquired this ability, she eagerly anticipated whether she could attain such formidable strength in the future. However, at that moment, Yuling furrowed his brow. He noticed that the battle between both sides was gradually tipping. While it appeared that Enel and Ace held the upper hand, in reality, their excessive reliance on their devil fruit abilities had significantly drained their physical stamina. In stark contrast, Jack remained as vigorous as ever, which irked Yuling. Enel, Ace, do you not realize that engaging in a war of attrition against a Zoan-type devil fruit user is the most irrational choice? Yuling exclaimed. Have I not taught you that when facing a Zoan user, one must strive for a swift resolution, aiming to defeat them in a single blow? In battles among opponents of equal caliber, the stamina of a Zoan user is often several times, if not dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary person. Not to mention, this individual possesses the ancient species mammoth fruit. Are you two attempting to court death by engaging him in a war of attrition here? Yuling raised his voice, fully aware that Enel and Ace lacked the necessary battle experience. Although Yuling's own experience was not particularly impressive, the system had previously ensured that he could better master haki. It frequently facilitated practice sessions while he slept, allowing him to hone his combat techniques. While the system lacked consciousness, it would not harm him as long as he continued to dress as a woman. In fact, it would consistently aid in enhancing his strength. The methods it employed were varied and inventive. Even now, Yuling's power was steadily increasing. Even in slumber, as long as he wore women's attire, the system would automatically play videos in his mind, showcasing battles of formidable warriors. Although most of the videos were not from the pirate world, they nonetheless provided invaluable insights to Yu Ling. It was precisely for this reason that his strength had improved so remarkably in such a short span of time. In contrast, Ace and Inel's combat experience was woefully inadequate. At this moment, faced with Jack, they were fixated solely on attrition, neglecting to seek a swift resolution. This is entirely a complete erasure of the teachings imparted by the spirit of the sea. However, upon receiving a reminder, both Enel and Ace swiftly attained clarity. The two individuals nodded in agreement, without a hint of hesitation, and unleashed their ultimate abilities. A staggering 1 trillion volts. The god of thunder descends. The Flame Emperor's great flame ring. Accompanied by a fierce roar, both of them activated their powers simultaneously. Witnessing this scene, Yu Ling couldn't help but cover his face, feeling a pang of reluctance to behold it. Although he had urged for a swift resolution, he had not intended for them to unleash their ultimates so recklessly. In this manner, if the enemy remains unresolved, their own stamina is likely to dwindle perilously low. Yu Ling found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, considering the cognitive abilities of these two individuals, their progress thus far is commendable. After all, they are prodigies of combat, albeit somewhat lacking in other areas. Once this battle concludes, they are sure to gain invaluable experience. Just as Yu Ling contemplated this, both of them unleashed their ultimate attacks, which simultaneously struck Jack. At that moment, the drought-ridden Jack appeared utterly bewildered. Ignoring the depletion of his haki and stamina, he quickly crossed his arms defensively in front of him, enveloping himself in a full-body coating of armament haki to achieve the utmost protection. In the next heartbeat, an explosion erupted with a deafening roar. The entire punk hazard trembled as a result of this detonation. Chapter 86, Instant Kill. These two, I scarcely know what to say. I hope that after this battle, they will experience substantial growth. Yu Ling sighed. His observation haki revealed that, although Jack was injured, his life force remained vigorous. This indicates that while Ace and Enel's ultimate attacks inflicted damage, they fell significantly short of being fatal. Beside him, Brook wholeheartedly concurred, though he lacked observation haki. His research into the essence of the underworld allowed him to perceive the situation clearly. This heightened his sensitivity to the essence of life. Jack's life force was remarkably robust. Even though it wavered at times, it was not fatal. This ability could be seen as a substitute for Kinbunchika haki. After all, given Brook's current state, he was incapable of mastering either Kinbunchaku or Busashoka haki. Even if he had once wielded a modicum of it, he could no longer summon it now. However, with this replacement, there was no fear of stagnation in his growth. The essence of the underworld, in certain respects, could inflict harm upon those with nature-type devil fruit abilities. The influence of this essence upon the body is minimal. It primarily affects the soul. Yet, if harnessed to its fullest potential, it might transiently mimic the capabilities of the Ice fruit. Nevertheless, Brook was still far from attaining such mastery. Simultaneously, Ace and Enel gazed in astonishment at the vast chasm before them. They beheld a man, cloaked in darkness, bloodied and with flesh torn asunder. Despite being drenched in his own blood, he remained standing, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! Is this truly your utmost effort? I must concede, you are indeed formidable. But this alone is insufficient to vanquish me. So perish, you wretched fools. Do not harbor any illusions of escaping alive. Jack was unconcerned about whether he would take them back. His sole desire was to eradicate all present. His injuries were grievous, though his vitality remained vibrant. Jack understood that if he did not swiftly conclude the battle, he could faint from excessive blood loss. In that case, he would be akin to fish on a chopping block. Therefore, Jack was determined to summon every ounce of his strength to confront his adversaries. Ace and Enel remained vigilant. They were significantly fatigued, but still capable of fighting. Even as Jack charged at them, they did not attempt to evade. However, at that moment, a tremendous sound erupted between the two sides. Ace and Enel widened their eyes as they beheld a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing hair. They felt a sense of helplessness. Ling, why did you intervene? We were about to resolve this. Ace exclaimed with dissatisfaction. Enel opened his mouth to respond, but just then, Ling turned her gaze towards them, locking eyes with them. At this moment, Ace and Enel simultaneously closed their mouths, retreating to the back with a sense of dejection. There was no other choice. This oppression is utterly insurmountable for them. Meanwhile, Jack gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, effortlessly absorbing the full force of his strike, which left him astonished. Who are you? He inquired. I am Yu Ling, captain of the Soul Pirate crew, came the calm response, reverberating in Jack's mind. His pupils instinctively constricted as he realized, to his dismay, that he could not withdraw his fist. Yuling held him firmly in her grasp, yet Jack's arm remained utterly immobile. This revelation left him astounded. Damn it, go die? Jack harbored no compassion. In his eyes, all who obstructed his path were adversaries, even if the enchanting Yuling was deemed the most stunning woman in the world. However, as Jack's fist descended upon Yuling, it unexpectedly slipped away. A powerful strike, rendered futile in a manner beyond Jack's comprehension, had been utterly evaded. Yuling then released his fist, gracefully shifting to the side. Jack lost his footing entirely, toppling forward and ultimately crashing to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. This scene is painful to behold. This was essentially Jack utilizing his own strength, striking the ground. And then the residual force reverberated back upon himself. In this manner, even without exerting himself, Yuling could still deliver a resounding blow to Jack. After all, the latter was merely a fool. Such tactics were exceedingly simplistic in dealing with him. However, had it been Whitebeard or Garp, Yuling would have refrained from taking such a reckless approach, as it could easily lead to fatal consequences. Yet, in the face of Jack, he felt no need for such caution. As the smoke cleared, Jack staggered to his feet and charged once more towards Yuling. This time, the spirit did not grant him the opportunity to approach, delivering a swift kick with her leg instead. This strike, imbued with the formidable power of Haki, caught Jack by surprise. As he charged forward, he swiftly enveloped his hands with Haki, intending to thwart Yuling's attack and subsequently eliminate him. However, he was utterly unprepared for the casual yet devastating blow from Yuling, which sent him hurtling through the air for several dozen meters. Such a scene left Jack utterly stunned. He never anticipated that he would be bested in a contest of strength. Where does this extraordinary strength originate? Jack was incredulous. He rose to his feet and gazed at the delicate, slender figure of the elusive spirit, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Jack was utterly baffled by how such a seemingly fragile woman could unleash such formidable power. This utterly contravenes the common sense he could comprehend. However, Jack's intellect proved inadequate. So he merely pondered for a moment before charging once more at the elusive spirit. Undeterred by superstition, he was determined to persist in his assault. At this moment, Yuling took a deep breath, assumed a hoarse stance, and placed one hand on her waist. In the next instant, she unleashed her fist. Upon witnessing this, Ace and Enel's pupils dilated sharply, and they swiftly retreated. Even Robin and the others hastily distanced themselves. Only Jack remained oblivious to the unfolding events. However, in the following second, his pupils suddenly widened. A profound sense of impending danger surged through him, causing beads of sweat to erupt from his skin. Before him unfolded a scene of the atmosphere fracturing. This reminded him of a fleeting moment he had witnessed, where the white-bearded man had made his move. Though it lasted but an instant, in that haze, the figure of Yuling in Jack's eyes transcended her identity as a mere woman, merging instead with the silhouette of the white-bearded man. At this moment, the atmosphere shattered. The area approximately 100 meters ahead of Punk had instantly collapsed. The landmass within that range fractured completely, ultimately plummeting into the ocean. Even Jack was not spared. He descended into the sea alongside the splitting ground, vanishing without a trace. This scene caused both Ace and Enel to gasp in astonishment, as they had not anticipated the tremendous power of Yuling's strike. Although Ace and Enel could achieve a similar level of strength, the toll it would take on them would be significantly greater, unlike Yuling, who executed it with such ease. Chapter 87. Moving forward, do you see? To defeat such a resilient and formidable foe, one must either cast them into the sea as I did, or employ sheer, overwhelming strength to crush them. Admittedly, my own power is somewhat lacking, preventing me from achieving an absolute dominance. However, effortlessly defeating the adversary and sending them plummeting to the ocean's depths is well within my capabilities. By learning the appropriate techniques, even without engaging in direct confrontation, one can overcome those whose raw strength surpasses their own. Yet, this is merely a cunning tactic. To truly grow stronger, one must enhance their own fundamental power. Upon hearing Yuling's words, the group nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. After all, Ace and Enel had yet to subdue Jack directly during their training. This is truly untenable. Individually, each of them, although not a match for Jack, possesses comparable strength, with only a slight disparity in their abilities. However, should they unite, it would not be overly difficult to vanquish their opponent, even if they failed to eliminate Jack. Yet, they lack the knowledge of how to defeat Jack and have squandered their own stamina in the process, resulting in a noticeable decline in their vigor after unleashing their ultimate moves. This is also a flaw that Yuling has disowned. These two individuals possess an undeniable penchant for confrontation, a trait undoubtedly rooted in their personalities. Their formidable fruit abilities, coupled with their innate combat talents, bestow upon them the audacity to challenge anyone. However, such overconfidence will inevitably lead them to their own downfall one day. Fortunately, the emergence of Jack has provided them with a glimpse of reality, while they still maintain the belief that they cannot be defeated. Jack's formidable strength has enlightened them to the stark contrast between the New World and the first half of the Grand Line. It is a disparity of an entirely different caliber. Yet, Jack is merely a relatively weaker figure among the powerful of the New World. This weakness, however, does not pertain to his physical prowess but rather to his intellect. With his considerable strength, he ranks among the notable in the New World. Nevertheless, his lack of cunning significantly diminishes his threat level. With merely a modicum of strategy, one could easily manipulate Jack into a state of confusion. This is a strategy devised by many who are reluctant to confront Jack head-on. After all, this individual is extraordinarily obstinate, even when faced with the Navy's utmost might. He dares to challenge them alone. Thus, to deal with such a fearless and nearly indestructible character, the most effective method is to sink him directly. In the original narrative, Jack was also exhausted completely by the Fur Tribe's Cat Viper and Dog Gale through a relentless wheel-like assault. The two individuals took turns to battle, seemingly toying with Jack, who was utterly outmatched. After all, each of them, when singled out, could contend with Jack on equal footing. Hence, their joint efforts made defeating him a trivial matter. However, due to their markedly different lifestyles, they resorted to a strategy of attrition, wearing down Jack's stamina to compel him to retreat. Yet, at that moment, Jack was instructed to return with the historical text, leaving him no room for retreat. Ultimately, he unleashed a toxic gas, which resolved the conflict. Had these two exerted their full strength from the outset, rather than adopting a playful demeanor, they could have easily cast him into the depths of the ocean, preventing any subsequent events from unfolding. The monument inscribed with the historical text would naturally never fall into Kaido's hands. Yuling was acutely aware of this, thus maintaining a steadfast approach against anyone to avert a misstep. The instances of powerful individuals faltering were far too numerous to ignore. Subsequently, their group took a brief respite at Punk Hazard before departing. As described in the original narrative, Jack and Kaido shared an inexplicable psychic connection. If Jack were to call for help, Kaido would undoubtedly hear him and rush to his aid. Although the timing of Kaido's arrival remained uncertain, Yuling was unwilling to engage in any conflict at that moment. Kaido was indeed formidable, and Yuling had to concede that he was not currently his match. However, he was confident that, given another 6 months, he would be able to hold his own, if not against the four Emperor's commanders, then at least not in such dire straits as before. A balanced contest, perhaps even a 50-50 chance, would be within reach. Furthermore, in 3 to 4 years, surpassing the four Emperor's commanders would not pose any difficulty. Ling, I sense that you have grown stronger, Ace remarked curiously aboard the ship. Yuling did not deny this, merely nodding calmly in acknowledgement. Compared to his battle against Kazan, he had indeed become somewhat stronger. Back then, executing the Shattering Fist and Quaking Fist required considerable stamina. However, now, such exertion was unnecessary, which explained Yuling's apparent ease at that time. His nonchalant reaction left both Ace and Enel astounded. The two individuals were utterly oblivious to the moment when Yuling had grown stronger. They were taken aback. Yuling offered no explanation, merely casting a glance at them before inquiring, "Do you have any matters to discuss? Would you like me to train you?" "No, we shall train ourselves. No need to trouble you." Ace and Enel replied in perfect harmony, swiftly retreating into the room. Moments later, Yuling, employing her observation haki, discerned the sounds of ping-pong resonating clearly. It was evident these two individuals are diligently honing their physical prowess through their respective methods. As for their abilities derived from the fruits, their development is commendable, yet they lack precise direction in their training. However, there is no rush. Establishing a solid foundation is of paramount importance. Ace possesses a robust foundation, a result of Garp's unrestrained upbringing, which has allowed him to encounter death multiple times, thus cultivating such a formidable physical constitution. His martial skills are also commendable, yet he is plagued by a certain laziness. To prevent the deterioration of his combat skills, Yuling has mandated that he continuously practice both armament and observation haki, leaving Conqueror's haki to unfold at its own pace, as Yuling is uncertain about its proper development. As for Enel, his physical condition is decent, yet his foundation is quite lacking. Even though he has mastered armament haki, his fundamental skills remain tenuous, posing a critical flaw. Therefore, Yuling has assigned him a singular training task to solidify his foundation before pursuing anything else. Meanwhile, the others are free to engage in their respective activities. As Robin and her companions are not primary combatants and, thus, do not require such stringent discipline. Nevertheless, Nami, eager to grow stronger, has voluntarily entered the training room to commence her own regimen. Yuling, on the other hand, is piloting the Ailey ship, following the recorded pointer's direction towards Dressrosa. Simultaneously, within the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo's countenance contorted in rage as he listened to his subordinate Virgo's report. The news of Jack's defeat had come to light, with the very crew that discovered the unconscious Jack being Virgo's own. Additionally, Virgo conveyed the alarming news of the destruction of the Punk Hazard factory. This provoked a deep fury within Doflamingo, yet he found himself powerless. With Jack already vanquished, how could he possibly contend with the Spectre? Nevertheless, Doflamingo was not one to yield easily. A flicker of intensity flashed beneath his sunglasses, revealing a sinister expression. I hope you do not seek trouble. Though I may not be your equal, your crew cannot possibly be as formidable as you. Chapter 88. Dressrosa nightfall enveloped the land beneath a radiant full moon. A pirate ship glided gracefully through the moonlight, ascending towards the skies above Dressrosa. In this moment, no one noticed, for no one would ever conceive that the sole pirate crew possessed the ability to soar through the skies. At this instant, Yuling gazed down upon Dressrosa, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. His smile was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it sent shivers down the spine of those who beheld it. Such a smile sent a chill down the spines of Ace and Enel. Ling, what should we do next? If we act without justification, the outcome is evident. We will be pursued relentlessly by the Navy and the world government. Even Doflamingo could seek assistance from them. Although the events at Punk Hazard have pointed towards the other party, we still lack concrete evidence. To act recklessly at this moment would be highly disadvantageous for us. Robin whispered. She was acutely aware that the Navy sought to manipulate the situation to their advantage. After all, Doflamingo was a pirate deeply loathed by them. Compared to the other Shichibukai, the Navy harbored a stronger desire for Doflamingo's disappearance. However, ordinary pirates were no match for him, and the Navy could not leverage the power of the Yonko. Should they intervene, it would be utterly impossible. In this manner, the Warring States period could only feign ignorance, allowing the Wanderer to instigate turmoil here. Should the Wanderer succeed in vanquishing Don Quixote Doflamingo, it would be the most fortuitous outcome, even if such an assassination proves elusive. It suffices to uncover evidence of human experimentation or other transgressions. The Navy would then possess just cause to revoke his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In this manner, one can render the other party once again a target of pursuit. However, the fact that Doflamingo wields control over an entire nation remains the most vexing aspect. Although this nation has already become the territory of Don Quixote Doflamingo, it holds a different significance for him. This is not a nation, but rather a vast expanse of hostages. As long as the Navy remains concerned for the welfare of these individuals, they will not readily take action against Don Quixote Doflamingo. Unless that scoundrel Sakazuki ascends to power, they will remain unable to confront Doflamingo. However, the 5 elders are largely indifferent to the deaths of ordinary people. Had Doflamingo not possessed certain secrets, they would have dispatched someone to eliminate him long ago, and he would not have been allowed to persist until now. At this moment, the wandering spirit began to contemplate the most effective solution. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the factory below. Have you noticed the multitude of toys in this country? Toys. Upon hearing his words, everyone produced their telescopes and gazed towards the factory below. There, they beheld a myriad of uniquely shaped toys laboring tirelessly, with some even being mercilessly whipped. This left Nami and the others feeling utterly perplexed. The toys here can move? They even possess self-awareness? Indeed, this is the new world, where such extraordinary life forms truly exist. Nami and Robin sighed in wonder. They did not detect anything unusual, yet the others simultaneously furrowed their brows, including Brooke. I sense that within these toys resides a soul. Though faint, I am certain it belongs to a human, Brooke proclaimed, startling Nami and Robin. Brooke, are you certain? If that is indeed the case, the implications are far greater than we could have imagined, they exclaimed in unison. Brooke nodded solemnly, declaring it is indeed so. I would stake my very being on the fact that the souls within these toys are undeniably human. During this time, I have been attuned to the whispers of souls, constantly honing my perception. I often use you as examples in my training. Furthermore, I have also experimented with sea kings, fish, beasts, and birds. but their souls are either minuscule or rather mundane, lacking the prominence of a human's. Hence, I can assert that the souls within these dolls are indeed human. However, I am curious as to why human souls would be encased within toys. Could it be somewhat akin to Moria's abilities? Brooke's words astonished everyone. Even Ace nodded, revealing a look of incredulity. I sensed their state was peculiar, but I never fathomed it to be this. Indeed, I also noticed it, though I dared not confirm it. Yet upon hearing Brooke's words, this bizarre feeling suddenly became logical, Enel remarked simultaneously. Next, all eyes turned to the wandering spirit. Now that they had discovered these individuals were forcibly enslaved, they awaited the spirit's command on how to proceed. After all, everyone had acknowledged that the spirit was the captain of the Soul Pirate crew, and currently, only he could issue orders to the group. Let us not be hasty. Remain here for a moment while I descend to assess the situation. If all goes well, perhaps we can incite a few toys to instigate a rebellion, thereby luring out the one responsible for their current state, enabling us to liberate them from this curse. At that juncture, the shadowy figure of Doflamingo will undoubtedly be compelled to reveal himself. Your task will be to intercept Doflamingo's subordinates and troops. This matter shall be entrusted to me for resolution. Upon hearing Yuling's words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Although Enel and Ace harbored some dissatisfaction, they ultimately acquiesced to Yuling's judgment, recognizing it as the most prudent course of action. As long as they could procure evidence and identify witnesses, Doflamingo would find himself ensnared, no matter how he attempted to escape. When the time came, facing the scrutiny of global public opinion, Doflamingo's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Neither the world government nor the Navy would ever place their trust in him again, even if he held the secrets of the world government. The Gorosei would certainly not allow Doflamingo the freedom to disseminate such knowledge. They would undoubtedly take decisive action against him. After all, the Gorosei could not be expected to tolerate his transgressions indefinitely. Their tempers were hardly forgiving. Subsequently, Yuling provided a few brief instructions before returning to her quarters to change into a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. Her hair neatly tied back into a playful ponytail. This ethereal presence appears even more poised and refreshing, exuding an undeniable charm. Nami and Robin were utterly captivated. These two individuals have long succumbed to their fate, thus they now embrace a reckless abandon. After all, Yuling is one of their own, and they no longer care about their image. However, with pressing matters at hand, they remain rational and refrain from any impulsive actions. Yuling made a brief adjustment to the altitude of the Ailey vessel before leaping from the ship. Chapter 89. The Toy Factory. Behave yourselves. A man commanded with a whip in hand, as he lashed at the toys. Regardless of how diligently these toys toiled, the whip continued to descend upon them, showing not a shred of mercy. Such a scene would bring tears even to the eyes of capitalists, for no one bears a heavier burden than these toys. For those who have been transformed into playthings, the grueling 996 work schedule might even seem like a blessing, as it at least affords them some respite. However, they are not merely subjected to a demanding routine, they endure relentless torment without any moments of reprieve. Most tragically, they find themselves without a voice to articulate their grievances. Their bodies have been metamorphosed into this pitiable state by a girl named Sugar, who wields the powers of a fruit. As long as her abilities remain intact, they are condemned to this form for eternity. They are also subject to her whims, manipulated as mere playthings. Moreover, once one is transformed into a toy, the memories associated with that individual begin to fade gradually. Although these memories do not vanish entirely, Sugar's powers render it nearly impossible to recollect the existence of the person. Only faint shadows linger at the surface of memory, leaving one unable to recall anything further. This reveals the formidable nature of Sugar as playful fruit. Even the mightiest can fall victim to such a fate, unless their strength is sufficient to instill fear in Sugar, as her abilities are challenging to restrain. However, Yuling is aware of Sugar's powers, and for him, the key lies in avoiding her touch. While the original narrative does not specify whether Conqueror's Haki or Armament Haki can provide immunity to Sugar's abilities, he knows how to counteract her fruit's powers by rendering Sugar unconscious and stripping her of awareness. Yet, before that, Yuling must gather all the workers in the factory and lure Sugar out for inspection. Only then can he ensure their complete restoration. Although he could storm the Royal Heights directly, such an approach would likely lead to dire consequences for those within the factory, especially since there are other members of the Don Quixote family guarding the premises. These ordinary individuals would be no match for such a formidable opponent. Thus, under the cover of night, Yuling stealthily infiltrates the facility. His agile form goes unnoticed, and his observation hockey is activated, allowing him to perceive the layout of the factory. He does not rush to rescue anyone. Instead, he focuses on gathering the guards and toys separately. Subsequently, he arrives at the central control room. Observing the chamber before him, Yuling raises his hand and gently knocks twice. Who is it? Do you not know that this place is off limits? A somewhat irate voice emanates from within. Soon after, Yuling sees a man dressed in a floral vest, adorned with a pink infant's cap and even sporting a pacifier, appearing before him. Who are you? Upon the appearance of Yuling, her presence evidently startled the other party. After all, her beauty was so striking that he found himself unable to divert his gaze. I am here to take over your duties. Yuling replied with an air of indifference. Senor, the man with the pacifier, turned pale. He recognized Yuling instantly. Yet, before he could utter a word, her hand had already seized his throat. In the next moment, Senor collapsed lifelessly, leaving no final words behind. Nevertheless, an expression of disbelief lingered in his eyes. No one could have anticipated that Yuling could infiltrate this place so stealthily. Even the astute Doflamingo could not have predicted this turn of events. Nor was he aware that Yuling had arrived. Clearing her throat, Yuling entered the room and then located a transponder snail. Through this medium, she could convey her intentions to all the factories. Attention everyone. Senor has ordered that all personnel gather in the square within 10 minutes. Punctuality is imperative. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. She also instructed that all toys must remain within the factory and refrain from wandering. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. As her voice resonated throughout the factories, everyone was perplexed as to why it was not Senor's voice issuing commands, but rather that of a softer, feminine tone. However, since the message was relayed from the control room, they felt compelled to heed it. After all, no one suspected that Senor was already dead. Within approximately 10 minutes, all individuals had congregated, discussing the unfolding situation. The toys, too, were trembling with trepidation as they assembled within the factory. Though separated, the distance was not great, allowing them to see one another. Moments later, Yuling's figure graced the hall. Her enchanting form, captivating lips, and alluring legs rendered her utterly mesmerizing. Particularly, the playful sway of her single ponytail added a delightful charm to her presence. This is the first impression that everyone has upon seeing Yuling. Do you know me? Suddenly, Yuling ascended the platform and posed a perplexing question. Most people shook their heads, while a few appeared contemplative. With a mere flick of her hair, she radiated charm, capturing the attention of all. They found it hard to fathom how such an exquisite woman could exist in this world. I suddenly recalled that she was the one who had defeated the Empress and claimed the title of the world's most beautiful woman. Furthermore, she is the captain of the Soul Pirate crew. How outrageous. Where is Lord Senor gone, and what have you done to him? A few of the more alert individuals immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. His words jolted everyone into awareness of the issue at hand. A few, appearing to hold positions of power, swiftly retrieved their transponder snails to inform Doflamingo. However, Yuling swiftly evaded them. All these individuals have collapsed to the ground, lifeless and silent. I present you with a choice. Confine yourselves willingly and surrender your possessions. To be candid, I have no desire to take your lives. However, should you act dishonestly, I shall not show mercy. The ensuing decision rests solely in your hands. Yuling posed the dilemma to those before him. They trembled in fear. A few among them contemplated escape, yet in an instant, Yuling appeared before them, piercing their chests. Blood splattered across Yuling's face, and the crimson liquid dripped slowly from his palms. Such a scene evokes a profoundly stunning beauty, leaving one breathless. A beauty stained with blood. This is the thought that emerges collectively in the hearts of all. Chapter 90. The Deceptive Sugar. Listen closely, for I understand the reasons behind your current predicament. If you desire my assistance, you must fulfill 2 conditions. The first is this: wreak havoc. Dismantle the factories entirely. The more destructive, the better. Upon uttering these words, Yuling left all the toys astounded. They had never anticipated such ruthlessness from her. Meanwhile, those tasked with overseeing the toys found themselves compelled to confine themselves within the prison here, though the square was not far away. They too heard Yuling's declaration and felt a sense of dread. Never had they fathomed that someone would possess the audacity to demolish factories in this place. Is this a matter of life and death? Everyone and every toy may fail to comprehend, yet Yuling remains steadfastly confident. He perceives that these toys do not wish to perish. Even in their current state, at the very least, they desire to survive. Yuling discerns their thoughts and thus speaks once more. I imagine you are unaware of my identity, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuling, captain of the Soul Pirate crew. My bounty stands at 600 million berries, while my companion boasts a bounty of 470 million berries. Moreover, he is a wielder of a Logia-type devil fruit. In addition, I have two other companions, both of whom are also capable of harnessing Logia-type powers. Most significantly, I have triumphed over the Empress, who, like Don Quixote da Flamingo, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. By stating this, I trust you now comprehend my formidable strength. Yuling spoke with a smile, his words imbued with a unique charm that captivated all present. Particularly striking was the directness of his assertions. He refrained from mentioning his encounters with admirals or Garp, nor did he boast of defeating foes like Jack, as such claims bore no significance. For these individuals, it is the Logia-type devil fruit users and the 7 warlords that instill genuine fear. After all, Don Quixote da Flamingo's identity is that of a warlord of the sea. Thus, when Yuling declares his victory over the Empress, another of the 7 warlords, the weight of his words resonates profoundly. This group of individuals swiftly chose to place their trust in Yuling, for they understood that Yuling had no reason to deceive them. Very well. Now I shall present the second condition. When the Navy arrives, you will be able to stand here and testify against Don Quixote da Flamingo and the atrocities of the Don Quixote family. With so many of you as witnesses, even in the absence of direct evidence, Da Flamingo shall not escape unscathed. Upon hearing Yuling's words, the toys were instantly filled with joy. They had not anticipated such an opportunity to turn the tide. Now, I have said all that I need to. Let the destruction commence. With Yuling's command, the toys erupted into fervor. They exerted every ounce of their strength to utterly obliterate everything in sight. Nothing was spared, not even the machinery within the factory, which was completely dismantled. Such a scene startled the diminutive folk laboring in the vicinity. They were unaware of the unfolding events, as the wandering spirit had not summoned them beforehand. Only upon their emergence did they realize that the toys had commenced a rebellion. The little people were taken aback and promptly contacted members of the Don Quixote family. They had no choice, despite their deep-seated resentment towards the Don Quixote clan. Their princess remained in the adversary's grasp. Thus, the little folk found themselves constrained, compelled to assist Da Flamingo. The wandering spirit observed this development without interference. The little folk's act of sending warnings was, in fact, advantageous to him, for it would hasten the arrival of his foes. However, he was taken aback to discover that the diminutive folk were indeed present in this locale. He had presumed they were absent from the factory. It appeared that the wandering spirit had underestimated the situation. Whether toys or little folk, all had been transformed into mere tools of Da Flamingo, with no respite in sight. Thus, he harbored a certain sympathy for the little folk. Yet, oblivious to the truth, they merely reported the news before retreating. As for the suggestion to incite destruction among the toys, they chose to disregard it. After all, the chaos wrought by the toys could prove beneficial to them. Meanwhile, within the palace, Sugar was roused from slumber by the clamor outside. Still drowsy, she rose and, clutching a small bear, ventured out to hear the news. Her expression shifted slightly. It was inconceivable that they dared to undertake such an act. Who had given them the audacity? Sugar was evidently incredulous, even somewhat irate. Clad in her nightgown, she left the palace without hesitation. At that moment, Da Flamingo opened his eyes. He sensed something amiss outside. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. Soon, a call came through the snail phone, reporting on the factory situation, stating that Sugar had already gone to quell the disturbance, accompanied by Diamante. An instinctive sense of foreboding washed over Da Flamingo. He moved to the edge of the window and beheld Sugar and Diamante ambling towards the factory. An unsettling feeling lingered within him. Activating his observation hotkey, he sought anomalies in his surroundings, yet nothing seemed amiss. His range of perception was limited, far inferior to that of the wandering spirit and Enel. Thus, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the turmoil at the factory. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious. They have only just departed Punk Hazard and could not possibly arrive here so swiftly. This group of individuals is merely a band of pirates. They cannot fly. So how could they possibly be so swift? Da Flamingo chuckled softly before returning to his bed, preparing to resume his slumber. However, it was not long before a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the factory. A mushroom cloud abruptly manifested at the center of the premises. Da Flamingo was instantly roused from his rest by the tremor. He stared blankly at the factory, now a mere shadow of its former self. Enveloped in a cloud of black smoke, his fury mounting. He opened the window, intent on assessing the situation, when suddenly the transponder snail began to ring. Doflamingo, taken aback, turned to answer the call, his expression shifting dramatically. Master Kaido, you. Simultaneously, the enigmatic Wai Ling gazed upon Sugar, alongside the lifeless Diamante, whom he had effortlessly dispatched. A cold, exquisite smile gracing his lips. Sugar was utterly paralyzed by fear, standing motionless and unsure of how to react. At that moment, her powers had also been nullified. All individuals returned to their original states, and chaos ensued as they began to wreak havoc. An explosion erupted. Everything within the factory was instantly obliterated. Wai Ling then approached Sugar, gently tapping her throat. Subsequently, her breath faded away. What a pity. Had you not followed Doflamingo, perhaps your fate would have been more favorable. Alas, I can only offer you my apologies. Chapter 91. The counterattack, we have been restored. We are truly back to our former selves. Thank you ever so much. Miss Wai Ling, you are indeed our savior. Laughter erupted as they celebrated their return, relieved to escape the suffocating confines of the factory. It was an overwhelming joy. All thanks to Miss Wai Ling's assistance. In that moment, all the toys had reverted to their original forms. Thousands of individuals gathered. A formidable force that struck fear into the hearts of the factory guards. Although they were trained and possessed strength superior to that of ordinary people, they had not undergone formal military training. Moreover, within Dressrosa, there existed an arena open to all, where one could participate for a modest registration fee, with rewards that were exceptionally generous. Hence, Dressrosa could be described as a place of noble spirit, where every individual, regardless of age or gender, was a competent warrior. Thus, the first order of business upon their restoration was to seek vengeance upon the guards. The total number of guards was barely 500. Faced with thousands of workers, they were utterly powerless to resist, forced to endure the consequences of their actions. Yu Ling observed silently from the sidelines, taking no action. Once the workers had vented their frustrations, she clapped her hands, though her voice went unheard. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Yu Ling produced a loudspeaker and called out, "Cease this at once. There is no need to increase the bloodshed. This is not in your best interest." Upon hearing her words, those who had harbored murderous intent suddenly calmed down. While a few still wished to eliminate some individuals, they were persuaded otherwise by those around them. They remained in place, eager to hear what Yu Ling had to say. After a moment, once everyone had regained their composure, Yu Ling revealed a radiant smile, a beauty that could topple nations and enchant even the most stoic. In that instant, all present were entranced, their eyes fixated solely on her, regardless of age or gender. Listen to my words. Return home to your families. They must be greatly worried about you, especially with the sudden resurgence of memories. The situation here, I shall handle. You need only go home. Should anyone attempt to obstruct you or harm you outside, fear not, for my companions have already surrounded the palace. Those ruffians cannot escape. Yu Ling let out a cold laugh. Previously, there had been an explosion at the factory, triggered not only by the workers but also by Yu Ling's cunning use of a signal flare, which she had set off amidst a stash of explosives that served as her signal. At that moment, the Ailey ship hovered above the palace. Had Yu Ling not yet sent the signal, they would likely have already taken action. After a brief pause, observing the skeptical expressions of the crowd, Yu Ling detonated a second signal flare. A firework soared into the sky before bursting into a spectacular display. In the next instant, thunderous flames erupted in the palace's vicinity. Additionally, a frigid landscape began to take shape. Witnessing this spectacle, the workers felt a wave of relief wash over them. Grateful, they departed the factory under Yu Ling's guidance. Once they had left, Yu Ling gracefully ascended into the air, a cold smile gracing her lips. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a punch. In the blink of an eye, waves of energy radiated outward, encircling all the factories and the guards present. The very next moment, the ground trembled and caved in. Like an earthquake, it swept across the entire factory area. It even caused a ripple in Dressrosa. Such a scene left everyone utterly astonished. No one could have anticipated that Yu Ling possessed such formidable strength. Fortunately, all the workers and the members of the Small People S tribe managed to escape. As for the guards present, Yu Ling did not deliberately target them. He simply chose not to intervene. He was unwilling to allow the hands of these ordinary individuals to be stained with blood. Thus, he resolved to let his own hands become drenched in crimson. Pirates, by their very nature, are not known for their cleanliness. Yu Ling had no intention of presenting himself as virtuous or pure in any manner, as he perceived it. Those who assist in the perpetration of evil find delight in their actions and are utterly unworthy of salvation. Thus, Yuling, with a swift motion, buried them deep within the earth. Whether they survive or not depends solely on their own fate. For Yuling's true target is the entire factory. They are merely collateral. Subsequently, Yuling glided effortlessly towards the lofty heights of the king. Yet, at that moment, a mass of threads rose into the air. In an instant, a vast expanse of threads transformed into a birdcage, enveloping the entirety of Dressrosa. Such a scene astonished the ordinary onlookers. However, Yuling merely smiled faintly, showing no concern whatsoever. This entity, seemingly resilient, could be easily dealt with by him in just a few strikes. Thus, he executed the moonwalk, soaring into the air, and delivered a powerful punch directly at the heart of the birdcage. In an instant, the atmosphere shattered. Even the entire cage trembled, on the brink of collapse. Next, he unleashed a second punch, then a third. With 3 strikes, the birdcage shattered. Threads fell limply, eventually disintegrating into dust, vanishing from sight. However, unleashing these 3 punches left Yuling somewhat displeased. He had originally anticipated that he could resolve it with 1 or, at most, 2 punches. The reality of needing 3, however, irked him considerably. This indicated that his strength, when compared to the formidable 4 emperors, still fell short. So, what should he do in response to this dissatisfaction? Naturally, he sought a place to vent his frustrations. With this thought in mind, his gaze turned towards the heights of kings. At that moment, the inhabitants of that place were engaged in battle. Ace and Enel were not cooperating, but rather confronting their foes separately. Ace was locked in combat with Don Quixote da Flamingo, while Enel faced other adversaries. Besides Robin, Nami and Brooke also joined the fray. Given the prowess of Nami and Brooke, facing the officers of the Don Quixote family proved somewhat challenging. After all, their mastery of their respective abilities was not particularly advanced, and they lacked the use of haki. Thus, they were relegated to clearing out foot soldiers and fending off attacks from those officers who could not wield haki. Meanwhile, Enel single-handedly confronted 4 or 5 officers. Though he was fatigued, he felt exhilarated. After sailing for so long, this was the first time he experienced such a thrilling battle. Even his previous encounter with Jack did not compare. As for Ace, he was somewhat frustrated. While his fruit abilities countered Doflamingo's string powers, his haki was being overwhelmed. This left him somewhat displeased. However, he also came to realize that after his moments of complacency, he might not stand a chance against the formidable 7 warlords of the New World. After all, the New World and the Grand Line represent 2 distinct phases. As for Robin, her role was merely to oversee the ship. There was no need for her to engage in combat. Chapter 92. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Damn it. When did they arrive? Let us rewind time to 3 minutes prior. Doflamingo sensed that something was amiss. He briefly informed the members of his family and then prepared to venture outside to investigate. However, just as he soared into the air, he was met with a barrage of thunder and flames. In such a rapid tempo, Doflamingo was completely oblivious at first. He swiftly attempted to defend himself. Yet the flames and thunderous force immediately engulfed his threads. Even when imbued with haki, these 2 formidable powers would incinerate everything in their path. Doflamingo's expression shifted as he retreated, only to catch sight of Enel and Ace. However, before he could utter a word, Nami, embodying the essence of wind and snow, gracefully emerged. Doflamingo's demeanor faltered for a moment, instantly brimming with murderous intent. So it was you who killed Monet? What of it? Enel did not provide a direct answer, but instead chuckled coldly, turning the question back on him. Doflamingo remained silent, merely casting a cold gaze. In the next instant, the Conqueror's haki erupted with a thunderous roar, aimed squarely at Nami. Yet, Ace's own Conqueror's haki erupted simultaneously, shielding Nami behind him. Such a scene left Doflamingo somewhat astonished. Conqueror's haki? You possess Conqueror's haki, yet you are not the captain of the Soul Pirates? Doflamingo did not anticipate that Ace would wield the power of Conqueror's haki. This is the intelligence he remains unaware of. In response to his inquiries, Ace merely lifted his head in pride, a smile gracing his lips. I am more than willing. Furthermore, Ling is indeed superior to me in strength and intellect. She is most suited to be the captain. However, I must convey to you that even if she assumes the role of captain, the title of Pirate King shall forever belong to me. Indeed, she is merely an ordinary captain, while Ace aspires to be the Pirate King. As for myself, I am but a deity. I am Enel, the Thunder God. The 2 engaged in this playful banter, evidently having rehearsed it for quite some time. Doflamingo, bewildered by the antics of these 2 clowns, stood there in utter confusion, completely at a loss regarding their discourse. This left him both infuriated and amused. It appears that you are unaware of the correct way to write the character for death, are you not? Doflamingo let out a cold chuckle and swiftly took action. In that fleeting moment, the officers behind him and the troops below simultaneously emerged. Ace and his companions exchanged a glance, and then, adhering to their original strategy, commenced their operation. At this juncture, Brooke, concealed below, had already made his move. With the force of one, he conjured a rather rudimentary ice wall using the coarse chill of the Yellow Springs. Yet, this very wall obstructed the army's descent. They sought to retaliate. But Nami's arrival rendered them entirely into ice sculptures. However, due to Nami's insufficient strength, none perished. Given a little time, they would undoubtedly recover. Subsequently, Nami and Brooke joined forces, astonishingly forcing the army and several minor officers to retreat. Observing this, Pika contemplated intervening, but Enel unleashed a bolt of lightnings, instilling fear and preventing any movement from them. There was no choice. The destructive power of the lightning was overwhelmingly immense, compounded by the extensive range of Enel's observation hockey. They had previously attempted to circumvent Enel, but no matter their approach, they were invariably caught and struck directly by the descending thunder. This rendered them utterly miserable. Even Pika found himself powerless. Despite transforming into a colossal stone giant, he could not withstand Enel's thunderous assault. For Enel's observation hockey was capable of enveloping the entire vicinity. He need not search for Pika's hidden whereabouts. A mere extension of his lightning net would leave Pika with no avenue of escape. This has rendered Pika utterly hesitant to casually employ the powers of the fruit in order to avert incurring greater harm. As for the other officers, they are presently all thwarted by Enel alone. Such a scene evokes astonishment. Yet, they must concede that Enel indeed possesses such formidable strength, rendering their escape from his electric domain impossible. All of you are completely encircled by me. Yahahaha. Enel bellowed with laughter. In the next instant, he transformed into a colossal figure of thunder and struck down with a mighty hand. Everyone was instantly enveloped within his grasp. However, they would not capitulate easily. Instead, they launched an immediate counterattack. Regrettably, although their hockey was commendable, their speed fell drastically short of Enel's. As for their observation hockey, it was utterly ineffective, leaving them soaring helplessly into the sky. The disparity was monumental. At that moment, Doflamingo, witnessing this spectacle, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He longed to assist in subduing Enel, but with Ace present, he found himself unable to intervene. Despite his superior physical prowess and mastery of the three types of hockey, he was restrained by the fruit's inherent counter. There was even a sense of being suppressed by Ace. More critically, in the face of Ace's flames, any threads he released would be incinerated. Thus, a single thread's attack or control could not possibly affect Ace. Even attacks like the string whip would be utterly inconsequential to Ace, as such assaults had an excessively long wind-up and lacked direct coverage of hockey. This also led to Doflamingo's inability to directly attack Ace. Although physical techniques could achieve that, the searing sensation from the flames caused Doflamingo considerable pain. His feathered coat was reduced to ashes in this manner. The originally pink feather coat was now entirely transformed into charred remnants, rendering its former appearance unrecognizable. Even some of Doflamingo's hair had been singed. However, as the two continued their fierce confrontation, the entire island suddenly experienced a tremor. Doflamingo's expression shifted slightly. He was uncertain of the cause, yet his instincts urged him that it was imperative to activate the birdcage. Without hesitation, he distanced himself from Ace and unleashed the birdcage. Shortly thereafter, the birdcage was successfully deployed. Yet, a strikingly beautiful figure emerged within Doflamingo's line of sight. He watched as this individual delivered one punch, then a second, and a third, all striking at the very center of his birdcage. That spot was the most fortified part of the entire structure. Yet, just after 3 punches, it was shattered by the opponent. This scene left Doflamingo utterly astonished. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the awakening of his devil fruit. Countless threads surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming Ace and even cloaked in the formidable hockey of armament. In this moment, even Ace found it somewhat overwhelming. He immediately unleashed his flames in an attempt to resist. After a brief interval, the torrent subsided. However, the figure of Doflamingo had vanished without a trace. Ace wished to pursue him, but was at a loss as to where to begin. It was at this juncture that the specter made its appearance. Where is Doflamingo? He has fled. Fled? The specter could scarcely believe it. He activated his observation hockey and discovered that within a 10,000-meter radius, Doflamingo's presence had indeed disappeared. This left him astonished. Did he abandon the entire Quixote family? Is this still the invincible Tenyasha? Chapter 93, Kaido of the Hundred Beasts. In just over half an hour, every member of the Don Quixote family was apprehended. None could escape the retribution of the wandering spirit. However, the spirit did not eliminate them all, for it was essential to keep some alive to confess and face justice. Only in this manner could Doflamingo attain true disgrace. At this moment, none of the Don Quixote family members anticipated that their leader would abandon them and flee alone. This is indeed astonishing, yet it is the undeniable truth. Although Don Quixote is deeply sentimental and attentive to his family, this care is only extended during times of safety. As a self-serving individual driven by egotism, should he find himself pursued, he would scarcely concern himself with his family, opting instead to flee alone. After all, given his capabilities, if he were determined to escape, even the mightiest of the four emperors would find it challenging to catch him. However, Kaido and Kizaru might stand a chance. These two individuals possess extraordinary abilities. One can transform into a divine dragon, exhibiting a speed akin to that of a tempest. As for Kizaru, his prowess is undeniable. While he may not have fully attained the velocity of light, he certainly operates at speeds that are either near light or supersonic. Thus, catching up with Don Quixote Doflamingo would be a trivial endeavor. However, the same cannot be said for Yuling. It is worth noting that by the time he arrived, Doflamingo had already fled, and he was utterly unaware of the direction in which the latter had escaped. His observation haki failed to perceive Doflamingo's presence. Even after apprehending the remaining members of the Don Quixote family and enlisting Enel's assistance to search, they were still unable to uncover any trace of Doflamingo. This indicates that the other party has long since fled the confines of Dressrosa. In this manner, locating the other party once more would prove somewhat challenging. You shall keep a vigilant watch over these individuals while I step out for a brief moment. I shall return shortly. With these words, Yuling ascended to the rooftop of the palace and retrieved the special transponder snail. At that moment, Yuling could distinctly see Kazan's location on the system. The latter had returned all the children to the Navy headquarters and was making his way back to the New World. Moreover, the distance between them was not exceedingly far. At Kazan's pace, even if he were to meander leisurely, it would not take several hours to reach. Thus, Yuling directly connected with Kazan through the transponder snail to establish communication. Kazan, do you remember me? Yuling inquired softly, a smile gracing his lips. This time, our collaboration has been immensely profitable. I have captured everyone from the Don Quixote family, excluding Don Quixote Doflamingo. I have even procured the testimonies from the citizens of the entire nation. As for physical evidence, you can manage that on your own. I shall not procure it for you. After all, such items are ubiquitous in this country. Yuling recounted all these matters in one breath, leaving Kazan momentarily stunned. It took him several seconds to regain his composure before his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Are you saying that you have indeed dismantled the Don Quixote family? From Punk Hazard to Dressrosa, it would take at least 2 to 3 days at best. How on earth did you accomplish this? Did you perhaps fly there?" Kazan expressed his astonishment. However, upon reflection, he recalled that Yuling's pirate ship did indeed possess the ability to fly. Yet, he instinctively overlooked this detail, which led him to pose such a foolish question. Nevertheless, he chose not to disclose this to anyone, not even to Sengoku. This signifies a subtle understanding between the two of them. Of course, it came flying over. Was there any doubt? Yuling had no intention of concealing the fact that her pirate ship is capable of flight. After all, such matters would inevitably be revealed if Yuling made a few more appearances. There was nothing to hide. Subsequently, Yuling and Kuzan engaged in a brief discussion regarding their course of action. In essence, it was decided that Yuling would remain stationed here without taking any action. Kazan would make haste to arrive, and he would also inform the Navy to take control of Dressrosa and simultaneously remove these individuals. As for remuneration, since Yuling is a pirate, she would not be entitled to any reward. However, Kazan assured her, on a personal basis, that as long as she refrained from committing heinous acts, he would turn a blind eye should he encounter her while leading a team. He would also endeavor to explain Yuling's situation to Sengoku, considering that Ace is under Yuling's command, and Ace is the grandson of Garp. Even if they are not related by blood, Sengoku would likely extend some courtesy. Therefore, as long as Yuling does not engage in genuinely immoral acts or actions detrimental to the interests of the world government, she would essentially be able to move freely in any region. There is even a possibility that her bounty might be revoked. After all, this matter is a significant achievement. The only difficult aspect lies with the 5 elders, who are not so easily swayed. However, given that Yuling has eliminated Don Quixote and driven away Doflamingo, the 5 elders might be more lenient. Nonetheless, Kazan still proposed that Yu Ling become one of the 7 warlords, which was once again declined. The current situation affords her even greater freedom. Although there is no official reward, she is also not subject to the constraints of the Navy or the world government. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Kazan, Yu Ling prepared to end the call. At that moment, her observation haki sensed something amiss. Yu Ling furrowed her brow and ascended into the sky. In the next instant, a figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing down into the Colosseum of Dressrosa, creating a tremendous impact. A colossal humanoid figure materialized in the center of the arena, causing Yu Ling to gasp in astonishment, her calves trembling involuntarily. Such a scene felt oddly familiar to him. This was precisely the posture adopted by Kaido upon his descent in the original narrative. Yu Ling, what is happening on your end? Why has there been an explosion? Kazan had yet to disconnect the den mushi. Hearing the commotion, he inquired. Yu Ling took a deep breath and articulated each word with conviction. Kaido has arrived. What? Kazan was taken aback by Yu Ling's revelation, and soon after, she could hear him fervently pedaling his bicycle. You must flee at once. This monster is beyond your capacity to confront. Although Kazan and Yu Ling had only met twice, they found a remarkable rapport, particularly in their personalities, which resonated well together. Moreover, Yu Ling was not the type to engage in wanton destruction or villainy, as their endeavors primarily revolved around upholding justice. In the process, they eradicated a malignant force for the world government. While this might bring shame to the governing body, in the eyes of the Navy, the Soul Pirates were regarded as a refreshing anomaly among pirates. After all, they had never harmed civilians nor targeted any merchants. Thus, Kazan harbored genuine concerns for Yu Ling's safety. However, Yu Ling bit her lip, her gaze turning steely. Kazan, I cannot retreat. If I do, the people of Dressrosa will suffer. This adversary, I shall handle. With those words, Yu Ling terminated the call. Simultaneously, Ace and Enel, having heard the disturbance, rushed over. They then beheld a magnificent dragon spiraling through the heavens. This is one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Chapter 94, The Might of the Divine Dragon. Those who have perused the manga are aware that Kaido possesses the mythical Zoan-type fish fruit. However, the mystery of how he transformed from a fish into a dragon remains unsolved. What is certain, though, is that Kaido is now a divine dragon, soaring through the skies. This celestial dragon exhales clouds of mist, its gaze piercing. The hot breath that escapes its nostrils is a searing blaze. Even from a distance, the surrounding temperature becomes palpably intense. What on earth is happening? Who is this formidable creature before us? Enel is taken aback. He has never encountered a divine dragon or anyone with such overwhelming power. Ace remains silent, for he knows precisely who stands before them. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is among the most formidable beings of the seas, rivaling the infamous Whitebeard. Yu Ling speaks up. Upon hearing this, Enel gasps in shock. Those below tremble in fear at the sight of Kaido. Nami and her companions hastily retreat into the fortress to shield themselves from Kaido's wrath. As for the Don Quixote family, their hopes of escape have been utterly extinguished. Doflamingo had previously informed them that, due to a failed transaction, Kaido intended to personally come and claim their lives. They had thought they would have some time to prepare, but unexpectedly, Yu Ling destroyed the factory, and Kaido arrived in swift pursuit. The events of this night are utterly surreal, leaving them in disbelief. Consequently, these individuals have resigned themselves to fate, convinced that survival is beyond their reach. Even Yu Ling and the others are destined to perish here. This is how they perceive him, the invincible Kaido. Meanwhile, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had initially fled but was preparing to return to rescue his comrades, was struck with terror upon sighting the colossal dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his escape, fearful of being noticed. After all, Kaido is a ruthless killer. What should he do next? Doflamingo gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear both Yamato and Kaido to shreds. Yet, he lacked the power to confront either of them, leaving him with no choice but to flee. However, at this moment, he was utterly unsure of where to run. The Whitebeard pirates would never offer him refuge. The red-haired pirates? While a possibility, they had always harbored ill will towards him. Contemplating this, Doflamingo's final thoughts turned towards the last of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. Yet, he quickly shook his head. No, this is a last resort, for now. It is best to escape. When I rise again, I will show you what true strength means. With that, Doflamingo swiftly distanced himself, not daring to look back. At this moment, Kaido's gaze swept across the entirety of Dressrosa. He disregarded Yamato and the others, activating his observation haki as if searching for something. But soon, His anger ignited. The person he sought was nowhere to be found. Doflamingo, you scoundrel, where have you gone? His furious roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The sheer force of his shout caused the very ground to tremble. Such power instills a sense of dread. It was the first time both Enel and Ace witnessed the true might of the four emperors, realizing just how formidable it truly was. In that moment, Ace found himself regretting his ambitions to challenge Whitebeard, as he came to the unsettling realization that he seemed unable to even contend with Kaido. In such circumstances, how could one dare to challenge Whitebeard? With this thought, Ace was instantly filled with self-doubt. Enel found himself in a similar predicament, self-proclaimed as a god. He believed his strength to be formidable. Even if he were not a match for the spirit of wanderers, he felt he could easily handle others. However, Kaido's appearance dealt a severe blow to his confidence. It was the first time he had witnessed the might of the dragon god. The power of Conqueror's Haki even affected him to some extent. Yet, at that moment, a formidable aura erupted from the body of the spirit of wanderers. His Conqueror's Haki progress reached 10%. Under Kaido's oppressive presence, his Haki successfully awakened. A faint yet protective aura of Conqueror's Haki emerged from the spirit of wanderers. Enel immediately regained his composure amidst the pressure. Ace also returned to his senses, similarly unleashing his Haki to counterattack Kaido. Such a scene caught Kaido's attention. You three little ones, are you subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo? No, two of you possess the Conqueror's Haki, and although one lacks it, their presence is formidable. Doflamingo, that waste, could never command followers of your caliber. Moreover, you woman, you seem somewhat familiar. At this moment, Kaido reverted to his human form and gracefully descended to the ground. Then, he suddenly smacked his forehead as realization dawned upon him. You are the brat who defeated Hancock, and you also vanquished Jack, compelling him to cry out for mercy. Therefore, you are my adversary. Well then, you may meet your demise. As his words fell, Kaido charged forward with bare hands, unleashing a tremendous force. He did not wield his kanabo, yet as one of the four emperors, his might remained unyielding, weapon or not. Enel and Ace, witnessing this, promptly unleashed their abilities to aid Yuling in withstanding the blow. Nevertheless, both were simultaneously repelled, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Two Logia types? Kaido paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, this is truly amusing. How about this? All three of you join the Beast Pirates. Given your strengths, I can offer you 3 seats among the Flying Six. Once you join my crew, you shall be under my command. The debt for defeating Jack can be wiped clean. Though Kaido harbored a petty nature, he remained magnanimous towards his companions, provided he was sober. After all, when intoxicated, even the lowliest of minions would find themselves crushed beneath his hand. To him, they were all mere refuse, indifferent to their fates. However, in response to his invitation, Yuling and the others shook their heads in unison. They spoke not a word, but expressed their stance through their actions. At that moment, flames erupted. Thunder crackled. The 2 Logia powers surged towards Kaido simultaneously. Yuling, taking a deep breath, unleashed a punch in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the air shattered. All that existed transformed into a colossal energy, crashing against Kaido's form. Even Kaido found himself involuntarily staggering backward. The 3 forces were too much for him to absorb entirely. Even if he attempted to endure, he would sustain some injury. Yet he remained unperturbed, even laughing heartily. Ha! This is truly delightful. The strength of the 3 of you is commendable. However, if you refuse to join, then perish. Chapter 95, The Navy's Reaction. What? Kaido has reached Dressrosa. Is this individual seeking vengeance for Jack? Or perhaps he is there to safeguard Don Quixote Doflamingo? Well, I have grasped the situation. Kazan, exercise caution and endeavor to avoid encountering that behemoth Kaido. I am aware that you harbor no fear of him, yet this creature possesses considerable strength. It would be exceedingly challenging for you to subdue him alone. Thus, I urge you to remain vigilant, and if feasible, consider joining forces with that diminutive monster. This individual, on the whole, cannot be deemed an enemy. However, the paramount objective remains the safe return of all members of the Don Quixote family. Once they are apprehended, regardless of how Doflamingo may attempt to justify his actions, he shall not escape the direst of consequences. At Marine Headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku was directing Kazan via a transponder snail. After issuing his commands and imparting a few additional words of caution, he finally terminated the connection, exhaling a sigh of relief. After all, Kaido's unexpected appearance in Dressrosa was unforeseen by all. His ascension to one of the 4 emperors is attributed not solely to the vastness of his power but, more significantly, to his formidable strength. The might of the four emperors is comparable to that of the admirals, perhaps even surpassing them in certain aspects. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, it remains challenging to discern a victor within a brief span. The battle must persist until the very end. Otherwise, no one can foretell who shall ultimately triumph. Nonetheless, with two admirals, it is indeed feasible to contend with a single emperor. When three admirals join forces, the task becomes even more manageable. Unfortunately, there are four emperors, a fact well known to all. The three admirals must maintain equilibrium, making it arduous to target any individual emperor. It is precisely for this reason that the Navy finds itself in such a precarious situation. In terms of military strength, the Navy indisputably holds the title of the world's foremost. Even the number of formidable individuals under its command stands unrivaled upon the seas. The combined forces of the four emperors do not exceed the Navy's ranks. Even when considering all powerful beings collectively, they remain evenly matched. However, the Navy cannot afford to unleash its full might without risking an onslaught from all the pirates. Here, the term pirates encompasses not only the four emperors, but also ordinary pirates and renowned figures among them. They would not hesitate to confront the Navy, for in their eyes, the annihilation of the Navy would signify an unimpeded dominion over the vast seas. In this manner, the maritime routes will become unobstructed. Thus, the Navy dares not act recklessly. What they seek is peace, whereas the pirates yearn for chaos. Should they strike first without assurance, they would undoubtedly plunge into an abyss from which escape is nearly impossible. At this juncture, Sengoku finds himself in a quandary, deliberating whether to dispatch troops to Dressrosa. The consequences of inaction could be dire. Although he has faith in the abilities of the Straw Hat Pirates, knowing they, along with Ace and others, would not harm civilians, he does not believe that they would choose to confront Kaido in order to protect the inhabitants of Dressrosa. This is utterly unrealistic. After all, Sengoku is a realist. He does not believe that pirates will safeguard the populace. The mere fact that pirates might refrain from harming civilians is a cause for gratitude. Ultimately, after considerable contemplation, Sengoku picked up the Den Den Mushi. He resolved to dispatch reinforcements, regardless of the circumstances. He would never permit Kaido to wreak havoc in the allied nations of the world government. This is a provocation against the Navy and the authority of the world government. Should the Gorosei become aware of this, their fury would only intensify, prompting them to dispatch CP0 directly. At that point, the situation would become even more troublesome than if the Navy intervened. For CP0 operates without discretion, anyone perceived as an adversary will not be spared. Consequently, the innocent civilians of Dressrosa may suffer the dire consequences. After all, the majority of the inhabitants here are known for their fierce demeanor, rendering them easy targets. The act of killing within the ranks of CP0 is often seen as a commendable achievement. Even if an error occurs, it matters not, for a mere accusation can transform it into a significant triumph. It is precisely for this reason that the culture within CP0 has always been rather disreputable. To be more precise, this malaise extends throughout the entire CP organization, leading them to act with increasing impunity. This bears some resemblance to Sakazuki, yet it is entirely distinct. For Sakazuki seeks not accolades, but rather an unwavering sense of absolute justice within himself, a form of justice that borders on obsession, devoid of any connection to military achievements. Nevertheless, the behavioral patterns of both parties are nearly indistinguishable. Thus, many have remarked that Sakazuki embodies the world government, the Five Elders, and serves as a sycophant to the Celestial Dragons, given the striking similarity in their methods of action. Most notably, only Sakazuki fully complies with the directives of the Celestial Dragons and the Five Elders, a level of cooperation not displayed by the other two admirals. Although Sakazuki himself does not inherently favor the Celestial Dragons or the Five Elders, he perceives the commands of the world government as the epitome of justice, which explains his unwavering commitment. Others, however, do not share this perspective. Contemplating this, Sengoku resolved to dispatch Admiral Borsalino for swift support, allowing the remaining Navy to proceed at a more leisurely pace. After all, Borsalino's speed would ensure that by the time he arrived, Kazan would also be nearing the scene. Thus, Sengoku utilized a Den Den Mushi to relay this information to Kazan, who subsequently received a startling revelation. Kazan had made contact with Robin and learned that the enigmatic Yuling was engaged in combat with Kaido. Simultaneously, Enel and Ace had also entered the fray. Yuling's intent was unmistakable. He would not retreat until Kaido was repelled. The rationale was equally straightforward: to prevent Dressrosa from suffering under Kaido's devastation. Kazan dutifully conveyed this intelligence, and upon hearing it, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words, ultimately advising Kazan to exercise caution. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, the Soul Pirates were locked in battle with one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Their confrontation had persisted for nearly half an hour. As the primary offensive force, Yuling, despite his diminutive stature, possessed immense strength capable of challenging Kaido's fists. Even in his dragon form, Kaido found it impossible to shatter Yuling's strikes. However, Yuling was not unscathed. The recoil from Kaido's power left him aching all over, his calves trembling from the exertion. After all, Kaido's strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand, and even Yuling felt an unprecedented pressure, reminiscent of his encounter with Garp's iron fists. Unlike Garp, who lacked the Conqueror's haki that would amplify his power, Garp had also shown leniency towards Yuling, which was not the case with Kaido. Though Kaido approached without a weapon, each of his punches was a genuine, unrestrained assault. Chapter 96, Fierce Battle with Kaido. Damn it. How can this guy's skin be so tough? My thunder cannot break through. Enel couldn't help but voice his frustration. He had transformed into the god of thunder, continuously unleashing various bolts of lightning in an attempt to breach Kaido's defenses. Yet, regrettably, his lightning had only succeeded in charring Kaido's skin, at most inducing a momentary paralysis. As for inflicting actual harm, it could only be said that there was none to speak of. Even Ace's attacks could merely inflict superficial wounds, utterly incapable of harming Kaido. This left the two in a state of despair. They had never anticipated that the power of the four emperors could be so astonishing in a one-on-one confrontation. While they might not be instantly defeated by Kaido, they certainly could not withstand a second blow. After all, Kaido's strength was even capable of gradually overpowering the ethereal spirits. Such power is beyond their capacity to contend with. Coupled with such exaggerated defensive capabilities, there are virtually no individuals capable of breaching Kaido's formidable defenses. This encapsulates the thoughts of Enel and Ace. Even when employing the techniques of the spirit, one must utilize the techniques of Shattered Void Fist or Quaking Void Fist to inflict a measure of internal damage upon Kaido. Externally, however, no signs of injury are perceptible. It can only be said that Kaido's defensive capabilities are truly astonishing, instilling a sense of trepidation. At this moment, the spirit is engaged in battle while simultaneously observing the progress of his Conqueror's haki. As he clashes with Kaido, his mastery of Conqueror's haki is gradually increasing, having risen by 3 percentage points over the course of approximately half an hour. This brought a sense of joy to Yuling. If he could endure for a day and a night, although it may not completely fill the progress bar of his Conqueror's haki, achieving a range of 60 to 70% was certainly within reach. This was particularly true for the progress of his armament haki, which initially advanced at a rather sluggish pace. However, it had now surged by 5%. Should it reach 100%, he would be able to learn Flowing Sakura, thereby elevating his strength to new heights. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the progress of haki increases rapidly during combat, especially when two haki powers clash. The effect is particularly pronounced. Thus, despite the exhaustion and pain he experienced, Yuling found himself reveling in the struggle. The gradual enhancement of one's abilities is truly exhilarating. However, it must be noted that the wandering spirit does not possess a penchant for masochism. When it comes to battle, he cannot simply endure relentless assaults or be led by the nose. Once he discerns the patterns in Kaido's attacks, even the three of them together can manage to contend with one of the four emperors. After all, Kaido's speed is not particularly remarkable. It only accelerates when he transforms into his dragon form. At this moment, both sides engage in combat, sparks flying amidst the clash, with neither party showing any intention of retreating. Such a scene left everyone below utterly astonished. Even the members of the Don Quixote family felt a profound sense of despair upon witnessing it. They even believed that Doflamingo had made a wise decision to flee. Otherwise, even if he were to confront the phantoms, he would inevitably be captured, with no opportunity to retaliate. It was evident to them that the phantoms were employing Ace and Enel to strategically distract and harass from the sidelines. This is the only way to match Kaido. However, relying solely on her own strength, even without assistance, Yuling will not be defeated for at least an hour or two. Such is his prowess. At this moment, Kaido is filled with a sense of urgency. He never anticipated that these three seemingly inconspicuous youngsters would possess such formidable strength, capable of contending with him. Although he remains unscathed, the fact that he is being so effectively restrained leaves him deeply dissatisfied. Yet, there is little he can do. The battle must persist. Approximately an hour later, Kaido can no longer tolerate the situation. He transforms into a divine dragon, his fiery breath primed and ready. with a single exhalation. He could obliterate the entire island. Ace and Enel stand prepared. With two Logia users present, they can certainly withstand Kaido's dragon breath. After all, the explosive power of Logia fruits is indeed formidable. However, at that very moment, a sudden beam of yellow light appears in the sky, crashing heavily onto Kaido's head. In the next instant, Kaido is sent crashing into the ground, disoriented. As Yu Ling and the others gaze in astonishment, they realize that the newcomer is none other than Admiral Borsalino. This scene left Yu Ling in a state of astonishment, simultaneously instilling a profound sense of vigilance within her. While Kazan had yet to arrive, it was Borsalino who sensed the tension first. Such a situation leaves one utterly perplexed. Alas, how terrifying this is, after all. He is one of the 4 emperors of the sea. How dare you, little ones, lay a hand upon him? Have you no regard for your lives? Although Yu Ling and his companions are indeed pirates, Borsalino instinctively chooses to overlook this fact. After all, Sengoku had stated that Yu Ling and his crew remained behind to protect the civilians of Dressrosa. They had the opportunity to flee, yet they chose to stay. This is sufficient to illustrate their character. Coupled with the justice of Borsalino, which is of a rather ambiguous and somewhat languid nature, he will refrain from taking action as long as Yu Ling and others do not engage in any outrageous behavior, and his superiors have yet to issue any commands. Clocking out is far more significant than anything else. How absurd. A marine admiral, is he truly conspiring with these minor pirates? Kaido, transformed into human form, fixated his gaze intently on Borsalino. Yet, Borsalino merely shook his head. He then lifted his foot, radiating brilliance, addressing Yu Ling and his companions with exaggerated flair. I shall deliver a kick. His words, accompanied by a slow-motion voiceover, signified the ability of the light fruit user. As he executed his light-speed kick at an almost glacial pace, while Ace and Enel remained on guard, Yu Ling swiftly seized both of them by the nape and hurled them into the air. Following this, he descended to the ground, cradling Nami and Robin in each arm, while also bearing the skeletal brook upon his back, gliding towards the Ellie with the grace of moonwalking, despite the burden. At this moment, after Yu Ling and his companions had departed, Borsalino's attack finally arrived, manifesting as a beam of light that plummeted into the sea. Oh dear, how remarkably swift their escape was. I couldn't even catch up, what a pity. Borsalino's sardonic remarks incited great fury in Kaido. He transformed into a dragon, aiming to unleash a torrent of dragon flames upon the airborne Ellie. The Ice Age, accompanied by a gentle huff, an ice wall materialized out of thin air, effectively blocking Kaido's assault. At this juncture, the 2 marine admirals finally arrived at Dressrosa. Upon witnessing their appearance, even Kaido felt a momentary hesitation. I am here today to settle matters with Doflamingo, not to contend with you Marines. Therefore, I shall spare your lives this time. When we meet again, you 2 brats better prepare yourselves for a clean neck, await your doom. With a thunderous roar, Kaido strode away, though his path happened to diverge from that of Yu Ling. Chapter 97. Departure Spirit. Are we truly just going to leave? At this moment, Ace was utterly perplexed as to why they had chosen to flee in such a disarrayed manner. This is entirely inconsistent with their style. Ainolo is equally perplexed. Even if an admiral were to arrive, what difference would it make? It would simply be a matter of direct confrontation. In response, Yu Ling rolled his eyes and gave Robin a glance, urging her to elaborate. After all, he was too apathetic to say anything further. These 2 simpletons, aside from engaging in brawls, know nothing of strategy or the concept of retreating to advance. You both should temper your tempers. This situation is, in fact, a result of Yu Ling acting in our best interests. The Navy's current stance is quite delicate. They are capable of either taking action against us or refraining from doing so. However, it is categorically impossible for them to declare war directly on the 4 emperors, particularly Kaido. For the Navy, waging war against a Yonko could potentially expose them to the coordinated assaults of the other emperors. Even if the Navy is unafraid of such confrontations, they must weigh the cost of casualties and the subsequent struggle to maintain maritime supremacy after the conflict. Thus, they are hesitant to take risks, which consequently prevents them from engaging directly with the 4 emperors. Even during their previous encounters with Kaido, they merely observed and issued a warning to us. Otherwise, considering Admiral Kizaru's formidable prowess, could you 2 possibly stand as his adversaries? Robin's retort left Enel and Ace momentarily speechless. Their current strength is still a far cry from that of an admiral. After a brief pause, Robin continued, furthermore, what Borsalino implied earlier was clearly due to our intervention in Kaido's atrocities, which prompted him to spare us. Should we continue to meddle? He may well choose to overlook Kaido and turn his attention towards us instead. After all, capturing us would be far less cumbersome than apprehending Kaido, and it would not provoke any disturbances upon the seas. Thus, our strength remains woefully inadequate. If we possessed the might of a Yonko, we would have no cause for concern. As you both have suggested, we would simply act. Yet, this premise hinges upon our attainment of absolute strength. At this juncture, Robin could not help but let out a sigh. The former O'Hara, devoid of any combat capability, was easily obliterated by the Buster Call. O'Hara was populated solely by scholars who held a strong aversion to the use of force. To them, violence was a desecration of knowledge. It was precisely this antiquated mindset, coupled with their flamboyant demeanor, that led them down the path to annihilation. However, the paramount reason was their gradual approach to uncovering the historical truth. This is an act that the world government cannot tolerate. Thus, O'Hara was annihilated. At this moment, the wandering spirit comprehends the true purpose of Borsalino's appearance. He is here to thwart Kaido's destructive endeavors and, at the same time, issue a warning to himself and his companions to depart swiftly. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Therefore, when he observed Borsalino's movements, he instantly grasped the others' intentions. Thus, they departed with the crowd. Ace and Enel remained somewhat bewildered. The intellect of these two individuals is somewhat perplexing when it comes to comprehending such intricate matters, thus requiring a modicum of time for reflection. However, now that they have departed, the forthcoming hours shall be devoted to exploring this new world. By the way, Ace, did you not express your desire to challenge Whitebeard? Conveniently. Our current trajectory will lead us to the domain sheltered by the Whitebeard pirates. If we stir up some activity there, Whitebeard is bound to make an appearance. Would you consider taking action now? Wait, let us pause for a moment. I sense that challenging Whitebeard at this juncture would be a futile endeavor. Ace has finally come to terms with reality, shedding the arrogance he once displayed, undoubtedly influenced by a lesson imparted by Kaido. This made it abundantly clear to him just how distant his strength was from that of the four emperors. Nevertheless, he did not abandon hope. Ace still wore a smile, his expression brimming with confidence, unperturbed by the enormity of the challenge ahead. He understood that he was still young and possessed considerable potential for growth. Given a little more time, he was certain he could surpass the four emperors. This encapsulates Ace's thoughts. He possesses an immense confidence in himself. Similarly, Enel harbors the same sentiment. The undeniable confidence of these two individuals left Yuling somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, it is indeed one of their merits. Regardless of the adversities faced, once they overcome the initial disappointment, they become extraordinarily invigorated. Their strength seems to amplify as well. You all take a look at the ship. I shall retreat for a moment of rest. This battle has truly exhausted me. And Ace and Enel, do not overestimate your abilities. Hurry and take a break, otherwise you may fall ill in the long run, Yuling stated before returning to the cabin. Whether they chose to rest or not was of no concern to him. He was utterly worn out. As the one who engaged Kaido head-on, he had endured nearly 90% of Kaido's assaults. Consequently, his body was on the brink of collapse. After all, not everyone possesses the resilience to withstand Kaido's attacks unscathed. Such individuals either possess extraordinary physical strength or the prowess of an admiral or emperor. A mere vice-admiral would be swiftly obliterated by a single blow from Kaido. Even elite vice-admirals, who come close to the strength of an admiral, would hesitate to confront Kaido directly, apart from the likes of Garp, the old anomaly. His fists demand respect, even from Kaido. Having once chased Roger across the seas and even defeated Rocks, his might is far from exaggerated. More importantly, as a former trainee of the Rocks pirates, Kaido was acutely aware of the formidable strength of that crew in its heyday. The outcome was that they were ultimately overturned by Garp and Roger. This realization also enlightened Kaido, making him aware that even if he were to grow stronger, he must never underestimate certain individuals. Similarly, Yuling comprehended this truth, which is why he refrained from underestimating the four emperors and endeavored to avoid direct confrontations with them. However, he was compelled to challenge Whitebeard, not only to fulfill Ace's dream but also because of Ace's esteemed identity. Yuling firmly believed that Whitebeard would not pose any difficulties for him. As for the other four emperors, even though Yuling may not currently be their match, he would not cower if they chose to confront him. After all, it is merely a fight. Who fears whom? With such thoughts in mind, Yuling gradually succumbed to slumber. Under the influence of the system, his dreams transformed into a scene of a fierce duel with Kaido. In his sleep, Yuling's lips twitched, accompanied by low, sorrowful groans that escaped him. The following afternoon, Yuling awoke drenched in sweat. Even the sheets were soaked. Damn system. To think I was tormented in my dreams. He fumed. One day, I shall dismantle you. Chapter 98. Major Events Moonwalk. 90. Shave. 100. Gale Foot. 100. Paper Drawing. 100. Note. Reach 100 to learn Observation Hockey. Iron Block. 100. Note. Reach 100 to learn Armament Hockey. Finger Gun. 91. Life Restoration. 20. Slide Fruit. 77. Note. Exceed 80 to awaken. Armament Hockey. 53. Note. Reach 100 to learn emission techniques and Flowing Cherry Hockey. Observation Hockey. 71. Note. Reach 100 to awaken additional abilities. Conqueror's Hockey. 15. Note. Exceed 70 to learn Conqueror's Binding. After finishing his ablutions, Yuling glanced at his system panel, immediately curling his lip in disdain. Although he had made considerable progress overnight, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. After all, having endured so much torment, this level of advancement seemed rather meager. However, the growth he experienced in the dream pertained to combat experience and his own willpower. It did not significantly aid in the enhancement of hockey. Unless there were periodic insights and breakthroughs, these abilities would remain largely unchanged. In other words, these increments were all attained during battles against Kaido. It is indeed essential to engage in continuous combat with formidable adversaries to enhance one's strength. Now that the confrontation with Kaido is concluded, shall we indulge Ace by allowing him to face Whitebeard in a one-on-one duel? In doing so, I might also seize the opportunity to spar with Whitebeard. After all, my techniques are derived from his, and it is only fitting that I attempt to refine them. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuling stepped out of the cabin. However, he found the deck eerily deserted, devoid of any presence. Even the control room was vacant. The ship, the Ellie, remained stationary, silently adrift in the air without any movement. Yuling furrowed his brow. It was broad daylight. Although dusk was approaching, the sun still shone brightly. How reckless it was to anchor the ship here. The consequences of encountering a storm would be dire. Yuling sighed and returned to the control room. Preparing to chart a course for their onward journey, he intended to find a nearby location to replenish their supplies. The refuge of the Whitebeard pirates was in close proximity, so Yuling planned to pay a visit to replenish their provisions. Since Ace had no intention of challenging Whitebeard at this moment, there was no need to appear menacing in their territory. Instead, he would delegate the task of procurement to Nami and Robin, while the others remained aboard the ship, awaiting their return. Thus, the following dawn, the Ellie arrived early over a small town. Nami, her lower half transformed into snow, descended the ship while carrying Robin. Meanwhile, Yuling and the others continued to wait aboard. At that moment, a news bird appeared over the sea. Yuling casually seized it in his hand and procured the latest news, offering a few berries in return. Previously, due to a lack of funds, he had resorted to obtaining news for free, but now that he was financially stable, it was only right to pay for the information. He then unfolded the news, which prominently featured the headline detailing that Kaido, one of the four emperors, had arrived in Dressrosa and engaged in a fierce battle with two marine admirals. The outcome was that Kaido fled in disgrace, while the Marines achieved a resounding victory. Such news invigorated the spirits of both the Marines and the populace alike. For the civilians, witnessing the defeat of a member of the four emperors was a momentous occasion. Even those pirates, who remain oblivious to the truth, would find themselves increasingly in awe of the Navy upon witnessing this news. After all, the Navy had previously refrained from engaging with the four emperors, which led many to question its capability to confront such formidable foes. There were whispers suggesting that even a Marine admiral fell short in comparison to one of the four emperors. However, this news undeniably served as a resounding rebuttal to those skeptics. While a single admiral may not necessarily stand a chance against one of the emperors, two admirals undoubtedly possess the strength to vanquish them. This encapsulates the thoughts the Navy wishes to convey. They seek to impress upon the world that they remain the sovereign power upon the seas. Therefore, despite any inaccuracies in this news, few will challenge its veracity, save for Kaido and a handful of the Soul Pirates. The truth is infuriating. It was we who restrained Kaido, thus allowing them the opportunity to repel their adversaries. Yet now, they fail to acknowledge our contributions, attributing all accolades solely to the Navy. This is truly vexing. Ace is deeply indignant, even contemplating a confrontation with the Navy. Were it not for Yuling's intervention, he might have acted on that impulse. Nevertheless, we remain indifferent to this trivial reputation. The Navy's actions hold little significance for us. Ultimately, their pursuit of fame contrasts with our desire for tangible benefits. Securing a period free from their disturbances is a considerable gain. After all, one would not wish to live perpetually in a state of being hunted by the Navy. a sensation perhaps unfamiliar to you but acutely known to Robin. She has likely shared her feelings with you. If you wish to become a pariah and tarnish your reputation, I would not object to your seeking trouble with the Navy right now. Upon hearing Yu Ling's words, Ace finally regained his composure and exhaled deeply. They then resumed their perusal of the news, discovering that the Don Quixote family, apart from Doflamingo, had been captured, with this information prominently displayed in the second major section. The report extensively lauded the Navy's valor and martial prowess, concluding with a brief mention of the Soul Pirates' civilian shareholders resisting Doflamingo's rule. And then, there was nothing further. The cursory nature of the mention regarding the Soul Pirates is indeed disheartening. Even Yu Ling, upon encountering this news, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, she chose to remain silent and continued reading. The third report detailed Doflamingo's myriad crimes, including but not limited to experimenting on children, fabricating artificial devil fruits, exploiting these powers to manipulate nations, and colluding with Kaido in an attempt to overthrow the world government. There were numerous offenses of which Yu Ling was previously unaware. It was evident that alongside the factual elements, the Navy had embellished certain aspects to bolster their case. Consequently, Doflamingo's bounty skyrocketed to 1 billion berries. With a directive to eliminate him without mercy, it is evident that both the Navy and the world government are incensed. Ultimately, after Yu Ling and the others beheld the final segment, the fourth section, they encountered information regarding their own affairs. Chapter 99. The bounty increases. The Soul Pirates have vanquished the drought-stricken Jack of the Beast Pirates, and have also partially obliterated the island of Punk Hazard. Simultaneously, they exposed the nefarious schemes of the Beast Pirates on Punk Hazard and rescued a group of children afflicted by experimental drugs. However, their intentions were far from noble, as they aspired to ascend to the status of warlords of the sea. Upon learning of their ambitions, the Navy instinctively chose to reject them. Yet, the Soul Pirates, undeterred, commenced their assault on one of the warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo. They initially incited a civilian uprising, then meticulously devised plans to gain the populace's trust and gather incriminating evidence against Doflamingo. Ultimately, they achieved their objectives, but the emergence of Kaido disrupted their plans, compelling them to flee and abandon the citizens of Dressrosa. Such reprehensible actions incited profound disdain within the Navy, leading to a resolute decision to never allow them to become warlords. Moreover, Kaido was repelled by 2 Navy admirals. Now, the Navy has issued this announcement, placing a bounty on the Soul Pirates. Upon reading this brief news report, along with various misinterpretations and assembled materials, even Yu Ling could no longer contain his frustration. These scoundrels truly believe us to be easy prey. They intend to fabricate tales that transform us from heroes into the sinister puppeteers of the world, do they? I never anticipated that you, Sengoku, possess such adeptness in orchestrating slander against others. Yu Ling felt a surge of indignation, though a greater sense of disbelief prevailed. He understood that Sengoku would never permit the pirates' achievements to be presented transparently in the newspapers, thus censoring significant portions, or perhaps omitting them entirely, merely to elevate the bounty and create an illusion of danger surrounding them. This was a tactic Sengoku had previously employed against Luffy. However, no one could have foreseen that Yu Ling would be so ruthlessly maligned, even reduced to the status of a villainous pirate crew, an affront that was truly intolerable. Enel and Ace could no longer suppress their inner turmoil and felt compelled to confront Sengoku. Yet, Brook, standing nearby, abruptly played a soothing melody, calming the collective rage within everyone. Upon hearing this tune, Yu Ling sighed and remarked, "Let us all remain composed, regardless of how the Navy chooses to portray us. As long as our consciences remain clear, that is what truly matters. After all, we are pirates, and there is no need to overly concern ourselves with reputation, is there?" Yu Ling inquired of Ace and Enel, as if seeking answers from within himself. Yet, no one responded to this query. After all, no one truly remains indifferent to reputation. Even Yu Ling is not an exception. He may feign indifference towards the title of the world's most beautiful, for he is not a beauty himself. He simply possesses a visage that surpasses that of the former world beauty. Thus, he remains unconcerned by such accolades. However, the recent news from the Navy will undoubtedly inform the uninformed that the Soul Pirate crew is far from a mere trifling matter. This would have a significant impact on him, for it would no longer allow him to rely on his reputation and beauty to continue his deceptive ways. No. It would rather prevent him from maintaining a low profile, as anyone who encountered him would deliberately choose to steer clear of him. In essence, this matter presents both advantages and disadvantages. Thus, Yu Ling refrains from expressing too much. Subsequently, their attention shifts to the bounty. Previously, Doflamingo's bounty had been raised to 1 billion berries. It is not merely due to his strength, but rather his identity and the secret he possesses. This secret is valued at no less than 500 million berries. Otherwise, the bounty on Doflamingo would not be so exorbitantly high. Subsequently, Yuling glanced at her own status. Her title remained unchanged as the Enchantress, yet her bounty had surged to 900 million berries. It is rather insufficient, for according to the Navy's assertions, offering less than 2 billion berries is hardly justifiable. Yuling chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with derision. Following her, there was Portasti, Ace, whose bounty had also risen to 600 million berries, a fitting reflection of his true power. Indeed, his capabilities warrant such a reward. Next was Enel, the god of thunder, with a bounty set at 500 million berries, marked as extremely dangerous. To have a bounty of 500 million right at the onset of his career is a privilege that Yuling herself did not enjoy initially. Moreover, this bounty aligns well with his formidable strength. Then came Brook, whose bounty increased to 90 million berries. However, this was merely a reset of his previous bounty. Robin's bounty remained unchanged at 100 million berries, as she had yet to showcase her abilities, leaving her strength shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, the knowledge she harbors is undoubtedly worth 100 million berries. Lastly, there is the little thief cat, Nami. Having acquired the powers of the snow fruit and having briefly showcased her abilities, her bounty rose to 60 million berries. Yet, compared to her status as a natural-type devil fruit user, this bounty seems rather meager. To the Navy, Nami's current strength is inconsequential, and thus, her bounty was merely a nod to her devil fruit powers. Without that, her bounty might not have changed at all. After comprehending all this, Yuling felt no desire to criticize the Navy's actions. Having read the original work, she held a modicum of admiration for Sengoku. However, after witnessing these recent developments, her regard for him has completely evaporated. She has come to realize the harsh truth. Even Sengoku acts solely in the interest of his own faction, disregarding the fates of others. Sacrifices are made without hesitation, and slander is wielded with ruthless abandon. It is truly abhorrent. If only we had our own channel for expression, things would be different. Hence, Ace, Enel, do you entertain the notion of joining me in establishing a mobile nation upon the seas? A mobile nation? At sea? Ace and Enel were both taken aback by Yuling's audacious proposition. This is a path they had never contemplated. Typically, nations are established by locating an island and subsequently relocating a populace. Alternatively, for the sake of convenience, one might emulate the actions of Don Quixote Doflamingo and seize a country. However, the notion of founding a maritime nation is indeed novel to them. In truth, I possess a rather immature idea. I harbor no ambitions to become one of the 4 emperors, nor do I aspire to be the pirate king, and I certainly do not wish to make enemies. My vision is to establish a maritime nation where every individual can live and work in peace. Although this idea may seem somewhat naive, why should we not give it a try? Yuling originally had no dreams or aspirations, or rather, his dream was simply to become the strongest in the world and then to cast aside his skirt. However, after the recent upheaval caused by the Navy, Yuling suddenly found himself inspired by this new thought. Though it may prove challenging, he feels it is not entirely unfeasible. Ace and Enel remained silent, as they did not comprehend the concept. Brook continued to play the piano, offering no opinion. Thus, no one provided Yuling with suggestions. This has left him somewhat melancholic, and he can only wait for Robin and Nami to return before discussing it further. Chapter 100, The Immortal Bird Marco. Simultaneously, as the Soul Pirates began to criticize Sengoku and the Navy, Sengoku himself stumbled upon this freshly minted news, feeling a twinge of surprise. What is happening? Why has it not unfolded according to my wishes? Moreover, why has an unfounded accusation been levied against the Soul Pirates? Vice Admiral Tsuru, you are responsible for this matter. You ought to provide me with an explanation. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Vice Admiral Tsuru let out a sigh, settled into her chair, and took a sip of tea before responding leisurely. The call from the 5 elders came directly to me, accompanied by personnel from CP0. I intended to inform you immediately, but they claimed you had already been notified. I had no choice but to delegate the compilation and dissemination of the news to CP0. However, I was unaware that they were already prepared. The moment I acquiesced, they hastily released the news, and even if I wished to intervene, it would have been futile. After that, I came to seek you out. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Tsuru's words, Sengoku furrowed his brow. He had not received any notification from the 5 elders. indicating that they had lied in their dealings with Vice Admiral Tsuru. Yet, what difference does this knowledge make? The five elders have long been accustomed to acting without prior consultation, a reality Sengoku has grown accustomed to. What vexes him is the fact that the five elders have overstepped their authority, issuing statements that are grossly inconsistent with the truth. This situation left him exceedingly displeased, yet also helpless, as he found himself unable to resist. According to his own account, he would assert that the Soul Pirates had clashed with Kaido for a period, only to be subsequently repelled by the arrival of the Navy admirals, who drove away both Kaido and the Soul Pirates. Furthermore, he would not attribute any unfounded charges to the Soul Pirates, for he believed that while he could refrain from reporting certain facts, he would not alter them. However, the actions of the five elders left him feeling rather uncomfortable. Well, it had come to this. Whatever may happen, it was inconsequential. After all, they were merely a small pirate crew, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. The only concern was that Garp might come seeking him out, given that Ace was his grandson. Garp would undoubtedly be displeased at the tarnishing of his reputation. More crucially, in Garp's eyes, that little girl, Yuling, was a perfect match for Ace. Sighing at this thought, Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru finished her tea and wore a serene smile. That little girl, truth be told, was quite remarkable. Had she chosen to join the Navy, she would surely have achieved the rank of Admiral at the very least. Alas, she was whisked away by Ace. How unfortunate it was that they hadn't discovered her sooner. Hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku sighed once more, even losing a few strands of hair in the process. A clear indication of his distress. However, Yuling and her companions remained oblivious to the situation at hand. At that moment, they were still on the island, having completed their gathering of supplies, but were now faced with a new dilemma. As fate would have it, just as they prepared to depart, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, arrived at the island. The reason for his return was quite simple. Someone had tipped off Whitebeard about the presence of pirates, prompting him to send a captain to eliminate the other pirates. Yet neither Marco nor Yuling anticipated that their first encounter would transpire in such a manner. How did the Soul Pirates come to be here? Upon spotting Yuling and her crew, Marco immediately recognized them. Although they had only been at sea for half a year, their reputation had already spread among the notable figures of the sea. After all, they were a burgeoning pirate crew with immense potential, worthy of attention. Even Kaido, the brash youth, had gleaned some information, albeit limited. The Whitebeard Pirates placed great emphasis on intelligence, hence Marco was well aware of the Soul Pirates. The Phoenix Marco. Yuling tilted his head, gazing at the other with an irresistibly adorable demeanor. This charming display rendered Marco's brethren utterly defenseless. Witnessing this scene, Marco furrowed his brow as blue flames gradually enveloped him, effectively shielding him from Yuling's enchanting allure. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Marco inquired cautiously. He was well aware that the Soul Pirate crew boasted 3 individuals with Logia abilities, in addition to Yuling's, who had already bested Jack and even stood toe-to-toe with Kaido. Although it took the combined effort of 3 to barely contend with Kaido, even then they emerged gravely wounded, while Kaido appeared unfazed. Nevertheless, this was a remarkable feat, considering Kaido was one of the 4 emperors, and they had managed to hold their ground for a fleeting hour with just 3 individuals. This is not something that an ordinary person can accomplish. Marco must exercise caution. Marco, we have no intention of being adversarial. We are merely here to procure supplies. Now that our supplies have been secured, we are prepared to challenge Whitebeard. Before Ling could finish speaking, Ace leaped forth, flames still dancing upon his form. The scene before them caused Yuling's eyes to twitch, and in an instant, he delivered a kick to the challenger. Weren't you planning to refrain from challenging? Why do you suddenly appear now? Ling replied, I was momentarily disheartened, but upon reflection, I have resolved to challenge Whitebeard. This is my dream. I must understand the disparity between us. Otherwise, I shall never be able to catch up to that man. I will never become the Pirate King. Ace spoke with unwavering conviction. Yuling discerned the steadfastness in his gaze, having cast aside all distractions. For him, challenging Whitebeard was not merely a jest, but rather a profound belief, having experienced the heights of the heavens. His audacity to utter such words indicated that he was prepared to face death. Yuling found himself at a loss for words, unable to deny a man's dream. Moreover, he too wished to test his mettle against Whitebeard. Thus, he feigned contemplation before nodding in agreement. In that case, let us proceed. Truth be told, Yuling glanced at Marco, who was already engulfed in blue flames, sporting a benevolent smile. Someone wishes to challenge the old man? I am curious to see if you possess the capability to do so. With a gentle exhale, Marco was the first to make a move. Yu Ling and Enel intended to intervene, yet Ace surged ahead. Do not interfere. Allow me this time. With that, Ace transformed into flames and soared into the sky. Fire Fist. Chapter 101 concluded. On the surface of the sea, explosions erupted incessantly. The clash between Marco and Ace stirred the very waters beneath them. Their battle raged on for 5 days and nights, and as of now, no victor had emerged. Yu Ling and the others observed from the sidelines, choosing not to intervene. For they understood that this was a duel belonging solely to the two of them. In the original tale, Ace had fought for an extended period against Jinbei. However, in this instance, the opponent was Marco. Though the difference seemed negligible, Marco's strength surpassed that of Jinbei by a slight margin. Nevertheless, Ace had also grown considerably stronger compared to his original depiction. Thus, their confrontation was exceedingly fierce. Yet, on the evening of the 5th day, it was Ace who succumbed first, his strength waning. Marco, though breathing heavily, still retained a significant amount of stamina. Had Ace not fallen, Marco could have persisted for another day or two without issue. Witnessing this, Enel felt an itch for battle and launched himself forward, eager to confront Marco. This scene left Marco somewhat speechless, yet he accepted Enel's challenge. The outcome was evident. Enel's strength was considerably inferior to Ace's, and more importantly, his combat experience was woefully lacking. Thus, he was defeated within just a few hours. This illustrates that while Enel possessed formidable fruit abilities, his fundamental strength and foundation fell drastically short when compared to Ace. However, after the exhausting series of battles, Marco found himself nearly depleted of energy. At that moment, he truly had little stamina left, unable to sustain another intense confrontation. He had triumphed over both Ace and Enel, yet he felt no confidence in facing anyone else. Yu Ling sensed that even Nami, given the chance to wear him down, could potentially defeat the current state of Marco. After all, his energy was truly dwindling. Nevertheless, Yu Ling refrained from such actions, fully aware that a pirate ship lay anchored in the distance, 10,000 meters away. Should Marco encounter any unexpected troubles, they would be the first to react. Though invisible to the naked eye, Yu Ling was acutely aware that the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates was present there. Truly, as the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco's strength was indeed formidable. Ace and Enel had been brought down in succession by him. To be honest, with such prowess, I would be tempted to recruit you for my own crew. However, upon considering that old man Whitebeard, I decided against it. After all, I am not his match. Yu Ling, possessing a keen self-awareness, then activated the Ellie to prepare for departure. He had no desire to confront the Whitebeard pirates at this moment. The fact that they had not taken the initiative to attack was already a significant gesture of respect. Therefore, Yu Ling also did not intend to prolong the encounter. At least for now, it was not yet time for them to clash. At that moment, Marco, witnessing the ascending Ellie, gaped in disbelief. It was his first time seeing a flying pirate ship. "Captain Marco, are we just going to let them go?" inquired a pirate beside him. Marco sighed, nodding helplessly. His father and the others had long since arrived. But their inaction indicated that his father did not wish to become adversarial with the Soul Pirates, although he was uncertain of his father's motives. Since they had chosen not to engage, there was no need for them to intercept. With that, Marco continued to gaze skyward. The Ellie soared swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. After watching it disappear into the distance, Marco sighed once more. Such remarkable technology is truly astounding. Even pirate ships can take to the skies. This spirit of the sea is truly remarkable. Subsequently, Marco and his companions returned aboard the Moby Dick. Although Marco bore no physical injuries, he was utterly exhausted, staggering as he walked and appearing rather disheveled. "Marco, have you been defeated?" inquired Diamond Jozu, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with a certain naivety and frustration. However, his ire was not directed at Marco's defeat, but rather at the audacity of the spirit and its companions to strike with such ferocity. One cannot truly call it a defeat. After all, they adhered to the rules. "It's simply that I could not withstand the relentless onslaught," Marco sighed, then recounted the events of his defeat at the hands of Ace and Enel. He emphasized that both were formidable users of Logia-type devil fruits, having developed their powers exceptionally well, though Ace was slightly stronger. In terms of fruit mastery, physical prowess, and hockey, Ace excelled in all aspects. Otherwise, he could not have entangled Marco for 5 long days and nights. As for Enel, his commendable trait lay solely in his fruit proficiency. In all other respects, he was lacking. Upon recognizing this, Marco easily overcame Enel. Regarding the spirit's strength, Marco refrained from testing it, aware that in his current state, even a hockey user or a devil fruit wielder would pose a significant threat. There was no need for the spirit to intervene, especially since it had previously exchanged blows with Kaido and Garp, indicating its immense power. Otherwise, it would not have dared to confront such formidable foes. Ha ha ha, what an amusing little rascal. In just 6 months at sea, your strength has grown so formidable. It seems this ocean will only become more lively. Whitebeard's hearty laughter drew everyone's attention, though he was receiving in 4 and appeared somewhat aged. His mirth was as vibrant as ever. Listen up, lads. You need not concern yourselves with the soul pirates, nor must you engage them. If they wish to challenge me, let them come. I shall see if they possess the courage to approach. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco and the others exchanged glances and nodded in unison. At your command, father. Meanwhile, the spirit and its companions had already boarded the Ellie and departed from the area, heading deeper into the new world. However, they resembled headless flies, lacking a clear destination. After confronting 2 of the 4 emperors right upon their arrival, they were genuinely at a loss as to where to go next. What should they do now? Robin posed a pivotal question. Yuling furrowed her brow, beginning to contemplate. The original plan was to accompany Ace to the territory of Whitebeard and challenge him. However, considering his current state, such a confrontation seemed improbable. I have heard whispers of a maritime casino known as Golden City. Perhaps we should take a respite there before deciding on our next course of action? Chapter 102. Golden City, a city of the sea. Golden City, Giran Tezelo. This is a city crafted entirely from pure gold. The ground is adorned with gold, and a mere dig in any direction can yield a substantial amount of gold with an exceptionally high purity. However, those who enter this realm do not succumb to the temptations of petty gains and venture down the path of crime. They are acutely aware that, in comparison to the perilous pursuit of gold, the casino offers a far more suitable avenue for their endeavors. This is the paradise of pirates, as well as a haven for gamblers. As long as one possesses wealth, one may come here at any time to indulge in excess. Even if one exhausts their fortune, they can remain and toil, serving the denizens of this place to repay their debts. It is a remarkably humane city. Here, one seldom witnesses death, for they do not readily resort to murder. Instead, they incapacitate their victims and cast them into the sea to feed the fish. In this manner, it cannot be said that Tetsolo is the one who kills. He merely imparts a lesson to those who refuse to repay their debts and subsequently sends them away. That is all there is to it. As for whether they survive or not, that bears no relevance to Tetsolo. Beyond this place remains a favored destination for the celestial dragons alongside the Sabaody archipelago. Many celestial dragons are drawn here to indulge in gambling or to acquire rare treasures. However, unlike the Sabaody archipelago, Tezelo is engaged in numerous illicit activities here, yet human trafficking is conspicuously absent. In other words, the slave trade prevalent in Sabaody is non-existent here and is even expressly prohibited. It is precisely for this reason that individuals in this locale, even if burdened by debt, need not fear being sold into slavery. At worst, they might lose their lives. Thus, this place could be deemed a sanctuary for many desperate souls. At this moment, a notorious outlaw, Don Quixote da Flamingo, sits within Tezelo's office. The 2 men lock eyes, both cunning foxes sharing a knowing smile, their expressions profound. Da Flamingo, your presence here suggests you have a matter to discuss. I am well aware that your plans have unraveled, leading to your expulsion from the 7 warlords. Should the celestial dragons learn of your whereabouts, what do you suppose their reaction would be? Tezelo speaks calmly, even lighting a cigar for himself, exuding an air of leisure. His strength cannot be considered overwhelmingly powerful, yet it is not insignificant either. Moreover, Golden City is his domain. As a user of the gold fruit, he wields control over the entire Golden City while he remains here. With the advantage of his territory, he possesses the capability to contend with anyone, barring the emperors. Heh! Tezelo, have you forgotten that it was I who pilfered your fruit? Do you truly wish to repay my kindness with betrayal by turning me over to the celestial dragons? Your hands are far from clean. Should I reveal all your transgressions, neither of us would emerge unscathed. Doflamingo confronts Tezelo's threat without a hint of fear. They each hold leverage over the other, yet initially, their lack of mutual interest resulted in minimal interaction. Now, however, Doflamingo finds himself with no other recourse but to seek out Tezelo. Presently, only Tezelo holds the potential to facilitate Doflamingo's swift resurgence. In response to Doflamingo's veiled threat, Tezelo merely smirks, a hint of derision in his smile. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Of course not. I have merely come to seek collaboration, Tezzolo. Doflamingo's smile gradually fades as he perceives Tezzolo's tone growing impatient. However, he is no pushover and cannot be easily intimidated. A mere stray dog dares to negotiate with me? You certainly overestimate your own significance, Doflamingo. Do you still fancy yourself a celestial dragon, believing you are one of the 7 warlords? Given your current state, what qualifications do you possess to discuss collaboration with me? Tezzolo's expression was one of utter disdain. Regardless of the past or present, he harbored no affection for Don Quixote Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo's countenance was shrouded in darkness, his conqueror's haki swirling around him, yet he refrained from unleashing it. He was seething with anger, but he had to exercise restraint. The phrase "a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs" aptly described Doflamingo's true situation. Nevertheless, he must endure. One day, his fangs would regrow, and all those who had wronged him would be annihilated. With this thought, Doflamingo's demeanor softened into a smile as he took the initiative to approach Tezzolo. Observing Doflamingo's forwardness, Tezzolo furrowed his brow and rose to his feet, assuming a defensive stance. He understood Doflamingo's formidable nature, and thus, he could not allow him to come too close. Doflamingo, recognizing Tezzolo's apprehension, halted his advance when they were still about a meter apart. Let us collaborate, Tezzolo. With your financial resources and my intellect, combined with our collective strength, we could stand a chance even against the 4 emperors. Moreover, you are under the thumb of the celestial dragons. I possess a method to liberate you from their control. Upon hearing Doflamingo's proposition, Tezzolo felt a flicker of intrigue. He was aware of Doflamingo's identity and capabilities. He understood the brilliance of his intellect. Yet, this was not the crux of his interest. The pivotal factor was Doflamingo's assertion that he could indeed assist him in breaking free from the celestial dragon's grasp. This represents the greatest temptation for Tezzolo, the very desire he yearns for the most. As for everything else, it holds no allure for him. How can you assist me? It is a secret, one I cannot divulge, but should you agree to collaborate with me, I shall promptly aid you in liberating yourself from the clutches of the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Tezzolo furrowed his brow and contemplated for a moment. After a brief pause, he tapped the table and spoke, "Bring Doflamingo a suite, the most luxurious one available." With that, Tezzolo's gaze returned to Doflamingo. "I will give your proposition due consideration, so for now, please make yourself comfortable. Naturally, I hope you will also ponder this carefully." Doflamingo departed with a smile, exuding confidence. However, once Tezzolo was alone, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Collaborate with me? You are not worthy of such an alliance." With that, he activated a surveillance feed, revealing the soul pirates as they entered the Golden City. It was this very scene that prompted his moment of reflection. Ultimately, he resolved that partnering with someone as perilous as Doflamingo could easily lead to disaster. Thus, he chose to observe. As for whether Doflamingo would clash with the soul pirates, that was of no concern to him. Chapter 103. A Day of Leisure. Is this truly the Golden City? It is utterly opulent. Nami gazed at the dazzling array of treasures and the gold beneath her feet, momentarily rendered speechless. It took her nearly 10 seconds to regain her composure from the astonishment. Having previously experienced the splendor of the Golden City in Skypiea, she found this sight magnificent but not enough to completely overwhelm her reason. This place is indeed remarkable, however. I find myself curious. Are the rulers here truly so affluent that they can indulge in such extravagant wastefulness? This is truly astonishing, isn't it? Robin also felt a sense of disbelief, for what unfolded before her was indeed beyond her comprehension. Brooke remained silent, merely chuckling to herself. Occasionally, she would strike the floor with the hilt of her sword, testing to see if it was gold. The outcome was unmistakable. These are undeniably authentic. Composed entirely of extraordinarily high-purity gold. Even the entire vessel is constructed from gold. Although some of the buildings here are not made of gold, they're adorned with a layer of gold plating. This clearly indicates that the overseer of the Golden City is exceedingly wealthy. However, neither Enel nor Ace harbors any desire for such riches. They are both of a disposition that is indifferent to wealth, even if presented with a substantial sum. They would be at a loss as to how to spend it, and might even misplace it. Thus, their reactions are notably subdued. Conversely, Yulling is not surprised at all, as he is aware of the true nature of this golden ship and exhibits a degree of disdain. By employing the abilities of his fruit on the exterior of the ship, he creates the illusion that this maritime city is forged from gold. It must be said that Tezzolo's flair for spectacle is quite remarkable. Even Yuling cannot discern the difference between the gold he has manufactured and genuine gold. After all, the gold fruit can, to a certain extent, convincingly mimic reality, unless it comes into contact with seawater or Taizolo resolves the matter himself. The gold he produces is indistinguishable from the real thing. Consequently, in the absence of anyone aware of the truth, many have obtained his gold, which can still circulate normally in other places. After all, no rational person would wash gold with seawater. Thus, Taizolo can rest easy. And even if someone were to attempt such a thing, they would likely refrain from causing trouble. Subsequently, Yuling and the others arrived at a magnificent golden fountain. This is a scenic spot. In addition to the fountain, it also disperses gold leaf. If fortune smiles upon you, you may very well find some gold leaf here. These are freely dispersed. If you can seize them, all this gold leaf shall belong to you. However, it is imperative that you do not take them from others, for doing so will result in grave consequences. It can be stated thus: this place serves as a haven for the free distribution of benefits. Many individuals, having succumbed to the allure of gambling and subsequently losing their fortunes, flock here to grasp a bit of gilded hope, exchanging it for a token or two. They then return to the cycle of gambling, perpetuating a relentless loop that ultimately leads them down a path of no return. To outsiders, it may appear that the establishment of Tais Walua is generously dispensing money. If these individuals were to leave with their gilded tokens, refraining from further participation in gambling, no one would utter a word of reproach, for the nature of the game is well understood by those who partake. These so-called gold leaf and gold powder are entirely products of Taizolo's capabilities. Feel free to utilize them. In due time, these items will vanish and become utterly worthless. However, most of these substances are employed by Taizolo to manipulate those attending the banquet. Should anyone dare to act recklessly or harbor malicious intentions under Taizolo's meticulous arrangements, no one can evade his sudden assault. It is precisely this insidious and covert strategy that keeps Taizolo invulnerable. To date, no individual has been able to decipher his technique. Not even the notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 1 billion. Yet, Taizolo is likely aware that such tactics are ineffective against genuine powerhouses. After all, his abilities cannot constrain the might of Haki. As long as one possesses sufficient strength and formidable Haki, they can overcome it. This maneuver is merely a facade, utterly devoid of any efficacy. Thus, the wandering songstress remains unconcerned that Taizolo might pose any threat to her. Nevertheless, she is disinclined to activate her observation Haki to pry into his private affairs or the matters aboard this vessel. Her purpose for being here is leisure, not confrontation. Adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles, she intends to keep her presence here a secret. Their group, without a guide, explored the classic sites of Golden City. Even when encountering areas specially modified by Taizolo, which emitted gold leaf and glitter, the wandering songstress utilized her abilities to clear a small space, dismissing these embellishments. Although her fruit powers have yet to reach the stage of awakening, she senses that she is nearing the threshold. Her abilities now extend to a radius of approximately 3 to 4 meters around her. While this range may seem limited, it is nonetheless a nascent form of fruit awakening. The wandering songstress is confident that, given a little more time, her powers will undoubtedly awaken, potentially achieving a qualitative leap even faster than the mastery of the 3 Haki types. After all, the 3 Haki types represent fundamental strength, while the enhancement provided by her fruit abilities is comparatively modest. However, their life-preserving potential is undoubtedly exceptional. Subsequently, their group entered the casino, taking a cursory glance around. They were disinterested in engaging with the games, as casual play could easily yield them a substantial fortune. This is nothing short of bullying. They merely glanced around before preparing to leave in search of a place to rest. At that moment, several figures clad in black appeared, obstructing their path. Who are you? If I recall correctly, there are no regulations at the Golden City Casino prohibiting guests from leaving, is there? Or do you mean to say that unless we gamble here, we cannot depart? Yuling raised an eyebrow, casting a disapproving glance at the black-clad individuals before her. They remained silent, simply blocking Yuling and her companions, preventing their exit. Who knows what these individuals are after? Hey, if you don't speak soon, don't blame us for taking action. Ace, with his short temper, unleashed his powers, igniting flames in his palm, as if a fiery punch were about to erupt at any moment. He even released a hint of Conqueror's Haki, causing all the surrounding patrons to flee in terror. No one dared to linger any longer. Chapter 104. Taizolo's intentions do not misconstrue my intentions, everyone. I harbor no malice. Just as Ace was on the verge of losing his temper, A light, somewhat frivolous voice emerged from behind the men in black. Upon hearing this voice, the black-clad figures seemed to deflate, immediately dispersing. Yuling could clearly see that they were more afraid of the voice's owner than of Ace's powers. "You are Tezolo?" Yuling inquired, somewhat astonished by the man before her. Tezolo appeared slightly different from his portrayal in the original narrative. In the source material, he was depicted in a suit, adorned with a large gold chain, resembling a nouveau riche individual devoid of any refinement. However, now, although he still sported the gold chain, he wore casual attire that looked far more appealing than that suit. "Indeed, I am Tezolo, and you must be the captain of the Soul Pirate crew." "The world's most beautiful woman, Yuling," he said, extending his hand for a handshake. Yuling intended to respond politely, but Ace intervened, speaking first. "Humph. What exactly do you intend to accomplish by suddenly appearing and blocking our way? If you do not provide a valid reason, be wary, for I may very well overturn your casino." Ace firmly grasped the other's hand, yet refrained from utilizing his devil fruit abilities. Tezolo's lips quivered slightly, his movements subtle. Nonetheless, this did not escape the keen eyes of Yuling and the others. "No, it's nothing of significance. I merely wish to converse with you. If I were to invite you to my office, it might come across as rather presumptuous. Hence, I chose to come here in person to meet you. Originally, my orders were to ensure that they kept a close watch on you, preventing your departure as much as possible. But who could have anticipated that you would grow weary so quickly?" Ace smiled, tightening his grip. Tezolo's cheek twitched involuntarily, and he promptly activated his devil fruit ability, turning his arm into gold. Ace sensed something amiss and then witnessed Tezolo forcefully retract his arm, which soon reverted to its original state. However, it was evident to all that his hand was now exceedingly red, clearly marked by Ace's grip. No, you misunderstand. This is not your fault. What I meant to say is that my orders were mistakenly conveyed, and they received the wrong instructions. Therefore, all your expenses during this time here will be covered by me, as a form of compensation. What do you think?" Tezolo, feeling the weight of Ace's strength, instantly recognized that this group was not to be trifled with. As a renowned information tycoon, he was acutely aware that each member of the Soul Pirate crew was formidable. Not to mention, there were 3 users of Logia-type devil fruits among them. Yuling, in particular, was capable of momentarily contending with one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, a terrifying creature. Such a presence is indeed not to be trifled with. He harbors no fear of Don Quixote da Flamingo, nor the subordinates of the 4 emperors. However, one must tread carefully around those capable of confronting the 4 emperors and emerging unscathed. After all, such formidable beings, with a mere flick of their hand, could easily extinguish his life. As for Brook and Robin, he was not entirely familiar with their strengths. Yet the presence of others made any attempt to harm them exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Tezolo held little doubt regarding the prowess of those who accompanied Ray. Recognizing his generosity, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. Ray stepped forward to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, as he had no desire to create trouble and intended to enjoy a low-key respite here. Upon witnessing Ray's intervention, Tezolo felt a wave of relief wash over him and gestured invitingly. "Please, follow me. A sumptuous dinner has been prepared for you. Rest assured, as I mentioned earlier, it is entirely complimentary. You need not spend a single coin." Upon hearing Tezolo's words, Nami's joy was palpable. This little miser, though not as obsessed with wealth as depicted in the original work, still harbors a fondness for riches. Naturally, if she could avoid spending money, she would be the happiest of all. Thus, Yuling and the others followed Tezolo to his exclusive restaurant, with safety in mind. Yuling unleashed his observation haki to discern the intentions of this fellow. To his surprise, there was no decoration whatsoever in the vicinity, rendering it remarkably secure, indeed, safer than a casino. However, what piqued his curiosity was the faintly familiar aura he sensed within the restaurant. Yet, he could not immediately recall to whom it belonged. So he decided to enter for a closer look. Upon arrival, Tezolo opened the door and ushered Yuling and the others inside. "Tezolo, you scoundrel. What are you doing?" Before he could finish his sentence, a man clad in a pink-feathered coat and wearing sunglasses stood frozen in place. Yuling and the others were equally taken aback. They had never anticipated encountering Don Quixote da Flamingo here. The surprise arrived with such swiftness that it left one momentarily disoriented. "Tezolo, you scoundrel, you have betrayed me. Must you speak so harshly, da Flamingo? What do you mean by betrayal? I merely sought to collaborate with the Soul Pirates and so personally brought them here. How could I have known you were still present?" Tizolo feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. It genuinely seemed as though he had not intended any malice. Yet, Doflamingo was clearly skeptical. The same was true for Yuling. It was evident that Tizolo had orchestrated this encounter deliberately, guiding both parties together while intending to relish the spectacle. After all, he believed that such maneuvering would yield the greatest benefit. Had he revealed his intentions beforehand, he would have found himself at a disadvantage. As expected of you, Tizolo. You are indeed shrewd. Now, having bestowed upon us such a grand gift, what is it that you desire? Yuling smiled nonchalantly, clearly dismissing Doflamingo. After all, the latter's strength was rather mediocre. With Ace and Enel joining forces, they could undoubtedly vanquish him without requiring Yuling's intervention. At that moment, Doflamingo was seething with rage. Yet he dared not act recklessly. Ace and Enel had already taken their positions beside him, grinning as they regarded him. At a mere command from Yuling, these two formidable warriors would not hesitate to claim Doflamingo's head. Miss Yuling, I actually have a request, and I wonder if you might grant it. Speak. And perhaps in light of this splendid gift, I shall acquiesce, Yuling replied with a smile, her mood evidently buoyant. Tizolo exhaled in relief, contemplating for a moment before he spoke. Miss Yuling, I desire you. Chapter 105. Waiting for you, you desire me? How audacious of you to utter such words. Upon hearing Tizolo's declaration, Yuling chuckled lightly, clearly unfazed. However, Ace and the others were now visibly irate. In their eyes, Tizolo was shamelessly encroaching upon the territory of their own captain. This rendered them utterly intolerable. Even the flamingos nearby gaped in astonishment, evidently taken aback. He too had not anticipated that Tizolo would be so audacious as to propose such terms. Is this a desire to give up on life? However, immediately thereafter, Tizolo began to explain. Wait, allow me to clarify. You have misunderstood. Oh, what misunderstanding? Yuling regarded him with keen interest. Although he refrained from unleashing his conqueror's haki or any formidable aura, the mere gaze of such a beauty left Tizolo feeling overwhelmed, as if he were facing an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, stubbornly refusing to be wiped away, as if every ounce of moisture in his being had been summoned to his sweat glands, cascading forth uncontrollably. Miss Yuling, what I mean to convey is that I seek your assistance. The Golden City is in dire need of promotional strategies. While it is commendable that word of mouth from these pirates or leveraging Morgan's newspaper for publicity has its merits, both methods are inefficient and costly. Therefore, I thought to enlist your esteemed reputation to help broaden our outreach. I do not require you to join the Golden City, nor do I expect any significant effort on your part. I simply wish to capture a few photographs of you, Miss Yuling, along with images of the soul pirates enjoying their time here.